Chapter 131 Green Snake. Two two-star giant eagles were enough for Soo-hee to eat twice. People need to be self-aware. And the same goes for eagles. He attacked Fong Yaya before, and was beaten and took away the eggs from the bird's nest. Today, he attacked him again. It's really a bit life and death. This world is very strange. Alien beasts can sense the threat of other alien beasts. But they cannot sense Soo-hee's breath. Somewhat looking down on people. Tick-tock. There was the sound of water dripping beside me. When I turned around, I saw the wild boar drooling and staring at the two eagles with longing eyes. Charred outside and tender inside. The aroma is overflowing. This pig is smart but in the wrong place. It still doesn't know how to hunt to make sacrifices to Soo-hee. And it actually wants to take advantage of him. Soo-hee tore off an eagle's leg and threw it to it. The wild boar's eyes lit up and he pounced. On. Stay here and protect your master. If you make any mistakes, I will roast you alive. Plop. The wild boar held the eagle's leg in its mouth and knelt on the ground looking at Soo-hee in fear. There is no specific word for beast roar. But it is more convenient to communicate with beasts. Soo-hee's roar has two meanings. Guard Fong Yaya, or lightning will strike you. Judging from the gesture of begging for mercy, the wild boar understood it very clearly. After finishing eating, Soo-hee climbed over the waves and headed towards the seaside. The wind and rain have stopped and the sun is shining brightly. I don't know how many days I slept. But the ground was already dry. There are turtles breaking out of their LS on the beach. And the little turtles are crawling toward the sea. Clumsy and cute. There are seagulls swooping overhead, snatching the baby turtles. Crack! A thunder exploded in the sky, driving away the seagulls. The stupid look of this little turtle reminded Soo-hee of himself when he first hatched. There were no seagulls in Tinghai Lake, but there were other water birds. I had nothing at that time, and my survival depended 80% on luck and 20% on caution. When I entered the sea, I sensed that the killer whale was about 20 miles due east. I opened my eyes and saw that it was chasing a giant snake to hunt. It seemed to be in a good mood. It threw out a whirlpool and entangled a giant snake in it. The giant snake was pulled into the whirlpool while spinning. At the bottom, he was picked into the whirlpool by the killer whale's tail. The snake tried its best, spitting out arrows and spitting out mist, and even flew up briefly. But it couldn't escape in the end. She looked a bit delicate and fragile in her struggle. This snake is very beautiful. It is emerald green, with only a hint of yellow on its abdomen. It is obviously a giant snake, but it makes people feel charming and alluring. This snake looks a bit familiar. This is my green snake. Roar! Soo-hee roared. Stop it. Me. The sound waves rolled away, and the killer whale was confused for a while. He was having fun, and seemed to hear the voice of the evil turtle? What a disappointment. No. Does the king also want to eat snake meat? The killer whale immediately stopped its rotation and bit the green snake. The head has a hobby. It is not that the dead prey is not wanted. The head of the dead prey can turn one into several. This snake must be bitten to death first. It opened its mouth and suddenly bit the green snake. Green snake felt like the world was spinning. The teeth in the killer whale's mouth were stuck in its eyes. The sun shone coldly, and the smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. Dying. Dying. In an instant, the whole snake stopped moving. The green snake was timid. Have you ever seen such a creature in your life? 6-star alien beast. I'm just a little snake demon who has been practicing for a year. A feeling of powerlessness came over me, seeing that the whale was about to die. It was not an exaggeration to see a wave of water coming with the general trend of heaven and earth at this moment. This wave of water seemed to be saluted by the entire sea. And the sea took the initiative to cooperate and let it roll. Snapped. The water wave was like a giant hand, slapping the killer whale away. Green snake blinked and did not react for a moment. It took a while before he suddenly came back to his senses. Yes. Saved? First confused, then overjoyed. The green snake turned around and saw a dragon turtle coming across the water and riding the waves. It was majestic and domineering. The waves were rushing beneath it, but no one dared to jump on the turtle's body. It seemed as if the entire sea was conquered by it. Green snake was stunned for a moment. This is the mythical beast. Hey! The mythical beast spoke. Green snake came back to his senses. A hint of revenge, and then complained with gritted teeth. Turtle! That whale bit me! Wow wow! Head. Eat snake. A snake and a whale shouted to Soo-hee at the same time. Then the air solidified. The killer whale looked back at the sea, trying to find the wave that hit it just now. What hit him was not a snake but his head. It looked in disbelief and hit me again. Green Snake looked at Sue-He with a look of resentment. When he was in Tinghai Lake, this turtle didn't do his job properly. He looked like a divine turtle, but he was the king of crocodiles. After arriving here, so many turtles refused to be subdued, and a 6-star killer whale was subdued. Wait a moment. 6-star killer whale? Green Snake suddenly felt difficulty breathing, and his heart ached a little 7 inches away. 6 stars. When listening to Haihu, although he couldn't defeat the turtle, there was still not much of a difference. To kill a 3-star white tiger, 2 people had to cooperate. It's only less than a year. Okay. And this is a killer whale, the top existence in the world of predators. The same beasts and different races cannot be the same. Sue-He found it extremely interesting to watch her snake face change. How did you come? The green snake swam, and its slender body made a series of ripples in the waves. The tip of his tail hooked on the ring on his neck, and he took off a small cloth bag and handed it to Sue-He. This is a pet bag. Most of the disciples in the Beast Control Valley do not practice animal transformation, but instead tame beast pets. It is impossible for huge beast pets to run wild all over the mountain, especially when it is inconvenient to release them when going out. So there is a special pet bag. General space equipment cannot carry living beings, but the pet bag is special. It does not completely cut off the connection between the inner space and the outside world. It is one of the few space magic weapons that can carry living beings. Sue-He opened it, and a tortoise as big as a basin fell out. It fell into the sea with a plop, and was lifted up by a wave of water and landed on Sue-He's Turtle Mountain. She is Sue-He's turtle mother in this life. Elder Ge asked me to bring you these as well. Green Snake took out a tortoise SHL from his ring, which was the body of Sue-He's tortoise father, and a life lamp, which belonged to Sue-He himself. Sue-He was stunned for a moment. These were all things that were closely related to him, although the connection with the turtle mother had been severed. Things like mother and child were determined by nature. How could it be truly severed? Unless Sue-He kills him and destroys his body in traces. Let's not talk about illusory things like the gift of childbearing. If you kill the mother of life, your merits and luck will be affected, and you may even develop inner demons in the future. Not to mention the life lamp. It already contains Sue-He's spiritual consciousness and aura, which is even more relevant. Did Master ask you to give me a message? Sue-He asked. Green Snake nodded. Elder Ge said, practice well. Sue-He understood that the old man was approving of his decision to leave Qingyuan, and was even encouraging him in disguise. Sue-He put the mother turtle back into the pet bag. The danger at sea was not suitable for her to survive. The tortoise should be in fresh water. She could find a suitable lake to release it in the future. His consciousness moved slightly, and the life lamp suddenly shattered. The negative mountain envelope instantly melted and absorbed all the residue. The green snake swung its tail and looked at the sea in all directions. Where is this? Didn't you feel the information from the Two Realms War Zone and the Sanxing sect? Sue-He replied. Green Snake rolled her eyes at him and said in a lazy and charming voice, that's not true. The 2 realms of battle in the Transformation Realm are bare mountains, with only 10,000 miles of territory. There are towering from the Emperor's world everywhere. After entering, there is a door behind the Sanxing Gate, and you can go out. The Qingyuan Gate has already set up a formation in front of the gate to build defense. She looked around and nodded, as if to confirm to herself. This is not a war zone between 2 realms. There is no way to return to Qingyuan. Chapter 132. Kill the snake to silence it. Sue-He was stunned. No! The green snake shook its head and swung its tail back and forth in the seawater to keep its balance. I have been to the war zones of the 2 realms. I have transformed into a mortal with a territory of thousands of miles, and transformed into a monster for 100,000 miles. I don't know where I am. The master has not said anything. She simply used her tail to hook the rocks on Suhagushan Mountain, and hung on it without having to exert any effort to swim. The environment of metamorphosis is similar to that of the demon transformation battlefield. The gray sky and bare rocks are nothing like your place. Green Snake looked around. This was a suitable place to live. The aura was much higher than the small courtyard where she lived. It's not the 2 worlds war zone. How did you get in? Green Snake obviously came to see him this time, since he came in with a purpose. How could he not have any understanding? Green Snake shook his head. I originally entered the 2 realms of war. When I passed through the Sanxing Gate, I was pulled by your life lamp and fell into the sea. Then I was tricked and hunted by it. Green Snake glanced at the killer whale huddled aside and rustled a few times, revealing its fangs. Quite angrily, He didn't know why. After thinking for a long time, I could only think of some possibilities. I felt a trace of dragon turtle aura on the Sanshun gate before, and thought it was an illusion. Maybe this place has something to do with the dragon turtle? He then thought of another thing. This is not a war zone between two realms. So are there any mysterious moon beasts? There should be nothing around. He didn't sense Xianyu's aura. If there really was a Xianyu beast, the killer whale, as a 6-star beast, would at least survive Xianyu's beating. But when He asked him who was the most powerful around him, he proudly and straightforwardly said that he was the most powerful. Let's inquire carefully first. If you practice hard, you won't have anything to fear when you advance to the level of the mythical beast. It's a big deal. But you still need to practice hard now, so that the mythical beast can grow up with peace of mind. Adult mythical beasts are at least in the heaven-treading realm. The dragon turtle is the leader among mythical beasts. Moreover, if you advance to the level of the divine beast, you will be able to gain inheritance. The more knowledge you have, the more you will see, and you will naturally know what you need to know. Ong. He hummed to the killer whale, and asked the killer whale to bring the group over. First train the killer whale group, and then send them out to explore the world. He would be much safer if he hid in the back. After confirming that he could not leave here, Green Snake was stunned for a long time. And then, he was relieved. Even a little lucky. Nowadays, the Qingyuan sect is constantly fighting. And the disciples above the Ichio realm have to fight in the two realms. And the True Blood realm also has to assist in the defense. She could escape by coming here. The Green Snake is just a snake. It has been less than a year since the spiritual intelligence was activated. So the snake instinct takes over. Only when he is alive, and well can he want to go to the battlefield. The green snake swung its tail, and swam towards the island. The sea was still too dangerous for her. It was much better on the island. He just accompanied her, and beat up the only 4-star monitor lizard, letting the monitor lizard know that the snake could not be eaten. And then it was safe. Asking the green snake to take care of Feng Yaya. He returned to the sea, and swam to the bottom of the sea. In fact, there is no need for Green Snake to take care of her. Needless to say, Feng Yaya's own moral integrity, and Su Huanyan's defenses are countless. If there really is a Xianyu beast running out here, it would be right to throw Feng Yaya out. He sank to the bottom of the sea, and closed his eyes to practice. The Guisho Longxi Ju is in operation. And the spiritual power and true blood are active at the same time. His turtle L and scales were originally as black as ink. But now his entire body's bones glowed like inky jade when viewed from the inside. When struck with his spiritual consciousness, there was a clanking sound of gold and stone. This is not only due to the dragon turtle, but also the effect of warm jade. The effect of warm jade on nourishing the body is extraordinary. Suhi breathed long and swallowed seawater, watching the real blood change the bones and internal organs. Consciousness enters the sea of consciousness, and a clear lesson hangs high. Status, healthy. True blood, 89.9%. Bone sacrifice, 12%. Internal organs, 13%. The true blood has completely stagnated for a few days, and it should only be possible after all the bones and internal organs have been lifted. Sacrificial bones and internal organs grow rapidly, which is the effect of warm jade and quality X3 lobster. Of course, more importantly, Suhi is diligent. Exit the mind orifice. No longer feel anything external, and devote yourself wholeheartedly to practice. The seawater around you flows slightly. The fish are brisk, and the 2 sharks run away with curses. Time passed slowly and silently. After 2 weeks, Suhi returned to consciousness and felt something strange underneath him. Something was moving. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a huge sea turtle, with its butt in a reverse position, pushing against him and drilling under him. From the smell, it was a female turtle. Suhi suddenly jumped up, floated high, and looked down in horror. It is indeed a female turtle in heat. The male turtle ran away before she could even get into a good position. The female turtle looked surprised, and looked up to see 2 stars shining between her eyebrows. Still a strange beast. Suhi shivered because of the cold. The turtle had no malicious intentions. Otherwise, he would wake up immediately if there was any slight movement. Even while practicing, a chuckle came from above his head. Suhi turned around and saw the green snake swaying weakly, showing a bit of charm and winking at him. Suhi became even darker. Dozens of ways to silence a snake flashed through his mind. Green snake shrank back and bared its teeth at Suhi, threatening. Are you thinking of something cruel? Don't deny it. Your scales are exploding. Suhi swept away the entangled turtle in a whirlpool and looked at Green Snake. Why did you go into the sea? I don't know how much I weigh. If Suhi were an enemy, Green Snake wouldn't even be able to hold him with one claw. And it wouldn't be enough to wedge its teeth between its teeth. The Green Snake spat out a message. Find a place to practice. It was too dangerous on the shore. Although the giant lizard was beaten up, there were other strange beasts. She is not Feng Yaya, let alone a dragon turtle. She does not have such fierce fighting power. She is not afraid of 2 or 3 two-star alien beasts. A group of them is too much. Who has seen a pack of wolves in other places with 6 or 7 two-star alien beasts? Beastly. The wild beasts of Qingyuan sect are all outside the sect. Okay. Thinking about the tip of the tail. It is safer to be around the dragon turtle. Is there a big tree under the sea? She has dual attributes of water and wood. There is plenty of water here, but lack of wood energy. In fact, the best environment for her to practice is like Snake Valley, where there are trees by the water, and the atmosphere of water, and would blend harmoniously. Suhi shook his head. How could there be trees on the bottom of the sea? There are quite a few aquatic plants, but there is not enough aquatic vegetation on the bottom of the sea. The green snake twitched its tail in disappointment, shook its body, and landed among the water plants 100 feet in front of Suhi, soaring and circling among the water plants like a swimming dragon. Suhi's practice lies in silence, not moving and only breathing through his mouth and nose. Like a whale sucking water, Green Snake's practice is to swim all the time. If she is big enough in the future, she can circle the mountain. The Green Snake swims very charmingly, as if it is integrated with the water and moves along the water. The water plants separated and gathered around her, and there was a sense of Tai Chi beauty in her swimming. A smile appeared in the corner of Suhi's eyes. There was a snake practicing beside him, as if he had returned to the time when he was lazily living in Snake Valley at this time last year. Eat, sleep, and fight old crocodiles. But the tranquility was interrupted only for a moment. A killer whale whistle came urgently, and the rhythm of the green snake's swimming was immediately interrupted. It's his killer whale. Go back to the shore, Suhi told the green snake, and he diverted the water straight to the sea. In the distance, he saw a killer whale quickly chasing a huge seal, which was holding a killer whale calf in its mouth. Chapter 133 Mr. Frog. Wow wow! The killer whale shouted eagerly. The fur seal is extremely fast, and even with its prey in its mouth, it is far ahead of the killer whale, and the distance is getting wider and wider. In the spiritual world, even the basic principles are not taught, and fur seals can hunt killer whales. Suhi groaned, and a thunderbird fell from the sky, hitting the seal with a crack. Green smoke came out of the seal's head, and it slithered into the water, and the baby killer whale was spat out by it. A die fell, and one killer whale turned into 3. Obviously, the baby killer whale died long ago, and can only be regarded as prey. The killer whale whined and caught up, then looked at the 3 dead baby killer whales with a confused face, and smelled the smell. They were all triplets. His own. Even more distraught, it turns out that not 1 offspring died, but 3. New function of dice. Grief and anger x3. As the initiator, Suhi slowly dived underwater, intending to help, but could not. If the 2 carcasses were lost now, the killer whale would go crazy. Fortunately, this is a calf. If these were the parents, the killer whale would suspect that it was born by a whale. Suhi slowly dived under the water. His spiritual thoughts swept over, but he could not see the culprit. Just a moment ago, he glanced hastily, and the 6 stars between the seal's eyebrows shone brightly. It is impossible for 2 6-star beasts to exist in the same water area. This is extremely untrue. The fur seal must have come from other waters, and Suhi had something to ask it. His spiritual consciousness swept over it, but there was no trace of the seal dog. In this moment, it didn't know where it had escaped. Suhi looked around, but there was no trace of him. This was not normal. With his eyesight, even in water, he can see more than 1,000 miles away. A seal cannot escape thousands of miles away at this moment. If he really had this ability, it was Suhi who should escape. Just as he was wondering, a whistling sound came from behind. He turned around and saw a round stone as big as a melon. It broke through the water and hit it. It was not very fast, but it exploded 30 or 40 feet away from Suhi. It's like CZ's animal tooth cannon. Even more powerful. A circle of water exploded on the sea surface, and the 3 little killer whales were instantly dismembered. The killer whale was completely at a loss. and even its wine was stuck in its chest. A huge impact hit Suhi, the force of which was no worse than that of a killer whale. The foreign minister's turtle flashed. Suhi was not injured, but was pushed far away by the impact. Suhi swung his 4 claws, separated himself from the water, and looked in the direction where the stone came from. But there was nothing. Invisible? My consciousness scanned and found nothing. Fur seals are good at hiding. Ordinary fur seals hide quietly behind fish and attack suddenly. Alien beasts take this skill to the extreme. Suhi couldn't find him anywhere. So he raised his head and roared. Oh! The divine power spreads. In this case, the only option is to use despicable full-screen attacks. The water pattern on the lower left swayed, and a black shadow could not be maintained and was revealed. It was the sea dog. Seeing that he had failed to hide, he immediately opened his mouth and spurted out another stone, carrying the rancid stench of stomach acid. Suhi swiped his claws, and a whirlpool swept the stone straight up, shot out of the sea and exploded in the air. The sea water suddenly pressed down and bounced up. Suhi stood still in the sea and took the opportunity to hit a positioning mark and land on the seal. The seal's 2 exploding stones had no effect, and it couldn't hide. It immediately rushed away with its 4 fins, like a sharp arrow. It's so fast that it's even faster than a killer whale. It's outrageous. Generally, the magical powers of exotic beasts are developed based on the advantages of ordinary beasts. But there is a limit to growth. It doesn't make sense for a fur seal to be faster than a killer whale at the same level. But the mythical beast was even more unreasonable. A wave rolled up. Suhi's claws slid, and he chased after it even faster. It is 400 to 500 miles in a moment. Then, Suhi saw the most amazing scene. The fur seal seemed to think it was out of danger, turned into stealth mode, and actually hunted a 3-star king squid. And it succeeded. Is this the normal intelligence of alien beasts? Like a silly roe deer, it ran 30 meters away after being beaten with a stick and started eating grass leisurely? Are fur seals that stupid? But there's no reason not to let go of the prey you've got. Suhi came out of the water, slapped the seal over several times, and rolled it up into a spiral nest with his claws, straight into the sea. At the same time, he took the opportunity to place several positioning runes on different parts of its body. This sea dog's stupid appearance is comparable to that of the giant salamander of the past. It is also a 6-star alien beast. It will feed on 1-star, 2-star, or even 3-star alien beasts. It is simply the best long-term meal ticket. A dice falls from the sky and spins. Quality times 3. Nice one. I own this dog. Suhi dragged the giant squid back to the island waters immediately. From a distance, I saw that Feng Yaya had woken up and was riding a wild boar on the island for fun. The wild boar was actually equipped with a saddle. The wild boar stopped, and the tip of the green snake's tail stirred, adjusting the tightness of the saddle and shackles. Still a snake with a clever mind. Suhi returned and called out. Feng Yaya and Qing Shi came up to him. Big turtle! Big turtle! Let's build a dragon palace under the sea! Feng Yaya was excited. Let the big snake coil around the pillar, and then you carry the pillar. Suhi had a black line on his face. Did you build this dragon palace specifically to suppress me? He convinced a sailor and gave Feng Yaya a head jump, sending her flying away. After a while, Feng Yaya ran back with claws and teeth, jumped up and jumped on Suhi, but was knocked back by a huge octopus leg. This is yours. You must finish it. Feng Yaya was dumbfounded, holding the tentacles that were as thick as herself and had grown countless times. The green snake next to him was already stunned. Feng Yaya was accustomed to eating high-quality meat here at Suhi's place. But this was the first time that Qing Shi had not opened her wits the last time she ate it. Who still remembers it? The green snake smelled the rich fragrance of the king squid and felt the surging spiritual power. The whole snake couldn't help but shudder. Why do you want me? Green snake couldn't help but ask. Giving too much. Enough to buy the snake's life. Green snake thought this, and then suddenly realized. With an expression that said I understood, he nodded and said, I will keep it a secret for you. Suhi didn't react for a while. By the time he reacted, the green snake had already wrapped its tentacles around it and happily returned to the island, found an open area, and swallowed the tentacles bit by bit. Feng Yaya looked at her and opened her mouth to imitate her, but was poked to the point of nausea. He spat loudly. A fur seal sneaked out and bit Xiang Feng Yaya's tentacle while no one was paying attention. But he was blocked by a wall of water halfway. And then he was pushed into the water and beaten by Suhi. The seal screamed and ran away, hiding far away in the seawater. whimpering. The sky was getting dark. There was a bonfire on the island. Feng Yaya was greedy. The green snake slumped next to the bonfire, with its plump body motionless. Suhi huddled in the water, devouring the prey one by one. For seals whined in the distance. The stars in the sky blinked. This time she was very full. And Suhi had not been able to hold on like this for a long time. Lying in the water, I had no intention of practicing, and fell asleep without realizing it. Until 3 strokes into the day, a cursing voice came from afar. Grandma has nothing but legs. What a turtle grandson. How about beating Mr. Frog's bitch? Chapter 134 Toad. Suhi opened his hazy sleepy eyes and looked forward. I saw a huge sea dog swimming in the endless sea. On top of its head was a delicate little recliner the size of a watermelon. On the recliner, a green toad had its legs crossed, wearing a mink vest, and clicked a huge tobacco pouch. Cursing and coming this way, the frog was lying on the couch, looking at the sky, puffing on a cigarette and cursing his parents. After the seal swam to the beach, the toad stood up and looked this way. Let me see. This little turtle is trying to grab me. It suddenly froze, and after a while, it screamed hysterically. Toad, you green flower. Dragon turtle. The tobacco pouch fell from the toad's paw, and the fiery red tobacco pipes jumped out and landed on the seal's head. The seal screamed and toppled the lounge chair together with the toad, and slapped its head with its 2 front fins. The pipe toad fell into the sea. The shreds of tobacco do not go out when they fall into the water, but also make crackling and popping sounds. Toad's mink fur was soaked, but he didn't notice it. He just stared at Suhi with his mouth open. After a long while, he suddenly jumped up and said, Hack you. Uncle, where did the dragon turtle come from? How could there be a dragon turtle? Which dragon turtle egg has hatched? It's not even a millennium yet. How could a dragon turtle appear? It held its scalp with its 2 little paws, looking unwilling to accept it. The green snake swam clumsily towards the toad, tilted its head and looked at the toad. Demon? Toad suddenly raised his head. What about monsters? Do you look down on monsters? Lord Frog is the only big monster in this world. It's not a demon. It's a spirit beast. It kept chattering, and Suhi wrinkled his nose and took a breath. Gulada's spirit beast had stayed above Suhi's head for a long time, and Suhi was very familiar with the spirit beast's aura. No matter how much the frog smoked, he could not hide the vague and solid aura that seemed to be outside of this world. All talking soul beasts must be at least level 3. The toad's voice squeaked and was suppressed back in his throat. It squinted at Suhi and said for a long time, Gwawazi, you are not a local dragon turtle. You are an outsider. Who among the local dragon turtles knows that such a rare thing as a soul beast is? The amount of information was a bit large, so Suhi squinted at it. Is there a dragon turtle here? There's a shovel. Toad vomited. Is there really a dragon turtle and frog who will be trapped here for thousands of years? Frog. No swearing. Feng Yaya looked down at Toad with her hands on her hips, a light flashing in her eyes. This frog is not as tall as me. Younger brother. The toad was startled and his eyelids twitched. Gwawazi. If you have been a frog for so long like me, and can still talk, I will think you are a god. It stood upright, stepped on the water, and walked to Feng Yaya, raising its head and staring at Feng Yaya. Feng Yaya was stunned for a moment. Suddenly understanding, he stretched out a small hand and patted its head. Be good. Stop making trouble and go play. In the past, when she made a mistake and looked at Aunt Lin like this, Aunt Lin would do this. Toad blinked and gaped. Suhi walked around behind it and blocked the toad's retreat. What is the dragon turtle you are talking about? The toad turned around and rubbed its paws. If you want to say this, I'm interested. The orphan croaked twice. Do you know where this is? Suhi shook his head. I don't know either. Toad said with a bit of pride. But I know you can't get out of this place. Only the dragon turtle can take people out. Why? Suhi was curious. Does the dragon turtle still have the ability to travel beyond boundaries? Toad spread his hands. Who knows? Maybe this was once the nest of a certain dragon turtle. Or maybe it was a place where dragon turtles played. Or it was a place where dragon turtles raised their illegitimate children. Anyway, I know that there are only dragon turtles in this place. Only then can we see the border and travel out. It looked at Suhi. Shall we cooperate? You sell me some of the dragon turtle's true blood. And when I breed the next batch of dragon turtles, and they can go out, I will take you out with me. Suhi looked at it strangely. Toad waved his hand. I know what you are thinking. You are thinking that after you transform into the mythical beast dragon turtle, you can freely enter and leave the boy. You are overthinking. Who can transform into a dragon turtle whenever he wants? Have you not noticed that the beasts here are not afraid of you and can't sense your aura? There were real dragon turtles here. And the beasts here are only afraid of real dragon turtles. You don't have the god of dragon turtles. The toad said earnestly. Listen to Mr. Frog. I have been here for thousands of years, collecting the breath of dragon turtles here to breed turtle eggs, and hatching them after thousands of years. They will come out with the breath of dragon turtles. As long as you use your dragon turtle true blood to water the turtle eggs, there will definitely be a pure dragon turtle next time the SHL breaks. It's only 100 years until we break out of our SHL next time. As long as you are willing to cooperate, maybe we can go out next time. After Toad finished speaking, he looked at Sue-He hopefully. Is it possible? I promise not to let you get hurt. After collecting the true blood, you will be replenished immediately. Sue-He immediately stayed away. The dragon turtle's true blood comes from the dragon turtle's Tao body in the heart orifice. Every time a point of Tao body is consumed, a point of true blood is formed. When the true blood is collected, what can be used to replenish it? The Tao body has gradually been transparently consumed. Don't look at me like that. The toad jumped and said, believe it or not, 3,000 years ago, there was a little dragon turtle. Don't break in. It didn't listen to us. It was self-righteous and thought it could transform into a mythical beast. It ate green to hair, the black demon transforming fruit. It didn't even transform into the mythical beast dragon turtle. And the turtle I was thrown on the seabed. What are your chances? The blue-black demon transforming fruit is hard to come out for thousands of years. There will never be that chance again. Seeing that Sue-He was still hiding, or even moving away from it, the toad suddenly became excited. Hey! If you don't become a dragon turtle, you will be trapped here. My soul beast has an infinite lifespan. And you don't plan to go out? If you miss this time, you will be trapped here. It will take 1,000 years to hatch. You are just a turtle with the blood of a dragon turtle. There are strange beasts everywhere here, and you may not be able to survive. Sue-He's eyes were shining. I won't go out. I'm happy here, but don't miss Shu. The toad was stunned suddenly. He took off his mink vest and threw it on the sea. He pointed a paw at Sue-He and said, you, for a long time, and was speechless. Finally he jumped up, glanced at Sue-He with disappointment, picked up his little chair from the water, jumped back on top of the seal, and sat down hard. I searched around for a long time looking for the tobacco bag, but couldn't find it, which made me even more angry. Another turtle. The same one 3,000 years ago. And the same one now. All those born in the year of the dragon and turtle have a donkey temper. And they will not look back until their heads are bruised and bleeding. It stamped its feet angrily, while the seal beneath it tilted its head and didn't know what to do. Toad is even more frustrated. So stupid. Why did you choose such a guy to be your mount in the first place? It pulled out a small riding crop from under the small chair and waved it with a snap. The seal immediately understood and paddled the water with all 4 fins at the same time, racing rapidly. Short-sighted turtle. The toad was cursing. And as he was cursing, he suddenly thought of something and suddenly raised his head. Did the turtle just speak human language? Chapter 135 Properties. A frog has been alone here for thousands of years, and his brain's reflexes are a little slow. Then he suddenly realizes that this turtle is following the path of a divine beast. If he speaks before he becomes a divine beast, he has gone astray to learn other paths. People's words carry the Tao, and only when one's own Tao rhyme is sufficient can one speak human words. This turtle doesn't even have the power of a dragon turtle. It's obvious that the mythical beast has not yet become a mythical beast. It must be able to speak through heretics. Not a son of man. Not a son of man. If you don't follow the dragon turtle avenue, what nonsense is there to comprehend? It stood up on the head of the seal and looked at Sue-He, but could not see clearly from a distance. Then it jumped on the small chair, looked at Sue-He and shouted, Gurgwa! Sue-He looked towards this room. The toad shouted at the top of his lungs. Young dragon turtle does have attributes. There are those who belong to earth, and their strength is infinite, and they can walk up the mountain. There are those who belong to fire, and their bodies are like the glowing sky and the earth. There are those who belong to water, and they have feet on the vast ocean. Lulu. Just as it was feeling full of energy, the fur seal beneath him suddenly turned and pounced on a starfish drifting with the current, flipping the toad down along with a lounge chair. A mouthful of seawater poured into its trachea, and the toad choked. Suhi saw a flash of green light floating up. The toad took a small whip and slapped it at the seal. The seal screamed and didn't dare to move. The toad landed on top of it and looked at Sue with resentment. Millet. I felt aggrieved because its beautiful arrangement was interrupted. Without that feeling. The toad sighed, rubbed the fur seal's head bitterly, and shouted to Suhi, "No matter what kind of dragon turtle they are dragon turtles first. And then they have attributes. Don't put the cart before the horse." Suhi was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't know why. He knew that the toad was sincerely reminding him. He solemnly gave a long groan to the toad to thank him. The toad sat back on top of the seal's head, with the soles of his feet facing each other, and his front paws crossed in front of his chest. The dragon turtle must have understood how serious it was. It's not in vain that I suddenly had a flood of words. I'm just looking at the comparison. Does the dragon turtle have the attributes of water, earth, and fire? It seems that I have never heard of it. It flicked its claws, and was immediately relieved. Never mind it. The meaning was clearly expressed anyway. It's a pity that all the mythical beasts are stubborn donkeys, and they will never give true blood if they say they won't. Finally, they met a little dragon turtle, who not only refused to give true blood, but also went astray. Then it would be even more impossible to advance to the level of a divine beast. If you want to go out, you have to look at my turtle eggs. The seal carried the toad all the way away. Feng Yaya looked at the increasingly smaller black dots on the sea and felt lost. It was so easy to meet a little guy. Next time we meet, we must teach him good manners. Don't curse. And don't say goodbye when you want to leave. She pouted and returned to the island. The wild boar on the island was so frightened that it peed and lay on the ground shivering. It's too scary. The sea is too scary. Besides that big fish, there is such a thing. Its pig eyes and pupils have turned into the shape of a fur seal. It's a pity that I didn't see Suhi beating up the seal yesterday. Otherwise I don't know how to look at Suhi. Suhi paddled toward the deep sea, feeling a heavy burden lifted from his heart. Entering this space is not a conspiracy. It is not someone who came in under a scheme. It was a pure mistake. Maybe the Sanshin Gate was not used for fighting in ancient times. It is very likely that the one Feng Yiju built was the gate for a certain dragon turtle to go home. In the distant ocean, killer whales were floating quietly on the water, and the bodies of 3 little killer whales had disappeared. Suhi missed the legendary whale fall, but it was a blessing in disguise. Wasn't it because I ate a huge king squid that was double the quality? At this moment, I still feel uncomfortable in my stomach. Suhi looked at the killer whale, communicating with his eyes, and asking questions with his eyes. He was too overwhelmed and didn't want to speak. Where's the clan? Suhi asked it to bring the tribe yesterday. This world needs to be explored. Even if there is a chance to ask questions from the toad's mouth, the exploration must be explored. Soul beasts are different from normal creatures. Soul beasts are between reality and reality. Neither real nor illusory. Some places are safe and sound for spirit beasts, but they are a dead end for ordinary creatures. For example, the H.L. goes space. The opposite is also true. There are many places that are ordinary, but absolutely inaccessible to spirit beasts. The killer whale didn't dare to look at Suhi. His eyes were wandering. Wow wow! It shouted. It probably means that the tribe has gone hunting somewhere. Suhi glanced at it suspiciously, and signaled it to bring it over as soon as the tribe returned. Divide the water into the sea and fall into the bottom of the sea. This seabed is the place where Suhi found the best practice effect by using Mingqian. The toad advised Suhi not to go astray. But Suhi must not have gone astray now. The purpose of all his practice is blood, bones, and internal organs. The dragon turtle transformation of the Fu organs is always moving in the direction of the dragon turtle. The general direction is correct. Even if we take a detour, there will be no mistakes. This is the true purpose of Mingqian. Always knowing what you are doing. After Mingqian spreads in practice, it will inevitably trigger a small climax in the practice world. This is a powerful tool that can continuously collect merit. When he fell to the bottom of the water, he saw a 2-star sea turtle that was only 1 size smaller than him. He was constantly looking and searching everywhere, worrying about gain and loss in every move he made. Suddenly seeing Suhi, his eyes lit up. Suhi couldn't help but laugh, not knowing what to think. He is not afraid of losing his virginity. He is only 3 years old. He may have enough ambition, but not enough strength. It's just that the presence of turtles here is too disruptive to one's spiritual practice. Suhi groaned lowly, and a hint of divine power emerged. The fish, shrimps and crabs around him immediately stopped moving. and even the corals became as quiet as if they had been sprayed with insecticide. The turtle rolled his eyes and fainted. This bit of divine power isn't enough to hurt it. But it's fine to let it sleep peacefully. It was the fish and shrimps around that suffered. Suhi swiped his claws, and a whirlpool appeared, dragging the turned-over fish, shrimps, and turtles away into the distance. After settling into the water and sinking, Suhi huddled on the bottom of the sea and closed his eyes to meditate. Mingjian data update. Status: healthy and strong. True blood, 89.9%. Bone sacrifice, 13%. Internal organs, 14%. The bones and internal organs are improved throughout the day. And food has a great influence. I should have found a method to strengthen digestion and practiced it before. But it was a pity. Suhi practiced quietly. Feng Yaya was riding a wild boar wildly in the forest. Riding with a saddle and pedals was indeed much more comfortable. Green Snake is a good snake. Don't eat snake meat in front of her in the future. Even Green Snake always wants to use the skin of the big lizard to make a saddle. But she is a little reluctant to do so. Although the big lizard is stupid. It feels good to wear, and is soft enough to withstand beatings. Feng Yaya drove the wild boar through the jungle, danced with its stick bones, and rushed towards another monitor lizard, which was a 3-star monitor lizard. There were many monitor lizards on the other side of the island. The stick hit him, and the giant lizard was knocked away before he could scream, and the stick bone in his hand broke with a click. Feng Yaya was stunned and froze on the spot. Her little face looked a little unhappy. Not as exciting as she had imagined. It was so painful that I woke up this time with more strength. I was supposed to fight for 70 or 80 rounds. But a wild boar was knocked down by the giant lizard's tail. The dangerous moment suddenly broke out. No matter how hard it was to win, the strength suddenly disappeared. Take control. Not fun anymore. It's still fun to catch whales and go to the sea. Chapter 136 Barbarian King. In the distance, there is a green snake coiled on the tree looking at Feng Yaya. The snake's tail hangs down from the tree, which is very comfortable. Sometimes I really envy this little girl. She has a good background, good talent, and good looks. She will definitely be a charming little fairy when she grows up. The leader is so powerful. He is at the 3rd level of the sky. He is like a god. The leader's wife is also very powerful. She was already in the heaven-stepping realm earlier. And she is also the most talented monk in the Qingyuan sect. No matter how talented the dragon turtle is, he is still a mythical beast. Sure enough, the beast was even more angry than the beast. The most irritating thing is that dragon turtle is so talented, and yet he works so hard and goes to practice in the sea again. She never dared to go into the sea. She had only gone into the sea twice in her life. Once she was played and beaten by a 6-star killer whale, and once she encountered a 6-star for seal. Fortunately, she ran fast. Otherwise the dragon turtle and seal dog would have chopped her into small snakes in the aftermath of the battle. Compared with the land and sea, the sea is wider, and the strange beasts are naturally more powerful and ferocious. Green Snake has decided not to go to the sea again until it has the body and ability of its ancestors. It's pretty good on the shore. As long as Feng Yaya doesn't sleep, there's no need to worry about any enemies. Feng Yaya only felt depressed for a while, then returned to the cave happily, sitting at the lintel of the cave entrance, swinging her little feet happily. Below, Green Snake helped her straighten the saddle and told stories. This is the story of the barbarian king coming out of the mountain. The barbarian king had a black and white sky-devouring bear on his crotch, holding a golden hammer with a beating drum, and swept across the hundreds of thousands of mountains. Village after village. Tens of thousands of tribes all surrendered. This is Green Snake entering Linan and reading wild history in his spare time. It tells the romantic history of a barbarian king in the 100,000 mountains in the south in ancient times. Of course, when I told Feng Yaya, I omitted all the romantic deeds, leaving only the story of the barbarian king conquering hundreds of thousands of mountains and conquering the heavens. Feng Yaya's blood was boiling as she looked at the island behind her, with a pair of big eyes shining brightly. The roars of beasts on the island were heard one after another. Tomorrow. Defeat them. Suhi's consciousness returned to his mind orifice, and the writing appeared on the clear mirror. Status, healthy. True blood, 89.9%. Bone sacrifice, 13%. Internal organs, 15%. After 1 day's practice, the internal organs increased by 1%, and there was a decimal point at the end. But Suhi ignored it, and did not let it appear. The internal organs will change with changes in food, mood, and state. Being too detailed is meaningless, and waste spiritual energy. Suhi opened his eyes leisurely, and saw a fur seal sneaking close to a turtle not far ahead, ready to pounce at any time. However, the turtle was completely unaware and only looked at Suhi cautiously, wanting to approach but not daring to do so. "The turtle won't be killed," Suhi said, and the sea dog was startled, his face full of doubts, and he couldn't understand at all. How stupid! Suhi hit it with a wave of water and knocked it several miles away. The rhythm was suddenly interrupted, and the seal's hidden aura was exposed. The turtle's hair stood on end. He paddled in the water with a bang, and water cannons exploded under each limb, pushing it, and suddenly fled in the opposite direction. I didn't dare to look back. Suhi does not eat turtles, nor does he kill turtles unless he snatches the food. When I was in Tinghai Lake, I fought with other small turtles, was bitten, and killed other old turtles. But generally, they keep a respectful distance and avoid each other. After a while, the fur seal swam back, searching for the escaped turtle. It sat leisurely with a toad on its head. It no longer had a mink vest, and had a grass skirt tied around its waist. It got a cigarette bag from somewhere, and was smoking. The fiery red tobacco burns normally on the bottom of the sea, and a string of bubbles appears on the smoke pot from time to time. It looked at Suhi and pouted, still angry that Suhi refused to sell his true blood. He put his paws into the grass skirt and dug through it. He took out a ball of green mud and threw it towards Suhi. Despicable assassin. Suhi retreated and saw the mud ball getting bigger and bigger in the air, until it turned into a huge turtle SHL and crashed onto the seabed. The inside and outside of the turtle SHL are covered with green hairy water plants, and a faint pressure of the dragon turtle comes from the turtle SHL. This is the remnant of the dragon turtle. For your understanding, if you succeed in practice and accidentally turn into a divine beast, remember to owe me a favor. The dragon turtles were all too stubborn and refused to go out together with him. Then everyone can only play their own way. But Toad has little confidence in cultivating the dragon turtle this time. Even if what he cultivates is not a living being, it is just a one-time counterfeit product that breaks the world and immediately disappears into nothing. But still no confidence. Let this be an alternative path. Having been trapped in this lish place for thousands of years, Frog wants to get out. Seeing Suhi's shocked eyes, the toad curled his lips and rode the seal towards the island. I have to find my big tobacco bag. This dry tobacco will not explode and smoking is not pleasant at all. When Suhi came to his senses, the toad had left. Only a turtle I was left in front of him. Waved the water to form a whirlpool to clean the turtle SHL, revealing its original appearance of earthy color and its two attributes of water and soil. The original race cannot be seen. Only a faint pressure of dragon turtle remains. Suhi walked around it a few times, but couldn't figure out why. His consciousness reached out and enveloped the turtle SHL. It is the basic operation of a monk to use his spiritual consciousness when he is in trouble. The scene in front of him changed. In his mind, Suhi saw a goshawk grabbing a flower turtle and falling from a high altitude towards a small island, hoping to break the flower turtle and devour it. Unexpectedly, the flower turtle not only survived when it was hit on the island, but also found a cave and hid in it. The goshawk chirped and became frustrated, but had no choice but to return without success. The flower turtle got into the cave and remained motionless. The turtle's I was broken and it couldn't move. It could only rest quietly to recover from its injuries. Just when it was sleeping, a ray of light fell next to it, and then a demon-transforming fruit grew, bloomed, and bore fruit near its mouth. And God fed it. The pictures flashed, then flashed, one after another. It's all about how this turtle struggled to survive, and step by step embarked on the path of the dragon turtle. Then the bloodline evolution stopped at 60%. After condensing 60% of the true blood, bones, and internal organs, no more inches can be made. Until by chance, it found out that there was such a small world, which might be related to the mythical beast dragon turtle. So it tried every means to get in. The entrance it entered was not the Sanshin Gate, but a cave. Once you enter, you cannot get out. And until you die of old age in this small world, your bloodline cannot go any further. This is the final result for most beasts who take the path of mythical beasts. The blood vessels are stagnant, and there is no progress. Being able to condense 60% of his bloodline, this dragon turtle is already a genius. He and Suhi were in completely different situations. Suhi had already condensed nearly 90% of his true blood, but the dragon turtle Dao shadow in his heart orifice was still there, and could still be condensed. It's just that the grade of the flesh and blood is too low now. And the newly created blood is not the true blood of the dragon turtle. Suhi needs to stop and nourish the flesh and blood first. This does not mean that the evolutionary path is stagnant. The advancement process of this dragon turtle can only be used as a reference. But the dozens of bloodline evolution elixirs recorded in it can be learned by Suhi. And this little world. According to this dragon turtle's calculation, becoming a mythical dragon turtle can indeed control the way in and out of this small world. And it is the only way. It's almost like owning a small world in disguise. It's heart-pounding. Chapter 137 Oath of Oath. At the same time, in Dongyun Mountain, there were 4 demon statues of the Ming dynasty on each side of the Sanxing Gate. The demon statues were as motionless as silence. Previously, Tao Tian from the Emperor's Great World came out of it, and he was just killed here by 8 demon statues. Feng Yiju stood in front of Sanxing Gate with his hands behind his back, while Gu Laodao held a wine gourd and leaned against a big tree in an imageless manner. Feng Yiju cupped his hands to Gu Laodao and said, "Uncle, there is indeed another mystery in this mortal sect. There must be a space whose entrance overlaps with the mortal sect. Junior brother Longgui and the green snake must have entered there. A space of ignorance." The dragon turtle got into the Sanchengmen, but did not appear in the 2 realms of battle. He thought he was hiding. Then the green snake did the same. A group of teens all arrived, and only one snake disappeared. One is a dragon turtle, and the other is a snake demon. They are both treasures, and it is impossible not to check them out. Gu Laodao clicked his tongue. "This turtle boy, he is a deserter." He slammed the gourd on the tree. "Punish him. The master's nephew can be punished as he wants. There is no need to worry about Laodao. The door is a no-brainer." Feng Yiju smiled and shook his head. "Uncle, you are joking. This is really an uncontrollable force. How can you blame junior brother Longgui? It is impossible for junior brother to be in a crisis of life and death at this moment." He calmed down for a moment and said solemnly, "Uncle, don't worry. When my true body returns from the 2 realms of war, I will try to refine this space. I can't open it now. If I refine it into my cave world, I can't open it if I don't believe it. I will rescue my junior brother. This special space can be faintly sensed, and its level is very high, far exceeding the H.L. Ghost space. He wants it. Jackie Chan Turtle, you must transform into the mythical beast Dragon Turtle. Suhi likes this small world. This is not a space like the prison ghost space, but a real small world. Although it's a little smaller, and it's all ocean. Isn't it better?" Suhi couldn't help but smile. There simply couldn't be a more suitable home base than here. Suhi withdrew his consciousness and looked at the bright pearl on the top of the turtle SH.L. This is the essence of the dragon turtle's body that was condensed after his death, and contains 60% of the dragon turtle's bloodline. As long as ordinary turtles are refined, they can instantly become a dragon turtle with 60% bloodline. But it's no use. Suhi had enough true blood of his own, and if he really refined it, it might contaminate the true blood and reduce his own purity. After all, in addition to the 60% dragon turtle bloodline in this thing, there is also 40% bloodline of the turtle itself. Suhi had no ability to separate them. "Thank you very much." Suhi nodded to Turtle SH.L to express his gratitude. These are Taoist friends in the true sense, walking together on the path of divine beasts. And they are both dragon turtles. This Turtle SH.L will remain here. If other turtles can get this opportunity, it will be a blessing in disguise. Presumably, this is also what this dragon turtle hopes for. All mythical beasts long to give birth to offspring of bloodline, just like the drop of peacock essence and blood in the foreign minister space. Even if it dies, it still asks Suhi to help it continue its inheritance. This dragon turtle is already dead, and the turtle beads still need to be condensed. It's just the same expectation. This is the instinct of having the blood of a mythical beast. It is difficult to understand and unreasonable. Just like Suhi now. Even though he is only 3 years old, he still has some charming fantasies sometimes. So I don't blame him. This is true for all mythical beasts. And my beloved concubines are everywhere in the world. After attaining the status of a divine beast, the first priority is to carry on the family lineage. Suhi separated the water and went up. From his perspective, the entire sky was rippling, and the stars were moving with the waves in the water. When the waves came, they seemed to collide with each other, but they passed each other. It was just an illusion. Looking at the moon in the water is so beautiful. When you reach the sea, The seawater flows down from the turtle L on Turtle Mountain. The bird's nest becomes Tianchi, with several waterfalls hanging beside Tianchi. There were bonfires all over the island, and Feng Yaya was riding on a wild boar. She was wearing a small armor, which was just made of wood and had no defense. The weapon in his hand was also changed. It turned out to be a huge smoking stick as long as his body, and the tobacco in the pipe was flickering with flames. She stood up with a sword and was doing a swearing-in ceremony. Nearly 10 strange beasts sat obediently in the center of the bonfire, listening to Feng Yaya's scolding and not daring to move. There were small fist marks on their bodies, warning them of the consequences of any movement. The green snake coiled around Yaya, with its head erect and spitting out words. Its eyes were bright and full of joy and curiosity. Feng Yaya looked serious and patrolled back and forth like a general on the battlefield. Conquer this island today. Kill, she started, and the toad was riding on a toad, holding up a pipe, and shouted the most joyfully. Kill! Kill! She slapped the toad and sat down first, followed Feng Yaya's footsteps, and went to the deep forest of the island to kill. It's just that the toad jumped too slowly, knocking him up every time it jumped, and his legs were dragging helplessly in midair. He fell down and then shouted, Kill! A frog has been trapped in this world for thousands of years. Only now does he know what life is. The other beasts didn't dare to disobey and chased after him with howls. More than a dozen strange beasts, baring their teeth and claws with murderous intent, swept toward the island. Suhi was confused. This girl has no restraints and has completely let herself go. She was the only human on the entire island, and she didn't seem lonely at all. And she was having a lot of fun. A killer whale in front tilted its head and looked at the island. Not sure why. He couldn't understand why these strange beasts, who were not part of the same tribe, were getting together. Get beaten? In the afternoon, the little girl actually came to see it, asking it to come ashore to help fight. What an embarrassment to the whale. The turtle asked it to bring the group over several times, but it refused. It's not enough for one whale to be beaten. Why should we bring the whole family over to be beaten? Although the whale doesn't know what conscience is, it really does have it. Suhi looked at it and groaned. Where is the whale group I want? The killer whale was startled, and when he turned around, he saw the vicious turtle. He suddenly looked away and started barking wildly. This is refusal to give in. Suhi rushed up to it, beat it up, and drove it back. I won't see the whales again tomorrow. My food for the next year will be killer whales. The killer whale was stunned, although it didn't know what a year was. It understood from the idea behind Suhi's voice that it was a long time. It's enough for it to give birth to a baby once. The killer whale remained silent in the water for a long time, then swam reluctantly toward the group of whales, patting its tail. The fur seal hid aside and did not dare to show up. Although it was stupid, it had no memory. It had only hunted a baby killer whale once, and now it was looking for death. It couldn't beat the killer whale. The distance was too close for it to escape. These do not require mental calculation at all. They can be known by experience. But after I sent the toad to the island, I was blocked by a killer whale before I could return. He couldn't stealth and sneak quickly, so he had to shed a layer of skin today. The killer whale walked away, then paddled its fins around Suhi and swam toward the deep sea. That big turtle was not a good thing, although it didn't give off a dangerous aura, and it didn't look like it was going to hunt it. It would fight on sight, and it snatched his prey 3 times in the past 2 days. If it can't be defeated, it must be killed. When a fur seal enters the sea and swims 300 to 400 miles, he will find a 1-star wolffish. This gray and black fish is the fur seal's favorite. The wolffish has just emerged from the cave and is hunting quietly. The fur seal was quieter than it, lurking and swam behind the wolffish, then suddenly burst out and bit the wolffish's tail. Before the wolffish could use its skills, it pulled it back, then suddenly let go and bit it on the head with a click. The wolffish struggled to move. Hunting successful. Since it gained the stealth skill after advancing to 6 stars, it has been able to hunt with no disadvantages. Just as he was about to enjoy it happily, a wave of water slapped him and slapped him away. The turtle appeared out of nowhere and snatched away the prey with a wave of his claws. Chapter 138 90%. The sea dog looked confused. The turtle pushed the 2 wolffish aside in disgust. Then a pair of prawns were pulled out from behind the turtle L. Each one was as big as a sandbag, and each had an extinguished star above its head. These were freshly hunted, as if to show off to it again. Fur seal. You have prey, and you still come to snatch it from me. And you won't stop until you die? It roared and charged forward. And the turtle was immediately afraid of its desperate appearance, and ran away without even thinking of its prey. The fur seal hugged the prawn and barked at him a few times, then proudly circled around the prawn and the wolf fish. This turtle is not too strong to resist. It is just here to deliver food. As soon as this idea came to his mind, he saw the turtle coming back to kill him. He was so fast that he couldn't even react. He was bitten on the back fin, rounded it up, slapped it on the seabed, and then threw it away far away. Go out. When the dice falls, the quality of the prawn X5. A critical attack. Moreover, this shrimp is a special and exotic beast. One male and one female are linked together. Together they are considered a strange beast. There are stars above their heads. When separated, they are ordinary and strong prawns. Quality improvement is also a simultaneous improvement for both parties. This is prawns in the truest sense. The wolf fish has already rolled the dice when it is snatched back, and it will not be thrown again if it is snatched back again. In the past 10 days, I have used a clear mirror to record the patterns of dice every day. With more data, the rules will gradually appear. The points rolled are random, and there is no room for trickery. So he basically has 2 or 3 points, which is purely due to luck. The law of quality appearance. The probability of quality improvement of the collected offerings is about 10%. The probability of robbery is higher, 20%. And if it is he's hunting prey, and it is snatched away and then snatched back, the chance of being of high quality is over 30%. It is more cost-effective to collect offerings. Robbery is too complicated. Collecting offerings can be like herding crocodiles in Tinghai Lake. Collecting offerings from the entire group. Although the probability is small, the base is large enough. He set his sights on the killer whales. This is not oppression. They often give 2 or 3 suho in return. It's a win-win situation. Leaving a wolf fish for the fur seal. The water waves swept the remaining prey to find a quiet spot and enjoy it slowly. This is a not too high sea cliff. In front of it is an endless sandy land with corals and not many fish. There was no fighting nearby, so it seemed peaceful and peaceful. A ray glided along the bottom of the sea, its wings fluttering, and a sea of aqua stars flashed on the dark bottom of the sea. It's like fluorescent lights are flying, although it went out in just a moment. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. He swallowed the prawns in 2 mouthfuls, jumped out of the water and paddled down. When he landed on the bottom of the sea, he stepped on it and saw a starry sky. Every step you take is a piece of aqua blue fluorescence that flashes and goes out. The fluorescence is rolling with the seawater, and small fish are playfully shuttled and stirred, as if they are swimming in the starry sky. Waving his claws, the water ripples. Suddenly, a vortex formed and floated up from the bottom of the sea. In an instant, the entire vortex turned into a blue star, with this group of stars flying and swaying overhead. He lay on the bottom of the sea and looked up. The sea water swayed through the scales. It was clear and cool, and there were fish swimming on the turtle mountain, trying to build holes in the bird's nest. It's rare to find peace in my heart. There was a click, as if something was broken. A dragon turtle power surged out from Suhi. Not surging but endless. The fish swimming around seemed to have encountered natural enemies, and fled in an instant. Suhi was startled. He felt as if there was something extra in him. He raised his paw and looked at it. There was nothing different. His mind swept over it. Suhi is still the same Suhi. And the bald-horned dragon turtle is still the same bald-horned dragon turtle. Close your eyes. Your consciousness enters your mind, and the light shines on your clear mirror. Status, tranquil. True blood, 90.1%. Bone sacrifice, 14%. Internal organs, 16%. True blood breaks through the 90% mark. Suhi retracted his limbs into the turtle SH.L. and closed his eyes to look inside. Thoughts fall into the veins. The conditions of different blood vessels are different, and the waves in the arteries are as turbulent as the rapids of a river. However, the blue waves in the veins are vast and calm. But now it's completely different. Looking at it at this moment, the real blood all over his body seemed to have rolled away. Focus your mind and observe carefully, and you will feel like you have fallen into a fast-flowing river. Amid the turbulent waves, a noble warrior leaned out of the river, wearing a white helmet and white armor, holding a sword and a halberd, looking murderous. There are also red cargo ships sailing on the river, fully loaded with goods. It is not a real warrior or cargo ship, but an image formed by momentum and divine power. The true blood circulated once, and there were more soldiers and cargo ships. Suddenly, a battle formation was formed. With swords, and iron swords. An endless stream of ships came down the river. This blood seems to come alive. The food in his belly was consumed rapidly. He didn't dare to think too much. He took out a pile of warm jade and threw it into his mouth. He immediately activated the turtle longevity and breathing technique and shrank his SHL in place to practice. It's time for the true blood breakthrough to be consolidated. Every time he breathed and breathed, he could only hear the loud shouts of killing. And his heart was beating violently, like a drum beating in support. He was completely immersed in it, unaware of the passage of time. No fish or shrimp dared to approach it. At first, it was 5 to 6 feet. Then it became 10 feet. At this moment, the area within 100 feet has become a forbidden zone for all beasts. Even if a fish accidentally breaks in, it will immediately run away in a hurry. But it will still suppress its movements when running away. Just like waking up a wild beast. The starry sky above us has long been extinguished and silent. The killer whale came with 2 old tribesmen, and in his eyes was the tragic prospect of heroic sacrifice. When I swam to the small island, I couldn't see Suhi. I searched around and still couldn't find him. Tragedy turned into surprise. The killer whale jumped happily in the water, turned into a top with a turtle on its head, lifted the turtle up with its head, and slapped it away with its tail. Then I chased the turtle straight to the bottom of the sea. As I swam, I gradually felt something was wrong. There was great fear coming from the bottom of the sea. This fear was not the fear of life and death when encountering the 7-star alien beasts, but as if something was pressing from the soul. Like a god, he hurriedly looked down and saw the dragon turtle lying quietly on the bottom of the sea, its power coming from its body. The killer whale was stunned for a moment, and a bright light burst out from its eyes. Although its soul was trembling, the closer it got to the dragon turtle, the faster the demon star in its body rotated, and the whole whale seemed to take off. This turtle is like a genius. Surrounding the dragon turtle is a holy place for aquatic beasts to practice. The killer whale made a cheerful cry, swung its tail and swam quickly towards the group. Compared to advancing, what does getting beaten mean? Which kid dares not to come without dragon turtle taking action? The big tail can't kill it. The weather at sea is ever changing. I don't know when a thick fog filled the sea, covering the entire sea area. The moon went down, and the sun did not rise. The island was eerily quiet, with only the sound of huffing and puffing, and the bonfire shining through the fog. A grill was set up over the fire, roasting strange beasts. At this moment, Feng Yaya has over 100 soldiers under his command, and all the strange beasts on the island are here, either squatting down and waiting to eat meat, or hanging on the grill waiting to be eaten. Feng Yaya shuttled among the strange beasts, patting this head and touching that back. Everyone who received her condolences was frightened and trembling. The toad was satisfied. The tobacco in the pipe pot had not been extinguished, and he looked proud of the spring breeze. With such a little girl and a green snake that speaks so nicely, the next days of being trapped here will be much more interesting than before. It would be even better if the dragon turtle could be persuaded to donate some real blood. Chapter 139 Frog Croaking. Wow! Wow! The group of killer whales screamed joyfully, and followed the head whale out of the whale ranch, and came to the sea area where Suhi was. Animals communicate without clear words, and can only convey ideas. Our ancestors said it would be good here, so they came. Although resident whales have fixed hunting grounds, migration is also normal. The head whale led the group of whales into the sea, and led them to meet the new king. However, halfway through the journey, the group of whales refused to take a step forward. They swam uneasily in the sea, and refused to take a step forward despite the urging of the head whale. Other killer whales cannot feel the impact of this water on them. They only feel that there is a huge terror lurking below. Alien beasts don't know how to practice. The way to advance is to eat well, sleep well, and fight. Only 6 or 7 stars will have the ability to grow consciously even if they step into the first month of the month. Just like a camel entering the second month of the month with sadness, the group of whales ignored the urging of the head whale, and fled to the sea one after another. They emerged from the sea not far from the island. This is the instinct of marine animals. If there is a crisis in the deep sea, they will flee to the island. If there is a crisis in the shallow sea, they will flee to the deep sea. Orcas are also hunted, and not all orcas are 6 stars. In this group of killer whales, only the head whale has 6 stars, and the remaining strongest one has 4 stars. There are only 7 or 8 exotic beasts in total, and the remaining 10 or so are ordinary killer whales. Of course, the racial advantage is that ordinary killer whales and other 1-star or even 2-star exotic beasts can fight back and forth. Feng Yaya sat on the tallest boulder, swinging her little feet and devouring a large piece of tiger meat contentedly. Life was better when the green snake came. It would make salt from the seawater. Looking at a green wolf, Feng Yaya immediately put away her little feet and assumed a sitting position like a golden sword horse. Her blood-stained armor flashed with murderous intent in the firelight. The helmet was taken off and set aside. Half of the helmet ears were missing, which showed the cruelty of war. It may not be possible to bring hundreds of strange beasts to the mortal world to destroy the country, but it is not difficult to cause a catastrophe. Feng Yaya's eyes fell on the sea through the thick fog. A group of killer whales were swimming on the sea. They looked over one by one, but there was no big fish like hers. Strange face. Enemy! Just like the barbarian king mentioned by Green Snake. As soon as she unified her own tribe, other tribes came to attack her. She had just taken the initial step to conquer the island, and the big fish swarm came to attack. This is war. Feng Yaya didn't have the slightest fear, but was a little impatient. She threw away the tiger meat in her hand, put on her helmet, picked up the club bone and waved towards the sea. Acridine! He jumped down first, kicked up the wild boar that was snatching food, and jumped on top of the pig. The wild boar was still confused, but it had already habitually rushed out in the direction pointed by Feng Yaya's stick bone. The other beasts hurriedly swallowed the food in their mouths and charged closely. The fog was thick, and I couldn't see the road. I could only follow the sound of the king's horse's hooves and run. Roar! Hold head high! Ouch! Then, boom! Gulu. This side is a 2-foot-high cliff on the shore, and people rush over and fall into the sea. They are all strange beasts on land. Who can swim compared with others will instantly cause people to fall off their backs. However, Feng Yaya had already killed one person and one pig into the whale group. Sitting down, the wild boar howled and rushed towards the group of whales, suddenly going out of tune. One end. Two ends. Wild boars can't count, so they know that the whole world is full of killer whales. The memory of being beaten away by a killer whale a few days ago came to mind again, and fear filled the pig's heart for an instant. Trembling, he dived into the water, turned around and ran away. Only Feng Yaya was left alone in the sea. Feng Yaya held a club in her hand and was fearless. She jumped on a 4-star killer whale and punched it. At this moment, the sound of wow, wow, wow came from the distance. It was a whale scolding the group of killer whales with swear words. It sounds a bit familiar. It's our own 6-star fish. One person and one whale blinked at each other. Feng Yaya pouted and became disappointed. It turned out that it was not a war. Then she became happy again. Big Fish and his family were here, so she could lead her army to attack other islands. Feng Yaya laughed happily, jumping back and forth on the killer whale, jumping from one end to the other, and returned to the island with a happy smile. Then came the screams of a wild boar killing a pig. If you run away from battle, you will eat meat. The toad squatted on the beach, leaning over and looking at the whales. This group of whales obviously did not come to seek refuge with Feng Yaya, but instead went to the little dragon turtle. Is this asking the entire group to surrender to the dragon turtle? 3,000 years ago, even that dragon turtle couldn't subdue a family of killer whales. This little dragon turtle absorbed the turtle beads in its SHL and advanced. Toad's eyes lit up. The charming voice of the snake-headed strategist came from behind. Little general, fighting across the sea is not that easy. We have to train. How do so many strange beasts get on the whale, and how do they get off the whale? It's easy to say if they win, but how do they escape quickly once they are defeated? Feng Yaya tilted her head, her face full of disbelief. Will this thing still fail? Feng Yaya never loses a battle. The toad was happy to hear this, jumped into the sea and swam in the direction where the killer whale came from. Rather than conquering the islands, it was more important to escape from this small world. Go and see how far the dragon turtle has advanced, and try to beg for a drop of true blood. At worst, you can promise to introduce a soul beast to him after he goes out. Toad is old, and his friends are all spirit beasts that have been around for thousands of years, and they are all at least 3rd grade. Dragon turtle made a lot of money. Follow the direction from which the whale came, all the way down and deep into the sea. Before reaching the bottom of the sea, a dragon turtle swung with power along the seawater. The fish and shrimps around were cautious and did not dare to approach. Toad's eyes lit up. He had indeed advanced. Although this power is not strong, it is extremely pure. much purer than the one 3,000 years ago. The toad sped up and flashed forward in the seawater. Blue lightning appeared in front of him and landed accurately next to Suhi several times in succession. Suhi closed his eyes and remained still, practicing peacefully. The toad circled around him a few times, stretched out its claws to feel the power of the dragon turtle coming from Suhi, and gradually opened its mouth. That's right. Although it's not as powerful as my old friend, it is indeed more pure. After absorbing the turtle beads, this little dragon turtle is one step closer than his old friend. This can be considered as helping an old friend fulfill his last wish. The toad looked around, but could not find the turtle SHL. He was startled. This devil kid even absorbed the turtle SHL? Does it know the tyranny of the dragon turtle carrying the mountain? This is too much. Those are the remains of seniors from the same clan. Just absorb the bloodline, and there won't be any residue left. It closed its eyes to sense it, then opened it after a moment and found it, still in the place where Long Gui usually practices. This little turtle boy still has a conscience. The toad flashed towards the turtle SHL. The old friend's last wish was fulfilled. It was time to collect the turtle SHL and find a place to bury him. Continuous flashes of light landed on the khaki turtle SHL. The toad raised its claws and pressed on the turtle SHL. Just as it was about to shrink, it suddenly discovered something, and doubts flashed in its eyes. Jump down and get into the turtle SHL. When you look up, you can see the round turtle beads hanging in the center of the turtle SHL, and the inside is filled with light. The bloodline inheritance has not diminished at all. That dragon turtle didn't refine any turtle beads. How can it be? The toad was so startled that the frog croaked. His breathing became rapid, and his eyes were filled with astonishment and then disbelief. He had seen the little dragon turtle. The purity of its flesh and blood was not high, less than 20%. How could he awaken the power of the dragon turtle without absorbing the turtle beads? This small world is related to the mythical beast dragon turtle. In the outside world, 20% of flesh and blood is enough to make all beasts surrender. But here the resistance of the beasts to the dragon turtle has increased in their bones. Without the pure power of the dragon turtle, he would never surrender. This is so. This is so. He advanced and awakened the power of the dragon turtle on his own. Chapter 140 Thunder Ape. The toad and the whole frog are not well. What happened to the little dragon turtle? It was stunned for a long time before it suddenly came to its senses. True blood. It must be real blood. The dragon turtle's true blood must be terrifyingly pure. Unfortunately, even if the purity of dragon turtle flesh and blood is low, it still possesses the power of a divine beast. It cannot see the blood in it through the turtle's SHL and scales. Toad giggled. The possibility of leaving this world is much higher, even if the little dragon turtle cannot advance to the divine beast in the end. His true blood is pure, and when he gives up advancing to the divine beast, he can ask for some true blood. The toad danced and had fun for a long time. Turning around, I saw a 2-star turtle. It looked at the SHL in front of it with confusion, as if it had some special idea. If you hit it with a toad, a tobacco bag or a pot, you won't even miss the turtle SHL. He collected the turtle SHL and swam back to the sea with one stroke of his 4 claws. At this time, the sea fog had dispersed, and the setting sun shone on the sea with sparkling waves. The whales on the coast have left, and there are only extinguished campfires and leftovers on the small island. Fong Yaya and a group of strange beasts disappeared. The whole island was so quiet that it was disconcerting. Going back to what Fong Yaya said before, these beasts may not have gone to attack other islands, but they actually forgot about their best assistant, who waved the flag. The toad was unhappy, so he landed on the island and sat in front of the extinguished bonfire, with his hands folded on his chest and feeling lost. At the same time, Fong Yaya and the others had landed on a large island thousands of miles away. This island is more than 10 times larger than the island they were originally on, and the strange beasts on the island are fierce. Fong Yaya's great cause of unification met a powerful enemy for the first time. As soon as they landed on the island, they ran into the territory of a 6-star giant ape. This orangutan has a tall and muscular body, standing 2 feet tall, and has a powerful body to control thunder and lightning. Fortunately, it cannot defeat Fong Yaya. At this moment, Fong Yaya was riding a wild boar standing on a rock, looking at the huge black ape that was stained red with blood on the opposite side, pointing out the country, and said with high spirits, "I have hundreds of powerful soldiers. BMW. Treasured pig tusks. Treasured tiger bones. What can you do to defeat me? Either surrender or die. This monkey is very powerful. But Feng Yaya is not a vegetarian either. Feng Yaya is never afraid of electricity. She looked at the hundreds of strange beasts on the ground. She sat down on the wild boar, held the club bone in her hand, and felt a surge of pride in her chest. The barbarian king is not as powerful as her at the beginning, and she still has to get married. The giant ape opposite looked at her, and his fist thundered on his chest. A half-foot-long electric current condensed on his fists. Just when Feng Yaya held her breath and concentrated, preparing to deal with the enemy, the giant ape suddenly turned around and jumped in. In the woods, the trees were pulled down and fled. Feng Yaya was left stunned, knocking the wild boar's head angrily. This big monkey doesn't have any respect for a strong man. She hummed a few times and tried to chase after it, but she saw that the golden clouds above her head dispersed. Dark clouds rolled in, and it was going to rain again. The barbarian king said that no army should march when it rains, and no war should be fought on rainy days. With a wave of her hand, she led hundreds of generals to retreat and find a place to shelter from the rain and camp. It rained heavily all night, and the dawn came much later. Feng Yaya pouted and was bored. But at this moment, the earth trembled, and a thumping sound came from the forest. When I turned around, I saw the giant ape from yesterday leaving and returning. It was riding on the back of an elephant, holding in its hand a huge bone that was as thick as a raptor and covered in blood. This giant ape didn't recover from his injuries that night, but actually subdued an elephant overnight, and hunted and snatched away exotic animals. Leg bones. The key point is that there are 40 or 50 giant apes behind it. Although they are not as powerful as it, they are still much taller than ordinary people. 2 5-star giant apes followed closely behind, acting as guardians on the left and right. It followed Feng Yaya's advice, collected its troops, gathered its horses, looked for weapons, and came back to fight. There was a commotion among the beasts on Feng Yaya's side, and the top among them was a 4-star monitor lizard. There was no way to fight this battle. The green snake waved its tail to persuade her to retreat quickly. But Feng Yaya was unafraid and high-spirited to fight. As soon as he sat down, the wild boar immediately came forward to greet him. The wild boar roared and ran faster and faster, running farther and farther away from the battlefield. It gains wisdom every time it takes a bite, and remembers a thing after a beating. Feng Yaya was not left behind when she escaped this time. Well, Feng Yaya was furious and jumped off the back of the wild boar. She stepped on the ground and turned into a fiery red shadow that shot toward the giant ape. When she suddenly accelerated, her armor was shattered, revealing her own red clothes. "Shake the mountain!" Feng Yaya shouted, waving her small fist and punching out. The giant ape on the opposite side beat his chest, jumped off the elephant, ran towards him, and punched Feng Yaya. The electric light flashed on the fist. Boom! There was a collision, and thunder and lightning jumped where the air shattered. No one or ape retreated. 2 5-star giant apes behind the giant ape came over at the same time, clenched their hands on top of their heads, and smashed straight at Feng Yaya. Regardless of animal ethics, 3 muscular beasts bullied a little girl. Feng Yaya kicked her foot, jumped back 10 feet to avoid the attack, stomped on a tree and broke a big tree, and then shot towards her. But he saw the 6-star giant ape, rounding his big bones, and hitting him with a stick. "Strike the moon!" Feng Yaya was in midair. Her body turned like a hero, and suddenly straightened like a sharp arrow, shooting through the bone of the club and nailing the giant ape. But at this moment, the 2 5-star giant apes each picked up a big bone and struck Feng Yaya with crackling lightning. Despicable hitter. Feng Yaya punched and smashed a stick bone, but was knocked away by a stick from behind and shot into the sea. The killer whales at sea whistled. This was a hurried training yesterday, and they agreed that once Feng Yaya was defeated, they would immediately whistle and retreat. The strange beasts, which had been struggling hard and being beaten, but did not dare to escape, immediately ran towards the seaside as if they heard the fairy voice. There was no need to command at all, and he jumped up the backs of the killer whales one after another. "Huh?" Feng Yaya jumped out of the sea and landed on the back of the killer whale with a cute look on her face. She was knocked away, but with that little strength, he couldn't hurt her. As long as she finds a way to separate the 3 giant apes, she can hammer them all into the soil one by one. Just as he was about to return to the battle, hundreds of his generals ran back as if they were fleeing. "I haven't lost yet." "And you surrendered first?" Feng Yaya felt depressed for a while. The green snake swam over with a smile. There are so many of them, and so many monkeys that we can't win. This is their territory. If other apes come to kill us, we won't be able to leave it all. Green Snake had already learned clearly from the rumors that this island was different from the previous island where all kinds of strange animals and flowers were blooming. This island is almost ruled by monkeys, and the island is full of monkey smell. Other exotic beasts are just free-range food. Even the 6-star giant ape might not be the monkey king. Monkeys have helpers. But we can't fight alone. It's not like we don't have helpers. The giant ape roared and chased out. He wanted to go into the sea, but was slapped back by a wave of water from the killer whale. One whale and one ape stared at each other with eager eyes. And at the same time the star symbol between their eyebrows flashed. Killer whales cannot come ashore. And giant apes dare not enter the water. Feng Yaya went up alone and faced an attack from a 6-star and 2 5-stars. This battle is unwinnable. Suhi woke up faintly, with several bubbles coming out of his nostrils. True blood is solid. 92%. The sound of drums and war in the blood has gradually faded away, and the soldiers and cargo ships are no longer visible. They only appeared for a period of time at the beginning, and have fallen into silence. But Suhi could feel that the real blood was really different. 90% of it should be a hurdle. After passing it, the whole turtle will be different. Not only does the surrounding sea water become more friendly, it stirs the sea water like an arm. Also gains some new abilities. I have to go up there and try to fight a killer whale. As Suhi was thinking, he heard a voice coming urgently. Big turtle! Big turtle! Come and help me fight! Chapter 141 The Critical Moment. 40 or 50 giant apes stood in a row, beating their chests and feet toward the sea, throwing rocks and dirt, and even indescribable objects. Some even stood up to urinate, showing great provocation. Sure enough, even if it is a strange beast, it still has the same temperament. This is the thunder ape, a strange beast whose bloodline has been condensed. Generally, alien beasts are the evolution of ordinary beasts by chance, and they have not essentially left the group. Just like killer whales, ordinary killer whales still make up the majority of the group. However, the descendants of alien beasts are innately powerful, and it will be easier to advance into alien beasts. Even powerful alien beasts give birth to children who are directly alien beasts. Gradually, such exotic beasts will form a new group, breaking away from the original ordinary beasts. Just like the thunder monkey, they are born as 1-star alien beasts, and become at least 2 stars as adults. And for those with extraordinary talents, it is not impossible for those with extraordinary talents to reach 6-star, 7-star, or even advance to Xianyu. A dark thundercloud condensed over the thunder ape, and then crackled. Thunder falls like rain. They are both thunder, but Lei Yuan is an earth thunder, and Suhi is a water mine, with completely different properties. Suddenly, a group of thunder apes hugged their bodies, shivering with cold, but they were covered in fire wounds. It's just a warning. The thunderclouds are too condensed, so the power of the falling thunderbirds will be much less, and they won't be able to kill the apes. There was lightning and thunder in the sky. Heavy rain poured down, and a dragon turtle emerged from the water. The dragon turtle's power poured out, and everyone from the whale group to the thunder ape suddenly became restless. The thunder ape king beat his chest and roared. The hair all over his body exploded, and electric current surged, shattering the surrounding rocks. Feng Yaya stood on Turtle Mountain, holding her little fists and glaring at the thunder ape king. Big monkey! Fight! She stepped on the Turtle Mountain, and with the backlash of the Turtle Mountain, she turned into a red cannonball and hit the thunder ape king. He punched the ape king back more than 10 feet. But instead of taking advantage of the victory, he punched down a 5-star thunder ape with his backhand, picked up its ankles, held it in his arms, spun it around, and threw it away. The thunder ape, which weighed at least 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms, was thrown hundreds of feet by her parabola. Feng Yaya grinned. I told you to hit me! I told you to hit me! She held a grudge. It was the thunder ape that had knocked her away with a bone just now. This time Feng Yaya didn't want to cause trouble for the ape king, but came for the 2 5-star thunder apes. Roar! The only 5-star thunder ape left beside him roared, raised his hands above his head, and struck Feng Yaya with lightning. Feng Yaya was not afraid. Half crouched, leaped into the sky and fired a cannon. Shake the mountain! She doesn't know many moves. The mountain shaker is extremely powerful, but its attack power is extremely even though it is scattered. It is generally used in group fights. With one punch, It can crush any number of enemies. Even the air can be broken with one punch. Wherever the punch wind is enveloped, the air will no longer circulate and solidify like ice, and it will burst instantly when hit. The Thunder Ape is so big that it can be beaten evenly by the Mountain Shaker. The Ape King jumped up from the ground and rushed forward with a roar. But at this moment, a wave hit. The crisis became serious, and the Ape King stopped in his tracks. The waves dispersed and the dragon turtle fell down, blocking the way. Having never fought a 6-star alien beast on land, Suhi was eager to try. The combat power of alien beasts is too affected by the environment. Suhi is now in the bone sacrifice realm, equivalent to a 5-star alien beast. But in the sea, you can't just look at the rank. The 6-star killer whale was beaten by him, and was unable to fight back. I have never encountered any strange beasts in the 7-star sea, so I guess at least I won't be at a disadvantage. After all, with the blood of divine beasts, it would be too useless to fight against ordinary exotic beasts even if they can't cross the rank, especially in the sea. The sea is the world of dragon turtles. But on land, Suhi faced the 6-star alien beast for the first time. It's still this kind of extremely humanoid species, with both hands and feet. Ape-like beasts have always been extremely powerful in battle. Fortunately, it doesn't know how to use weapons. There is a 7-star white ape in the mountain behind Qingyuan Gate. It was an elder's pet, and it had 2 giant hammers specially made for sacrifice. Suhi didn't even dare to climb its mountain. Lei Yuan stood on all fours and looked at Suhi. He felt the power on Suhi's body, and the demon star in his body rotated rapidly. This power is very domineering. To use a metaphor, it is like a gravity field. A monk must advance quickly in his life, but fighting in this powerful force is naturally at a disadvantage. A shudder rose from his soul, causing Thunder Ape to make frequent mistakes when mobilizing the power of thunder and lightning in his body. Lei Yuan doesn't know how to analyze the situation, but he knows his instincts. He can't do precise operations in front of Dragon Turtle, and recklessness is the best way. It roared, grabbed the ground with both hands, pulled back, and shot out with its entire body, opening its huge mouth and biting at the root of Suhi's neck. Before the ape arrived, a Fong shadow made of pure thunder and lightning erupted from its mouth, roaring and biting at Suhi. The 4 fangs flashed with lightning, cold and dazzling. If Suhurua didn't see it, he just lowered his head and used his turtle SHL to meet him, his eyes fixed on the Thunder Ape and refused to relax at all. Thunder teeth bit on the Turtle Mountain, and after a harsh friction sound, the gums merged. Boom! It was as if a thunderball exploded, lifting Suhi's body up 3 feet. Thunder Ape took the opportunity to shoot at Suhi's head with open arms and applause. What a move! Double peaks piercing the ears, Suhi roared, and the heavy rain in the sky changed its direction instantly. It fell vertically 1 foot off the ground and flew sideways in an instant, aiming at the Thunder Ape like a machine gun. Raindrops condensed rapidly in the air. Each drop was as big as a walnut and looked like jelly. They blasted at the Thunder Ape densely, and the Thunder Ape screamed and flew away as if being sniped. The Thunder Ape was thrown away, but the 2 palms had already struck together in midair. A thigh-thick thunderbolt shot out from the intersection of the 2 palms, struck Suhi with a crackling sound, and bounced off the Turtle Mountain straight into the sky, exploding in the clouds. Hold head high! Suhi slapped his turtle claws on the ground, and the rain all around stopped instantly, hanging still in the air, and then crackling and hitting the Thunder Ape intensively. New magical power Qianjun. As long as it rains, every drop of water is Suhi's weapon, and the entire rain field is Suhi's domain. Every drop of rain has the power to crack mountains and crack rocks. The heavy rain poured down, and clouds of blood mist exploded on the Thunder Ape. The Thunder Ape roared, punching the sky with its fist, and the lightning flashed on its fist. The rain curtain was shattered with 1 punch. The rain was as dense as the wind, falling non-stop and penetrating all over. In the end, the heavy rain turned around and knocked down the Thunder Ape's momentum. The heavy raindrops pierced the shoulder blades, penetrated the chest, and hit the crook of the leg. Lei Yuan knelt on the ground with a thud. Surrender! Or die! Suhi's majestic voice came. He incorporated divine power into his voice, striking directly into his soul. In the distance, Feng Yaya punched a 5-star Thunder Ape into a mud pit and pouted. Dagui learned bad things and lied to her that she couldn't control the rain. She looked at the 2 Thunder Apes in the mud pit and imitated Suhi's voice. Submit! Or die! The tone was very domineering. But it was Grandma's voice that made the serious occasion look cute. Still more domineering when shouting, shaking mountain. Heavy raindrops hit the surroundings of the Thunder Ape, and the boulder on the ground was riddled with holes like bullets. It could no longer bear the weight of the Thunder Ape and collapsed suddenly. Lei Yuan bared his teeth and roared, looking at Su He stubbornly. It refuses to accept it. It is a giant ape. To defeat it, you have to fight like a beast with fists and fists. Qianjuan's range expanded and enveloped the other Thunder Apes. The Thunder Ape roared even more, and the whole group was full of fighting spirit. This is not a group that can be won over by threats. Threats will only be counterproductive and destroy both the good and the stone. Su He took 2 steps back and roared at the Thunder Ape. Come and fight! Chapter 142. Kill me. Okay. Dragon turtles don't know how to fight with fists. You can't expect a dragon turtle to slap people like a cat, let alone punch like an ape. But the dragon turtle is physically invincible. Su He roared, making waves, and suddenly accelerated towards the Thunder Ape. Lei Yuan jumped out in shock, beat his chest and put his hands on the ground, jumped up and raised his fists, and hit Su He with all his strength. A turtle and an ape collided with each other. There was a loud noise, and the air waves dispersed the heavy rain. Su He took 2 steps back. However, as if the Thunder Ape had been hit hard, the entire Sarutobi flew backwards and crashed into the mountain 3 miles away. After a while, the rocks exploded, and the Thunder Ape jumped out. It was covered in blood but didn't care, and its eyes were filled with joy. How can a skill battle be as satisfying as this attack? It put its hands on the ground and walked up to Su He with all 4 limbs together. It lowered its head and stretched out a hand. It was convinced. Su He suddenly realized that he stretched out his paw and hit it on the hand, as if to stamp it. It's from his family. Su He was very happy. This was the first terrestrial beast he attained, and it was also a clever beast with a temper. No matter what kind of ape, the intelligence is far higher than that of ordinary beasts and killer whales. But the intelligence of that guy is too small. Thunder Ape banged his chest and roared, whether he was happy or disappointed. Monkey has disaster at home, and he has a new boss for no reason. But this turtle was so powerful that it truly surrendered. The giant ape didn't know what he was thinking. He walked aside and roared at the group to convey his thoughts. Then he got on the elephant and followed Su He on the elephant. Feng Yaya pouted. Turtle, you're a bad learner. She was obviously the one who came first, and she also hit the monkey first. 2 5-star Thunder Apes crawled out of the mud pit, hesitated for a moment, walked up to Feng Yaya, lowered their heads and stretched out their hands. They surrendered. Feng Yaya can really defeat them with her fists. Feng Yaya suddenly became happy again. Su He shouted happily. The divine power spread out in bursts. Then, he suddenly looked towards the ground that was previously smashed by Qianjun. The gravel trembled, the earth cracked, and something was breaking out of the ground. A crisis hit. Su He groaned, and stood on either side of the Ape King. Feng Yaya shot over with a flash, but did not land on Su He's turtle SHL, but stood in another place. 1 person, 1 turtle, and 1 ape surrounded the ground. The ground turned up, and a huge earth-yellow turtle head emerged, and a wild aura spread out. This turtle is so big. Its head is more than 4 times bigger than Su He's dragon head. It came out and shook the gravel on its head, opened its eyes, and looked at Su He. Its eyes were red and full of madness. This turtle is a crazy person. Ong! Su He yelled wildly, turned around and ran towards the sea. Can't beat it. It can be judged by the momentum alone that even Feng Yaya and the Ape King, as well as all the strange beasts here, cannot defeat this turtle. Feng Yaya heard Su He's roar, turned around, and immediately shot towards the island. She was the most obedient. The big turtle told everyone that he could not be beaten and ran to the island. Then run quickly. She has been with Su Huanyan all year round and has already developed good habits. She does whatever adults ask her to do, especially when fighting. Don't cheat. Don't get entangled. Run away when you let me. And run away when you let me go. This is the best teammate. Thunder Ape was second. Jumped off the elephant, turned around and ran away. Su He walked on the waves and plunged into the sea. The turtle is of earth type, so the only possibility of winning is in the sea. As for throwing Feng Yaya up to make a joke, it would be shameless and shameless. What if Su Huanyan's method fails? There was no possibility of becoming a good person. This turtle had evil eyes since it was unearthed. It stared at Su He like a madman. It was frightened by the power of the dragon turtle on Su He. Ong! The turtle came out of the ground, let out a long groan, and chased after Suhi. Sure enough, it was a crazy turtle. Its cry had no meaning. It was either hunting, hating, or simply roaring. An invisible fur seal appears on the sea. The toad stood stunned on the seal, and then shouted at Suhi, "Run! This is a failure that I cultivated 2,000 years ago. It has no intelligence. It is attracted by your dragon turtle true blood. Go to the deep sea, where there is plenty of water. The pressure is enough to defeat it." Suhi cursed in his heart, hearing what the toad meant. It couldn't even defeat or control the things it cultivated? "Run! Run!" Toad yelled. "This is cultivated to break through the world. It is an existence that surpasses the 7-star alien beasts. You frog uncle. Only the mythical beast dragon turtle can enter and exit freely in this world. Even if the mythical beast dragon turtle is a juvenile, it is at least in the demon transformation state." Suhi ignored it. "Divide the water and swim straight to the deep sea. It travels in waves, as fast as flying. The tortoise is chasing after him. It is not a dragon turtle and will not make waves." But his realm was higher than Suhi's, and with one stroke of his 4 claws, his body suddenly jumped forward. "Go away!" Suhi waved his claws, and a huge whirlpool twisted backwards, directly hitting the giant turtle. However, the turtle turned a blind eye, smashed the whirlpool, and chased after Suhi. A critical moment. Suhi was escaping while beating the waves. The waves rushed out of the water and turned into watermelon-sized raindrops. They hit the giant turtle with crackling sounds. The turtle was crushed and sank. It dived under the water and came up again, continuing to bite. Hold on to Suhi. Silly turtle. After chasing him, he couldn't escape in half a cup of tea, and he was already thousands of miles away. The turtle was thwarted by him several times, but he always stayed behind, even getting closer. Fortunately, this turtle seems to have no skills and cannot attack from a distance. Suhi's speed did not slow down, and he looked back with a mighty roar. It has no intelligence, so its soul must not be strong. Perhaps its divine power can accomplish extraordinary feats. Roar! The divine power surged out, and the water's surface exploded. The giant turtle was really startled. Suhi felt happy, but at this moment, the giant turtle opened its mouth, bit forward and bit into the water ripples caused by its divine power, just like biting into a piece of cake, and then pulled back. Suhi was instantly pulled in front of him. Revenant souls are emerging. Suhi's entire turtle SHL lifted up. Shenwei can actually be dragged. Just as his hair stood on end, a voice followed the ripples of divine power and entered Suhi's mind. "Brother, can you kill me?" The voice was as clear as spring water, soft and somewhat ethereal. The giant turtle grabbed Suhi with both claws, but did not attack. Its crimson pupils showed a hint of aura in its madness. These eyes were familiar to Suhi. Like a peacock in the HL ghost space. The voice sounded in Suhi's mind again. "Brother, can you kill me?" This time the sound was much weaker. Its sound was related to the intensity of Suhi's divine power. When the divine power spread and dissipated, the sound became weaker. The madness in his eyes returned. Suhi sprayed it in the face with a mighty roar. That glimmer of wisdom appeared again. "Who are you?" Suhi asked. A trace of confusion flashed in the giant turtle's eyes, and he finally shook his head. "I don't know who the original body is anymore, but the remaining charm of this space was forcibly gathered." She struggled with her eyes. "The body is dead, and it is time to rest. The charm should not be desecrated like this. Brother, can you kill me?" As she spoke, she turned her turtle head to the side, exposing the artery at the base of her neck. A majestic dragon turtle was forced to gather his charm after death, and was conceived on an unintelligent fake turtle. This is not called resurrection. This is blasphemy. Suhi was quiet for a moment. On Turtle Mountain, the foreign minister suddenly slashed out with sword energy and pierced the giant turtle's neck. Blood spurted out instantly. Suhi moved against the water, controlled the giant turtle's blood, and suddenly drew it out. The giant turtle didn't resist, but there was peace and relief in its eyes, and the blood cooperated perfectly. The ethereal voice sounded in Suhi's mind again. "Thank you very much, little guy. Tell that frog not to blaspheme the dragon turtle's true spirit like this again. Quietly wait for you to transform, or wait for the charm of the dragon turtle in this world to completely dissipate, and it can leave on its own. If it had not forcibly gathered the charm, it would have left 2,000 years ago." The voice fell silent for a moment, then sounded weakly. "I'm sorry. I should give you some advice when you meet the tribesmen. But I just condensed the charm forcibly. I have no memory, so I can't help you. There are a few turtle beads condensed in this body. You can take it, little guy. Practice well. Chapter 143 Turtle Pearl. The giant turtle is about to run out of blood, and its voice is becoming more elusive and unpredictable. It is about to disappear completely. She is different from the peacock. The peacock is still a drop of true blood that has been refined by others and possesses soul consciousness. This dragon turtle has nothing but the charm and breath that remain in this world, which was forcibly collected by the toad. Not even its memory. Naturally, nothing can be left behind. Suhi rushed to ask, "Why can you capture my divine power?" He was worried about this matter, and was unwilling to understand it. The giant turtle's eyes were blurred and his voice was empty. "I don't know. I can catch it if I sense it. Or it was the ability in life." After all, he was once a mythical dragon turtle, so it is not unusual for him to have various abilities. Suhi suppressed the doubts in his heart, and only hoped that he would know when he got the dragon turtle inheritance in the future. Otherwise, he would be extremely uncomfortable every time he used the divine power. Before the giant turtle's consciousness completely dissipated, Suhi asked again, "Why do you have to die? Why don't you just use this body to practice and become a divine beast again? Besides, why be obsessed with mythical beasts? In the face of life and death, does it matter whether it is a mythical beast? As long as you are alive, anything is possible." The ethereal voice chuckled softly. "If I hadn't met you and been inspired by the power of the dragon turtle, I wouldn't even have any intelligence. I would be in chaos all day long. I only know how to fight and sleep. If there are no living beings, how can I talk about divine beasts? If you leave, I will turn into a puppet again, only retaining my instincts. Worse than a beast. Like an insect. The dragon turtle does not deserve to be harmed like this. Even the remaining charm of the dragon turtle should not be desecrated like this." She chuckled lightly, not taking her impending dissipation as a matter at all. Her voice became more ethereal and light, but like a flashback, her words became coherent. "Little clan brother, the smell of seclusion on you is extremely strong. I am intoxicated every day and cannot practice," she said softly, and Suhi took the opportunity to smell it, and found nothing but the fishy smell of sea. "Cultivation is not just about retreat and breathing. It should be surrounded by wind, flowers, snow and moon. In the winter, you can enjoy winter sweet and listen to the rain in summer. In spring, you can smell the shallow grass and taste the fruits in autumn. The mythical beast should not be so urgent. Find a mountain to watch the sunset and sunrise for 2 or 3 years, and find a lake to watch the fish and shrimps multiply. In this world, everything is Taoist. So why push yourself too hard? What's the difference between just practicing cultivation and living in ignorance for 2,000 years? The mythical beast should be free." Her voice became more ethereal. Suhi was thoughtful, tilting his head and raising a doubt. Is this considered a pointer anyway? Before this kinsman leaves, will his memory be restored? As if knowing what he was thinking, the ethereal voice finally came. "Although I have no memory of the dragon turtle, I have lived for another 2,000 years. Although I am confused, I have seen a lot. It's just a random feeling." She reluctantly finished speaking, but after all she couldn't hold on anymore. The blood flowed out, and the voice broke slightly. "Little clan brother, cherish." The flesh and blood of the giant turtle in front of him turned into fly ash, leaving only a turtle shell floating on the sea. As she said, "This turtle is not even a living being." "Let's go!" Suhi muttered softly. He had encountered 2 real mythical beasts, but both were dead. The immortality of mythical beasts is not eternal life. It needs the ability to protect away. The turtle shell shattered with a light touch, leaving a turtle bead as big as a grain of rice floating in the air. The dragon turtle shell and turtle bead brought by the toad are as big as an apple, but this turtle bead is only as big as a grain of rice. But the pure aura of the dragon turtle on the turtle bead made people suffocate. For 2,000 years. It's not that the giant turtle has done nothing. Perhaps the dragon turtle's charm is in its body, and it instinctively condensed such a turtle bead. Just relying on this guizhu to pass on the bloodline is naturally not enough. But Suhi felt like he had found a treasure. This turtle bead does not have any other bloodline impurities. It is a pure dragon turtle bead. He sucked in the outer space, but the turtle bead turned a corner to avoid the outer space and got into his mouth. Almost impatiently. Seize the body? Suhi subconsciously thought so, and then gave up the idea. The spirit, soul, and body of the divine beasts are one and cannot be taken away from them. Not only the purebred divine beasts, but also all the beasts that follow the path of the divine beasts cannot be taken away from them. It's easy to kill, but there's no such thing as taking over one's body. The turtle beads melt in your mouth, turning into a refreshing and cool breath that flows into your limbs and bones. Then a sharp pain came from every piece of flesh and bone. The scales all over his body were trembling. Blood seeped out along the gaps between the scales. A turtle smell. Suhi's entire turtle was twisted. At this moment, it seemed as if tens of thousands of silver needles were constantly passing through his body, tearing his body into pieces inch by inch. The thoughts were forcibly pulled into the body. You can see cracks appearing on the dark bones, one after another, and they are constantly intertwined with damage and healing. The white-armored warrior in the blood vessel beat the drum and came out, but he looked around blankly and didn't know where to attack. One cargo ship after another, fully loaded with cargo, was pushed below the waterline and sailed with difficulty. The Yi Xiaomingjin flashed rapidly, and the information on it was constantly updated. Status, Destructive Advanced. True Blood, 92%. 93.4%. Bone Sacrifice, 14%. 15.7%. Internal Organs, 16%. 19.6%. Three numbers flashed continuously. Finally, it gradually stopped after an unknown amount of time. Status, Weak extremely. True Blood, 97.3%. Bone Sacrifice, 41%. Internal Organs, 52%. Suhi trembled and spit out a stream of turbid water. Slowly opened his eyes, and he didn't know when he had sunk to the bottom of the sea. The severe pain disappeared, and hunger was transmitted through the bones. He opened the foreign minister's space with difficulty, took out a large handful of warm jade and stuffed it into his mouth, barely swallowing it. Finally, unable to hold it any longer, he slowly closed his eyes. If this bee doesn't follow the virtues of sneak attacks on children, how can any serious bee dig in on its own, melt it by itself, and push others to advance by force? If Suhi was given some preparation time, he would not do such a thing. To absorb turtle beads, you should first store energy, then hold them in your mouth during hibernation and use them throughout the winter, or even longer, to slowly absorb them. Even if he didn't wait until hibernation, Suhi would not absorb it now. The true blood had just exceeded 90%, which was when it was advancing by leaps and bounds. At least wait until you encounter a bottleneck again before using the turtle beads to push forward. Thinking about it this way, I lost many small goals inside and outside. On Monkey Island, the heavy rain stopped long ago. Feng Yaya slept for a while and woke up again. The big turtle hasn't come back yet. Feng Yaya is sitting on the branch, swinging her feet and looking into the distance. Two gray and ugly little birds huddled in her arms and kept pecking at her arms. Feng Yaya tore off strips of meat and fed them to the birds. This is the feeding method that Green Snake taught her. Originally, the two chicks had been in the bird's nest in the cave on the island. The last time Feng Yaya went back, she found that the two little ones were almost killed by a snake. If it weren't for the green snake's face, the snake would have become a snake. Feng Yaya was feeding the birds and thinking wildly. I wonder if her mother fed her like this when she was a child. Everyone eats omnivores, but she eats meat every day. Is it because you eat meat that you don't grow up? Feng Yaya was confused, reached out and picked a green fruit, crushed it, and threw it into the little eagle's mouth. The eagle snorted loudly, coughed out the green berries, screamed, fluttered out of her arms, and hit the wild boar and toad who were clinging to the arhat under the tree. Chapter 144 2 or 3 Things. The little eagle chirped aggrievedly. Feng Yaya blinked and jumped down from the tree. Take it into your arms. Don't want to eat? Do you only like to eat meat like me? I have developed bad habits since I was a child. The monkey eats the fruit. The toad was hopping around, and the wild boar on its back stood on one leg like an acrobatic. Every time the toad jumped, it jumped up, and then landed on the toad's back, shivering. If you dare not fall, you will be whipped by a green snake. And if you dare not step on a painful toad, you will be whipped with a small whip. Pigs are born in danger. They are being punished. The wild boar escaped from the battlefield and dared to carry the coach. Toads are even more disgusting. The ugly turtles they cultivated chased the big turtles to nowhere. This large island was supposed to be unified, but it helped the enemy defeat our strongest combat force. Seeking death, the green snake was coiled on a piece of bluestone and basking in the sun to supervise the two of them. The punishment had been going on for several days. Feng Yaya said when the turtle would come back, and when would the punishment end. The toad expressed disdain on the spot. It was a majestic soul beast that was sought after everywhere. So how could it accept this frog's anger? How can I, who is thousands of years old, play this house game with a little girl like you? Then Feng Yaya accepted Green Snake's suggestion and appointed it as the commander of the army, specializing in supervising discipline. Feng Yaya doesn't know what discipline is, and she doesn't know what Siwei is. Anyway, the effect was very good. Toad struggled for a long time before punishing himself. Not only that, but he was also punished while carrying a wild boar. Looking at the toad, I kind of missed the tortoise. Feng Yaya looked at the sea, and finally made up her mind to stuff the two eaglets into the green snake's arms. She grabbed the toad and lifted it up by its hind legs, and the wild boar was immediately pushed down by her. Feng Yaya carried the toad and ran towards the sea. Little frog, take me to find the big turtle. He will definitely come back. Feng Yaya didn't dare to go alone. She would swim in the sea and feel scared when she looked down. Unless you can look up at the sky from the water, you don't have to look at the sea. Toad looked confused. The turtle swam so fast at that time. Where should it go to find it now? Come on! Hurry up! Feng Yaya urged, throwing the toad into the sky. And it fell down with a bang, pointing her head in the direction of the setting sun. This way! Let's go! This is how Green Snake talks about how the barbarian king got out of the formation when he was trapped. But the barbarian king lost prisoners, so she used toads if she didn't have any prisoners. That's almost it. The toad was even more confused. So Feng Yaya picked up his legs, ran quickly, jumped up, and shot into the sea like a cannonball. Then Goyulu sank to the bottom of the sea. This little girl can't swim. Both dishy and reckless. The toad kicked its legs and was about to drag her to the surface of the water. But Feng Yaya opened her eyes with confusion. I can breathe underwater. Feng Yaya has never practiced cultivation. When she wakes up, she eats, drinks, fights and causes trouble everywhere. Go to bed when the time comes. And when you wake up, you will naturally become stronger. Compared to Suhi, she is more like a humanoid beast. Feng Yaya happily splashed in the water. If she could breathe underwater, she wouldn't be afraid of anything. When she looked at the bottom of the sea, she was stunned and couldn't move. It was dark and deep under the sea, as if some great fear was about to strike. His limbs were out of control, and his body sank to the bottom of the sea. The toad slapped his head. You are such a reckless wild girl. But you are afraid of the deep sea. You are worse than a tadpole. The toad paddled out to catch her, hugged her from behind, and kicked off her hind legs towards the sea. After breaking the water and sucking in the sea breeze, Feng Yaya immediately recovered. She laughed and patted the sea surface, breaking away from the toad. After leaving the deep sea, she felt that she was okay again. Then, Goyulu, one person and one frog moved forward like a wavy line. Ups and downs. Later, Feng Yaya discovered that she was not afraid of simply landing on the bottom of the sea and keeping her feet on the ground. So she simply smashed the seawater on the bottom of the sea and chased forward. She didn't know where the big turtle was. Anyway, there was a toad following her around, so she could throw the toad away every once in a while. If Feng Yaya said she could find it, she would definitely find it. In this kind of matter, you always follow your words. It's just that the big fish disappeared somewhere and hasn't been seen for several days. If the big fish were there, the speed would be faster. Until 2 days later, one person and one frog seemed to break open a layer of film and crawl into a special space. It can't be seen or touched, but it just has a strange feeling. There wasn't a fish around, and it was eerily quiet. Yeah! Big turtle! Feng Yaya pointed forward and shouted happily. Toad raised his eyes and saw that Dragon Turtle was lying quietly on the seabed motionless, breathing slowly, as if he had been seriously injured. He could sense that his breath was weak, but Dragon Turtle's power and quality were terrifying. The feeling of coming over and breaking open the membrane just now. This is clearly the Dragon Turtle's power has some connotations of domain. It no longer spreads out in all directions, but can be gathered around you. Not only did this little Dragon Turtle not die at the mouth of the giant turtle, but it also advanced? How about playing? The toad huffed and breathed. Feng Yaya had already rushed to Suhi and looked at Suhi and laughed. No matter how happy you are in this small world, you always feel like there is something missing when the big turtle is not around. Now seeing Suhi, the whole little person became happy. It would be great if Aunt Lin and Mom were here. Then she can live here until eternity. Feng Yaya looked at Su He and did not step forward to cause trouble. She was used to seeing Su Huanyan retreating, practicing and recuperating, so she knew not to disturb him. Only 4 or 5 feet apart. They were laughing. Big turtle! Big turtle! I can breathe underwater and talk. She showed herself off. Su He was immersed in it. I'm not afraid of water anymore. She smiled happily and made a voice like a silver bell. I don't have to carry wood or wild boars when I go to the sea. Previously, I had to carry a wild boar when I went into the sea. Stand on its back and look at the sky. No need for this now. I can rise to the water by myself. She smiled even more happily. If you don't believe it, just look at it. Feng Yaya looked above her head, but it was so dark that she couldn't see the sea. She squatted down slightly and suddenly jumped into the sky, feeling the sea water hitting her body fiercely. She closed her eyes tightly. I don't dare to open it, because if I open it, it won't move. The pressure on my body became less and less, and I was almost reaching the surface of the sea. Feng Yaya's nervous mood relaxed slightly. Then he felt a sudden collision with something, and the sea water surged and exploded. He hurriedly opened his eyes, and had already broken through the water. A huge killer whale was knocked out by her, popped out of the sea, and then crashed into the sea. A whale was stunned. The whale was swimming in the sea. Disaster rose from the bottom of the sea. The angry whale roared and looked over. He saw a small red dot swimming on his back on the water. The killer whale blinked and confirmed, an acquaintance cannot be offended. Huh? Big fish? Feng Yaya said happily. The big turtle's big fish is much better than her wild boar. How loyal it is. It quietly comes to find the big turtle. Feng Yaya slapped her little hand on the sea surface. Then she bounced up and turned into a small red shadow falling on the killer whale's back. The wide whale back immediately gave her a sense of security. Several whale calls sounded in the distance, as if greeting Feng Yaya. Feng Yaya waved her little hands and screamed, feeling quite surprised to meet an old friend in a foreign country. Killer whales swam on the sea surface. That day, the dragon turtle was chased by a giant turtle. It didn't dare to pursue it, but it stayed far away. Then it watched helplessly as the giant turtle turned into ashes and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the dragon turtle's power exploded and sank to the bottom of the sea. The power of the dragon turtle made it feel terrifying, but in the power of the demon star, it rotated rapidly, and its advancement speed soared. The killer whale has been cruising in the sea above Su He's head for the past few days. It didn't dare to go down. The dragon turtle was more powerful, but it couldn't bear to leave. Just wandering around like this, rushing into the power when you think you're okay, and running away if you get scared. It's a pity that there is no hero in the entire group except him, and no whale dares to carry his fins with him. Under the sea, the toad was approaching Su He step by step, its eyes shining brightly as it tried to see through Su He. But it became increasingly difficult to see through. The only thing that can be seen is that the purity of the turtle's flesh and bones may not be 50%. How many days has it been? And this turtle has horns. Chapter 145 Dragon Turtle Tomb. The toad stretched out its claws to touch the dragon's horns that had just emerged. But it is too small to reach. A small toad is no bigger than a watermelon when sitting down. Su He's dragon head lay flat, and it couldn't even reach the tip of its nose. Just as it was about to jump up and touch it, it saw the dragon turtle slowly opening its eyes, with a pair of dragon pupils staring at it with golden light. Following the line of sight, all the power of the dragon turtle was pressed against it. The toad was unable to move immediately, and his whole body was trembling. Finally, he lowered his body and appeared 100 feet away. He clutched his chest and gasped. 2 strings of bubbles popped out of the corners of his mouth. Soul beasts are not good at fighting, and the new abilities they acquire at each level have nothing to do with combat and are all auxiliary. Phone calls, storage, express delivery. Even the mysterious world opened up by the 9th grade have nothing to do with combat. The toad was able to tame the seals not through force. The toad had raised the seals from a tiny little one to the big silly dog it is now. It can't even get close to the giant turtle it bred. The toad is not afraid of fighting. The soul beast is insubstantial and real, and basically cannot be killed. At most, it can be sealed. This small world is no different from a seal to it. But it was afraid of the dragon turtle being so powerful. The most difficult thing to resist is power, which is neither real nor imaginary. Hey! Hey! Toad looked at Su He. This is naked revenge. Su He shook his head and regained consciousness. Just now, I seemed to hear Feng Yaya's voice in my sleep. I reluctantly opened my eyes. and there was an ugly green-skinned toad in front of me. Startled him. Seeing that he had calmed down and stopped showing off his momentum. Toad cautiously appeared in front of him again. "Where's the giant turtle?" Toad asked doubtfully. There was no smell of the giant turtle around. As if the giant turtle wasn't chasing after him at all. "Suicide," he replied. It was indeed suicide. Even 3 Suhis couldn't beat her in a real fight. Toad was stunned. Crazy? Thinking about it. It's really possible. That turtle has been unstable since it broke out of its SHL. It bites anyone it catches and eats everything. It doesn't have any intelligence. So it makes sense that it would commit suicide. It was more concerned about another thing. Blinking at Suhi with a pair of big eyes. "Have you advanced again?" Suhi nodded. He was in a bad state and his perception was not sharp. But the Mingjian showed clearly. Status weak. True blood, 98%. Bone sacrifice, 50%. Internal organs, 52%. All 3 indicators exceeded 50%. And true blood was even closer to perfection. The toad danced with joy. The faster the dragon turtle enters the country, the sooner it will leave. This is the best news I have heard recently. It makes Frog happier than being a lieutenant. Seeing its happy expression, Suhi felt that it was happy too early. So he told it the news that the giant tortoise had said that the toad had imprisoned him for 2,000 years. Then the whole toad and the frog were all sick. And they stood there in a daze, motionless for a long time. Even Suhi's divine power couldn't wake it up. Feng Yaya fell down from the sea. Her hands floated above her head with the water. Her eyes closed tightly. And she stretched out her little feet to explore around. And only opened her eyes after confirming that she was at the bottom of the sea. He tilted his head and looked at the stunned toad. Then poked its soft belly. The toad did not move. Feng Yaya's eyes lit up, and she lightly hooked it on its belly. She opened a bag like a kangaroo and peeked inside. Seeing toads taking out treasures from bags every day, Feng Yaya had long envied the soul beast's ability. Pouch? Suhi was stunned. He didn't get along with toads much. So he didn't know that toads had such a function. This pocket actually has spatial aura fluctuations. The dragon horn sprouted, and Suhi's consciousness became more sensitive. The moment the pocket was opened, he sensed the energy in the space. Suhi didn't understand that there was an external dimension. And Suhi was very sensitive to the breath of space. His consciousness swept over. Inside the pocket, broadsword, broken copper bell, belly band, obscene clothes, rouge and gouache. A sailor pulled Feng Yaya back and closed the toad bag. "Stay away from toads from now on. As far away as you can," Suhi said in a serious tone. Feng Yaya didn't understand why. She was thrown onto the turtle SHL by the sailor and subconsciously grabbed the 2 dragon horns that had just emerged. Suhi suddenly trembled all over. As if someone suddenly poked his waist from behind when he was a human. And his whole body trembled. This corner is very sensitive. A pair of dragon horns are rooted in the consciousness orifice and are related to spiritual consciousness and thoughts. Now they have just sprouted and cannot bear the stimulation. Huh? Feng Yaya seemed to have discovered a new world. Ha ha ha. He poked the dragon's horn with a smile. And Suhi suppressed the roar of the dragon. Toad woke up leisurely and looked at Suhi resentfully. Why tell it that being so cruel is a thing? I don't know how long it will take before the charm of the dragon turtle in this small world dissipates. But everyone wants you to advance first. Wouldn't it be better to conceal this matter and take care of the fragile psychology of a 1,000-year-old frog? It sighed quietly. You guys, follow me. Paddling first. A journey of thousands of miles. Suhi carried Feng Yaya and followed Toad to land on a large island. If he hadn't been able to see the boundary with his eyesight, he would have thought it was a large continent. The island is mountains, rivers, jungles and plains. Toad led them around half of the island and to the shore below the cliff. On the shore are giant stone eggs the size of water tanks. Suhi narrowed his eyes. It was not uncommon for the rocks on the beach to form pebbles due to long-term erosion and erosion by seawater. But these stone eggs gave Suhi a very bad feeling. They were like stillborn fetuses. If you feel it carefully, you can also feel the very faint breath of dragon turtle from it. It's that feeling of death, solidification, and coldness. Feng Yaya pouted. She didn't like it here. Toad took out a pipe from his pocket and took 2 puffs. If we want to dissipate the charm of dragon turtles in this world, what should we do with these eggs? The dragon turtle's aura is mixed on this egg. Although it is very rare, it is definitely there. Suhi stretched out his claws and tapped the stone eggs. Is this how the giant tortoise you cultivated came about? The toad nodded. Sometimes new eggs are abandoned and haven't completely died. So I collect them. Suhi keenly grasped the key words. Abandoned. Live. Just as he was about to ask, he heard the crackle of a whip, and a crack in space appeared. A tree waved behind the crack, and arched out of the crack with 7 or 8 stone eggs on top. Then the branches retracted and the crack closed. Hey! Toad Tobacco Pouch pointed to the place where the crack appeared just now. That's it. Where is that place? Suhi asked. Behind the crack. There was a disgusting aura. Get out of here. For some reason, when I saw the cracks in the space and the branches, I felt uneasy. Let's go! Let's get out of here first. Okay. Feng Yaya's eyes lit up. She always felt like something would happen if she stayed here. Suhi turned around and left. The toad only thought it was making a fuss. But his feet were not slow, and he followed closely. There's no need to worry. I've been here for thousands of years. I've seen that branch 2,009 times. I can't get in. And the branches inside can't get out. Go in early to explore if you can. Trapped for thousands of years. There is clearly something abnormal here, but I can't get in. It is a soul beast, and it is not afraid of death. But at this moment, there was another crisp sound, and a spatial crack opened directly in front of Suhi. The branches behind the crack continued to whip. Don't wait for the branches to reflect. Suhi roared and charged forward with divine power. The waves below him turned sharply, and he threw himself into the sea. Even the toad, which was used to seeing cracks, realized something was wrong. It jumped up and pressed Suhi on the turtle SHL, trying to lead him to shine. As soon as the light came on, a group of branches poured out of the crack and instantly wrapped around Suhi, pulling him back without pulling. Big water droplets condensed on Suhi's back, and Qianjun used it to suppress himself to the ground. The magical power is dead, but the turtle is alive, and Qianjun is not only used for attacks. The branch did not pull him, but instead pulled the space crack over, opening a huge mouth and swallowing the 3 of them at the same time. The crack was instantly closed. The scene in front of him changed. The surroundings were dark, and the air was damp and corrupt. Towering locust trees swayed in the windless trees, and the leaves made a squeaking sound when they collided, as if they were grinding their teeth or laughing ghostly. Ah-ha-ha! Ah-ha-ha! There were sounds like this from all directions. Over there! Feng Yaya suddenly pointed to a big locust tree in front of her. There was a human face on the trunk of the locust tree, smiling horribly. Caught! Caught! Human face screamed excitedly. A bright light flashed, and the toad's skill was activated. Suhi and Feng Yaya disappeared instantly, flashed into the air, fell from the air, and hit the big tree with the human face. Click! Suhi's plate armor pressed down from the top of the tree, crushing the entire tree inch by inch. The man's face was suddenly horrified. Yeah. Before the scream could even be heard, it was already being crushed. The whole big tree exploded into a sky full of sawdust with a bang. And there were still a few silvery flashes among the sawdust. Sawdust shrouded everything like fog. And the foreign minister Turtle Mountain made a grinding sound. Yeah! Feng Yaya cried out. And several blisters appeared on her skin. There were tree buds sprouting out of them. And the sawdust fell on her arms, and actually took root on her arms. But as soon as it broke through the skin and touched Feng Yaya's blood, it instantly turned into a black smoke and dissipated. Other sawdust instantly moved away from Feng Yaya. This girl doll is poisonous. A jade pendant around Feng Yaya's waist exploded and turned into a thin film covering her body, protecting her layer by layer. This was a method left by Su Huanyan. When she sensed a crisis, she automatically protected and was swung away by Lei Yuan with a stick. Not even activated. I don't know whether it's because the Thunder Ape is too weak to hurt Feng Yaya, or because the sawdust is too weird. Toad immediately entered a semi-illusory state. Sawdust flew over the leaves without touching the body. Waves of water formed under Suhi, and quickly rushed out of the mist formed by sawdust. When the sawdust hit his water waves, it let out a scream, and instantly turned into black mist, and annihilated into ashes. Afraid of water? Suhi waved his paw, and rain fell from the sky above the sawdust. All the sawdust screamed and flew into ashes. Only a few balls on Feng Yaya's arms were still jumping. She wanted to get in, but couldn't break through the film formed by the jade pendant. Suhi flicked a drop of water, and the sawdust dissipated. There was constant rain above the head. Suhi could not control the wind and rain, but only condensed a water ball, and exploded in midair. Other locust trees nearby screamed and pulled out their roots. waving their branches and running away, with black smoke constantly coming out of their bodies. They cross streams and ponds, not afraid of the water, only afraid of the rainwater condensed by Suhi. This turtle is also poisonous. For a time, there was no locust tree around. Are they afraid of your water? The toad returned to its solid state. Not afraid? Suhi shook his head. At least, he wasn't afraid of the tree that dragged them in. At that time, there were waves of water under Suhi, but the branches went directly through the waves and tied them up. What is this place? Suhi asked, looking around. He was asking the toad. Even if the toad had never been here, after living for thousands of years, he should have seen a lot. Toad shook his head. Suhi slowly backed away. There was a silvery white line on the ground, and he was jumping like a little snake trying to pounce on it. It is only as thick as a grain of rice and is composed of gas. This is the silver light that flickers in and out of the body after the locust tree explodes. The locust tree is very strange, but this silver thread gives Suhi a very friendly feeling. There is a breath of dragon turtle emanating from the silver thread. Very familiar. It tastes very similar to the turtle beets condensed from the giant turtle. But here and now, even if it was the material released by killing monsters, Suhi couldn't let it wrap around him. But the lines of his aura were clearly focused on him. If Suhi left, he would go away. If Suhi stopped, he would wrap around him. Thunderbird blasted down. The aura dispersed and condensed again, even a little more condensed than before. Hit it! Suhi said. Feng Yaya and Toad looked at Suhi in confusion. Something was wrong with this turtle from just now. He was dodging and dodging towards the ground, and was hit by an electric discharge attack? They can't see it. Suhi confirmed immediately. Thousands of droplets of water fell down, passing through the breath and making craters on the ground. Useless. Suhi opened his throat and let out a powerful sound. However, the breath followed the sound of divine power, jumped up to him, and got into his mouth. The entrance immediately turns into a cool and moist feeling. This feels so familiar. Stone hammer. This aura is definitely related to the giant turtle and the dead dragon turtle. Only she can capture Kamui. Dharma protector! Suhi hurriedly shouted, and the toad was startled. Feng Yaya had already jumped onto Suhi's turtle SHL, took out two little finger tigers from her small pocket and put them on. The cold sword energy on the finger tiger was puffing out. She rarely uses the backup plan her mother prepared for her. It's not that she doesn't have any. Even if he is in the heaven-stepping realm, as long as he dares to stand still and let her hit him, he will be beaten to a semi-crippling state. Suhi immediately closed his eyes and looked inward. His consciousness directly penetrated into the sea of consciousness, and mobilized his whole body's spiritual power to rush towards Mingjian. Look at the changes in your body at this moment. The sea of knowledge inside the mind is rolling. Consumption of consciousness. Mingjian not only consumes spiritual power, but also consumes spiritual consciousness. After about half a quarter of an hour, the attributes appeared in Mingjian. Status, weak +3. There is no change in the attributes that are not displayed. A breath increases weakness by +3. Does it make it weaker or alleviate it? Suhi realized it carefully. It was recovery. This breath was helping him recover. Deep in the locust forest, an inconspicuous and semi-withered small locust tree pulled out its roots from the soil and danced with excitement to the point of losing control of itself. Ha ha! It's absorbed! It's absorbed! He laughed happily, overjoyed, but gradually turned heartbroken. He lay on the ground and cried loudly, with branches slapping the ground like arms. That damn dragon turtle is already dead, and yet he is sealed here, in this locust forest, for almost 6,000 years. There is no way he can escape no matter what. This little dragon turtle can absorb her breath, so it must be her descendant. Great. Really great. You can go out now. It's not that he has never seen a dragon turtle before. This toad also appeared with a dragon turtle 3,000 years ago. But the dragon turtle's blood was mixed, and he couldn't even feel the breath of the dragon turtle in the stone eggs. It was simply a waste. He was a majestic member of the spiritual clan, but he was sealed in a locust tree forest by a dead dragon turtle. Even if it was a living dragon turtle seal that was dated 6,000 years ago, he would recognize it, kneel down and beg for mercy, and let him be killed or scraped. But the dragon turtle was about to die. He couldn't even make a sound when he was dying. A look before his death sealed him here. This feeling of frustration. Who the H.L. isn't a Tation? Chapter 146 Turtle Yuan. The locust tree shook its branches. Calm down. and looked at the little dragon turtle absorbing the breath of the dragon turtle in the distance. The leaves were ringing with joy like bells. Let him suck it. Let him suck it all. The locust tree paced back and forth. And as it walked, its body exploded, turning into sawdust and scattered all over the ground. A big locust tree next to it shook its body and pulled out its roots from the soil. The branches turned into hands, tightly clenched into fists. Almost. I was so excited just now that I accidentally touched the seal. And I almost was suppressed to the point where it cannot be moved for 100 years. He is not a certain tree. The entire locust forest is it. But it is not it. The spirit race is a special existence, which is considered strange among all the major races in the world. They do not have a real body. They are just like souls. Or their bodies are illusory. 6,000 years ago, he committed a minor crime, and Dragon Turtle sealed him in an old locust tree. After struggling for 6,000 years, he was able to refine a bit of Dragon Turtle power and multiply this locust forest. Let him possess every locust tree, according to his estimation. If there is no accident, in another 1.8 million years, he will be able to refine all the Dragon Turtle's power and break the seal. It's simply the most ridiculous thing in the world. The dignified Dragon Turtle couldn't even estimate his lifespan accurately. Such a strong seal made it seem like he had lived for that long. Ordinary people who can step on the sky only have a lifespan of 10,000 years. But if he is reincarnated, he can be sealed for 180 generations. The Dragon Turtle power he had refined over the years was scattered and stored in every locust tree. This was the basis for his fight against the seal. Without these powers, he would have returned to the sad state of being sealed in an old locust tree. He stood on tiptoe high at the root of the tree and looked at He using the spirit tribe's unique method of divine vision. The divine vision has also been sealed. And what can be used now is less than the original 101. But it was enough to get the information he wanted. It seems that the bloodline concentration of this little dragon turtle is about 50%, which has great potential for advancement. Taking out 20% of the dragon turtle's power accumulated through refining for 6,000 years is enough for the little dragon turtle to evolve. As long as the little dragon turtle evolves, it will definitely find the dragon turtle tomb above its head. There is the remains of a pure-blood dragon turtle. Which turtle that follows the path of a dragon turtle is willing to let it go? As long as he absorbs not all the dragon turtle remains in the tomb. Even if he absorbs 12/10 of them, the seal here will be weakened by half. And he will have countless ways to escape from the seal. Rather than like now, just opening a space crack, catching a turtle, and killing half of his life. The locust tree controlled the escaping locust tree forest, and moved closer to the dragon turtle. These locust trees were all reproduced by him. Perhaps because of the dual power of him and the dragon turtle. It was somewhat abnormal. How could a normal locust tree just walk away? It's not the sacred tree in the treasure plant world, or the ghost tree in the Ian locust world. He slowly opened his eyes. The hunger emanating from the bones was slightly reduced. Mingjian had been running at high speed, and no discomfort was found. This dragon turtle aura was a great supplement to him. But it was just a little lacking. The locust trees go away, and come back again. Every leaf exudes the fearlessness of someone about to die heroically. It is clear that every one of them is afraid of death. But they regard death as home. A group of deserters, who escaped from battle could not have such a high level of consciousness. There were people behind them forcing them. And only the locust tree that caught them in was there. He took a look around and found nothing unusual. The locust trees in the distance were all motionless. No different from normal locust trees. The only thing strange was the group of approaching guys. Every tree, no matter how big or small, is as timid as a mouse. Like a group of devils crossing a minefield. They first push their roots forward and touch the ground left and right. Only after they are sure that there is no danger, they dare to take a cautious step forward. Once they touch the water, they immediately scream and retreat. And the surrounding locust trees will scatter when brushed against them. Some of them are even timid and fall to the ground and are cruelly trampled by other locust trees. It wasn't until nothing happened for quite a while that he dared to tentatively come back again. He was convinced that the water was non-toxic. And then he dared to take another small step forward. Just like that, he approached Suhi step by step. Finally, it stopped 3 feet away from Suhi. As if being tortured, he reluctantly inserted the rhizome into the soil and twisted the treetop, as if it was ready for you to pick. After a long while, he saw that Suhi was unmoved. No terrifying raindrops fell, and no huge waves condensed beneath him. The locust trees shook their leaves and made rustling sounds, as if they were communicating. Then, suddenly, A group of locust trees swung their branches at Su-hee at the same time, and the branches made a crackling sound. Feng Yaya was waiting on Guishan Mountain. The approach of the locust tree had already set off her alarm. Before the attack from the locust tree fell, she jumped up and punched the air in front of her in midair. There was a loud noise accompanied by the sound of swords, and the air instantly cracked, with cracks spreading in all directions. Then it suddenly shattered, and everything as far as the eye could see turned into powder, except for the area where the dragon turtle was under her, with her as the center. It was as if a meteorite had hit her, and a crater was advancing in all directions. Not a single locust tree survived within 10 miles. Not to mention the strange sawdust. Not even the black smoke after the sawdust flew into the air. This punch carried Su Huanyan's sword intention, killing gods and demons. If she hadn't known what happened to Su-hee, and was afraid that too much noise would affect the big turtle, she could have increased her victory tenfold. Su-hee had refined Su Huanyan's sword energy, so he was not surprised. The toad on the side had its mouth wide open in shock, and its pink tongue flowed out. It hit the ground and bounced up again. Bounces repeatedly between the ground and mouth. This girl has an unusual background. Toad hit Xiao Jiujiu. He knew many of his own kind. If the soul beast wanted to truly advance, he could only find a compatible monk and make progress together. Especially those monks who have the opportunity to step into the heaven-stepping realm and open up the cave world. Of course, the reverse is also true for humanoid plugins that are simply soul beasts. Humans and spirit beasts complement each other. Otherwise, you will have to be like him. Thousands of years old and accomplishing nothing. Feng Yaya looked around. The locust trees beside the crater were trembling. She wanted to escape but didn't dare. Far away, the big locust tree possessed by the spirit race started to tremble. Ghostface huddled in the tree trunk and did not dare to show up. Looking at the locust tree that was shattered by a punch, he felt that the bark of the tree was numb. This is an attack from the heaven-stepping realm. There is no way it can go wrong. Although he was in a sealed state and his perception was dull, his knowledge was not eaten away. That little red dumpling has an elder who is in the heaven realm. What I am most afraid of are these little brats with the combat power of the heaven-treading realm. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. They dare to do anything without any taboos. It will cost them their lives. I just want to catch a turtle. What kind of disaster star is this? The locust tree quietly shrunk by 3 lengths, and even the trunk was buried in the soil for fear of being discovered. Today, I transferred possessions 2 or 3 times. I forced a space to drag these guys in, and I was almost suppressed by the seal. I have already damaged the source. I can't transfer to other trees unless I have to. Su-hee looked at Feng Yaya, who had a majestic sword aura and looked like a mother, and said softly, "Yaya, I'm awake." Huh? Feng Yaya's guard faded from her eyes, and she landed on Turtle Mountain while giggling and jumping. But she didn't take off the finger tiger. Su-hee threw a warm jade in the past. Although the punch just now was mostly a finger tiger ability, Feng Yaya's control of the finger tiger was obviously still a bit difficult and consumed a lot of energy. The little girl's eyes lit up. She caught it and started chewing with relish. The locust tree in the distance trembled and its leaves swayed. Is that Guanyu? If he hadn't been unable to breathe, he would have made the sound of a broken bellows at this moment. Who is a wild child who uses warm jade as a snack? The spirit race can at least be ranked among the top 500 in all the worlds. But even the royal family cannot supply large quantities of warm jade. It is a cultivation treasure that can only be produced by a few supreme worlds such as the great world of the Emperor, the mysterious world, the Buddha world, and the kingdom of light. What kind of princess is this from? His leaves trembled. Fortunately, I just wanted to use the dragon turtle to break through the seal. There is no plan to calculate anything. He extinguished the little thought in his heart. Even if he is discovered, he should be beaten at most. That's not right. There is no protector around this little girl. How can any princess go out without a protector? He was deeply puzzled. Born in the mysterious realm? Only those bellicose barbarians in the Xian Huang realm dare to throw the brats out and let them run wild. Or is he a little thief who broke in after stealing other people's treasures? 6,000 years ago, he stole the treasure of Xian Huang realm, ran away randomly, and ended up crashing into the dragon turtle tomb. The dying dragon turtle saw it and sealed it here. Feng Yaya punched her, turning at least 1,000 locust trees into powder. The silver gas threads on the ground were swimming towards Su-hee, and they gathered together halfway to form a thicker and stronger silver thread. The lines gathered more and more, and gradually turned into a palm-sized ball. with its limbs stretched out and a head and tail growing out, just like a miniature dragon turtle, covered in silver. He is small, but extremely sharp. This dragon turtle must be made of metal. Among the 5 elements, only gold has such a murderous spirit. The little dragon turtle crawled towards Suhi step by step, bumped into its claws, and melted into Suhi's body. Instantly, it turned into a cold energy and circulated throughout the body. Sure enough, it's here again. This time Suhi was prepared and would not let it force itself. He immediately mobilized his spiritual power to introduce the cold energy into his heart and suppressed it under the shadow of Dragon Turtle Tao. There was a lot of breath this time. Unlike last time when it was absorbed before he could carry it. The heart orifice is very magical. Spiritual power and true blood are all centered on the heart orifice. And the Dragon Turtle Daoying in the heart orifice has the complete Dragon Turtle Daoyun. It cannot be broken or destroyed. It can be said that when the Daoying is still there, Suhi the heart aperture is the most powerful part. After completely transforming into a dragon turtle, and the shadow of the heart orifice dissipating, the heart orifice will not be as good as it is now. But by then, Suhi would be a pure dragon turtle. A Taoist body. What else could penetrate his body without his consent? Foreign Minister Kamaima is completely defenseless against such non-attack methods. Call out the Mingjian and identify carefully. After a moment, a line of writing appeared on the Mingjian. Gui Yuan plus 48. Turtle Yuan. True Yuan. The 7th step in transforming into the realm of mortals is gathering the essence, which means condensing the true essence. Suhi was no stranger to true essence. Most of Li Nanyuan's teachers were in this realm, and had shown true essence to them. There was also a demon senior, who specifically showed demon essence to 6 demon cultivators. Suhi just didn't react for a moment. The true energy should be more condensed than this breath. Like lotion. This turtle essence has been diluted or refined. Suhi opened his eyes, and looked into the locust forest, trying to find the tree that dragged them in. It's very strange to look at this locust tree. It's only August, but the locust trees have already produced pods. But not the forest is full of trees, and not every tree is fruit. Occasionally, 1 or 2 locust trees produce pods, and there are only 1 or 2. But each pod is as big as a person, and each seed in the pod is as big as a watermelon. What made Suhi even more suspicious was that there were 2 towering locust trees in the distance that produced not pods, but 2 eggs. The fruits usually hang on the trees, which are the pebbles on the beach. Chapter 147 The Shark Tribe. Stone eggs are not born from dragon turtles, but from trees. These locust trees drew the dragon turtle's true energy from nowhere. Some of it was condensed in the body, and some were formed into stone eggs. Suhi's body was lifted up high by the water waves, and he could not see the horizon as he looked around. This was a swamp-like place, dim and dark. Suhi's vision was blocked here, and he couldn't see clearly even 100 miles away. There were small animals in the forest, but most of them were sneaky things like snakes, rats, insects, and ants. For a while, they couldn't find the locust tree that dragged them in. Not even a locust tree with a human face could be found. If it weren't for the tragic return of the locust tree later, it was obviously directed by someone. He would even suspect that the human-faced locust tree from before was the culprit that brought them in. Suhi didn't feel that here, and there was a heavy atmosphere. Suhi even suspected that this was the place where the dragon turtle fell. But when the divine beasts fall and feed back to heaven and earth, they will definitely form a paradise in the cave. How can it be so dark? There is something very wrong with these locust trees. Toad put away his pipe and squinted at the 2 locust trees with stone eggs in the distance. How did the stone eggs come from? Are there things related to dragon turtles buried under those 2 locust trees? Otherwise it won't make sense. Huh? Feng Yaya's eyes lit up. The 3 of them looked at each other, and the water beneath Suhi rolled up, carrying 1 person and 1 frog straight to the 2 big trees. In a moment, they rushed out of the crater and poured into the locust forest. Before the turtle arrived, the locust trees had already screamed and fled. The 2 egg-bearing locust trees screamed and struggled, but they could not pull the roots out of the soil, as if something was holding them under the earth. The locust tree shook violently, and 2 pebbles collided with each other during the shaking, exploding with a bang. The 2 locust trees, along with other trees around them that could not escape, were blown to pieces. Suhi groaned, and a wall of water formed in front of him, blocking the flying wood chips. Screams and black smoke rose from the wall of water, like little silver-white turtle snakes. They surged and jumped into his body. Still so positive. Turtle element plus 4. The numbers on the Mingjian are jumping. Far away, an old locust tree that was 3 lengths shorter felt the exploded turtle eggs. And its leaves twitched. Dragon Turtle suppressed him here. How could he be allowed to break the seal and escape? Besides, there are also the Dragon Turtle's retinue and a group of sharks hiding around, making it even more impossible for him to leave smoothly. This stone egg is a means of restriction. At first, the stone eggs were conceived under the stone, and a turtle came out of its shell and wreaked havoc on the locust tree. It took him 2,000 years to slightly change the sealing rules, condense the stone eggs on the tree, and use the scent of the locust tree to destroy the stone. The egg structure makes the turtle stillborn. Then throw it to the outside world. But never touch the stone eggs before they are mature. It will explode. Toad tilted his head and looked at Suhi, tapping his pipe on his shell. Young man, what are you doing? Several times, I found that Suhi was not in the right state, and suddenly he seemed to be practicing martial arts. It's just a wall of water rising up. How about such a big battle? At such a young age. Is this turtle so weak? Suhi slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Absorb the dragon turtle's true essence. Every locust tree here contains a dragon turtle's true essence. The toad opened its mouth, looking incredible. True yuan is not a rare thing. Why didn't he find it? He looked around, but still didn't find anything. He even entered a state of complete virtualization and used the unique perception of soul beasts to realize it, but still found nothing. Turning to look at Suhi in confusion, he saw Feng Yaya floating up from Longguigi Mountain with a slight sigh, staggering towards the sky. Where did the thieves attack the camp again? Suhi roared and moved his consciousness away, but found nothing. Feng Yaya laughed. It's so funny. Someone is calling me. She felt that suddenly, something like a silk thread was tied to her body, trying to pull her away, and a pleasant young lady's voice came from the silk thread. My dear friend, follow me. Suhi's heart almost jumped out of his chest. Don't make trouble. Refuse. You can't go anywhere. Is it possible to answer the call of this strange place casually? Yes. Feng Yaya blinked and looked down at Suhi. Big Turtle, are you afraid that if I leave, no one will protect you? She put her hands on her hips with a proud look on her face. Feng Yaya, am invincible. Suhi was speechless. Feng Yaya chuckled. Although it feels very interesting, but I have to guard the big turtle. See you next time, little sister. Feng Yaya waved her hand and broke the thread, and the whole villain fell on the turtle shell with a slap. Give it a bounce. Laughed heartlessly. In a piece of clean water, a red mermaid girl hurriedly swam towards the bottom of the water. While swimming, he shouted, Mother-in-law! Mother-in-law! Something happened! From the igloo-like dome houses under the water, several sharks dressed as bodyguards swam out, guarding an old shark woman in the center. A muscular mermaid next to him frowned and hummed. You're so old and you're so fussy! This is the clan leader among the sharks and the girl's father. The mermaid girl stuck out her tongue at him, then turned to the surrounded mother-in-law. This was a tribal sacrifice, and she was highly respected. The mother-in-law frowned slightly. Little girl, I remember that I was guarding the formation altar today. Did something happen to the formation altar? The mermaid girl shook her head. The formation altar is fine, but something happened to the sealing place. An outsider entered the sealing place by mistake and broke the 10-mile-old locust tree. I tried to summon him, but failed. The eyes of the sacrificial mother-in-law suddenly condensed, and she flicked her tail and swam toward the water. Using her speed, she jumped high and looked towards the sealing place. This is a large swamp. Not a swamp, but a large swamp that is wider than a lake. Quiet and peaceful. Only in the corner is a muddy swamp, shrouded by a seal like a pot lid. It's dark inside. The sacrificial mother-in-law came out of the water and turned into a human form, standing in the sky looking at the sealing place. The seal area has become larger and larger over the past 1,000 years. This is not because the seal is strengthening, but because the things sealed inside are expanding their territory. Looking carefully, there was indeed a patch of khaki in the darkness, indicating that the locust tree forest had been destroyed. The god has died, and his followers no longer have the power to seal this spiritual monster. This is the largest destruction of the locust forest in thousands of years. The sacrificial mother-in-law fell into the water, remained quiet for a moment, and said to the leader of the shark tribe next to her, Prepare the altar. I will personally summon you. No matter who can break through the 10-mile locust grove. He is the benefactor of our clan, and we must not let him have trouble in the locust grove. If you smash the 10-mile locust tree forest, you will definitely be attacked by the locust tree forest now. So you have to act quickly. The clan leader hesitated for a moment, then stared at the sacrificial mother-in-law. He waved his hands hurriedly. Mother-in-law, please don't misunderstand. It takes at least a day to prepare the summoning altar. I'm afraid something might happen to my benefactor after such a long time. Why don't I lead the hunting team to set off first, and try to break through the locust forest directly to see if I can get my benefactor back? The sacrificial mother-in-law hesitated for a moment and nodded. Please use my divine armor to protect yourself. The clan leader nodded, turned and left. The rich voice of the clan leader came from underwater. 2 hunting teams, A and B, will follow me to pick up the people, while Bing and Ding will guard and worship the master. Don't leave even an inch away. The sacrificial mother-in-law looked at the mermaid girl. Go back to the formation altar and continue calling. And don't stop for a moment. It doesn't matter if the summoning fails. As long as the person is still alive, the summoning will have a target. If the summoning does not fall on a specific person, it will be known that something has happened to the person, and the clan leader can retreat as soon as possible. That locust forest is a place sealed by God. Don't enter lightly. In fact, Phone Yaya was right. With the protection of the jade pendant and the bonus of the pointing tiger, she is the absolute main force in the team. Anyone who summons Phone Yaya away now will be a lifelong enemy. The kind that dismantles the backstage. After all, he is weak and his fighting strength has been compromised. So he released a trace of turtle essence from his heart orifice, slowly nourishing his body. Phone Yaya on the side started flying again. Chapter 148 Curse. Ah! I told you I can't leave. Phone Yaya waved her hand to interrupt the summons and landed on the turtle SH.L again. The weirder the environment, the more people act like monsters. Suhi told Phone Yaya not to go anywhere. Increase the flow rate of the heart orifice turtle element to moisturize the body with maximum effect. This place is weird. There is no boundary. And there is inexhaustible turtle energy. Just do your best to restore your body. Suhi could doubt his own judgment. But Mingjian was a magical power condensed from heaven and earth and could never go wrong. Even if there was a blind spot in Suhi's knowledge, the words unknown harm, unknown poison would definitely appear on the clear reading. Not enough to prove safety. The Guiyuan flows through the whole body, feeling cool and refreshing, as if soaking in a mountain spring in the summer. The mountain spring flows through it, and the whole body becomes comfortable. The bones and flesh all over the body are like extremely dry sponges, sucking the turtle essence. In True Blood, cargo ships appear one after another, loaded with goods and transported to the whole body. Suhi recovered quickly. Beyond Ziyuan, the locust tree quietly pulled its body out of the ground, stood on its roots and looked towards the side, feeling so excited that the leaves all over its body were jingling and trembling. Although the internal conditions of the little dragon turtle cannot be seen, judging from the way it trembles slightly, it must be absorbing and digesting the power of the dragon turtle. Good. The locust tree wished it could look up to the sky and smile, but it didn't dare to focus on the human face. Although the little girl was playing with her feet, she was clearly on guard in all directions and didn't even take off the finger tiger. At this moment, a breath broke through the seal and fell into the locust forest, and the little girl was seen floating precariously. The locust tree was startled and cursed in its heart, shaking off the leaves. Those damn sharks are going to summon Dragon Turtle and the others. The first one is this girl, because she destroyed the most locust trees. The second one should be the Dragon Turtle. There is at most one toad left. Why do I need this toad? What is the use of it? Damn it! It took 6,000 years to have this chance. Inhuman. But one day, the king broke the seal and came out to punish all the sharks outside. Seeing that the hope of breaking the seal was disappearing from the front, the locust tree was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Just when he didn't know what to do, he saw the little girl waved her hand to interrupt the call and fell down again. The old locust tree was confused, then overjoyed. Phone Yaya pouted. I can't go. We have to guard the big turtle. The summons came again just now. And following the summons, there was an eager voice from a nice young lady. My dear friend, cooperate with the summons, and I will take you out. Phone Yaya blinked. Why did you call us your benefactor? Are you asking for something from us? That's not okay. Then you have to be ranked behind the big turtle. Phone Yaya was sitting in the Guishan bird's nest, waving her hand and smashing several locust trees that rushed up to them. She didn't use the power of the finger tiger. That power was very taxing on the body, so she tried to use it as little as possible. The locust tree shattered into pieces, and sawdust flew into the air. The thin film of the jade pendant on Feng Yaya's body shone brightly, blocking all the sawdust. The toad was half empty and half solid, and the sawdust could not be parasitic. Suhi was even more motionless. There were waves of water rolling around his body, killing all the sawdust that came up. And turtle elements poured into his body one after another. The big locust tree carefully controlled the locust tree and charged towards the dragon turtle. I don't dare to have too much, for fear that something might happen to the dragon turtle. And I don't dare to have too little, for fear that the dragon turtle will fail to advance. Like an old mother, her heart is broken. Both parties cooperated tacitly, and everything went on in an orderly manner. In a moment, a speedboat passed by on the Liuguang River from the Great World to the Xianwang realm. In a guest room on the speedboat, Su Huanyan opened his eyes leisurely and frowned. Curse? Just now, one of the protective jade pendants left on Yaya's body was activated. It was a jade pendant for self-defense against the curse. Only a curse-like force can activate it. Shihu was also used, and they were in danger. Su Huanyan held the fairy sword tightly in his bare hands, and his breath was in chaos. Long Gui and Yaya ran away somewhere. They were not in the Xianwang realm. They were not far from the Xianwang realm. But Su Huanyan couldn't sense Feng Yaya's position. Carefully feel the aura of blessing lingering around you. The breath has not weakened, and nothing has happened to the dragon turtle. Yaya should also be safe. There is a delay in sensing the jade pendant. Perhaps the crisis has passed by now. Su Huayang pulled up her beautiful hair and tucked the white hair at her temples behind her ears, exposing her white snowy neck. Her jade-like hands were caressing the fairy sword, and the meaning of the sword was like a glow. A flash of blue light flashed, and the blue bird flashed in recklessly. Guess what news I got? Su Huanyan looked sideways. The blue bird chirped. Just now, Yunming's cargo ship came from the Xianhuang realm. I asked about it. Do you know what the Qingyu sect is doing at the moment? Do you know what state Feng Yiju is now? Third level of stepping on the sky, Su Hua said in a young voice. Although it was just a fleeting thought before, I still had a general idea. In the few months since she left, Feng Yiju has already entered the third level of heaven. It is truly amazing. There are bumps in the path of cultivation, and only by taking steady steps can we move forward. No one can transform into a demon and enter the third level of heaven stepping in a few months. He had already reached the third level of the sky and hid it from Dongyun, Qingyuan and her. No more. Qingyu spoke very fast, like a cannon. The captain said that Qingyuan Gate has monopolized Dongyun Mountain and condensed the soul of Dongyun Mountain. Pray to heaven and earth to raise the Sanxing Gate and open it. 2 realms of war in the same world. At this moment, Zuanshinmen is dumb and eating coptis. Those with a low level will be thrown into the Sanxingmen if they enter Dongyun. Those with a high level in the Emperor's world have gone crazy. It's clear that Qingyuan has opened 2 new realms of war. But the Emperor's world insists that Zuanshinmen did it. At this moment, Zuanshinmen's own 2 realms of battle are being attacked crazily, and the higher-ups are unable to take action at all. Zuanshinmen has no time to look west. Su Huanyan listened quietly and did not interrupt. Feng Yiju was the best at leveraging force, and he did not know how to attract the Emperor's world to hold back Zuanshinmen. Her cold eyes flowed out of the window and looked towards the mysterious world. Viewed from this distance, the mysterious world is like a big island floating in the starry sky, with all kinds of rays of light shining on the island. This is the light of destiny condensed by the 10 major immortal sects and major clans. The colorful sparkle that enveloped the entire mysterious world. Unlike the great world of Fengwang, where Fengwang Palace is the only one family, the whole world only has golden light reaching into the sky. Using his eyesight, he could find Dongyun Mountain in the southwest of Xianwang realm. There was no light shining out of Dongyun Mountain. But it was not the chaotic aura before. Feng Yiju has indeed unified Dongyun. But this is not the reason for him to extract the source of Yaya's life. Yaya is different. She does not have a soul or a body like ordinary people. Yaya is like a mythical beast. Body and soul integrated into one body. To extract the source is to annihilate the soul. Tiger poison does not even eat seeds. Hour after hour passed. Guiyuan kept nourishing Suhi, and Mingjian's condition returned to normal. Suhi hadn't opened his eyes yet. On the one hand, he was still adapting to his body. He was sneak attacked by Guizhu. He entered the country too fast and couldn't adapt to his body. On the other hand, He is trying his best to gather the turtle essence and suppress the turtle essence in his heart as a reserve. This turtle element is extremely pure and will be of great help to his advancement. The more, the better. The wind was rising and falling on the turtle SHL, and every once in a while, it would be stirred up by the summons. And the summons would be broken and fall again. For several hours, she was having a great time. Outside the sealing place, the shark girl on the altar has taken off her shark body, wearing a red dress with a dignified face. And she is calling all the time. When my spiritual power is exhausted, I take medicine and meditate. When I recover, I come back immediately. The formation altar is unique. Only one person can enter the formation altar within a month. Otherwise, there would be no need to set up another altar to worship the mother-in-law. Deep in the locust forest, the big locust tree stood on tiptoe and stared at Soo-hee for 6 or 7 hours. Fully 1/10 of the dragon turtle's true energy he had accumulated over the past 6,000 years was absorbed by this little dragon turtle. But why does this little dragon turtle show no signs of advancement? It's been a day, but the bloodline hasn't improved at all. Is this guy so talented? The big locust tree was anxious and paced back and forth. The dragon turtle's talent is so poor. Even if it improves, how much power can it absorb from the corpse of the dragon turtle above? Or is it that the little dragon turtle has suffered too much physical damage and needs to make up for the loss first? The big locust tree stamped its feet, and groups of locust trees in the forest rushed towards the dragon turtle. Maybe after a long time, I can act? Or maybe they really accepted their fate. The locust trees twisted their treetops and looked as though they were dead, which was extremely tragic. Outside the sealed area, a hunting team lurked quietly. When they crossed the water, they turned into mermaids. When they came ashore, they looked like strong human men. Everyone carried bows and arrows on their backs, and above their heads was a jade shield as white as clouds. But it was a fragment of tortoise SHL, the sharp meaning on the tortoise SHL was as sharp as an unsheathed sword. After another 2 hours, Soo-hee slowly opened his eyes, basically adapted to the physical condition. After the dragon horn sprout, the mental power is doubled, and whatever you do can be done with twice the result. He licked his lips and growled. Looking up, a water ball spurted out, exploded in midair, and turned into a downpour. The rain fell as heavy as 1,000 stones and hit the locust trees. The locust trees didn't even have a chance to resist, and they turned into black smoke and dissipated. The dragon turtle true essence was inhaled into the body one after another, and was suppressed under the dragon turtle down shadow in the heart orifice. The true energy gathered more and more, and gradually condensed into a drop of emulsion. But it's not milky white, but looks like mercury. Although this true essence has been refined by the locust tree, it still maintains its most original appearance. Deep in the locust forest, the old locust tree paces faster and faster. Something is wrong. Very wrong. This dragon turtle has absorbed a full 20% of the true energy, but there is still no sign of advancement. How can it be? Even an ordinary turtle should undergo a qualitative change after absorbing so much. This talent can no longer be described as bad. It is simply terrible. Stop! Stop! We can't send it anymore. If we send it further into the locust forest, we will be affected. During these 6,000 years, he continued to multiply locust trees and resist the seal. The seal is also getting stronger with the blessing of the sharks. Today, 20% of the locust forest was suddenly destroyed. He could already feel the suppressive power of the seal coming back. It became difficult to breathe. 6,000 years ago, he was suppressed by the dragon turtle's gaze in a big locust tree. The horrible feeling of being unable to move or scream came over him again. I won't give it away anymore. I will slowly break the seal. He still has 5,000 years to live. And maybe he will understand the nature of the seal in the next 1,000 years, and be able to kill him directly. We can no longer waste it like this. We must find a way to recover the dragon turtle's true essence. The old locust trees stamped their feet, and the trees were desolate. The locust trees, who were preparing to die heroically, suddenly dispersed like birds and beasts, and fled away into the distance like crazy. Soo-hee failed in a critical moment, and the rhythm of hunting was interrupted. Did the guy behind him change his ways? Although I still don't understand what the guy who tied them in wants to do. But if you don't get the benefits, you won't get them for nothing. Roar! Soo-hee roared. Where to escape? Thousands of heavy raindrops suddenly turned into a torrential rain and pear blossoms swept out. And dozens of big trees were instantly wiped out. Threads of true essence jumped towards Soo-hee. Just then the dice fell with a clatter. Quantity times 3. Quantity times 2. Quality times 3. It's like entering a gambling house. With a screen full of dice, and the sound of throwing dice filling your ears. This dice is extremely playful. Sometimes it grabs multiple treasures at the same time and throws them one after another. Sometimes, like now, it throws a dice on each treasure at the same time, throwing them together as if in a hurry. He looked at the surge in turtle energy and felt relieved. That's right. The turtle element just now was clearly said deliberately by someone behind the scenes with some unknown purpose. Seeing that he couldn't satisfy his desires, he wanted to withdraw his capital and run away. Can you run away? The more you resist, the more excited I get. Thief's son. Stop leaving. Chapter 149 Exoskeleton Armor. He roared, and a sound of extreme power spread out. Feng Yaya covered her ears and stamped her feet bitterly. Big turtle! She protested. He laughed loudly, and the escaping locust trees screamed and fell to the ground motionless. Just like ordinary locust trees, he was once again swept away by a great wave of debauchery, and turned into ashes, leaving only the dragon turtle's true essence. Deep in the woods, the old locust tree screamed, and a ghostly face appeared from the locust tree. This locust tree was reproduced by him. Although each locust tree looks like an independent individual, it can actually be regarded as his special avatar. When the seal is broken in the future, the spiritual consciousness can return to the original body. This is also the spiritual practice. One of the ways. Although breaking the locust tree earlier made him feel distressed, it could be undone without hurting his spiritual consciousness. This sound of divine power caused his entire sea of consciousness to ache like needles. Damn seal! If it weren't for the seal, how could he have had so many clones of his spiritual consciousness damaged by a younger generation when he was in the heavenly realm? What's going on with this dragon turtle? When he first entered the locust forest, he also showed his divine power, but he was not able to harm any locust tree. As the day passed, his bloodline did not increase at all, but his divine power suddenly doubled. How can any serious dragon turtle not upgrade his bloodline first when he gets the dragon turtle true essence, but instead advance to magical powers? Did I create an enemy for myself? Although the two were not friends to begin with. No monk who had been suppressed and sealed by the dragon turtle for more than 6,000 years would not think of being friends with the dragon turtle again when he saw it. The rustling and trembling of his leaves indicates the unrest in his heart. In just this moment, he had traveled 7 or 8 miles, and no locust tree survived wherever he passed. Strands of true essence poured into the heart orifice, and another drop of true essence condensation gathered. The locust tree screamed and ran away. But how could the upright tree roots outrun the dragon turtle that was making waves? By the time the old locust tree reacted, he had already condensed the third drop of true energy condensation. Of course, there is a dice bonus here. In fact, the last 2 drops of locust trees killed together are not as many as Feng Yaya's one punch. But the further back, the clearer the perception of the old locust tree becomes. The seal pressed against him, almost preventing him from moving. The grimaces on the old locust tree are no longer hidden, and they stand out with gnashing of teeth. Seeking death? He has not yet snatched back the true essence that was stolen by the dragon turtle. But the dragon turtle wants to expand the results of the victory. If it weren't for that weird little girl by his side, he could crush 10 of these dragon turtles to death with one hand. If you are 15, don't blame me. I am 30, and the first grade of junior high school is gone. He has already done it. He goes on an extreme pursuit, so he doesn't have to worry about accidentally killing a good guy. The people behind the scenes had never been kind to them, so it was impossible for their friends to kidnap them without saying hello. And he really couldn't figure out how these locust trees could condense the dragon turtle's true energy using normal means. Grave robbing? Plunder? Vampire? Approximately so. Outside the sealed area, the hunting team led by the shark chief looked at the locust tree forest with a solemn expression. The fighting is fierce inside. Let's speed up. We go in to pick up our benefactor and then exit. And we are not allowed to stay for a moment. Several others agreed. His feet are a little faster. He absorbed the dragon turtle's true essence and gathered another drop of true essence. But he slowly stopped. A murmur sounded inexplicably in my ears. Your bones are my bones. Your flesh is my flesh. Your blood is mine. Kill! The true blood in the body surged uncontrollably, and a white-armored warrior appeared, waving a spear and shouting to kill, rushing towards the green aura that suddenly appeared in the body. This aura is weird and evil, and as soon as it appears, it sticks to the flesh and bones. He has a good temper, but not much ability. As soon as he touches the flesh and blood, he is killed by the true blood warriors and retreats. Suhi's consciousness quickly penetrated into his mind, and he looked towards Mingjian. Status: Curse. The old locust tree lay on the ground and twisted its body strangely. He is from the spiritual race and is not good at fighting by nature. He does not have a powerful physical body or majestic true energy. But there is a weird spirit. The good curse of the Eldar. The grimace on the locust tree is distorted. This is the most famous curse of the spirit tribe, borrowing a corpse to bring back a soul. Most of the worlds hate the Eldar because of this ability. The divine beast cannot be taken away, but he can send his thoughts into the dragon turtle's body and control the dragon turtle like a puppet. Pure blood dragon turtles are not afraid of curses. But this is just a mixed blood dragon turtle with 50% bloodline. Although real blood cannot be seen, the three elements of bone, flesh and blood have always gone hand in hand and complement each other. Even if there is a difference, it won't be too much. If the true blood is less than 90%, and if the true blood cannot form an army, the curse will be impossible to prevent. The dragon turtle has always been the natural enemy of the spirit clan. The spirit clan's pitiful attack power cannot defeat the dragon turtle's foreign minister. And the true blood army is not afraid of curses. However, the divine power is so powerful that it defeats the Ling clan. But with a peck and a drink, the spirit clan curse is not very good to these little dragon turtles that have not yet turned into pure blood. Probably because the spirit and flesh of the mythical beasts are one. One curse brings another. The old locust tree was lying on the ground, as if it had been struck by lightning. Its whole body was black and trembling. It used all the few true spiritual energy and turned it into a curse and threw it at Suhi, resurrecting the soul through the corpse. The consciousness rushes into the dragon turtle's body and controls the dragon turtle. He must be able to escape from this sealed place. It is useless to control other people. The dragon turtle seal above his head is maliciously aimed at him. Whatever he possesses will be sealed. Only this little dragon turtle and the dragon turtle above the head are somehow involved, and can refine its power. Either he is the descendant of the dragon turtle above his head, or his turtle beads, blood, etc. have been refined. In short, Why will not lose money? A piece of his spiritual consciousness crashed into Suhi's body along with the curse. He smeared and was about to go to the sea of consciousness. When he turned around, he was suddenly stunned. True blood is like a river. The armor on it is like a forest. And the swords and axes are like a forest. The soldiers who covered the sky and the sun surrounded him. Suhi looked inside at this translucent figure. It looked like a Demeter from movies and TV shows in his previous life. Ugly and gloomy. This is what the spirit race looks like. He looked at the true blood army. And in his heart 10,000 grass and mud horses galloped past. Laughing and angry, why is there such a weird thing? 50% of flesh and blood is blood. But more than 90% of true blood? The gap between blood, flesh and bones is so huge. Are you afraid it's not a fake dragon turtle? How the H.L. is this done? When the divine beasts advance, flesh, blood and bones complement each other and restrict each other. No matter which one advances first, it will definitely stagnate to a certain extent. Only when the other two parties come forward can we continue to advance. Your true blood has stagnated directly above 90%. And then your flesh and blood start to chase you? Wouldn't it be better for you to transform into a dragon turtle where you are? Do you have to make everyone so embarrassed? He looked at the true blood army surrounding him, was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but laugh. What's the use of surrounding me? He is just a small piece of spiritual consciousness in his body. The real main force is the curse. He raised his eyes and looked around. But there was no curse at all. Not a single piece of the curse managed to attach itself to flesh and blood, borrowing corpses to bring back souls. The curse penetrates into the flesh and bones, and spiritual consciousness enters the mind. It cannot take away the body, but it can control the curse and control the dragon turtle like an arm and fingers. But now not only have all the curses that came in been broken, but those who came in with him are also being surrounded and annihilated. He raised his head and looked around at the true blood army, grinning an ugly smile. Joke. How do you think you can win over me with your deformed dragon turtle? We, the spiritual tribe, want to escape. But who can stay? He turned around and ran, knocking Suhi's body out of the way. He rushed into a dark space in a panic. He could vaguely see 3 tortoise SHLs full of them in the space, and a ball of blood exuding majestic will. With just a light touch, a peacock chirped. This was the essence and blood of a mythical beast. Just as a thought flashed across his mind, The entire spiritual consciousness was shattered by the cry of the peacock. Deep in the woods, a large locust tree suddenly collapsed to the ground. The spiritual clone that was just separated was shattered. He was sealed by the dragon turtle, so he couldn't use his spiritual consciousness much. This time it was like being hit hard. What's even more frightening is that the dragon turtle's true blood army has become an army, and the spirit clan's biggest support has no place to use it. In this sealed land, he became the one who got beaten. I stepped up to the sky. Damn dragon turtle seal. The locust tree struggled to stand up and glanced in the direction of Suhi. In an instant, all the souls of the dead were gone. He saw the little red girl standing high on the treetops, with her bow and arrows bent, looking at him with a smile. Her plump little mouth opened, as if she was saying something. Found you! Her family was cursed by a giant tortoise. This jade pendant left by her mother can be seen to be specially used to detect curses. Loosen the string and shoot the arrow. There was a crisp sound of an arrow, and there was no tail feather behind the arrow, as if it was carrying an ocean and crashing directly towards it. Su Huanyan is indeed a swordsman, but she and Su He are pure water attributes and are gifted with thunder. The waves roared and the waves crashed onto the shore, as if a tsunami had passed by. Nearly half of the locust tree forest suddenly collapsed. The old locust tree neighed and jumped up. Junior! You've bullied someone too much! He was sealed. But it's not like a junior can bully him wantonly with just 1 or 2 heaven-stepping realm talismans and artifacts. The worst case scenario is that you will be crushed to death, and then you will be sealed and suppressed. And you will be sealed for thousands more years. The whole big tree roared and flew up. Feng Yaya sheathed her bow and arrow, took out a sea urchin-like thing, and raised her hand to hit it. The old locust tree turned around and walked away, cursing and flying into the distance. Which family wouldn't let their children play with this thing? This is the red fire divine thunder of the true Yang realm. This is the ultimate killer. Seeing the big tree fly away, Feng Yaya made a face at Su He, chuckled, and whispered, This is a fake made by the smelly uncle. It won't explode. Su He vaguely remembered that this man was the old farmer who had given him Guishan. Feng Yaya used the backhand left by Su Huanyan twice in one day, which was a bit too much. Su He wrapped her in soft water and put her in the bird's nest. Feng Yaya kicked her little feet and tossed the sea urchin in her hands. The old locust tree looked frightened. Whoosh! A sword energy slashed through it, and the locust tree fell from the air and stuck into the earth. It took a long time to grow slowly. The treetops were pointing towards the sky, and I wanted to curse my mother, but I held myself back. I was too picky today. The seal automatically attacked. He hated the tree branches itching. If it weren't for the little girl covered in treasures, it would be just a dragon turtle, which would be either round or flat. Just because he remembered the true blood that had already become an army in the dragon turtle's body. The branch twitched, and he changed his words angrily. It's just a dragon turtle. As long as he fights to be sealed and suppressed for 100 years, he will definitely be able to capture it. She secretly looked at Feng Yaya with hatred, and saw a light coming from the seal. Feng Yaya couldn't help but drag her and disappear in an instant. Oh! Oh! Feng Yaya's eyes widened. Why was this summoning so unreasonable? It couldn't be smashed. And it also forced people to be pulled away. Big turtle! She called out, and her voice disappeared into the air with a long tail. The locust tree shook its leaves and was stunned for a moment. In the shark hunting team that had already entered the locust forest, a shark said to the leader of the clan, It's a summons from the sacrifice master. The benefactor has been summoned away. Clan leader, we retreat, he called twice in succession. But the patriarch didn't move. I saw the clan leader looking straight into the depths of the locust forest with his mouth open in astonishment. Following his gaze, he saw a dragon turtle rising from the waves and trying to chase the little girl in red, who was summoned by the priest, but failed to catch up. Everyone present was suddenly stunned, just like the clan leader. God. To the sharks, the dragon turtle is a god. The old locust tree was stunned for a moment. Its grimace poked out from the trunk, and laughed. The girl was summoned away by the shark. Beating up teammates to help opponents? He laughed loudly. Only half of the locust tree was left. But he suddenly mobilized his true energy to fly towards Su He, not afraid of the seal above his head. Dragon turtle suffers death. Don't worry. I'm just shouting slogans. I'm reluctant to kill you. Stay here to help me break the seal. Su He's face suddenly turned cold. He couldn't drive Feng Yaya away, and he was already filled with anger. But this locust tree still didn't know whether to live or die. Roar! Su He roared with great power. Then he made waves to meet him. The shark hunting team in the locust forest turned into the true form of the shark out of control. When they suddenly came to their senses, their faces became even more excited. "Death!" the locust tree shouted. Its branches stretched out like tentacles and hit Suhi like a fist. Before the punch came, the terrifying pressure had already struck. Boom! The tentacle collided with Suhi and hit the turtle mountain, knocking Suhi back. There was a surge of blood. Suhi gritted his teeth. The aura of the sky-stepping realm. The combat power of the demon transformation realm. And judging by his breath, this was the person who had just followed the curse into his body. Can't beat it. Especially this is on the shore, not in the sea. "Toad!" Suhi shouted. Toad gritted his teeth and took out a huge smoking stick from his pocket. A thigh thick and 2 feet long. "It doesn't fight. It can only provide equipment." A voice came from behind. "God! Go on!" Suhi swept away with his spiritual consciousness and saw a dozen sharks appearing out of nowhere and throwing a piece of tortoise SH. That was as white as jade and shaped like a shield. The smell on this tortoise SH. Is very familiar. Turtle element. Turtle bead. It's the dead dragon turtle. "God! Living under the divine armor. Evil spirits cannot be harmed. Hunting team, follow my guardian god to retreat." The patriarch Meow swung his sword in front of him. After the excitement on his face, he looked at death as if he were home. "I never expected that a god would come to the sealed place. If they can reveal their true form as a mermaid with just one roar, even if they haven't achieved the status of god yet, they will sooner or later. The sharks can die, but gods must welcome them back. Fortunately they are here. This divine armor is the remnant of the previous generation of gods. It has endless magical uses. It lives under the tortoise SH. And is invulnerable to all things. Even the consciousness cannot detect it. The shark is probably believable. Suhi believed in this tortoise SH. Even more. The dragon tortoise on the tortoise SH. Is so powerful that it almost condenses into a solid body. And its sharpness is as sharp as a sword. It's just a broken piece of tortoise SH. But it has the meaning of foreign affairs. This tortoise SH. Has invincible defense. Suhi was overjoyed and walked towards the tortoise SH. The grimace on the old locust tree changed its expression and screamed, "Damn it! Shark! Damn it!" he roared, and branches shot out in an instant. But at this moment, the piece of jade tortoise SH. Flew up automatically. But it didn't emit a light film to cover Suhi like when it was above the shark's head. Instead, with a click, it covered the turtle SH. Penetrating through the outer SH. And covering the turtle SH. Suhi's jade-like body, centered on the tortoise SH. Instantly became as white as jade. Even the dragon horns on his head popped out. Suhi moved his 4 claws and felt a steady stream of surging power coming out of his body. It's like wearing a set of dragon turtle exoskeleton armor. He roared and raised his paws without spitting out water balls. And it rained heavily. Every drop of rain is like a sharp sword, cutting straight down. This is not a close call. No. This is Qianjun. Just Qianjun with the meaning of Gingjin. The power was so great that every drop of rain was stronger than Suhi's full blow. And he had already broken through the demon transformation realm. Suhi didn't know what level of attack this was. When the heavy rain fell, the outstretched branches of the old locust tree were chopped into dust before they could be found. Even the old locust tree had no time to escape. It only screamed and was smashed to pieces by the heavy rain. Chapter 150 Hung. Roar! Suhi looked up to the sky and roared. Infinite power surged through his body. And at this moment, he felt that he was capable of anything. Creatures are always the same, whether they are wild boars or dragon turtles. When you suddenly gain strength, you feel that you are invincible. Until the shark reminds me. Be careful. God. He is from the spirit race. And the locust tree only possesses him. Destroying the locust tree will not hurt his body. Suhi's consciousness spread out and looked around. Then an illusory cloaked monster suddenly jumped up from the ground. The speed is far faster than the shark's eyes can catch. At this moment, this spirit tribeman is going to die if he doesn't use the power of the heaven-stepping realm against the seal. The dragon turtle cheated and relied on a piece of turtle SH. To forcibly increase its attack power to an immeasurable level. Even when he was in good health, he wouldn't dare to stop the rain. Roar! A sound of divine power was blasted out. But this divine power did not spread out with the sound. It did not hurt the sharks or beasts, but was only aimed at the spirit cloak monsters. At this moment, with the blessing of the turtle SH.L. Su-He experienced the power of the dragon turtle in advance. The power of the dragon turtle was not only a range of damage, but could also target specific individuals. The cloaked monster rushed towards Su-He, covered his ears and screamed while still in midair. The tattered cloak was shattered, revealing a translucent and thin man, and disappeared in a few flashes. A monk in the heaven-treading realm is tenacious in life, especially now that he is releasing the power of heaven-treading. He cannot be easily dealt with. Ong, Su-He raised his head and let out a long groan. His divine power was like the sea, and illusory waves rippled around with the dragon turtle as the center. Wherever they pass, the locust trees are like mice crossing the street, struggling to escape but unable to escape no matter what. Anyone who is washed by the waves cannot even scream and is instantly wiped out. The divine power only attacks the soul, but the sound can shatter trees. A drop of dragon turtle true essence condensation in the heart orifice dissipated. The bonus of the turtle SH.I was huge, but the consumption was also huge. Heartache. Fortunately, more than 80% of the locust tree forest was destroyed, and streams of dragon turtle true energy gathered towards him. The dice fell like raindrops. The waves crashed by. The disappeared spirit clan screamed and fell out of a locust tree. The entire figure shrank countless times, only half the height, and almost transparent. He screamed and fled toward the center of the seal. A golden mark appeared between his eyebrows, protecting him from being completely broken. It's a treasure! The leader of the shark clan clapped his tail and twisted up, with a serious look on his face. Honored God! 6,000 years ago, the spirit race entered the mysterious world to steal treasures, and accidentally entered the land of my god's death. He should have been killed by my god. Beheading. It was the protection of this treasure that allowed him to escape the disaster. My god's death was approaching, and he could no longer move, so he sealed him here. No wonder he was still alive after both calls of divine power. Su-He roared and chased after him. Give me back the treasure! The treasures in the mysterious realm belong to all living beings in the mysterious realm, and he is the only one here. Of course it's his. The spirit tribe turned back and gritted their teeth. Junior! Don't bully others too much. You little turtle is only a few years old. When I stole the treasure, your ancestors were still in turtle eggs. Turtle eggs! When the limit of strength was approaching, I realized that this turtle was only 3 or 4 years old. If I had known better, I would have given up this locust forest for him to advance. Su-He was chasing after him, and the waves were surging beneath him. He had never ridden such waves before, and this unbridled feeling was really refreshing. Roar! There was another divine roar, and the waves came over. The spirit clan screamed and fell to the ground, becoming more illusory and ethereal. He looked at Su-He in horror, grinded his teeth and roared, and the remaining locust forest exploded in an instant. Only an old locust tree remains in the distance. The broken sawdust turned into strong wind and hit Su-He, and was destroyed by the big wave before it could reach him. The spirit clan phantom took this opportunity to jump towards the old locust tree and dived into it. The power of the seal above his head exploded, completely pressing on the old locust tree. It's like plating a layer of water film on the locust tree. The sun shines in, reflecting the colorful glow. Su-He collected the water waves and fell to the ground, then circled the locust tree twice. A grimace appeared on the locust tree, mocking Su-He. Jia. He is sealed, but outsiders cannot break in. The sealing power has strengthened several times over the past 6,000 years, and now it all falls on this tree. He can't get out, so the dragon turtle shouldn't try to come in and steal his treasure. This is a treasure that was obtained in the Xianhuang Cave 6,000 years ago by reviving a corpse and controlling a sect master in the Xianhuang realm. A real treasure. No one can take it away. Su-He summoned a thunderbird as thick as a bucket and struck it on the locust tree. The locust tree was unscathed. The seal blocks the locust tree from coming out and also blocks external attacks. Extremely powerful. Divine power. All tools are invalid. The grimace laughed even louder. Boy! I don't care. I have experience. Even if the seal is strengthened, I will be able to reproduce the locust forest again in 3,000 years at most. What can you do to me? It's only been 3,000 years, and I am still in the heavenly realm. Afraid of wasting. He suddenly stopped talking, mocking the dragon turtle, but hurting himself. With a lifespan of 10,000 years in the heaven-stepping realm, and having been sealed here for 9,000 years, there may not be a way to get out. This is no longer a heartache. He gritted his teeth and looked at the dragon turtle again, and cursed loudly. Suhi walked around the locust tree several times, looking at the seal and at his body, which was as white as jade. Are these two members of the same family? Who is not the backup man of the dead dragon turtle? He reached out a claw and pressed against the seal. It feels like jelly. Soft and soft. Seem like... Suhi thrust forward slightly, and a nail slowly penetrated the seal and penetrated it. With the ghost's stunned face, he hooked the rune between its eyebrows and pulled it out. The runes were peeled off and pulled out. The grimace is full of disbelief. Am I really afraid that there is something fake embedded in it? He roared and tried to escape, but was suppressed by the seal and couldn't move. You Uncle Turtle. Me. Helping the enemy beat myself up again? He got into the seal and wanted to rely on the seal to protect himself. But in the end, he got stuck on the chopping board and was at the mercy of others. Why can the dragon turtle break through the seal? Why can this little dragon turtle pull out his rune? The dragon turtle couldn't even seal him. He cursed loudly, but Suhi ignored him. The shark chased after him and came to the old locust tree, where he saw the dragon turtle concentrating on pulling the runes out of the face of the spirit clan one by one. The rune flashed and fell into Suhi's body. Constant. The runes entered the body, and a name appeared in Suhi's mind inexplicably. The name of this symbol, Hung. But I still don't know what this rune does. How to protect this spiritual clan from death. A die falls on the turtle's SH. 4 o'clock. The runes in the body shook, and one turned into 4. A sure profit. But at this moment, 3 of the runes suddenly shattered and collapsed, dissipating out of thin air. Suhi was confused. This is the first time I encountered a copy failure. The die seemed unwilling to give in and rolled out another one, spinning around on top of Suhi's head. 2 o'clock. The runes shook again, becoming 2, and then one of them cracked again. The runes could not be copied several times in a row until the 6th time, when 4 quality points were rolled. The runes inside the body suddenly condensed brightly, and the quality was successfully improved. The dice no longer land. Suhi was stunned for a long time before he realized this rune is unique and only one can exist in the entire world. So no matter how many times it is copied, it will collapse. Found a treasure. Suhi looked at the locust tree, wanting to interrogate the origin of the spirit race's ghostly face rune. But he saw the grimace on the locust tree and watched the runes being plundered. Slowly close your eyes, looking like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water and does whatever you like. Come on! In the Tang Tang Taotian realm, it is impossible to get information through interrogation. Suhi opened his mouth to face the hole in the seal and roared with ultimate power. Then he quickly used his spiritual power to seal the hole. In fact, there is no need for him to operate. The seal has healed itself. Suhi then outputted most of his spiritual power on the seal in one breath. The entire seal was sparkling with water. Through the seal, you can see the various twisted and wailing ghost faces inside, as if they are experiencing all the suffering in the world. The divine power is sealed in it, and it bounces left and right, and is blocked by the seal for who knows how long it will take before it dissipates. The last bit of dragon turtle essence from the seal poured into Suhi's body, and the dice kept spinning. 56 drops of turtle essence condensed in the heart orifice, 7 of which were completely different and had improved quality. The shark hunting team looked at Suhi with admiration. Since their birth, the sealed area has been expanding, with more and more locust trees inside. The sharks were helpless. The curse in the sealed land is too overbearing, and you can only enter if you wear divine armor. But the locust tree was cut down and grew too long, which was impossible to contain. Dragon Turtle is indeed the god of our clan. 1 day later, the seal was gone. The spirit tribe demons were sealed in a big locust tree again. This is not the first time. For 6,000 years, the seal has automatically resisted and has become many times stronger than it was 6,000 years ago. The entire power of the seal fell on the locust tree. Not surprisingly, the spirit race inside will have no choice but to die of old age. The seal was dispersed, and this land saw the sunshine after thousands of years. It was a little difficult to adapt to it for a while. The little beast hid immediately, fearing the sun. But the shark opened his arms to face the rising sun. The leader of the shark tribe saluted Suhi. Honored God, please follow me, and I will take you to our tribe. The other sharks all looked at Suhi eagerly. Suhi was silent for a moment and asked, Do you know who summoned the little girl just now? The person who summoned Feng Yaya was extremely tenacious, and worked hard all day long without stopping for a moment. I don't know what means were used at the last moment. Feng Yaya couldn't even interrupt the summons. So she was taken away by force. The leader of the shark tribe lowered his head slightly, with a hint of vengeance on his resolute face. She is the high priest of my tribe. That little girl destroyed the 10-mile locust forest, and was a great favor to our tribe. The priest was afraid that she would be killed in the forest. The spirit clan demons attacked, and forcibly summoned him away. The priest made a mistake. The little girl is not the only one here. There is also a dragon turtle. Dragon turtle. Although he's not a pure blood yet, he's not far off. The tribal gods have been extinct for 6,000 years, and his tribe guarded the tomb here. Although they persisted in their ambition, they never had the chance to see the living dragon turtle again. Now, really good. They looked at Su-He excitedly, and the pearls fell from their eyes. Feng Yaya was flying all the way. She couldn't control the direction at all. She closed her eyes and shivered in the air. She didn't like flying. She didn't like it very much. He was helping the turtle fight when he was forcefully summoned. The big turtle still doesn't know what happened. I don't know how long it took, but finally I heard the sound of human voice, and there was a thump of feet on the ground. I stepped on it and found that it was indeed no longer high in the sky. I pouted and opened my eyes and looked forward. Opening his eyes, he saw a young lady in front of him, wearing a red gauze dress, bright and cute. "Eh? Ugly slave!" Feng Yaya shouted happily. "Is the turtle shark coming?" The big turtle took in a tribe of sharks while she was sleeping. The Qingyuan Hell Ghost had been raging before, and when she woke up in the elephant water, the ugly slaves were guarding her. Long time no see. Here we are. The mermaid girl blinked. "Is my little benefactor calling me? My name is Yuju, not Cho Nuer." "Huh?" Feng Yaya said in surprise. They looked exactly the same, and even their breasts were no different. The mermaid girl responded to Feng Yaya, but her eyes kept drifting to the sealing place, and her heart was filled with turmoil. The sealed land is gone. The dome-like seal disappeared. The locust tree forest was destroyed, and the sun was shining brightly in that dark place. She was at a loss for a moment, but the formation altar was still fine, and it was clearly not the evil spirits inside that had broken through. Someone has solved the problem in the sealed land. Yuju's breathing was rapid, and she saw tribesmen jumping out of the big swamp behind her. The mother-in-law who was offering sacrifices had an excited face, and she could no longer hold the crutch in her hand. "Shui Zhuer, follow me quickly to welcome the arrival of the god." She held a back SHL in her hand. The clan leader had just sent word that a dragon turtle appeared in the sealing place, sealing away the evil spirit clan in one fell swoop. Dragon turtle. Even if it's not the god they believe in, it's still a dragon turtle. The whole family welcomes each other. Su-He followed the shark and walked toward Days by Water. He shook his head from time to time and felt a little dizzy. He was in a battle and was highly nervous, so he didn't feel it yet. When he stopped, he realized that the burden of the white jade tortoise SHL on his back was too heavy, and 2 drops of his heart aperture true essence condensation had been consumed in the rush. Moreover, the consumption of spiritual consciousness was too great, which was a bit too much for Su-He. But the tortoise I was embedded in his SHL, and could not be removed by all means. "Honored God, are you advancing?" The leader of the shark clan asked cautiously. He felt that the momentum of the dragon turtle was constantly rising. Immediately after the battle, he began to practice and advance without stopping. The dragon turtles have worked hard to this extent. What should they do as the sharks? It is said that my own god worked so hard back then. Sure enough, it is not a family that does not enter the house, and it is worthy of being able to support the divine armor. "Ah, yes," Su-He responded faintly. I don't know what hobbies this dragon turtle sister had during her lifetime. She was extremely proactive. Her turtle beats took the initiative to get into Su-He's body, forcing him to advance. The true essence also took the initiative to integrate. And when the tortoise I was automatically embedded in the turtle SHL. He finally finished the fight, and constantly mobilized Su-He's spiritual power, and accumulated dragon turtle true essence to help him practice. At this moment, Su-He's internal organs and sacrificial bones had all increased by 2%. And it's quite unstoppable. He looked like he would not give up until he was pushed into the gate of the divine beast. But sister, I have just improved a lot. It's time to take a rest. You have to take a good nap to digest the results of the battle. And you can't do it so quickly. Too fast. My body can't stand it. I really can't stand it. Isn't it here yet? Suhi shook his groggy head. The leader of the shark clan couldn't take off the tortoise SHL, so he could only place his hope in the shark sacrifice. If he didn't take it off, Suhi was afraid that he would be sucked into a turtle. We're almost there. The leader of the Shaman tribe pointed into the distance. You see? The priest has led his tribe to greet you. Suhi looked around and saw nearly 1,000 sharks swimming in the water 10 miles ahead. The sharks were sinking under the water, and their bodies were sticking out of the water, swimming towards this side quickly. More than 1,000 pairs of eager eyes made Suhi's scalp numb instantly. This look is so intense. Although he was used to being watched by people, Suhi still couldn't understand the enthusiasm of the sharks for the dragon turtle. When other people saw Suhi, wow, there is a Pokemon there. And the shark said, ask God to issue an oracle. This kind of piety is engraved in the blood. I don't know what terrible things the ancestor of the dragon turtle did to the source of the shark's bloodline. Chapter 151 Calling Sister. This large swamp is like a vast ocean. But there are groups of mountains and rivers under the water, which is not as flat as the seabed. The sharks built fortresses on the mountains, planted water plants, and herded fish and sea animals. The shark's house looks like a yurt or an igloo, with an arched and raised door under the dome. But that's not all. There are also sharks who live in the mountains. They dig caves on the rocks under the water and live in them. The pearls inside are shining, and from the outside it looks like a high-rise building in a previous life. Sharks are very special. They are all cultivated, but they live in huts like ordinary people. Suhi was lying on the altar. The other sharks had dispersed to greet him. The ceremony was not too complicated. The shark priest saw that something was wrong with Suhi and hurriedly drove away the other sharks. At this moment, he is trying to remove the overlapping tortoise SHLs on his SHL. After a complicated ceremony, the shark priest bowed respectfully. The disaster has been resolved. Please return the god armor. The tortoise SHL trembled, ready to fly. It works. Suhi was overjoyed. This piece of tortoise SHL was so good that he could press the spirit clan Tantion to the ground and rub it. It just consumes too much. The dragon turtle true essence condensation is not bad. There are more than 50 drops in stock. But the consciousness is about to bottom out. The sea of consciousness has become a small pond. If the tortoise SHL doesn't come down, Suhi will go down. I don't know if there is an underworld in this world. The tortoise SHL trembled and floated up. The white jade color on Suhi's body faded and returned to black jade. A look of loss flashed in the eyes of the shark priest. It's actually not white. Although black is domineering, white is still beautiful. Just like their god. He is half domineering and half graceful. Duan's heroic appearance. Not only was the sacrifice lost, but the flying turtle SHL did not look like a black dragon turtle. It hesitated in the air and was about to fly away, but then suddenly turned back and covered Suhi's turtle SHL again with a snap. The color that had just been restored suddenly turned into white jade again. Suhi. Dot! He looked at the shark priest with a helpless expression. And the priest looked at the turtle SHL with confusion. He bowed and saluted again. Please return the divine armor to your position. The white jade tortoise SHL moved a little, then became quiet again. This time it was squirming. Not to leave, but more like looking for a comfortable seat because it couldn't afford to sleep for a long time. Please return the divine armor. The priest straightened his expression and said again. The tortoise SHL was completely motionless, as if it had completely grown together with Suhi. The priest was silent, and Suhi looked at him, their eyes meeting each other. After a long while, the priest said, The aura of my god is on the body of the venerable god, which attracts the divine armor to stay with me. Could this dragon turtle be a descendant of a god or a member of the same race? What should we do? Suhi asked. You can't spit out all the absorbed turtle beads and turtle essence. Right? I can't do it. The food you eat has been digested and turned into meat. How can you vomit it? He looked at the sad-faced shark priest. He opened his mouth and blew out bubbles. But he couldn't think of a way out. This days was the burial ground for the two dragon turtles. It's so lucky. The priest walked back and forth. And after a moment, he suddenly looked up at Suhi. Honored God, there is a place where my god's aura is stronger. If you go, I will be able to remove the divine armor. Where? Suhi looked up. The Dragon Turtle Cemetery. The resting place of my god? In terms of powerful aura, what other place can compare to the god's cemetery? It's just the dragon turtle tomb. Except for the burial of the dragon turtle. The shark has never been there again. And even the sacrifices are held from a distance. But the dragon turtle in front of him is a kinsman of God. And he also annihilated the sealed land. The tortoise L on the back is the remnant of the god. Have to take it off. Where? Suhi asked. He didn't delay pretentiously. Why was he pretending when the turtle was about to die? Find the tomb. Return the tortoise L. Offer incense and flowers. The shark pointed at the top of his head. And Suhi followed the gesture and saw that the setting sun was about to set on the horizon, casting a fiery red light that illuminated the clouds for half the sky. Yun? Suhi was shocked. The priest had a solemn face. But there was a bit of pride in his eyes. Respect God? The resting place of my God is in the clouds. Suhi was stunned for a moment. My turtle is awesome. Fortunately, dragon turtles don't care about resting in their graves. But I hope that if I die one day, it is better to be buried in the ground instead of floating in the sky, let alone cremated. Holy Lord! Please wait a moment. This old servant is going to prepare the flying boat. The shark priest bowed and retreated. None of these sharks seem to be able to fly. I don't know what level they are in. I guess it's not too high. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with the sealed spirit race. Moreover, a mermaid without a dragon turtle would advance slowly, just like the 300 sharks under his command. It would only take a dozen of them to reach the demon transformation realm. Suhi only waited for a moment before a bamboo raft came quickly, with Fong Yaya running happily on the raft. Big turtle! Big turtle! Look who this is! She pulled a girl in red. Suhi glanced away. Ugly slave? No. No! The appearance is almost exactly the same. And the aura is also very similar. But Suhi now wears a tortoise L and has illusory dragon horns growing out of his head. His perception is extremely sharp. And even the smallest differences cannot escape his perception. Aren't these ugly slaves? Twins? The shark priest bowed to Suhi, invited Suhi onto the bamboo raft, propped up the bamboo raft, and flew leisurely towards the white clouds. No need to be surprised. God, she whispered to Suhi. The awakening of Yuju's ancestral bloodline gave her such an appearance. It is rumored that this is the appearance of the mermaid queen from eternity ago. The ugly slave in Miss Yaya's mouth is probably the same. This generation of mermaids is very lucky. For thousands of years, it was a rare bloodline return to the ancestors. Two people appeared at once. It's a pity that Yuju accompanied the tribe to guard the tomb here, wasting this good blood. That ugly slave had a good fortune, and he followed a god early on. Even if the dragon turtle in front of him is not a divine beast yet, his roar can make the shark reveal his true form, and he will definitely achieve the title of dragon turtle in the future. Otherwise, she would not have been able to make up her mind to take this dragon turtle to the cemetery of gods. Suhi shook his groggy head. His consciousness was consumed too much, and his ears were ringing, which was very uncomfortable. The bamboo raft broke through the clouds and went straight to the top. An island falls on the clouds. The island is not very big. It has mountains, rivers, waterfalls, red cranes, peacocks. It is peaceful and quiet, without any sense of tomb. It's like a heavenly palace in the clouds. The shark priest pointed to a palace on the island. Honored God! That is the resting place of our God. We dare not go near it. Please go ahead on your own. Lord, this old slave will take Miss Yaya to the land given by the gods. This space is a dragon turtle curtain, and the seal is like a cancer. Fong Yaya destroyed 20% of the Sephora Grove with one punch and one arrow. This is a great achievement. How could the shark not show any signs of it? In addition, with the existence of a dragon turtle quasi-divine beast like Suhi, the priest and the clan leader made some plans and brought Fong Yaya to Yunzhong Island. In the land given by God, my God's law appears. If you are blessed by my God, you can obtain certain magical powers of my God. Although the magical powers can only be retained for 1 year. But as long as you understand it, you will be of endless use in this life. His family god is the mythical beast dragon turtle, adult and powerful. The group of people divided into two groups, and the priest took Fong Yaya and his party to the east of the island. Suhi walked toward the palace alone as the waves rolled beneath him. Before the turtle arrived, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and even his breathing became confused. There is a dragon turtle corpse in the palace. This will be the first of his kind that Suhi has seen, even though it is dead. The palace is not grand. It is even a bit delicate. From the outside, you can't tell that this is a tomb. just like a women's boudoir, or which princess's residence. Only the closed door showed some dignity. Although there are birds perched on the top of the palace and rabbits chasing each other in front of the steps. The palace is spotless. If this space is a tomb, then the palace is a coffin. Suhi licked his lips and knocked open the palace door. The door of the palace opened, and a majestic pressure of the dragon turtle rushed towards him. Suhi's entire turtle was pressed to the ground, and the turtle I was overwhelmed and made a squeaking sound. The pure white tortoise L on the turtle L emitted a soft light, dispersing the pressure of the dragon turtle. Only then could Suhi raise his head and look inside. There are carved beams and painted buildings in the hall, with several large pillars holding up the beams. There is a pool of water on the ground, and a small island in the middle of the pool. On the small island lies a dragon turtle. She was not much bigger than Suhi, only about 3 feet from head to toe. The body is as white as jade. The turtle L is round. The dragon's head is heroic, and the dragon's horns are sharp and delicate. She looked like a heroic female general, with murderous aura, but also biting her red lips. And her hands were like catkins. The turtle's eyes were slightly closed. Not dead at all. Just like sleeping. This turtle is so beautiful. Suhi only had this idea in his mind. It's a pity that he is dead. Suhi stayed at the door for a long time. He sighed, stepped through the door, bowed his head slightly, and saluted the dragon turtle's corpse. Thank you, Senior, for your support. I'm here to return the turtle L. That giant turtle condensed with turtle beats cannot be considered an independent life in any way. It's just a continuation of the dragon turtle in front of me. Or a host body. The turtle pearl should be counted on this dragon turtle fairy. I hope Senior will take back the tortoise L. Suhi said softly. The tortoise L on its back did not move at all. The white jade dragon, turtle and tiger were in front of it, with a powerful aura as strong as the sea. But it didn't cause the turtle to move. Suhi didn't know what to do. Could he pierce fairy dragon turtle's body and release the aura of true blood? Putting aside the fact that it is disrespectful to be unreasonable and inconsistent with reality, Suhi could not do it at all. You can feel it just by the power. Even with the blessing of the turtle L, he can't hurt the dragon turtle fairy at all. I am at my wit's end. A clear and refreshing voice sounded in the empty hall. Call, sister! Suhi's surprise was no small matter. A huge wave stirred up beneath him, carrying him backwards suddenly. His eyes were like lightning as he looked straight at the corpse of the small island dragon turtle. Not dead? The white jade dragon turtle is motionless. Although its power is strong, it is frozen. Its aura is vast but also vague and silent. They are all dead things. This dragon turtle is indeed dead. Who's talking? Suhi said solemnly. He looked around. His fused spiritual consciousness focused on his eyes, inspecting the hall inch by inch. There wasn't even a mosquito in the main hall. Who is your excellency? What is your motive for hiding the dragon turtle tomb? Suhi's voice carried divine power and struck the entire hall. Call, sister! The gentle and refreshing voice appeared again. The voice is very pleasant, but the tone is clear and capable. This time I heard it clearly. It was none other than the dragon turtle's voice. He heard it countless times before the giant turtle died that day. But the dragon turtle in front of him was indeed just a corpse. Soul consciousness? Not like it. The soul consciousness condensed from a drop of peacock's true blood has spiritual intelligence. If such a large dragon turtle corpse is placed in front of you, it seems that it has soul consciousness. I'm afraid I won't be able to communicate like normal people. Call, sister! That pleasant voice came out again. This thing, couldn't it be a recording of a prank left by Dragon Turtle before his death? I forgot to ask the shark how the Dragon Turtle fairy died. Logically speaking, the mythical beast has endless lifespan and is a creature of immortality. The Dragon Turtle in front of him didn't look like he was injured or killed. So he walked towards the palace again. This pool of water is also very strange. When you step on it, you don't need to ride the waves, and it will directly lift Suhi up, like a non-Newtonian fluid. Suhi looked at the body of the dragon turtle, took a deep breath, and put on a smile. Sister, could you please take away your magical powers? Just call her sister. What's the big deal? If he doesn't take off the tortoise L, he really won't be able to bear it anymore. These words seemed to activate a mechanism, and the white jade tortoise L on his back suddenly detached and flew up. It flew lightly to the side of the white jade dragon turtle, and clicked into place on the body of the dragon turtle. Free! Suhi was overjoyed. As the tortoise L left. His strength suddenly disappeared. Suhi's legs went limp, and he slumped on the pool. I just feel extremely weak. It's not that he is really weak. To be fair. During the period when the white jade tortoise L is embedded in his body. Although his tortoise essence is consumed rapidly, his bloodline is also soaring. There is clear evidence. Status, subhealthy. True blood, 98.6%. Bone sacrifice, 71%. Internal organs, 73%. This is no longer about advancing on a rocket. It doesn't even cover the basic rules of practice. The turtle sister in front of her was somewhat forceful, and she force-fed her food. Suhi shook his head. His consciousness was no longer consumed rapidly, and he slowly recovered. The dizziness was no longer as serious. Thank you for your care, Senior. Suhi saluted the dragon turtle's corpse again, turned around and walked out. The sweet voice in the hall sounded again. Call, sister? Suhi couldn't help but smile. Thank you very much for your love, sister. He walked out, and as soon as his front paws crossed the threshold, a milky white light flashed across the body of the dragon turtle, and the piece of tortoise L that had stopped suddenly flew out and landed on his L with a click. Suhi was stunned. When his spiritual consciousness swept over it, not only did the tortoise I go away and come back, but it also changed from a fragment into a complete piece of armor. This tortoise I was originally just a fragment. Normal tortoise LS do not shed completely. They all fall off piece by piece. It was originally just half a tortoise L, but now it has completely restored to a long hexagonal shield shape. It is either a complete tortoise L, or a piece of the tortoise L. Suhi was at a loss. He is here to return the turtle L, not to recharge the turtle L. When the tortoise L landed on Suhi's tortoise L, it had to blend in again. Suhi was shocked. No! Stop! Take it! There was no use shouting stop. The tortoise I went its own way. Suhi took advantage of it before it melted into the turtle L. The outer space suddenly opened, and shouted, Stop! The tortoise L completely fell into the outer space. Suhi was silent. When I wanted to take off the tortoise L before, I didn't think about entering the outer space. I even thought about using a negative mountain to directly melt the tortoise L, but it didn't work. It cannot be melted away or put away. Now the tortoise L is completely replenished and can be put away. Suhi returned to the main hall, looking at the body of the dragon turtle. He said again, Sister, can you take back your magical power? There was no sound in the hall. Suhi opened the outer space and threw the turtle L towards the dragon turtle corpse. When the tortoise L came out, it landed on the tortoise L with a click and melted instantly. The black tortoise turned into a white jade dragon tortoise again. The true essence liquid and consciousness burned again, and the majestic power in the body surged back. At this moment, Suhi felt that he could press the heaven-stepping realm to the ground again and rub it. But this time it was slightly different. Suhi said, Take it! The tortoise L immediately fell down and penetrated into the outer space. Come out! The tortoise L comes out without any control or control at all. It is directly embedded in the tortoise L. The power surged back, and the consciousness and true essence liquid were extremely consumed. It can be stored, but cannot be thrown away. Suhi. Does this tortoise I have the surname Su? A pleasant voice sounded in the hall. Call, sister! Chapter 152 Heavenly Tribulation. Suhi. Do I want to thank my sister for the turtle L tip? Is this considered a plug-in? A serious cheat that can fight across levels. He didn't know what was going on in his mind at the moment. He was a little happy and guilty. Turtle L should be an extremely important sacred object to the merman tribe. Suhi collected the tortoise L and crawled out of the palace. Thanked the palace, gathered the sailors to close the palace door, and made waves to come to the blessed place. As soon as the waves started to rise, Suhi was suddenly startled. A pair of dragon eyes suddenly opened wide, staring at the sky. I don't know why. Just when I went out, a huge crisis came from somewhere, as if there was an assassin hiding in the dark, and he would be killed at any time. But they can't grasp where the crisis comes from. It was as if all the mountains, rivers, plants and trees were trying to assassinate him. It is this world that kills him. Roar! Suhi roared. and the tortoise L immediately attached itself to his body. The sense of crisis disappeared instantly. It's like it never appeared. The sense of danger reappears when you take off the tortoise L, but disappears immediately when you put it on. This is against him. Because he stole the turtle L. He was going to be targeted by the dragon turtle tomb world. I didn't do this on purpose. Where can I argue? He collected the tortoise L and came to the blessed land despite a sense of crisis. From a distance, I saw Feng Yaya lying on the edge of the island, sticking her head out of the island, wanting to look down, but screaming but not daring. The mermaid girl Yuzhu followed beside her, covering her mouth and giggling. Ever since he came to Yunzhong Island, under the power of the huge dragon turtle, the shark showed his true form, and it was very difficult to move. At this moment, she had her lower body slightly crossed, looking calm and peaceful. Big turtle! Feng Yaya plucked up the courage to glance down, and immediately shrank back in fear. The clouds below could not block her sight at all. He jumped up and ran back in fright. From a distance, he saw Suhi coming, waving his hands and shouting. He ran over and jumped on Suhi's turtle L, hugging his neck and laughing. Big turtle! Guess what abilities I have gained! Before Suhi could guess, Feng Yaya had already shown off. She opened her mouth to bite the stone on the side. An illusory dragon head pounced out, biting the stone into pieces, chewing and swallowing. Feng Yaya's belly bulged visibly. She raised her head and burped, patting her belly. I'm full! Yuzhu covered her mouth and chuckled. Suhi tilted his head and looked at her. Is this a magical power related to eating and digestion? Feng Yaya nodded, her plump little chin trembling. The sacrificial mother-in-law squirmed over. This is the most important ability that my god relied on to advance to the dragon turtle. No matter what he eats, he can digest and absorb it. It is originally a skill, but my god transformed into it after he became enlightened. Got magical powers. There is no one like he who can become a divine beast. And Suhi also wants this ability. The shark priest looked at Suhi's restored color and state, with a smile on his face, but a bit of disappointment in his eyes. Congratulations to the god for taking off his tortoise L and returning to himself. Without the burden of the tortoise L, this dragon turtle would not be in danger of being drained. Suhi opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain. So he simply opened the outer space, released the tortoise L, and threw it far away in front of the sacrifice. The tortoise L turned back in a flash and clicked into place on Suhi's tortoise L. Everyone watched helplessly as a black turtle turned into a white jade dragon turtle. The priest was stunned. Suhi was afraid that she wouldn't understand. So he put away the turtle L, threw it out, put it away, and threw it out, demonstrated several times in succession. Then he looked at the priest without saying a word. After a long while, the priest slowly came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and looked at Suhi strangely. This is my god's choice to respect the god. God was already dead and could not have made a choice. But something like this happened. This coincidence gave her an indescribable feeling. It's as if there is a destiny somewhere. By chance, God sent the divine armor away. She looked at Suhi seriously. It is the god who chose to honor the god. We, the people, dare not say anything. I just hope that the god can treat the divine armor kindly. If... Her eyes suddenly wandered for a few times, as if she didn't know how to speak. Thinking after a moment, he said, When I become a dragon turtle and become an adult, can I come back again? This is a dragon turtle. It is impossible to stay in this tomb space forever. Sooner or later, it will leave. Suhi looked at the sacrifice. The priest felt a little embarrassed and lowered his head. Don't worry, God. I won't and will never dare to take back the divine armor sent by God. I just pray to God that for the sake of the divine armor, I can come back once. Do you want him to completely solve the troubles of the spirit clan after becoming the dragon turtle? No problem at all. The spirit clan's hatred for him is probably not as much as that of dragon turtle fairy and these mermaids. Or even more. Unless he is completely dealt with, Suhi will be in trouble. On the side of the island, Yuzhu looked at the sacrificial mother-in-law and covered her mouth in surprise. She grew up next to her mother-in-law, and she knew her mother-in-law very well. Sacrifice to the mother-in-law. Could it be that you want this dragon turtle to hatch the dragon turtle egg left by the god? That egg can't hatch at all, even if the dragon turtle is a mythical beast. If it wants to be passed on to future generations, the yin and yang must be in harmony. It's a pity that the god died suddenly. And before dying, he condensed his essence into an egg. But this egg only has the essence of the female turtle, and no breath of the male turtle. So how can it hatch? Just like eggs. Not every egg can hatch a chick. Yuju didn't dare to speak. Yuju secretly watched. Suhi shook his head. The matter of the spirit clan was a bit far away. There is one big thing that remains unresolved. The sense of crisis above his head did not decrease at all. He chuckled to the priest and said, "But I'm afraid I can't leave this space." He raised his head and gestured to the sky. "It's probably because this space doesn't allow me to get the tortoise SHL. There is something big in there. A crisis is coming." "Huh?" Feng Yaya looked up at the sky and turned around a few times without moving her head. "I don't feel anything." The big turtle's crisis must be her crisis. As long as the sacrificial mother-in-law no longer forcibly summons him, she will definitely share the joys and sorrows with the big turtle. The shark priest looked at Suhi and suddenly realized with a blink of an eye. "Does the god still feel this way when wearing a tortoise SHL?" Suhi shook his head. The priest's face showed surprise, and he knelt down towards Suhi, his expression becoming more and more respectful. "Congratulations to the god, the dragon turtle, for becoming the god. This is sensing the impending disaster." Suhi opened his mouth. "Heavenly catastrophe? Aye. Isn't the heavenly tribulation something that can only be experienced in the thunder tribulation realm in the sixth step of transforming into a demon? I, a little turtle in my early 3 years, am going to survive a catastrophe? No. No." Suhi shook his head. "I am still far away from the dragon turtle. My flesh and bones have only condensed 70%. The bone sacrifice has not yet been completed. I have not yet achieved spiritual enlightenment and yuan gathering. How can I talk about the catastrophe?" The shark priest didn't know why. "What? Shi Ling? What kind of energy is gathered? What is the god saying?" She didn't understand. From ordinary beasts to mythical beasts. From ordinary to magical. From living day and night to immortality. It is simply going against the will of heaven. How could there be no catastrophe? Suhi spoke earnestly and explained. 7 steps to transform from the ordinary: heart aperture, divine object, true blood, mind aperture, bone sacrifice, spiritual enlightenment, and yuan gathering. The shark priest was even more confused. "Isn't this the realm of monk's cultivation? What does it have to do with the dragon turtle? Are you following the path of a monk if you respect the gods?" She looked at Suhi in disbelief. "Why is dragon turtle following the path of a monk? What does dragon turtle do to practice? All the dragon turtle needs to do is grow. Devour the treasures of heaven and earth to accumulate strength. Then find a place to sleep. Slowly awaken and advance, until you completely transform into a divine beast. A dragon turtle. Isn't this enough? What should I practice?" Even if she practices like her family god, learning those techniques to enhance digestion or combat power, why bother to practice Taoism like a monk to build up her realm? Doesn't this increase the difficulty in vain? Could it be that after all the beasts have swallowed the demon-transforming fruit, they still have to search hard for the technique? Do you want to join a sect? When you are so weak, what should you do if someone puts a restriction on you? Moreover, if you practice according to the monk's method, the Tao shadow in the heart orifice will only condense the true blood. After the true blood is completed, it will be the bones and flesh. What kind of Tao shadow can withstand such consumption? Even the green to red demon transformation fruit cannot condense such a shadow. The mythical beast eats and sleeps, but its blood, flesh, and bones advance at the same time. One portion consumes 3 benefits. Perhaps like a monk. If you condense your true blood and then consume Tao shadow to condense your flesh and blood, your potential will be higher, and you will be more powerful in the future. But if you can't advance to a divine beast, what's the use? Suhi gasped for breath. The face of the shark priest seemed to be able to speak, with various expressions and changes in his eyes. Suhi knew what she wanted to express without her having to speak at all. He seems to have taken a wrong turn. After taking a few deep breaths, he asked in a deep voice, "The demon transformation fruit is not enough to condense the Tao shadow. So how about eating another one?" A batch of demon transforming fruits can be produced in 60 years. Any beast that steps on the path of a divine beast can wait. Right? The shark priest shook his head and smiled. "The god is just kidding. Only the first one of the demon transforming fruit will work. If one fails to transform into a divine beast, if you eat it again, you will become a demon with the blood of the divine beast." Suhi was stunned. He really didn't know this. All his knowledge of cultivation came from Qingyuan's sect. And it was only in the past 300 years that Qingyuan sect became the leader of Dongyun. Before, it was just an ordinary small sect in Dongyun. The background is too shallow. Suhi smiled bitterly. In this way, the beast's cultivation determines its future achievements from the moment it swallows the demon-transforming fruit. Is the lifelong path determined by a fruit? What a child's play! What he eats is the red demon fruit. And he can act unscrupulously. What about the other beasts? Just like the green snake. Is this life fixed? The shark priest chuckled and said, luck is always a part of practice. Besides, the demon-transforming fruit is just an introduction. If you are perseverant, why worry about the bumpy road? Just like a god, every time the sleeping bloodline is advanced and replaced, it is like thousands of ants eating the body. How many ordinary beasts can persist with this feeling? If they can withstand the severe pain, they will naturally mobilize the vitality of heaven and earth to help. Even the worst demon-transforming fruit will not be able to help them become divine beasts. There are decrees from gods left behind by our ancestors, all of which record the words of gods. God once said that even she couldn't endure the excruciating pain when sleeping to advance her bloodline every day. The dragon turtle in front of me was not only able to persevere at such a young age, but he also took the initiative to practice human Taoism. This kind of heart and tenacity are beyond imagination. The way she looked at Suhi was not only to see Longgui's piety, but also to admire her fellow Taoist. Suhi opened his mouth wide. I heard another incredible news. Will the bloodline upgrade feel like thousands of ants eating the body? How come he has never experienced this? Every time I wake up from sleep, I evolve a little bit. The most painful time was when Miss White Jade Dragon Turtle forcibly fed me. And she still hasn't fully recovered yet. Suhi, am so special? Instead, Suhi felt uneasy. Maybe his virtue was not worthy of him. The shark priest smiled and said, suppress it as much as possible. And don't try to stir up the sense of crisis, lest you face a catastrophe. It's really not possible. She pondered for a moment. If it doesn't work, the Lord God will embed my god's tortoise SH.L. The aura of the god embedded in the tortoise SH.L will be the same as that of the mythical beast dragon tortoise. Naturally, the disaster will not come. The Lord God can take this opportunity to increase his bloodline as much as possible. The higher the bloodline, the greater the hope of surviving the catastrophe. As for Qi-Ling gathering Yuan, Dragon Turtle cannot follow the realm of monks. Turtle Yuan will be condensed in the Thunder Tribulation. But there is no need to worry about respecting the gods. An old man in a family is like a treasure. Suhi didn't know these secrets. And neither did Qing Yuan. Only people who have a close connection with Dragon Turtle like the Shaman sacrifice can know. Feng Yaya blinked and looked at Suhi. It turned out that the big turtle was really going to be struck by lightning when he advanced. He wasn't lying to her. How pathetic. Big turtle. Big turtle. Why don't you touch the pillar and get a magic pass? Maybe you won't be afraid of being struck by lightning. Feng Yaya pointed to a stone pillar in the land given by God. Miss Yaya is right. The shark priest smiled and said, the gods are about to pass the tribulation. It is the moment when we urgently need to strengthen ourselves. We might as well get a magical power, although it can only last for 1 year. The sharks are all turtle masters, and they can tell Suhi's age at a glance. The dragon turtle in front of him was just over 3 years old. Not yet 4 years old. At this age, one can sense the heavenly calamity. And in 1 year, it will be time to overcome the calamity anyway. At such a young age, still taking the path of a monk can lead to disaster. I'm afraid his bloodline is extremely pure. It is impossible to say that one of the parents is a mythical beast. Suhi was not polite either. Even the tortoise SH.I was taken away. So getting another magical power didn't seem to matter. If the catastrophe is really coming soon, the more ways to save one's life, the better. Suhi walked to the place given by God and pushed the dragon's head towards the stone pillar. As soon as I stepped into the God-given land, I felt a strange feeling. It was indescribable, and my hair was standing on end, as if there was some kind of terrifying presence around me. It should be the law that the white jade dragon turtle condensed during his lifetime. Suhi put his head on the stone pillar, and rays of light flashed before his eyes, each ray of light corresponding to a magical power. Just as I was dazzled, a voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Call, sister! Suhi was startled when a ray of light struck him, and a memory appeared inexplicably in his mind. It was a method of using a magical power. But this magical power is a bit useless. Feng Yaya waved from a distance. Big turtle! Big turtle! What magical powers have you obtained? She blinked. And the shark priest and the girl were also very curious. Obtaining magical powers here depends entirely on luck. This thing is unreasonable and cannot be obtained by practicing high standards. Suhi smiled bitterly. He didn't know whether he was lucky or bad. Send to the gods! The name of this magical power is called Sending God. Why would the white jade dragon turtle lend his magical power to others for a year in his God-given land? Just rely on this magical power. Send God. Lend your magical powers to others. I don't follow rules or reason. If I say you can use my magical power, you can. Huh? Feng Yaya's eyes lit up after hearing the explanation. Big Turtle, can you lend me your magical power of carrying mountains? She had long admired the fact that the giant turtle could absorb foreign objects and form a mountain on its back. Defense doesn't matter. It looks great. The image of a little girl lying on the ground and crawling with a mountain on her back flashed in Suhi's mind. And she suddenly shuddered. The shark priest smiled and said, Miss Yaya, you can't borrow the magical power of your race. Only the magical power condensed by the god himself can be used. Feng Yaya pouted, a little unhappy. Condensing magical powers is the ability of the divine beast and turtle. The god has not yet become the dragon turtle, so naturally he has no magical powers to borrow. The magical power obtained by the little dragon turtle was of no use anymore. The shark priest chuckled and sighed, and saw the dragon turtle walking in front of Feng Yaya, with the dragon horn between her eyebrows. And a magical power was passed to her. Shark sacrifice. Suhi chuckled. Mingjian. This is the only magical power he has. Thunderbird is just a magic spell, not a magical power, and cannot be borrowed. Huh? Feng Yaya was delighted, stretched out her little finger and tapped it lightly in the air, and a water curtain opened, showing her attributes. Status, remaining soul and body. Realm, martial god 2nd grade. Lifespan, 5 years, 3,600 years. Bloodline, unknown. Suhi's smiling eyes suddenly condensed. Chapter 153 Yaya, do you want to be my father? Remaining soul and body. 5 years of life. Suhi stared at Mingjian intently. There is no mistake in the clear judgment. The problem can only be Feng Yaya's body. Suhi's breathing couldn't help but become stagnant, and then became rapid. If we were to rank the relationships we have traveled through so far, Feng Yaya would be at the top of the list. The little girl had no purpose or benefit when she was with him. It was just pure love. Throughout the year, one person and one turtle were almost never separated, except when Suhi hibernated and Feng Yaya stayed on the ice all day long. Every time he sees Suhi evolve, he becomes extremely excited. With too few relatives and friends, Feng Yaya is even more precious. Feng Yaya looked at the words on the Mingjian and blinked her big eyes, looking a little cute, somewhat at a loss. She understood, but she didn't quite understand. My soul and body are broken. Could it be that half of me ran away? You went out to play half-heartedly without me? Thinking of this, I suddenly felt so angry. She pouted. Yaya, check what's wrong with your body. Suhi's voice was gentle. The dragon's horn was placed between her eyebrows, and Mingjian borrowed it again. He can't be like the white jade dragon turtle, who lends his magical power for a year. He can only use it once, and he has to borrow it again if he uses it again. The magical powers you borrow are not as good as your own. The Mingjian is here in Suhi, in the sea of consciousness, and only you can see it. In Feng Yaya's case, it floats outside and is displayed publicly. Feng Yaya was still a little unhappy, but she obediently clicked on the warning, and the information was updated after a few breaths. Status, remaining soul and body. Origin, 71% plus 5%. The origin is missing. Suhi suddenly thought of the Qingyuan War that day, when a demon statue of the Ming King was shattered, and Feng Yaya woke up immediately from her sleep. The 2 demon statues of the Ming dynasty chopped themselves off, and something fell into Feng Yaya's body. Suhi looked at the words. Plus 5%. This is the source of being taken away and returned again. During this time, the little girl was in great spirits. But the source is not money. It can be recovered after being lent. Being deprived of 3 sources is not a high paraplegia with 1/3 of the body cut off. To use an analogy, it would be to cut off 1/3 of a person's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, bones and blood, and every cell in the body. It's amazing to be alive. It is already a miracle that Feng Yaya still has 5 years to live. Feng Yiju? Feng Yiju. It can only be him. No wonder Su Huanyan asked him to protect Yaya. Being cautious of Feng Yiju, Suhi's breathing became erratic. The shark priest and Yuju stayed quietly. They didn't know what to say. And they didn't know what the little girl had been through. Just looking at the murderous intent in Dragon Turtle's eyes. This little girl is not an important person to Dragon Turtle. And she can't roll around on Dragon Turtle's back unscrupulously. Mingjian disappeared. And Suhi closed his eyes slightly. It was difficult to damage a person's origin. But it was impossible to cut off a part of each cell of a person. But once the origin is damaged, it is absolutely impossible to recover. There seems to be no other way but to borrow the treasures of heaven and earth to survive. The shark started to offer sacrifices but stopped talking. Suhi looked at her. The priest slurped his lips and dodged his eyes. It took him a long time before he firmed up. He looked at Suhi and said seriously, "Honored God, if we talk about knowledge in this world, the divine beasts should be the leaders. The lifespan of mythical beasts is too long. The longer they live, the more they see and learn about nature. As long as the Lord God survives the catastrophe and achieves the true form of the Dragon Turtle, seniors from the same clan will come to guide you. At that time, the Lord God can ask for advice on how to remedy Miss Yaya's situation." Sui's eyes lit up. "If you become a Dragon Turtle, will a senior come to you?" "Of course," the shark priest said with certainty. After overcoming the heavenly tribulation and becoming a Dragon Turtle, he becomes a cub. The Dragon Turtle tribe is so small that they can only be counted on one finger. And they can't even be used on 10 fingers. Every cub is a treasure of the pack. How could he be left alone and helpless? At least, he will tell the cubs where to call an adult if they are bullied. They will declare to the world that whoever touches this turtle and their babies will die. Sui's eyes flashed with light. Just as the priest said, even if the Dragon Turtle who comes is not known, as a senior Dragon Turtle who has survived for who knows how many years, there must be other mythical beasts and monks that he is familiar with. The information that Suhi has access to is beyond what Suhi can match now. The priest opened his mouth, as if he had something to say. Just now, he was hesitating whether to tell Zuinshan the news. The flesh and blood of the Dragon Turtle in front of him was no more than 70%. But he could sense the catastrophe. If it were improved a little more, it wouldn't need to be more than 85%. And there would be a high chance of surviving the catastrophe. Now that I know this news, will I rush through the disaster in a hurry? If it failed, she would be the culprit. A Dragon Turtle died in infancy, and its crimes were too numerous to describe. The priest took a deep breath and said seriously, "Don't be anxious. God, the calamity is difficult to overcome. If the god rushes to cross it in a hurry, once it fails and dies, everything will be in vain, and Miss Yaya will be even less. A way to survive." What she said was right. Suhi exhaled a breath of turbid air and secretly rejoiced in his heart. "Don't worry, priest. I have my own sense of discretion." Suhi only has one Feng Yaya. But Feng Yaya doesn't only have one Suhi. Doesn't Su Huanyan have more ways to reach the heavenly realm than he does? Feng Yaya's grandfather was the first person in Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Pavilion was mainly about business and had a wider range of friends. Not everyone participated in the last Qingyuan War. For example, Feng Yaya's grandfather was not in Qingyuan Mountain. And even her blacksmith uncle Suhi was not seen either. It was unknown whether he was transferred away or had some other accident. Feng Yaya is not alone like him. She has close relatives. So Suhi does not need to go through the heavenly tribulation immediately and seek to see Senior Dragon Turtle. However, it is time for the catastrophe to be put on the agenda. Even without the help of the white jade tortoise SHL, it would just grow wildly. In a few months at most, the blood, flesh, and bones would reach their limit, and the catastrophe would have to be overcome. The shark priest breathed a sigh of relief and his face relaxed. Dragon Turtle was proud and didn't bother to lie. If he said he wouldn't rush through the tribulation, he definitely wouldn't. She pondered for a while and said, "As for the news, before the tribulation is over, Zunshin might as well join the various major mystical realms. In the mystical realm, there are monks from all over the world, and even people from other big worlds. There is no way to repair the origin. Zunshin has a toad spirit beast with a naughty character, which should be able to enter and exit all major mystical realms." Knowing that she had misunderstood, Suhi chuckled and shook his head. "Toad is not my soul beast. Moreover, the toad should not have joined any mysterious world. Otherwise, the toad could enter the mysterious world at any time. So why bother being trapped in the small world of Dragon Turtle?" "I see." The shark priest nodded, summoned the bamboo raft, and took everyone to fly towards Days. The matter of coming to Yunzhong Island is over. So naturally I won't disturb God's rest here too much. Even the sacrifices are very simple. Just 2 red carps and 2 bottles of old wine. And they are simply worshipped in the land given by God. The mermaid sacrifices to gods are not about appearance. Suhi chanted a long thank you towards the palace. He turned back and asked the shark priest, "Did your family god always want to be a sister before he died?" The expression on the shark priest's face suddenly became very exciting. And his lips twitched, as if he had something to say, but didn't know how to say it. Finally he sighed helplessly. Judging from the records left by our ancestors, God may really have this problem. But how did this dragon turtle know? The bamboo rafts fell quietly, and I saw toads waiting eagerly on the island. The tobacco in the pipes had long been extinguished, but they didn't realize it. Yunzhong Island is the resting place of dragon turtles, so no one can go there at will. Needless to say, there is no need to mention sacrifices. Suhi and Yaya both have serious business. And Yuzhu is the next generation to sacrifice. The toad was naturally classified among the idlers. Who knows that the soul beast is not good at fighting? So it went all the way in the locust forest without cutting down a single locust tree. Tsk tisk! The toad circled Suhi several times. In just one day's work. The purity of this guy's flesh and blood had exceeded 70%. It is already much taller than the dragon turtle 3,000 years ago. The bloodline of the divine beast becomes more and more difficult the further back it goes. How come this little dragon turtle gathers it faster the further back it goes? I'm afraid you did something shameful secretly, while you were carrying the white jade turtle sh. L? The toad looked at Suhi strangely, patted the turtle sh. L and said in an old-fashioned manner, "Young man, practice must be down to earth. Relying on external objects to advance is an illusion. It is difficult to become a dragon turtle. Just like the dragon turtle 3,000 years ago. If he didn't go through his own hardships, he always wanted to rely on medicine. Find the remains of the dragon turtle, and reach the sky in one step. As a result, he was still 60% bloodline until death." The shark priest stood aside and bowed slightly to Suhi. "Please wait for a moment. My god has left a quotation, which contains records related to the dragon turtle heavenly tribulation. The god's heavenly tribulation is imminent." The old servant went and copied the quotation. "Seal, I hope it can be helpful to the god to overcome the tribulation." She bowed and left with the jade beads. The toad was stunned. A catastrophe? Overcome the catastrophe? It looked at Suhi in shock. "Is your catastrophe coming?" Suhi nodded. Toad was stunned for a long time, and his face turned red. Did the little priest do it on purpose? "I just said that you can't advance by relying on external objects. Are you about to go through a catastrophe?" The face was slapped. The priest, who had already walked away quietly, showed a proud smile. Even if he is not his own family god, he cannot see a toad preaching to a dragon turtle. Who knows dragon turtle better than the shark? Dragon turtle cultivating bloodline is not in the realm of monks. So why is it so vain? There are only so many blood vessels. If it condenses, it will condense. If it doesn't, it won't. Does it matter whether it relies on external objects? Some dragon turtles are born with pure blood and never work hard for a day. According to this statement, wouldn't it mean that he went to heaven in vain? You are not even a godly spirit beast. Suhi smiled, looked at the toad and said, "Tiwei, after being locked up in the small world for so many years, you haven't thought about going to other mysterious worlds? If you are willing to go to the mysterious world, you should be able to escape from the small world." "Right." The shocked toad immediately became alert, jumped back 3 feet, and looked at Suhi warily. "Turtle boy, what do you want to do? Let me tell you. Don't take my idea. Toad, I am a frog thousands of years old. The reason why the grade is so low is that he refuses to find himself a master. Frog is used to freedom. He will never put a shackle on himself. If you want a soul beast, I will introduce you to some beautiful soul beasts when you get out. I will never admit you. Even thunder and lightning from the sky will be useless. I know what you want to do as soon as you talk. Don't beat around the bush. You're greedy for a frog's body. You want us to make you a soul beast. As expected, there is no good thing for those who only practice. When I see a soul beast, the first thing I think about is how to conquer it. After so many days, the fox's tail is showing. Right? He also tricked the frog into going to the mysterious world. I'm afraid you haven't even seen the mysterious world. Who can escape through the mysterious realm? Where did you enter the mysterious realm? Where are you after you come out? How can you escape?" It avoided Suhi from a distance, said a word and took a step back. further and further away, and disappeared in a flash, leaving only a voice coming. I'm going to find the leader of the shark clan to see how to get out of this big place. Get out of the tomb space. We have to go back. Otherwise Yaya's army will rebel. Feng Yaya sat on Suhi's turtle sh. Ellen giggled. She was not afraid of the alien beasts rebelling. Anyone who dared to rebel would be beaten. If they rebelled again, they would be killed and eaten. Not all exotic animals have as many ways of begging for mercy as wild boars. Feng Yaya giggled, smiled and then stopped, sitting quietly on the turtle's back. The feet slipped out of the bird's nest, kicking them. After a while, he asked in a low voice, Big Turtle, am I going to die? It's not like she didn't recognize the words on the Mingjian. Yaya is childish, and her wisdom has not grown with age. But it fits the body, and is only about 3 years old. But after such a long time, I have heard a lot and seen a lot. So naturally I can't really treat him like a 3-year-old child. Suhi choked, blew a bubble in the water, and laughed. I'm a divine turtle. Didn't you listen to the sacrifice? I'm going to transcend the tribulation. After the tribulation, I can see the tribe. What can't be solved? Your mother will be back soon. Su Huanyan must know Feng Yaya's situation. No matter how important the matter is in other big worlds, he will definitely rush back as soon as possible. Next, he doubled his practice, tried his best to raise his bloodline to the limit, and transformed into a dragon and turtle. The world was so big that there were many wonders. Suhi didn't believe that there was really no way to cure him. Feng Yaya didn't speak, and didn't look disappointed. She just looked at the starry sky, and was almost obsessed with it. After a while, she suddenly said, Big Turtle, you are so good to me. Do you want to be my father? Puff! Suhi coughed and spat out the 2 small whitebaits swimming in his mouth. How should he deal with this topic? Suhi is not a novice in cultivation. He already understands the Xianqing temple trial, and why Su Huanyan's plot happened. There are many reasons for this. The first is the bloodline reason. Basically, all beasts that awaken the bloodline of divine beasts have a common weakness. Multiply. At least that's the case with dragon turtles. Xianqing Guan's trial aimed directly at the weak point. Not to mention Suhi. Even if he were to enter with a pure blood dragon turtle, he would most likely face the illusion of lust. But Suhi is a time traveler, and his aesthetics is 60% to 70% higher than that of humans. Not every turtle is a white jade dragon turtle, which makes people feel beautiful at a glance. Counting his past and present lives, no woman Suhi had ever seen could compare to Su Huanyan. Such a fairy. Not to mention Suhi. Any man would admire her, and even feel ashamed when he sees her. It was natural for Su Huanyan to appear in the illusion. 5 points from Y. 5 points for lust. As for Su Huanyan's real body appearing in the illusion later, it was purely an accident. Suhi didn't know how to answer, but Feng Yaya had already started laughing. Big Turtle, you have to be careful. Don't let your mother find out. Otherwise she will kill you with one sword. Suhi. Late. Chapter 154 Return. In the distance, the shark priest swam over slowly with jade beads. They had been here long ago, but they saw that the god was quietly enjoying the night sky with Miss Yaya and did not come to disturb them. Seeing that they were chatting happily at this moment, they stopped admiring the scenery and got together. Walking up to him, he handed a scroll to Suhi. Honorable God, my god's records about the dragon tortoise heavenly tribulation are all here. In addition, the servants have prepared a little food and wine. Please, honorable God, move. If it weren't for the previous situation of the dragon turtle, the mermaid tribe would have done their best to entertain him. It is said that when the god was still alive, dragons and turtles would visit from time to time. At that time, the shark tribe was huge, with more than 100,000 people. At every banquet, all 100,000 people were busy, and the food prepared was rare in the world. It's a pity that before the god's death, he dismissed his family members, leaving only one of them to guard the dragon turtle tomb. Feng Yaya jumped up happily. Having a table to eat and having fun was more important than anything else. Suhi thanked him, took the scroll, and was stunned when he unfolded it. He didn't recognize the words on it. The characters in the Xianhuang realm were very similar to the small seal script in the previous life, but these characters were twisted like tadpoles, resembling both characters and runes. Suhi could not recognize any of them. He looked at the shark priest. The priest hesitated for a moment, suddenly realized, bowed and said, Honor the gods! Forgive me! This is a text created by my God. It has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It is the negligence of my old servant. The things we take for granted are the easiest to ignore. She was quiet for a moment, then said with a wry smile, In my department, I only have the writings of my God, and my old servant doesn't know the writings of the outside world. Fortunately, there are not many records here. Why don't the old servant tell the God directly? Then it's time to sacrifice. The shark priest led Su-He to the banquet hall and introduced to him. The divine beast's heavenly tribulation is similar, but not the same as the monk's demon-turning thunder tribulation. Not all heavenly tribulations are thunder tribulations. Different divine beasts have encountered them. There are different kinds of catastrophes, including catastrophes of water and fire, catastrophes of wind and thunder, even thunder sounds, illusions, etc. Fortunately, the Zuinshan clan is the best at defense, and with a strong appearance, they are not afraid of any disaster. As she spoke, she glanced at Su-He, Foreign Minister Guishan, with admiration in her eyes. To have such a foreign minister at such a young age. I wonder how he got it. As long as the venerable God continues to refine his outer appearance and condense his bloodline, he will surely be able to survive the thunder tribulation. Back then, my God was extremely talented. What she wanted was not to survive the thunder tribulation, but to strengthen her foundation during the thunder tribulation. She looked at Su-He seriously and said, If you respect the gods and survive the thunder tribulation, it is best to find a space where the two big worlds intersect, such as the major wastelands. Although the thunder tribulation will change due to the addition of the two big worlds, it becomes even more terrifying. But after surviving the thunder tribulation, you will also be nourished by the origin of the two great worlds. The future is limitless. If you can't find it, go to the Xianhuang realm or the Emperor's world to overcome the tribulation. These two worlds have the strongest origins and are the best choices for divine beasts to overcome the tribulation. The Imperial world and the Mysterious world are special in themselves. Not only are the monks powerful, but the origin of the world is also far superior to other great worlds. Su-He nodded and wrote it down. The shark priest continued, Respect the gods. Please remember that transcending tribulations is extremely private. Do not let others enter the tribulation. Otherwise, the power of the tribulation will be doubled and the variables will be increased. Even the magic weapons and formations refined by others cannot be used. This is different from the previous one. The monk's thunder tribulation is different. The heavenly tribulation tests whether the god is qualified to become a divine beast. You cannot borrow foreign objects. Even if you arrange the formation and use the magic weapon, you must personally sacrifice it. Su-He died. His cultivation time was too short, and he had only scratched the surface of formations and weapon refining, and had not studied in depth at all. Moreover, if the other mythical beasts are just eating and sleeping, how can they create formations? Did the seniors of our clan not have any guidance before overcoming the tribulation? Su-He asked. There are too few mythical beasts, and when it comes to a specific category of mythical beasts, they are pitifully rare. Shouldn't we take care of the younger generation who is about to go through the tribulation? The shark priest shook his head. Before becoming a dragon turtle, there will never be a senior dragon turtle showing up to meet him. My God has not said the reason, but there is such a record. Su-He wondered. What kind of logic is this? It's not my cub, and it has nothing to do with me whether it's life or death? Su-He couldn't figure it out. The group of people was not very fast, but the shark tribe was very close, and they had reached the banquet venue in just a few words. It was said to be a banquet, but in fact it was only Su-He who took the main seat, accompanied by the priests and the clan leader. There are no tables, chairs or benches, just in an underwater stone forest. A shark came holding up a lotus leaf. On the lotus leaf were all kinds of delicacies, mainly raw fish, but also countless delicacies from the mountains. This was what the sharks had mobilized the entire tribe to prepare for when Su-He went to Yunzhong Island. I also hope that God will forgive me. It is difficult to prepare good food in a hurry. I only eat a little wine and food. I hope God will forgive me. This is already very good. This is the most exquisite food Su-He has ever seen since time travel. But this should be regarded as entertaining guests rather than making offerings. Right? This shark tribe is a descendant of the white jade dragon turtle. So if you don't count the supply, the dice will fall. He faced the shark priest and the clan leader, while quietly putting a piece of fish into the foreign minister's space. The dice didn't land. Very good. The last thing that was delivered to Su-He was the flesh and blood of 3-star alien beasts. which were extremely fresh and beautiful. Feng Yaya ate deliciously, and mingled among several young sharks. She was extremely envious of their shark tails and fins, and used small ls to stick to her body to imitate the scales on the waist and abdomen of the sharks. I don't know where the toad pipe was thrown, and I poured a whole plate of delicacies into my mouth with a lotus leaf in each claw, and from time to time I put some in my pocket. While eating, Suhi asked the shark priest, "May I ask the priest how to get out of the big tomb space here?" The priest said that when he becomes a dragon turtle and comes back as an adult, he thinks there will be an exit. The priest put down his chopsticks and bowed slightly. "Lord God, you have obtained my divine tortoise SH. Put on the tortoise SH. And you will become the divine beast dragon tortoise. Use your eyesight to observe carefully. If you can see the weak point in the space, just knock it out." Can dragon turtle see space? Suhi nodded slightly to express his gratitude to a mermaid girl who brought the meal. "When we go out from here, is it the outside world or the small dragon turtle world when I came here?" The greedy toad stopped moving for an instant, kept opening its mouth to receive food, and listened quietly without moving. The priest thought for a moment and said, "I heard fellow Talus Frog mention that small world. If the old servant guessed correctly, that was the residence of my god when he was still alive. That small world was once connected to this place, and the space is more its weak. Breaking open the space is like returning to the small world. 100,000 tribesmen once lived there. But now, according to what the toad said, there is already a world of strange beasts, and not even a single shark. I wonder where the former compatriots have gone." Toad murmured. Although he had expected it, he was still disappointed. After swallowing 2 pieces of clam meat, he suddenly remembered what the priest had just said and looked at Suhi in disbelief. Didn't the turtle return its SH.L? Can he also transform into the true form of a dragon turtle? Its breathing has become rapid. Does that mean that he can send the frog out without waiting for him to advance to the dragon turtle? After being imprisoned for so many years, it's time for Frog to be free. Wait, this turtle is not a good turtle. Will he take the opportunity to make demands and ask the frog to recognize his master? Toad was confused again for a while. The meal was suitable for both host and guest, except the toad, which was extremely difficult to eat. It took a long time after the meal before the people reluctantly left at the urging of the sacrifice. The dragon turtle's attraction to the shark is illogical. Like a little lunatic, Feng Yaya followed the shark to the stone house and ran around wildly. It took more than half an hour before she came back with a bag of shark beads. Suhi had almost rested, and his consciousness had not fully recovered. But he finally no longer looked like he was about to wither. The small pond has returned to the appearance of a small lake. Saying goodbye to the priest and the clan leader, Suhi took out the white jade turtle SH.L and put it on his body. His whole body turned white jade color, and he opened his turtle eyes and looked around hard. The space is not what you imagine an empty room surrounded by 6 walls to look like. Space is everywhere. Waving hands, moving up, down, left, and right are spaces. The weak point in the space will not be the sudden appearance of a soft egg film on the edge.L. It's that the power of space has become weak somewhere. Constraints on things in space become weaker. Suhi's turtle eyes were shining with golden light, and the dragon horns above his head were shining brightly. In his eyes, the space in front of him was like a sea of water, with occasional bubbles floating in the sea. This is where space is weak. "Found it," Suhi said solemnly. He found a bubble big enough. Feng Yaya was sitting in the Guishan bird's nest, and the toad nervously grabbed Suhi's tortoise claws. Suhi closed his eyes and bumped into the bubble. Suddenly the sky and the earth were spinning, and the space was upside down, as if being sucked into a whirlpool. It was spinning involuntarily. It spins faster and faster, and the more it spins, the more dizzy it becomes. There was a pop, as if squeezed out of something. The smell of the sharks in the air completely disappeared, and a turtle, a frog, and a man fell from midair. He opened his eyes hastily, and was stunned by the sight before him. On the endless sea, more than 10 waterspouts soared into the sky. The sea beneath me was raging and turbulent. There was lightning and thunder overhead. Before there was any time to marvel, the 3 objects had already fallen into the sea one after another, and the whirlpools under the sea were spinning unbridled. The toad was carried away to nowhere, and the wind Yaya grabbed the bird's nest and screamed. Suhi broke out of the water and looked around. Here is not far from Monkey Island, only 1,000 miles away. Killer whales whistled on the sea, and the killer whales were accompanied by thunder apes lying on their stomachs. A wild boar drifted with the current in the sea. raising its hooves and surrendering to the sea. But the sea turned a deaf ear, and the waves continued to beat it mercilessly. There are small killer whales that cannot withstand the suction of the waterspout and are swept up and down in the tornado. There are also killer whales that are photographed by the huge water waves and sink to the bottom of the sea along the whirlpool. The leader of the killer whale struggled to pat the fish's tail, forming whirlpools to fight against the sea. But it had little effect, and even had the opposite effect. Even the 6-star beasts are powerless in front of heaven and earth. Sui complained. Shouldn't these strange beasts just stay on the island and go into the sea to conquer nature? Hold head high. Sui let out a long groan and waved his turtle claws. And more than 10 waterspouts on the sea disconnected from the sky, spinning and falling back into the sea, pressing the turtle's claws downward. A ripple spread out in all directions with the dragon turtle as the center. The whirlpool was silent, and the huge waves were calm wherever it passed. Suddenly everything was calm. Only the swimming fish, shrimps and crabs were rolled up in the sky and fell down like rain. With the blessing of Tortoise Sh.L. Sui is like a spirit in the sea. With the Tortoise Sh.L. removed, Sui stepped on the waves and looked in all directions. A green snake screamed in the sky and smashed down. It broke through the water and crashed into the sea. It was motionless as if dead. After a while, it suddenly woke up. It flicked its tail and swam up, broke out of the water, screamed, turned around and met Sui, eyes facing each other. Gradually, his eyes were filled with resentment. This turtle has no conscience. You all left, leaving her a snake here. She is just a little green snake that is not transformed, but it's equivalent to the combat power of a 2-star alien beast. Do you know the frightening feeling you get when you open your eyes and see 4-, 5-, and 6-star alien beasts? Green Snake spat out the snake letter, and after holding it in for a long time, he finally said, "Where have you gone? Monkey Island has been robbed." The voice was filled with resentment and endless grievances. Huh? Phone Yaya raised her head. You dare to steal my island? She patrolled the sea, and saw a group of embarrassed killer whales carrying a group of embarrassed monkeys on their backs. This injury was not a masterpiece of the sea, but was caused by other animals. The remaining soldiers are defeated. Fangs! Phone Yaya shouted with high fighting spirit. Ouch ouch! A wild boar howled in the distance, swinging its 2 hind legs into a spinning top and swimming on its back toward the wind. It couldn't get up. It drank too much seawater and couldn't turn around. How stupid! Phone Yaya gave a disgusted sound. Chapter 155 Realm Lord. Phone Yaya stood on the head of the killer whale, holding a wild boar in her left hand and a pumpkin hammer in her right hand, squinting in the direction of Monkey Island. A red dress was blown behind him by the sea breeze, making a grinning sound, like an old general standing on a city wall waiting for battle. The pumpkin hammer was given by the leader of the Charmin clan. It has no special abilities. It is just strong and heavy enough. Behind her was a pod of killer whales breaking through the water. The killer whales galloped and drew long waves on the sea surface, like a battleship galloping. Each killer whale has a different number of strange beasts on it. All the strange beasts bared their teeth and howled in the direction of Monkey Island. Anyone who is eating well at home and basking in the sun will be very angry if he is beaten for no reason. Especially the Thunder Ape King, who originally owned half of the Monkey Island. As soon as he was beaten up by the dragon turtle and his body was covered with wounds, the enemy took advantage of it and not only drove it out, but also robbed the female ape from the tribe. Who can bear this? I originally wanted to cross the sea with killer whales, go to another island to recuperate, recover from my injuries, and then come back with revenge. But Wang is back. When the king comes, there will be blue sky. It quietly looked back at Sui. Sui huddled in the turtle Sh.L. with vines tied to the tail of the killer whale, and was dragged by the killer whale to glide through the water. I was too tired. Breaking through the space consumed most of my consciousness. As soon as I came out, I calmed down a shipwreck. At this moment, my whole mind was buzzing. I wanted to dive to the bottom of the sea and have a good rest. But I was dragged by Phone Yaya to fight the island attack and defense. Phone Yaya twirled the fur on the back of the wild boar's neck and looked at the marks on the pig's back. The half-mutilated saddle is caused by being stabbed by a sharp weapon. The alien beast that robbed the territory should have grown horns. It's a pity that the alien beast can't explain clearly. It can only shout, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" According to their description, the enemy is a monster with 8 legs and 2 heads. When attacking, the horns touch the monkey's lower body, and the mouth bites the upper body. What is this? Feng Yaya couldn't picture it in her mind at all. I can only guess that he may be a difficult opponent. Finally, Monkey Island was in sight, and a group of thunder monkeys were seen running around on Bison, howling and screaming. Feng Yaya. Dot! It was another group of thunder apes that had kicked out her men. Learned so fast. In just a few days, the entire thunder ape group has learned to tame their mounts. But it wasn't completely successful yet. The bison underneath him was not obedient, and he kicked himself trying to throw the thunder ape off him. The elephant mount of the thunder ape king here was hunted by the opponent and was eating it with gusto. The opponent is also a 6-star, but looks much uglier than his own thunder ape. Too fat. Feng Yaya threw the wild boar aside, shouted and rushed to the island. She swung the pumpkin hammer in her hand and smashed the fat thunder ape out. The fat thunder ape suddenly became furious. He roared and waved his fist, flashing thunder and lightning and pressing towards Feng Yaya. The young general was not afraid. He jumped high and penetrated the thunder net, and smashed the enemy general into the soil with one hammer. The Yaya army's momentum suddenly increased, and the thunder ape king beat his chest and tried to rush to the island. But he almost hammered himself to death on the back of the whale, holding his chest and baring his teeth. He roared and shook off the blood on his hands. He led the beasts and howled towards Monkey Island. The fat thunder ape jumped up from the pit, glanced towards the seaside, looked at the roaring beasts charging towards him, turned around and ran away. Its apes followed closely behind and fled. The thunder ape king was confused for a moment. One? Will the fight go so smoothly when one comes back? He looked at the fat thunder ape, who was taking the lead in escaping, and with anger boiling over him, he roared and chased after him. You bully! Fat monkey! Don't leave! Before he could catch up, Feng Yaya had already lifted the pumpkin hammer upside down and turned into a red shadow to chase it forward. In an instant, the entire coast was filled with roars of animals fleeing and chasing. There are only a few who actually fight together. Suhi lay in the water, looking at everything sadly. The green snake swam on his turtle SHL, and its tail gently massaged the faucet to relieve his pain. Has Yaya fallen into the trap? Green Snake said softly. Yes, I fell into a trap, Suhi replied in a depressed tone. Feng Yaya did not practice Taoism and had no spiritual consciousness. Or rather, her spiritual consciousness directly focused on her eyesight and hearing. She did not notice the group of thunder apes that were ambushing behind the rocks nearby. The fat thunder ape was clearly trying to lure the enemy deeper. And there were half of the strange beasts on the coast that were injured and couldn't fight. This group of thunder apes came for them. Destroy the enemy. Hunt for food. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Even after killing this group of semi-remnant beasts, and being able to attack from both sides with the fat thunder ape, completely annihilating Feng Yaya's team, that would be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. It's just a fight between monkeys. Did they even use a strategy? This is after Suhi's flesh and blood purity reached 70%. He was able to control his own power and put away his momentum. If Suhi's momentum had been released, these monkeys would not have waited for them to come ashore. Will run away. It won't work if the power is not contained. If it is not contained, no strange beast will dare to approach. And even Suhi can't hitchhike. Suhi stretched out his limbs and took a long stretch. The tortoise SHL is the spine, and stretching is not as comfortable as when you are a human. But if you shrink it for a long time and stretch it, it seems like the internal organs in your abdomen have been opened. Move your arms and legs and get ready to beat the ape. Green Snake scolded. It's okay for Yaya to be deceived. How can a toad, a frog that's thousands of years old, be deceived? At this moment, the toad lost his toad mount, rode on the back of a lizard, and rushed away with a large army. He was supervising the battle at the end of the group. If any strange beast dared to retreat and run away, he would jump over and take a look at the head with a pike pole. It has given its official position of commander-in-chief the authority to supervise battles. This is an enterprising frog. Suhi didn't feel at ease if there was no frog following him. Toads can flash. If possible, it would be nice to flash back with Feng Yaya. Of course, it's just a fight between strange beasts. It's a straightforward affair, and there won't be any accidents. Being able to control a tiger away from the mountain is already the limit of a beast. I've only seen this with wolves before, but this is the first time I've seen a monkey do this. My eyes were opened. The ambush team was also led by a 6-star thunder ape. He looked towards the island for a moment, and was convinced that the large army had been lured away by the fat ape. He quietly led the group of thunder apes around the rocks and towards the seaside. When he got close, he roared violently, beat his chest and jumped out, landing and bumping into a dragon turtle head-on, his eyes facing each other with big eyes and small eyes. The big monkey was still unconvinced, and the power of the dragon turtle suddenly swayed away. Lei Yuan's expression was extremely exciting for a moment. It took him a long time to overcome the fear in his heart. He roared and raised his hand to hammer at Suhi. However, Suhi bit his calf, swung the left and right wheels in a circle, and smashed 2 holes on the ground. Big hole. Suhi shook his head and threw it aside. The thunder ape shook his head and stood up, turned around dizzy a few times, and no longer had the courage to take action. He squatted aside and turned around to see the 20 or so thunder apes he had brought lying on the ground shivering. These little thunder apes surrendered several times faster than him. The dragon turtle immediately fell to the ground as soon as he showed his power. The green snake lay limply on the turtle SHL, unable to move. She wished she could slap this stupid turtle with the tip of her tail before she started to gather her true blood. This power was really beyond what a little green snake like her could withstand. Don't you think about your teammates before fighting? Those injured beasts are now incontinent. She patted Suhi's turtle SHL and gritted her teeth. Is there any reason for this? They are really in the same class. Suhi lost his power as soon as it was released. Without the pressure, the thunder apes did not dare to make any mistakes. Just stay still. After a visit to the dragon turtle tomb, his flesh and bones had improved tremendously. In front of Suhi, the 6-star alien beast had no room for resistance. Feng Yaya chased all the way, throwing away the strange beast behind him. Only the Thunder Ape King could barely keep up. Toad appeared beside her in a flash. Hey! Neezy! It's just a fat ape! Why are you chasing her in such a hurry? Wait for the big army! The toad jumped up and down to chase Feng Yaya. Feng Yaya is like a ball of flame. Rushing wildly, he directly smashed the big tree blocking the road into pieces, and pursued the Thunder Ape in hot pursuit. She smiled at the toad and said, I don't want to. We want to unify all the islands before we die. And we want to be the world leader here. If you are ambitious, a toad gives you a thumbs up. But is such a small world worth setting up a lifelong ambition? It took half a year to unify. Toad flashed and chased. Then there's no need to worry. Just wait for the big army. This is war. If we don't wait for the troops, then it won't be a one-person show. What else do you want me to do? Hee hee. There's no time. Feng Yaya replied while chasing. We are going to die. If we don't hurry up, it will be too late. She looked straight at the fat ape in front of her. Monkeys are all good monkeys. But the leader is a bad guy. It will be much easier to defeat the fat ape and let her thunder ape subdue the little monkey. The toad was startled suddenly. Flash Failure appeared in midair, fell to the ground with a thud, jumped up and looked at Feng Yaya's back. Although the little girl was smiling playfully, her expression when she spoke was not lying. She really felt like she didn't have long to live. What happened? Not injured. Sick? I'm afraid something really happened. The turtle suddenly wanted to trick it into going to the mysterious world. Are you trying to find a cure for Feng Yaya? The mysterious world is vast and all-encompassing, and anyone can encounter it. Most likely. Toad frowned. Feng Yaya in front shouted loudly. Big frog! Big frog! Come and take me to catch up! I want to hit that fat monkey! He's so fat, but he can run so fast. Toad swallowed dryly, shook off the thoughts in his mind, and landed at Feng Yaya's feet in a flash, grabbing her skirt, and another flash appeared directly above Fei Yuan. Feng Yaya was overjoyed. She screamed, picked up her pumpkin hammer, and jumped down. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the fat ape fell into the pit. There are no 2 5-star thunder apes around it to get in the way. Thunder and lightning had no effect on Feng Yaya, and the thunder ape just hit the muzzle of the gun. Toad saw flashes of lightning under the huge pit, and the sounds of ape roars and beatings came alternately. Crack! You shocked me! Boom! Roar! Boom! Roar! Boom! The roar became smaller and smaller, and within a few breaths, even the lightning disappeared. After a while, Feng Yaya walked up from the pit like a king with his hands behind his back. The fat monkey behind her got even fatter. She tried her best to keep her eyes open, carefully carried the pumpkin hammer, and followed Feng Yaya step by step, a flattering look on his face. When the Thunder Ape King caught up, he saw the fat ape picking off a red fruit, rubbing it on his body, and respectfully giving it to Feng Yaya. At the same time, he glanced at it with disdain, and took the opportunity to glance at the seaside with his eyes that could barely open, as if he was expecting something. The Thunder Ape King was immediately furious. He slapped his chest and was about to come up to fight, but he was beaten to the point of wheezing and coughing. Feng Yaya threw the fruit at it, patted the fat ape's calf, acted like a king and said, "From now on, we are all monkeys. No fighting is allowed." The Thunder Ape King was suddenly stunned and stood blankly. There is only one thought in my mind. Have I been beaten in vain these 2 days? No more fighting. What about my female monkey? When it came back to its senses, Feng Yaya was already sitting on the fat ape's shoulder, eating the fruit and walking away. Suhi was lying in a cave underground. This was the place where the giant turtle crawled out that day. The entrance of the cave was damaged by the giant turtle, but the cave inside was intact. There was a pile of treasures before him. The tribulation was about to pass, and the shark priest repeatedly warned that the divine beasts could not borrow foreign objects to survive the tribulation. Suhi had to deal with the things in the outer space, so as not to bring the tribulation into the tribulation and increase the power of the tribulation. These spiritual fruits, minced fruitstuffs, and elixirs were prepared before becoming a disciple, and were not of much use, and could be used as snacks for Feng Yaya. There was also a pile of crocodile eggs that Suhi had forgotten about. It was almost autumn now, and it would be a problem if they didn't hatch and survive the winter. Putting these things aside for the time being, Suhi's eyes fell on a blood ginseng. This treasure was blackmail from Chiu Hu, the elder of Zuanshanmen Foreign Affairs Hall, and it has a great effect on strengthening the bloodline. The purity of Suhi's flesh and blood has reached 70%, and the true blood will be perfected faster. If he doesn't eat it again, it will be too late. He didn't know how to make elixirs, and the divine beasts didn't need elixirs. He rolled the blood ginseng into his mouth with a roll of his tongue, bit it into large pieces in several bites, and swallowed it directly. It will take some time for blood ginseng to take effect. Suhi divided the items in front of him into 2 categories. One category was given directly to Feng Yaya, which were all small gadgets. Warm jade and soul jade accounted for the majority. One of these 2 strengthens the physical body, and the other strengthens the spiritual consciousness and soul. I don't know if it has any effect on her original defect. There are others that I have to ask Feng Yaya to keep for me. For example, the ice jade that was used to blackmail Chiu Hu and the materials stolen from the alien beast's lair were used to collect prizes for the competition. And a lot of good things were collected. The replicas were bitten flat by him, confirming that there were no problems. All that was left in front of Suhi were 3 sets of tortoise SH/LS, a piece of tortoise SH/L, and a drop of peacock's true blood. The white jade dragon turtle SH. I could not be handed over. If it really enhanced the power of the heavenly tribulation, Suhi could only accept his fate. This sister is unreasonable. It's okay to put the peacock's true blood in Suhi's foreign minister's space, but I wonder if it's okay to give it to Feng Yaya. This is the real essence and blood of the mythical beast. It is no problem to put it here. Suhi has confirmed it with her soul consciousness. If it were Feng Yaya's place, would she rebel? We'll need to experiment with this later. 3 sets of turtle SH/LS, one of which is almost melting. Before overcoming the tribulation, you must absorb them all and strengthen the foreign minister Geishan. The foreign minister is the greatest reliance when going through a calamity. After sorting out various items, a light flashed in front of me. Toad suddenly appeared and looked at Suhi with a bit of uneasiness in his eyes. After a long while, he asked, "You want me to enter the Shin realm because there is something wrong with little Yaya's body?" Suhi calmly put away the 3 tortoise SH/LS and nodded. 30% of the source of life is missing, and the lifespan is only 5 years. This is not a hidden secret. If one of your own knows about it, you will have a helper to find out the information, especially for old monsters like Toad, who have lived for who knows how long. They might be able to glean some useful information. Toad's worried eyes turned into shock. She is still alive and kicking with 30% of her origin missing. What kind of monster is this little girl? But the origin was damaged. It shook its head. It's hopeless. The mysterious world is not omnipotent. It's just that there are more monks from all over the world. If there are really people who have a way to repair the origin, they won't reveal it. A common man is not guilty of carrying a jade. Do you really think that the major forces are friendly to each other? Anyone who dares to reveal this ability will be immediately kidnapped by the major forces. Either hand over the means or leave the service. Even if they are not needed at the moment, they still have to be reserved and put under house arrest. There was no need for Toad to tell Suhi about this kind of thing. Therefore, the most important thing is to overcome the tribulation and achieve the true form of Dragon Turtle. Whether it is asking Senior Dragon Turtle or using the identity of Dragon Turtle to collect information, it is much more convenient. Toad opened his mouth. After I leave this small world, I will introduce other soul beasts to you, organize a large number of them, and conduct an audition to find the soul beast that suits you. Suhi was non-committal. The soul beast and its master are connected. Connected in soul, mind, and even memory. This transcends all other relationships. It's too private. Toad looked at the various objects behind him and asked, "Are you preparing to escape the tribulation? Have you chosen a location?" Divine beasts will entrust items to others before going through tribulation, just for fear of accidentally triggering a catastrophe and being tricked to death by a certain treasure on their body. No one can be sure about things like heavenly tribulation. As long as I can feel it. It feels like having diarrhea. And I can't even believe it when I sneeze. Suhi nodded. The shark priest suggested that you either choose the intersection of the two big world spaces to survive the tribulation. Either go through the tribulation in the Xianhuang realm or the Imperial world. Suhi thought there was a place that was great. The two realms of battle are the Emperor's Great World and the Mysterious Realm. Directly connected to the two strongest worlds. It is absolutely rich in origin. I just don't know why. But I always feel a little bit suicidal. Chapter 156 Sentiment. Feng Yaya was lying on a large horizontal tree, crossing her legs and looking at the stars in the sky. Two little eagles were in her arms, pressing against her armpits and whining. So wronged. They broke out of their LS in Feng Yaya's arms. This was the mother bird. But Feng Yaya was extremely irresponsible and disappeared every 3 days. If it weren't for that big snake with a terrible smell, the two birds would have died long ago. Previously, when the beasts were trying to escape by sucking the water from the dragon, the green snake did not dare to take the two chicks with it, and hid them in a bird's nest. It was brought back now that it was safe. Been hungry all day. Feng Yaya was tickled by the two of them. She laughed and pulled the two little ones out, put them on her chest, and tore the Feng wolf meat to feed them. One gain and one loss. Although the biological parents are gone, the bird eats the meat of exotic animals from the moment it breaks out of its SHL, which is very comparable to birds. While feeding the birds, Feng Yaya glanced into the hole from time to time. The big turtle and the toad were plotting something mysterious inside. It's probably not that she wants to rebel. Her empire of alien beasts hasn't been built yet, so it's a bit early for her to rebel. But it always felt like they were talking bad about her. The green snake was spitting out the letter. There was no expression on the snake's face, but judging from the speed at which it was spitting out the letter, it seemed that he was in a bad mood. Suhi left her a task to tame these strange beasts and let them hunt and come back to offer sacrifices. Green snake. Dot. Should I slap the black turtle with the tip of his tail and arrange tasks without looking at the target? She, a snake demon who had just entered the true blood realm, went to tame a group of 4-5 and 6-star exotic beasts. Is my birthday girl tired of eating arsenic? Why don't you let me go up to the sky and pick the stars? Apart from Yaya and Longgui, who else can suppress these guys? Thunder Ape King and Fat Ape have been facing each other at the beach since they came back. They bared their teeth and looked at each other. If they weren't killer whales, they were watching in the sea, and they would have started fighting. Even wild boars are disobedient and refuse to hunt. He followed the green snake with the broken saddle in his mouth, following every step, his eyes full of pleading. Without this lump of wood, Feng Yaya wouldn't be able to ride it anymore. For a wild boar that has just become a strange beast, what's the difference between losing its master and seeking death? Green snakes are the only ones on the island who can make saddles. The moon is very round today, and Feng Yaya is yawning. It's almost time to fall asleep again. She doesn't like to sleep. If she sleeps for too long, she will miss a lot of fun things. But there are some things she cannot control. Monkey Island is quiet, except for the howling sounds of wolves and beasts. Feng Yaya can't control all the alien beasts on the island. These are beasts, not an army. When there are more alien beasts together, they can do nothing but fight. Green Snake has suggested that she only conquer a few species, and just let the rest be conquered. Feng Yaya was a little reluctant to give up. When the beef was roasted, the toad came up and shouted to Feng Yaya, "Easy! The dragon turtle is looking for you." Feng Yaya jumped up and said, "Here we come!" The two eaglets fluttered their wings and fell down. chirping and falling into the grass. After a few flutters, the chirping became even louder. The bride-in-law was so irresponsible. "Hey!" Feng Yaya jumped down, grabbed each one with one hand, and stuffed it into the green snake's arms, then got into the hole without looking back, completely ignoring the two little eagles waiting to be fed. "Big Turtle, call me!" Suhi was taking stock of the treasures when a ball of flame jumped in. "Yes," Suhi replied. "Hey!" He gestured to the soul jade, warm jade, and spiritual fruit piled aside. "These are for you. Save the warm jade, and eat the spiritual fruit as you like. There are many outside. I won't take you to grab it another day." Feng Yaya looked at the fruit with bright eyes. She likes to eat meat, but the occasional spiritual fruit is nice, especially Nuanyu. It tastes even better. "You collect these for me. If there are things you can use, just use them." Suhi gestured to the pile of materials again. Feng Yaya has no shortage of treasures. Suhi's few materials can't even compare to the little girl's fraction. Superior. Feng Yaya blinked and looked at Suhi in surprise. "Is this an arrangement to divide the inheritance? Are you going to die too?" Suhi. "Dot. Thank you. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just about to pass the tribulation. I'll keep my things here for now." This little girl's mouth is a bit scary, so she can't be allowed to talk nonsense. It's a true prophecy. There is no place to cry. "Oh." Feng Yaya was a little depressed. "No. If I don't die." "What do you mean by your lost look at this moment?" Feng Yaya pouted. "I thought Big Turtle would die with me. How stingy." She had never died before, so she was a little scared to die alone. But she didn't say that. Feng Yaya took off a small sachet from her waist and put all the flowers on the ground into the sachet. "You are treating death like a tourist." At the age of 3, he is wise and vaguely knows what death is, but he cannot truly understand the meaning of death. Suhi pushed her head. "I want to survive the tribulation, but I don't want you to die. With your mother and me, you can't die." Death is not a good experience, and not everyone can pass through it. Feng Yaya rushed to put all the things into her purse and was about to talk. Suddenly she let out a soft sigh and her purse moved left and right out of her control, as if something was about to jump out. Opening the pocket, a jade pendant jumped out, jumped up high, and hit Suhi on the forehead. As if he was angry, he hit the dragon's head hard, hung it on the dragon's horn, and refused to come down again. It's the love pendant, a cave key that was revealed when they killed Lu Ming and Xiao Ling. The jade pendant is divided into yin and yang, and can be split into two halves. The yang jade belongs to Suhi, but the yin jade has not yet been found. This thing refuses to leave. Suhi was surprised. He tried several times, but couldn't hand it over. The jade pendant couldn't leave him 10 feet away. It flashed back immediately after leaving. Cannot be packed into other storage spaces. If you put it in, it will escape, either by flying out or flashing. It's like being bound to his outer space. I never had this bad habit before. When I first got it, the Guishan space that I pretended to be came with a cave magic weapon, and was not derived from Suhi. This jade pendant is special. Last year during hibernation, Guishan and everything in Gishan's space melted and were absorbed by the outer space. Only it appeared in the Guishan space exactly as it was. It usually doesn't have any sense of existence, and I almost forgot about it during this period. To open the cave to which the love jade pendant belongs, a couple needs to hold half of the jade pendant and enter at the same time. Suhi has been single for 2 lifetimes. Feng Yaya tilted her head and looked at the jade pendant on Suhi's head. She buttoned it but failed to unbutton it. Not only did she not unbutton it, the yin jade attacked her like a needle. She almost wrote the words, "Refuse to recognize master," on the jade pendant. This jade pendant looked down on her, and Feng Yaya pouted unhappy. Suhi's mind moved, and the jade pendant instantly entered the foreign minister's space. Very well behaved. Calamity variable +1. Suhi sighed, closed his eyes again, and summoned the Hung character from his body. He hadn't had time to study this rune yet. If his bloodline had evolved to its limit and could still endure the catastrophe, he would find a way to study it. It can ensure that the spirit clan survives under the hands of the white jade dragon turtle. But it cannot be copied and is treated as something other than a mortal thing. Looking at the runes floating in midair, Feng Yaya stretched out her hand to grab it. But at this moment, the white jade tortoise SHL in the outer space was out of control and jumped out directly, hitting the runes, and the runes were removed like a tattoo, sticking to his body. He suddenly slipped into the foreign minister's space. Su He and Feng Yaya stared at each other with big eyes. I hate unplanned things like this. Come out. Su He communicated with the foreign minister's space and gave a low drink. The runes were directly peeled off from the white jade tortoise SHL and floated towards Feng Yaya again. Halfway through, the runes turned around and stuck to Su He's forehead. Then they melted indirectly, penetrated into the mind orifice, and soaked into the sea of consciousness, and refused to come out again. How come each of these things is so unique? The white jade tortoise SHL, the eternal character inscription, and the love jade pendant must all be unconscious. Su He checked them too many times. Most treasures are self-evident, just like peacock essence and blood, which will perform specific events under specific circumstances. But once this thing recognizes its owner, it can't leave? Calamity variable +2, etc. An idea flashed through Su He's mind. If these things recognize their owner, then they are his own things. Just like the magical weapons for sacrifice, they should not increase the power of the heavenly tribulation. Right? The only thing that didn't count as his master was the white jade tortoise SHL. Su He had no idea how to refine it. But this sister just clung to him and refused to leave. Feng Yaya tilted her head and stared at Su He, playing with herself, taking out a treasure and snapping it back. He took out another treasure and took it back again. Have fun. Are you showing off your treasure to a child? How about I also open my purse and let you take a look? Su He coughed awkwardly, took out the peacock essence and blood, and said low in advance. This is the essence and blood of the sacred beast. I wonder if I am willing to follow you temporarily. If it comes back, I am not sincere. Before he could finish his words, the essence and blood swished away and touched Feng Yaya's eyebrows with a thud, automatically removing the breath, like a little flower on her eyebrows, making her even more cute. Feng Yaya blinked and touched her eyebrows, but couldn't find anything. But I always feel warm. Is this something that belongs to the big turtle? My mood suddenly improved. She giggled. Su He. This drop of peacock essence and blood had encountered Feng Yaya not once or twice. But this time it couldn't wait to follow Feng Yaya. One by one. What's going on? Besides, I really don't believe you are unconscious. Su He himself began to doubt. Test yourself. He gently touched Feng Yaya with his dragon horn and borrowed the Ming Jian. Feng Yaya obediently clicked on the Ming Jian, and its attributes were displayed. Status: remaining soul and body guardian of divine beasts. Realm: martial gods 2nd grade. Lifespan: 5 years, 3,600 years. Bloodline: unknown. Origin: 71% plus 5%. There are no other changes. But there is an additional state of guardianship by a mythical beast. It shouldn't be a bad thing. Su He borrowed the Ming Jian several times and checked it repeatedly from different angles. There were indeed no other changes. Big Turtle! Big Turtle! Are you going to practice again? Feng Yaya asked as they walked outside the cave. Su He nodded. This time you practice. I will sleep next to you. She yawned again. And she really couldn't help it. Su He wanted to refuse. Maybe he would cause a disaster by accident. It would be too dangerous for Feng Yaya to stay around. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to speak. After coming down from Yunzhong Island, I found that Feng Yaya's condition was a little depressed. Maybe the little girl couldn't fully understand death, but she knew it was bad after all. If you die, you won't be able to see your mother or the big turtle. Even the big turtle refused to accompany her to death. Su He opened his mouth, but what came out was, okay. The beef had been roasted for a long time. Feng Yaya was the only one on the island eating the cooked food. No one competed with her. The little girl screamed and threatened to swallow a whole cow. But she just ate a leg and leaned on Su He. Fell asleep. The sea breeze blows quietly, and the sky above is full of stars. Some stars are extinguished and some are reborn. Feng Yaya turned over and muttered, Big Turtle, I miss my mother. Chapter 157 Domain. I want to poo. Su He didn't remember the orphanage where his mother lived in her previous life. In this life, the turtle girl stayed in the pet bag and had been given to Feng Yaya. He and turtle girl have no feelings. Turtles do not require parental care. The turtle lady lays the egg and immediately leaves to hatch it, leaving it all to God. Whether the hatchlings are male or female depends on God's mood. After sitting on the beach for a long time, as the sky gradually became brighter, Su He entrusted Feng Yaya to Green Snake and asked the killer whale to carry her and the Thunder Ape King back to the original island. He turned around and dived to the bottom of the sea. The power of the dragon turtle was completely released, driving away all the seabed creatures. He promised Feng Yaya to let her sleep next to her. But it was too dangerous for Su He to survive the catastrophe. If Feng Yaya hasn't passed the catastrophe before she wakes up, then pick her up before she wakes up. The sleeping little girl won't be able to find her. Su He dived into the bottom of the sea, found the trench with the most abundant water energy, and slowly closed his eyes. The dream path started to work, and 3 sets of turtle LS were placed beside him. Fushan tried his best to absorb the 3 sets of turtle LS. There was no practice this time, so Su He just fell into a deep sleep. Before sleeping, he introduced a drop of high-quality turtle essence liquid into his body, which was enough for his body to evolve on its own. Time passed day by day, and without Su He and Feng Yaya, the whole small world seemed to have become quiet. Green Snake took Feng Yaya back to the island cave, while Thunder Ape and Wild Boar were guarding outside. Killer whales hunt around the island. There are animals and birds on the island, and everything is peaceful. In the space of the dragon turtle tomb, Yuju curled up and sat sideways on the stone, looking at the former sealing place in confusion. The locust tree is gone. The sealing ground is gone. The formation altar has no place to use, and she no longer needs to guard it all day long. Suddenly I was free, but I didn't know what to do. The boulder that had been weighing on the sharks' heads for thousands of years suddenly disappeared. After the surprise, the entire tribe was at a loss. Unlike the outside world, there is no pressure to survive here. There are only more than 1,000 sharks in the huge days. There are no disasters, no comparisons, no precarious life, and no lack of food. In a trance, it seems that there is no goal of survival. The tribe has become a mountain village, where the sun rises and the sun sets, and fish and sea animals are accompanied by fish. There are white clouds overhead, and islands in the clouds are looming. This is the peace that the tribe has been looking forward to for thousands of years. However, she always felt that something was missing. It was too quiet to do anything, and too quiet to know what to do. The sacrificial mother-in-law appeared behind her at some point and looked at the sky with her. After a while, he asked softly, "Why don't you leave with Master Longgui?" The clan leader quietly told her that he wanted Yuju to leave with Longgui, but Yuju refused. After Yuju awakened the bloodline of the emperor, it was time for him to follow Lord Dragon Turtle as he traveled across the starry sky and made waves, heading to that magnificent world. The space of the large tomb is too quiet and dark, not a place where children should stay. Yuju turned around and chuckled, shaking her head. "Mother-in-law, Yuzura was born and grew up here. She only knows how to collect clams and raise shrimps. What will she do when she goes out with Mr. Dragon Turtle?" Lord Dragon Turtle already has a shark who has awakened the royal bloodline, and Lord Dragon Turtle has never mentioned taking her away. The sacrificial mother-in-law sighed softly. It was a pity that the god was dead. Otherwise Yuzura would have a great reputation in this era. Time passed slowly. I don't know how long. Su He woke up leisurely, and did not open his eyes in a hurry. His consciousness sneaked into his orifice and looked at Mingjian. Status, healthy. True blood, 98.9%. Bone sacrifice, 81%. Internal organs, 83%. I don't know how many days I slept, but I progressed very quickly. The effect of adding high-quality turtle essence liquid is surprisingly good. Not only has his bloodline advanced, but the dragon horns on his head have grown a bit. The sea of consciousness within the mind aperture has expanded by more than 3 times. The roots of the 2 dragon horns penetrate into the mind, just like 2 towering trees, the roots of which penetrate deep into the sea of consciousness. Su He found that it became easier to use his spiritual consciousness. Whatever you think in your mind, the surrounding sea water, rocks, vegetation, whatever you want. He is controllable. Controlling objects is an ability that monks in the spiritual enlightenment realm only have after condensing their mind beads. The dragon turtle can do this after taking a nap and growing horns. But the horns haven't fully grown yet. This is not only an increase in spiritual consciousness, but also a qualitative transformation. Su He's consciousness was running through his eyes at this moment, and he saw that the world was completely different. There are many shadows, as if you can see another world through this world, just like the observation space when you were looking for this small world in the dragon turtle tomb. But this time it was not a weak point in the space, but a door to the small world that could be vaguely seen. There is a connection between this world and the outside world. The toad came in. The dragon turtle came in 3,000 years ago, and this time Su He came in. The advanced dragon turtle can leave this world. What should be said is not that the dragon turtle can break through space and teleport, but that the dragon turtle can freely enter and exit through these doors. He couldn't touch these doors at the moment, but occasionally there were doors of various shapes floating in the air, and he could see the scene outside through the doors. It was an endless and desolate world, with mountains everywhere and no grass growing on it. Occasionally, through the door, you can see a monster with a head and a body of a bull appearing in that world, with muscles all over his body, and he does not look like a good person. Not surprisingly, there should be two battle areas between the Emperor's world and the mysterious world. The bull-headed monster is from the Emperor's world. The Emperor's great world is the #1 in the world, although the Emperor's palace suppresses everything. Just like the Xianwang realm, there are still countless sects under the top 10 immortal sects. There are many races in the Emperor's world, and the other end of this two-realm war zone happens to be in the Tauren territory. The Tauren Su, he didn't know much about it. He only knew that this race existed. It should be a special bloodline. These doors were invisible and intangible, and he didn't have enough blood to pass through them. It should be easy to pass by wearing the white jade tortoise SHL now. But what was done in the past? Less than a second before the catastrophe, he would not leave this small world even if he died. This time when he fell asleep, the sense of crisis above his head became clearer and heavier. He could touch it. He could trigger a catastrophe at any time if he stretched out his hand. It was not an illusion. Now he could really cause a catastrophe at any time. With the dragon turtle's power behind him, he diverted the water and swam toward the sea. As soon as the power was reduced, the doors, floating around, disappeared instantly. I can't even see how it works. He released his power again, and the door appeared again. This door will only appear in the power of the dragon turtle. No wonder Toad said that except for the mythical beast dragon turtle, no one else can enter or exit. The dragon turtle's power is a very special ability, and it can also be regarded as a natural talent. The higher the blood cohesion, the stronger the power. In the end, it will become a realm, like existence. Wherever I stand is my world. However, the power is not unique to the dragon turtle. All mythical beasts have this ability, and even many monks can produce it. He swam towards the island, the dragon turtle unleashing its power unbridled. A gate in the distance became more and more obvious in its power. This is the sea area where he came in. The other side of the door is not the desolation of the two realms of war, but full of greenery. A figure is standing outside the door, reaching out to touch the door. Dongyun Mountain, where the wind is easy to live. Fengiji was dressed as a Confucian scholar, and from time to time, he drew a talisman in the air and stamped it on the door. Several fairy swords floated around him, constantly spitting sword light. He wanted to break in and break into this little world. The doors in other places were floating randomly, but this door seemed to be fixed. It's the function of the Sanqingman. Fengyiju's fairy sword came towards the door through the talisman, and a trace of sword intent had already broken through the door. The fierce sword intent seemed to break through the whole world and tear the sky apart. In an instant the waves rolled back. He wants to send the sword in. Having seen Su Huanyan's immortal sword, he knew nothing about sword cultivators like them. The sword of sword cultivation is like an incarnation. The sword comes in and Fengyiju comes in. There is no difference at all. He roared. And the white jade tortoise I was instantly draped on his body, and the black jade was replaced by pure white. The surging power gathered in the body, and the power of the dragon turtle instantly turned into a domain, covering a 10-mile radius, bringing this door into the domain. The white jade tortoise L cannot transform He into a dragon tortoise, and no new magical powers will emerge. But it will upgrade He's existing abilities to the level of a mythical beast. He didn't know how to control the door, so he just instinctively covered it with his domain and pulled the door back. It was as if he really grabbed the door and yanked it back along with the doorframe. The entire door suddenly approached Suhi. The talisman originally printed on the door by Fengiji remained in place, like a bug shaken off. The tip of the sword that penetrated was pulled out. On Dongyun Mountain, Fengiji focused his gaze and narrowed his eyes slightly. He flicked away the talisman with his sleeve, pressed down with his palm, and sheathed all the swords. He cupped his hands and said to the Sanqing sect, I live in the Xianwang realm. I didn't know there was a master in this realm. I hope the master of the realm will forgive me for any rudeness. The voice came in through the door and was pressed into the corner by Su Heyu. Fengiji Research Gate has been able to transmit sounds for more than a day or two. Suhi didn't answer. He gathered all his strength and suppressed Fengiji's voice. At the same time, he tried his best to understand the structure of the door, and wanted to completely break the door. They are both stepping into the sky. But they are absolutely different. Just suppressing Feng Yiju's voice actually made Su He feel that it was much more difficult than defeating the spirit clan Tantian. In a fair fight, Feng Yiju might be able to crush the spiritual tribe Tantian with one hand. No wonder the white jade dragon turtle sealed him for 6,000 years, with just one look before his death. After waiting for a few breaths, there was no response. Feng Yiju once again handed over his hands and said, "I am not rude, but one of my disciples accidentally entered the realm of fellow Taoist. I just love my daughter very much and hope that my fellow Taoist will return my little daughter and my junior brother, Dragon Turtle, and his disciple Green Snake Demon. I will be extremely grateful to you. If you recklessly damage the door of fellow Taoist's house, Feng must pay compensation." As he spoke, he actually took out several spiritual fruits and placed them in front of the door. Then he bowed deeply toward the door, looking humble. Su He had no energy left to reply to him. At this moment, the entire Dragon Turtle domain was trembling. The domain enveloped the door, but was absorbed by the door bit by bit. It seemed as if it was going to completely swallow up his domain. The turtle essence condensation is consumed rapidly. Su He looked solemn and tried his best to resist. His scent on the door became stronger and stronger. Not just the door, but the entire small world. The mountains, water, and space are all exuding Su He's aura. Su He understood. It turns out that this is how the white jade dragon turtle refines the small world. Back then, the white jade dragon turtle must have directly released its territory and filled the entire small world. The entire small world is almost consistent with the dragon turtle realm. Therefore, the beasts here are extremely familiar with the dragon turtle's breath, and were not afraid of Su He's breath at all when they first arrived. The white jade dragon turtle disappeared, and the breath of the dragon turtle in the small world disappeared for thousands of years. Suddenly a new dragon turtle domain appeared. The small world was like a dried sponge, absorbing the domain instantly. If Su He's domain was large enough, it would cover the entire small world. You can make this place your own in an instant, but his territory is only 10 miles in radius. The source of domain power is only a few dozen drops of turtle essence liquid, but he didn't dare to take back the territory. And the door fell in front of Feng Yiju again. Su He's face was getting worse and worse. He couldn't get off the tiger and didn't know what to do. At this moment, a sword sound pierced the space outside the door and came in. A beautiful woman dressed in white came with a sword. She pointed at the Jiushu halberd, and a sword light burst out with awe-inspiring sword intent, cutting straight through Feng Yiju. Su Huanyan. Chapter 158. Su Huanyan. Before anyone arrived, the sound of the sword came first. Feng Yiju's eyes suddenly focused. He put his fingers together and circled in the air. The petals of the sword box beside him seemed to open. The 12 fairy swords were unsheathed at the same time, forming a sword wheel and spinning toward the fairy sword. When? With a slight collision, Su Huanyan's fairy sword fell back, and the sword wheel rotated around Feng Yiju, protecting his whole body. The two Titians fought against each other. There was no exaggerated effect. Just like the collision of swords between mortal warriors, it was ordinary. Only the sound of the sword was as clear as a bell, hitting the mountains and rivers thousands of miles away in the east cloud. But the sound can be transmitted into the small world of Dragon Turtle through the door. The power of this sword collision can be imagined. Feng Yiju held his breath and stared straight ahead. He had never been so serious when fighting with Butler Wu. Su Huanyan was only in the second step of the Star Destiny realm, which was one level lower than him. However, he had been in the same sect for 300 years, and he was the only one who truly understood the horror of Su Huanyan. Some people are born beyond the limits of mere realm. Su Huanyan is this kind of person. Feng Yiju became more cautious. Snowflakes are falling on Dongyun Mountain. Autumn has just begun, and it is a hot time. But a snowflake falls and falls on the flowers, which freeze instantly. Feng Yiju's eyes narrowed, and his expression became more solemn than in the realm of Su Huanyan. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 or 4 pieces. They suddenly formed a group, and in a moment they were flying with goose feathers and heavy snow. The wind blows and the snow dances. Standing in the middle of the heavy snow, Feng Yiju felt that he was separated from the whole world, as if he had entered the cave world of others. But not. No one will casually pull others into their own cave world. Hurting the cave world is like hurting their own bodies. To meet a master is to seek death. Just like Zuanshaman stepping on the sky. Muton. The domain has the power of Dantian, but it does not have the weakness of Dantian. Feng Yiju's two swords of the universe cannot cut through the realm. And the Fengxue realm is still in the mysterious world. The realm of cutting the wind and snow is the realm of cutting the mysterious wilderness. How to cut it open? The flowing wind returns to the snow, and a fairy falls with the wind. She is dressed in white and has a majestic appearance. The fairy sword sings softly, and water drops jump on the blade. She looked at Feng Yiju quietly, like the cold moon in autumn. Feng Yiju looked at her, and his eyes fell on the strand of white hair that was blowing in the wind on Su Huanyan's temples. His eyes were dark, and he didn't say anything. He just pointed his halberd and let out a sword chant. And the three swords shot at Su Huanyan at the same time. Su Huanyan circled the fairy sword in his hand and rolled up a piece of flying snow. The stars in the flying snow turned into three starlights and pointed at the three fairy swords. This is the polar night in Tianqing Palace. The proud son of the Qingyuan sect does not use the Qingyuan sword technique. As the leader of Qingyuan, Feng Yiju has been immersed in Qingyuan swordsmanship for hundreds of years, and he cannot take advantage of Qingyuan swordsmanship. Starlight flashed out, followed closely by Su Huanyan, who stabbed out with a sword in the air. It clearly hit the empty space in front of him. But the fairy sword came out from behind Feng Yiju. This sword directly pierced the space and pointed towards Feng Yiju's back. Feng Yiju suddenly moved sideways, his body dashing through the space and running away. But the sword followed him like a shadow. Can't escape. Fighting in Su Huanyan's territory would be too much of a disadvantage. The spiritual consciousness cannot be developed and is hindered by others everywhere. Open! Feng Yiju let out a low shout. At the critical moment, a sword struck out. Instead of attacking Su Huanyan, it struck him with the sword. It exploded directly, disrupting the space around Feng Yiju. The space that Su Huanyan stabbed collapsed immediately. After testing with a sword, Su Huanyan failed to complete his task and was convinced that the domain was still effective against Feng Yiju. Feng Yiju frowned, with 12 fairy swords wrapped around his back, feeling the wind and snow around him. Every snowflake is entwined with sword energy, and it can be turned into a heaven-creating fairy sword at any time. And it can attack Wang Long. You have to break through the realm. Otherwise you will suffer a lot. Domain is a good thing. Su he roared and forcibly disconnected the domain from the door. His aura on the door was so strong that it could not be removed. Without the need to expand his domain or power, Su he could directly see the door, and even hear the sound of Dongnan Mountain through the door. It was snowing heavily. This door has almost become a solid substance. Even others can see the door as long as they stay in Su He's territory. If Su He allows, they can even pass through the door. The toad flashed from the island and landed next to Su He. He stared at the door with a pair of frog eyes, staring blankly at the snowy world outside the door. Now! It's winter outside now, Toad asked blankly, and then denied himself. No, this is a scene formed by a powerful battle. Who is fighting in front of someone else's house? Do you still have a sense of public morality? I was sleeping well in front of Feng Yaya just now, and I felt the breath of the dragon turtle rising up in this small world. When I flashed over, I saw the dragon turtle wearing white armor, and even the door was condensed. But how can the frog get out when there are powerful people fighting outside? Yaya parents! Su He answered him while looking at the beautiful figures outside. Crazy? This posture is a fight to the death. If you fight, don't you think about your children? Toad was startled. Who extracted Yaya's origin? He is not a stupid frog. He probably guessed something. Is he that man? The man was fresh, handsome, and well-mannered. He was not a good guy at first glance. On the other hand, this fairy was naturally beautiful and stunning. So he must be a good person. Outside, the snow is dancing, and every snowflake is a fairy sword, with murderous intent. Feng Yiju had 12 fairy swords surrounding him, and no snow touched him. It's a pity that the Qingyuan formation flag is unfolded, and the mountain soul cannot be collected. Otherwise it would still be a realm. Or even stronger. It was passed down through generations of sacrifices by the elders of Qingyuan. Feng Yiju forced Su Huanyan back with a sword, pointed his halberd, and shouted softly. Bang! The two Yujian swords flew up into the air, one to the left and the other to the right, reaching out of the field. They turned around instantly, pierced the space, and came straight towards Feng Yiju, colliding above his head and exploding with a bang. The violent explosion blew away the wind and snow into a vacuum, and the remaining force of the explosion continued to hit Feng Yiju's head. However, he was well prepared. He turned the sword box and collected the remaining force. and hit Su Huanyan with one palm. Su Huanyan stood in front of the door holding the fairy sword. His tall and straight figure shone like flying snow. In an instant, the sky was filled with fairies. At the same time, he pointed his sword forward. The sword tip collided with the sword box. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and the sword box suddenly exploded. In addition to the explosion of two swords, there was also a Pure Land sword hidden inside. The aftermath of the explosion did not hit Su Huanyan, but all bombarded the Pure Land sword. The Pure Land sword suddenly had cracks all over it. He was struck by Su Huanyan's sword again, bombarded by the cold sword energy, and the Pure Land sword instantly exploded into powder, and was blown away by the wind and snow. Su Huanyan felt that his control over the domain was instantly weakened. The Pure Land sword can cut through earth, water, wind, and fire. It is the foundation of the world. Feng Yiju exploded it, and deliberately used Su Huanyan's sword energy as a guide. In an instant, every snowflake was stained with a grain of Pure Land dust. Use Pure Land Jianqin to seize Su Huanyan's domain. The scene in the entire field was reflected in Feng Yiju's mind. In the field feedback screen, Su Huanyan miscalculated his attack and immediately gave up on mobilizing the field. His body turned into a starlight and pierced towards him. The sword cultivators in the sword washing pool always go straight. After suppressing Su Huanyan's domain, he didn't have to be beaten everywhere. Feng Yiju raised his sword to meet him, and the sword energy was coming at Su Huanyan. The two were close in an instant, and fear flashed in Su Huanyan's eyes. Not good. The dignified fairy Su would not have such an expression even if she was possessed by death. This is fake. Feng Yiju suddenly retreated, but it was already too late. There was a pain in the chest, and a fairy sword was inserted from behind and came out through the chest. A stream of blood burst out. Turning around, he saw another Su Huanyan behind him with cold eyes. He dragged the sword bit by bit and pulled out the sword. There was a ball of essence on the sword. This is Su Huanyan. Then who is this in front? Su Huanyan in front of him turned into a blue bird with a bang, flapped its wings and chirped. I'm scared to death. I'm scared to death. At that moment, it really thought it was going to die. Su Huanyan succeeded with one blow and immediately retreated. With a flick of his jade finger, the essence on the sword merged into a ball of water and was flicked towards the blue bird. The blue bird opened its mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. This is the origin of Feng Yaya's life. Feng Yiju shook his head and chuckled. Is a mother so scary? Even Su Huanyan knows how to use tricks. Su Huanyan deliberately fell into the trap and allowed him to seize control of the domain. After all, he didn't snatch it with his own hands. So how could he believe the images sent back from the domain? How could Su Huanyan openly hide in front of him and hide behind him? Su Huanyan didn't care about the destruction of her domain. She had only one purpose from beginning to end: to regain her daughter's life source. Sorry, I can't pay you back for now. Feng Yiju said his first words to her after meeting. Feng Yaya's life source is still useful to him. With a backhand move, 49 Qingyuan formation flags flew instantly, inserted into Tai Chi patterns, and settled in all directions, wrapping the wind and snow field. Although he fell into the trap, the dust from the Pure Land sword actually landed on every snowflake. No more trying to seize the territory. Just use it to restrict it. It's okay. Su Huanyan looked at him quietly. His red lips parted slightly. You don't understand the field. The reason why a domain is called a domain is because it belongs exclusively to the owner. Everyone's domain is different. The existence of the domain is not only related to skills and attributes. The same person also has different domains due to different moods. Whenever a person's temperament changes drastically, their domain attributes often change accordingly. Feng Yaya encountered a catastrophe. How could Su Huanyan's territory remain unchanged and still be the original Fengshui territory? Feng Yiju's expression changed slightly, and he saw Su Huanyan standing upright in the wind and snow, his hair flying in the wind. The surrounding snow suddenly changed, and the snowflakes melted at the same time, turning into water droplets, crackling on the ground. It rained heavily in an instant. The Pure Land Jianqin that fell on the snowflakes was washed away by the rain like dust and garbage. Let's go! Su Huayang said. The blue bird spread its wings and turned into a green light and flew outward. Before it could fly out, the formation flag rolled back. A gold pagoda was spit out, and a piece of money jumped on each gold pagoda, and a curtain of light was shot out to form one. The blue bird bumped into it and was bounced back. He fell where he was again. Su Huanyan frowned slightly. She knew about the golden pagoda, but she had never seen the money. Feng Yiju shook his head. You can't leave. I still have a use for my origin. I will return it to Yaya in the future. Let's return it now. He rolled up his formation flag, and the Tai Chi Pisces separated Su Huanyan from him. Catch the blue bird. The bluebird chirped, turned around and ran away. But it was blocked by a formation flag. Just as he was at a loss, there was a sudden roar from the Sanxing sect. A dragon head as white as jade poked out, and a divine power roared out. Roar! Blessed by white jade turtle SH.L and consuming high-quality turtle essence condensate. This is the most powerful divine power in Suhi's life. The divine power is condensed but not dispersed, heading straight towards Fengiju. Suhi roared, but without looking at the consequences. He turned his head and bit the blue bird, and instantly retracted into the Sanxing gate. Chapter 159 Tribulation Cloud. You Uncle Turtle! You second Uncle Turtle! That's Ta Tian! It's not a defective product of the Spirit Clan that was sealed. How dare you! How dare you! The toad jumped and cursed. Is this turtle getting tired of living? Wearing a white jade tortoise SH.L. You don't know how much you weigh. Just drag the blue bird back. How dare you attack casually? Attacking a powerful person, especially one who is in a fighting state. As long as the real energy in the person's body automatically counterattacks, it will be enough for you to drink a pot. Suhi retracted and had no time to respond to the roaring toad. He spit out the blue bird and immediately covered the door with his domain, pulling the door around to prevent Fengiju from positioning himself. The door on this side moved erratically, and the door in the Sanxing gate trembled slightly, making Fengiju uncertain. Fengiju's face turned cold. He was really negligent this time. After months of research, he had a preliminary understanding of this small world. He always thought it was an ownerless world. He broke through the door before, and suddenly found a master. He guessed that the master of this world may have obtained the small world time not long ago, and has not yet completely refined it. The master may even have no ability to refine this world at all. Using the sound to test. The master of this world is only at the limit of demon transformation, or has just entered the heaven. I just didn't expect it to be a dragon turtle. No wonder the Qingyuan mountain divine beast would stray into this small world. This is finding a true relative. But how could even a dragon turtle dare to steal his things? Fengiju's sword eyebrows stood upright. His halberd finger pointed at the fairy sword, and he was about to strike at the Sanxing gate. But at this moment, crack! There was a thunder, and the rain became heavier. The rain fell on the ground and formed a stream of water. It twisted and formed into Su Huanyan. With a sword in the air, he blocked all the Fengiju immortal swords. He looked up at Fengiju. He seemed to have forgotten that she was also from the Qingyuan sect, and had been in charge of the formation flag for nearly 100 years. Didn't she know how terrifying the Qingyuan formation flag was? There is no way to deal with the banner, so she can return with peace of mind. The Qingyuan formation flag cannot resist, but it can still be deceived, disguising herself as one of the formation flags, and connecting Qi and Qi. The formation flag will naturally not stop her. Fengiju looked calmly, and said to Su Huanyan, Yaya's origin is only this one. If it is damaged, she will never have a chance to recover. This is not the time to let go of her anger. So please get out of the way. Su Huanyan combed his hair, and took a step back to completely block Sanxing's door. She recognized the turtle when it was just a little bit old, and after entering the Qingyuan gate, she rested in her pool. She even helped design the sea and lake formation. In the fantasy world, one person and one turtle stayed in a daze for a year. Although the color changed, Su Huanyan still recognized Suhi at a glance. Moreover, Blue Bird is her soul beast. The soul beast has the same aura, emotions, and even memories as its master. Vision sharing is only a basic ability. Even a first-grade soul beast can do it. At this moment, the scene in Dragon Turtle's small world had already fallen into her eyes. Can it enable you to enter this world? In the small world of Dragon Turtle, the blue bird fluttered its feathers, flapped its wings and floated in midair, tilting its head and looking at the Dragon Turtle below. Hey! Why did you become a white turtle? Shouldn't you be a black turtle? He has been curious about this turtle for several months. It flew around Suhi in circles, and finally raised its head and looked around. Where is my daughter? It is looking for Feng Yaya. This should be Su Huanyan's soul beast. Only soul beasts can have such a sense of no boundaries. Still sleeping. Suhi responded and looked outside the door again. In the heavy rain, a beautiful figure blocked the door, holding a fairy sword in his bare hands. He blocked all crises by himself. Su Huanyan was very close to the door, and he could pull her back just by leaning out half of his body. Hey! 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 The blue bird chirped. Don't be stupid. You won't fall down twice in the same place in the sky trading realm. It's useless to use the same moves over and over again. If you dare to take half a step out, I will kill you in front of the door at all costs. Even Xiao Huanyan can't stop you. Suhi stepped back. Just watch quietly. The origin of Feng Yaya's life must be extremely important to Feng Yiju. He held the fairy sword for the first time, and struck Su Huanyan straight with the formation flag in one hand, and the fairy sword in the other. Su Huanyan's celestial sword suddenly rose, and when he slashed out with the sword, it did not strike Feng Yiju. Instead, he turned around and struck at the Sanxing Gate with his sword. She wanted to kill Su He alive. Feng Yiju's expression suddenly changed, and the sword and flag that were attacking Su Huanyan suddenly let go of his hands, turning into an arc and flying to the Sanxing Gate to protect the Sanxing Gate. That small world is so strange that if you break the door, you will never be able to get in again. How can she be allowed to be presumptuous? The shadow of Dongdun Mountain appeared on the formation flag, blocking directly in front of Su Huanyan's sword, suppressing it. Consolidate. Condensation. All means of protecting the space were used by him immediately. Su Huanyan's sword light fell, but it was powerless. This sword is just a feint. Turning around suddenly, the halberd was pointed at Feng Yiju. The heavy rain on his fingertips instantly turned into a sword, and this sword gathered a sword intent. Feng Yiju suddenly changed color. 300 years of thinking cannot be changed in an instant. Su Huanyan has always been straightforward for 300 years. No matter what happens, he can kill it with one sword. Today I have given him 2 false moves, both false and true. The scholars were waiting for each other with admiration for 3 days. Feng Yiju raised his sword to meet him, and the fairy sword and formation flag guarding in front of Sanxing Gate suddenly changed their moves and attacked Su Huanyan from behind. But at this moment, Su Huanyan's body turned suddenly and did not collide with Feng Yiju at all. The water flow fairy sword directly hit the fairy sword behind him. The 2 sword energies collided with each other, turning into a huge destructive force, and was led by Su Huanyan. Hit the Sanxing Gate. Su Huanyan knew that she could do the most damage alone and could not break the door of the small world, so she needed Feng Yiju's help. Feng Yiju's eyes are cracked at the canthus. Get out of the way! In the small world of Dragon Turtle, Suhi shouted loudly. The domain enveloped the world gate and faced Su Huanyan. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the collision force of the 2 sword energies hit the door, and the entire door instantly shattered and exploded. Huge force bombarded over. Let's go! Suhi roared, and a jet of water spurted out from his mouth, knocking the blue bird away and waving his claws to form a wave towards the toad. Before the wave started, the force of the space door exploding had already struck, pushing Suhi and Toad forward. A door floating in front of Suhi's domain has not yet been closed. There are various doors floating in the domain. The turtle and the frog had no time to struggle and had already crashed into it. This door is like a long space tunnel. Looking back is the sea of the Dragon Turtle world. I want to rush back, but I can't. The space in the sea is chaotic, and I can't turn back at all. The scene ahead is constantly changing. Desolate land. Qingyuan disciples. Qingyuan elders. Tauren. Next door to Dragon Turtle's small world is the 2 realms war zone. That was Elder Qiao and Eldarin being besieged by 5 Tauren. But instead, he gained the upper hand and suppressed them to fight. Wrong. Ahead are the 2 realms of battle in the demon transformation realm. In the midst of the shadows, Suhi even saw a broader battlefield between the 2 realms. Stepping into the heaven realm? How about playing? Suhi was stunned for a moment. He immediately put the white jade tortoise SH.L on his back and was pushed out of the door by the force of the explosion. The toad hit the ground and bounced a few times before jumping up, pointing at Suhi and yelling curses. He was stunned as he cursed. It looks in all directions. This is no longer the world of Dragon Turtles. Out? For a moment, it was at a loss. Suhi raised his head and looked around. This was a mountainous area, bare as far as the eye could see. Open your eyes and look around. There's about 10,000 miles of land here, surrounded by a space wall like a dome. Desolation in all directions, and white clouds overhead. Where is this? Toad seemed unable to believe that he just left the Dragon Turtle world and swallowed dryly. 2 realms of war. From the mortal realm. Suhi replied softly. He looked up at the sky. A group of thunderclouds slowly gathered in the sky. It was not about to rain, but a disaster was coming. Wearing white jade tortoise SH.LS. Fighting. and consuming high-grade tortoise essence condensation. At this moment, the sacrifice of bones and internal organs has reached 86%. He was hit by the explosion of the space door. His breath was disordered and his mind was restless. The heavenly tribulation is already showing signs of condensation. After Toad was shocked, he saw the calamity cloud above his head. He suddenly jumped to his feet. You are a turtle. 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 Brother. Calm down. Hold your breath. Regulate your breathing. And relax. He wanted to scold his mother, but he managed to control it halfway. He couldn't provoke the dragon turtle now, or it would explode. Concentrate. Relax. Soothe blood flow and spiritual energy. Don't be nervous. It comforted Sue. He took out a thick cigarette bag from its pocket, lit it, and brought it to Sui's mouth. How about a sip? This thing is very effective in refreshing the mind and calming the mind. Sui closed his eyes and silently recited the Ching Ching Ju. After a while, he slowly exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and the calamity cloud above his head slowly dispersed. He hasn't reached his limit yet, and the catastrophe hasn't reached the point where he has to fall. You can still endure it. Sui opened his eyes. Although the calamity clouds above his head had dispersed, the sense of crisis was already imminent. He could feel that the calamity would really fall at any time. What do you think? I'm always wearing white jade tortoise sh. L now? Wearing the white jade tortoise sh. L. He exudes the aura of the mythical beast dragon tortoise, and cannot feel the crisis of heavenly calamity. Toad took a puff of dry smoke and curled his lips. If you want to die, why don't you stay away from me? Just now, the heavenly tribulation almost condensed. In other words, this dragon turtle has been marked by the heavenly tribulation. Wearing the white jade tortoise sh. L can't hide it. But because the white jade tortoise sh. L will increase the power of the tribulation to a terrifying level. However, this place is still a two-realm battle zone in the mortal realm. The power of the white jade tortoise sh. L will most likely be suppressed by the laws here. At that time, there was no increase, but the power of the heavenly tribulation was increased. Just thinking about it makes Frog tremble. Putting the white jade tortoise sh. L in the control equipment and wearing it on the body are two completely different challenges to Tinjia. Sui curled his lips. He just had an idea in his mind, but he didn't really want to implement it. He looked around. How can we get back to the dragon turtle world from here? Toad shuddered. What would you do in a place like that? You should be able to find your way back after infecting the gate of the dragon turtle world. Put on the white jade turtle sh. L. Or survive the catastrophe and become the dragon turtle. If not, go find Yaya's mother. Her soul beast is in the dragon turtle world. She will definitely be able to locate it. Just ask her to take you in. He was silent. To find Su Wanyan, you have to leave the two realms of war and return to Dongin Mountain. Now that I go out, the old man is really tired of eating arsenic. Find a place to hide, adjust your condition, and ignore anyone before going through the tribulation. Regardless of whether this is a war zone between two realms, we will not participate in any battle. During the next period of time, no one will be seen, and you can hide as far away as you can. He made up his mind. Children can be taught. Toad nodded and heard something strange behind him. He turned around and saw 4 Tauren chasing a girl in red 20 miles away. The girl was riding a black panther, carrying a cannon barrel on her shoulders, and a row of cannon chains on her body. But the cannonballs had been used up, having run out of ammunition and food. They were panicking and escaping this way. Chapter 160 Mountains and Seas. The Toad looked solemn. Let's go! Get out of here and stay out of your own business. It dodged towards the distant hills, but did not see Sui following it. When it turned around, it saw the dragon turtle shaking its head and sighing, actually making waves and rushing towards those people. Could this dragon turtle have a brain disease? You are about to pass the tribulation. Don't you know? The Toad gnashed his teeth, staring at the dragon turtle. He beat the 4 Tauren to the ground with his claws. After touching the corpses to retrieve the treasure, he and the fiery red girl chased after them. The Toad looked at him resentfully. Sui opened his mouth. This is one of our own. We can't ignore it. The 4 Tauren are just a matter of consciousness. They can be destroyed with a wave of the hand, and they will not cause catastrophe. He was also very depressed. He saw CZ 3 times. Once he was chasing someone, and the other 2 times he was being chased. Does this girl have any special physique? Toad sighed, looked at CZ and said, Little girl, your life will be extraordinary from now on. What dragon turtle risked his life to save is worth a lot of money. CZ blinked and said, Don't fool me. It's not like she has never seen Master Longue's abilities before. He is invincible in the mortal transformation battlefield. It was just 4 mind apertures. If the animal Fong LS hadn't been gone, she could have done it alone. What are you looking at? Little girl. Toad waved his hand. Forget it. I won't tell you. You guys have been staying here for a long time. Is there any place that is absolutely safe and no one will go to? If someone is in trouble, it's better to hide. The dragon turtle took him out of the small world and felt very uneasy if he didn't find a safe place for him to survive the catastrophe. CZ thought for a while and shook his head. There are safe places, but there are basically no places where no one would go. Suhi poked his head over and said, Tell me about the situation in the 2 battlefields. It would be best to have a map of the battlefield situation, so that he would know where to go. CZ shrugged his shoulders. The situation is normal. We are in a state of being beaten. We have Sansheng Gate here, and Qingyuan City is built outside Sansheng Gate. It is protected by formations, so it is considered safe. The 2 people on duty now are Yulin and Ge Feng. Senior brother. Over there is Yanfeng City in the Fengwang world. The guard is named Feng Wan. He is a member of the royal family of the Fengwang world and is about to enter the realm of demon transformation. Even senior brother Ge Feng suspects that she has already transformed into a demon. The demon transformation realm cannot enter the mortal transformation realm battle realm, but it is enough to enter the Juyuan realm in the 7th step of transformation, and then advance to the demon transformation realm. Although it will be suppressed by the rules here to the mortal transformation realm. It is also the ultimate mortal transformation. It is difficult to get close to ordinary people. CZ pointed out several battle gathering places, and told Suhi about the situation in the transformation battlefield. At the same time, in a wild and uninhabited world, the mountains and rivers were squirming, and a huge dragon head arched out from the ground, shaking the soil on its head with a long groan. Ong! If Suhi were here, he would be able to tell that this is the real roar of a dragon turtle. Compared with this, his voice sounds too immature. This world is called Shanghai, and it belongs to the mysterious world of Dragon Turtle. The mysterious world was opened by 9th grade soul beasts, and is neither real nor imaginary. It really exists, but the monks can't find it. Only after subduing the soul beast. The soul beast enters with its consciousness. The Xian realm is like the network group in Suhi's previous life. No matter where he is, as long as the soul beast is there, his consciousness can enter and communicate with the monks in the Xian realm. Because of this characteristic, Suhi hoped that Toad would visit the various mystical realms. Maybe he would be able to find a way to cure Feng Yaya. In every mysterious world, the rules are different. Its internal rules are closely related to the soul beasts that opened up the mysterious world. For example, in Dragon Turtle's mysterious world of mountains and seas, any consciousness that enters the mountains and seas will turn into a beast. It cannot speak human words, but can only roar. If you don't understand animal language, it's hard to move here. Of course, there are no outsiders in the mountains and seas. Only dragon turtles. The dragon turtle that emerged from the earth let out a long roar, waking up other members of its race. After a while, 6 echoes came. There are only 7 dragon turtles in the entire Shanhae Xuanji, and these are the only remaining dragon turtles in the entire world. The dragon turtle calls from time to time, expressing different meanings. Ong, the dragon turtle that first emerged from the earth, groaned. Everyone! That little guy came out of Xiao Beiling's graveyard. Ong! A dragon turtle roared in response to him. There was no dragon turtle, and the roar came from a volcano. The lava inside the volcano was rolling and bubbling from time to time. What? You haven't been affected by Little Bai Ling, and your path has been cut off. Right. The giant turtle under the soil shook his head and responded with a long groan. Not only did he not cut off his path, I don't know what he did to Little Bai Ling in the tomb. His bloodline has advanced, and he is about to survive the catastrophe. In the mysterious world of mountains and seas, there was a sudden suffocation. Immediately afterwards, groans from all sides sounded. They are probably all asking. It has only been a year since that little guy came into contact with the illusion of inheritance. Right? Will we go through the tribulation in 1 year? I'm afraid it's not the seed left behind by one of your old guys. The number of mythical beasts is too small. The more top-level mythical beasts, the smaller the number. How could those juniors who really have a chance to advance not have the attention of their seniors? There are 3,000 big worlds, and 100,000 small worlds. There are too many worlds. And there are countless turtles. Even turtles that embark on the path of dragon turtles are everywhere. Can't pay attention. Dragon turtle only pays attention to the descendants, who have more than 70% bloodline, or who can enter the inheritance illusion in advance. No matter which of these two types, it is possible to further transform into a mythical beast. Dragon turtle. Especially the latter. Being able to enter the illusion of inheritance means that the dragon turtle Dao shadow in the heart aperture is solid enough and has a greater chance. Su-He is the latter. The khaki-colored dragon turtle that first emerged from the ground was the senior who had been paying attention to Su-He. It just never came close. There was a long chant from a dragon and a turtle. How sure are you that he will survive the tribulation? The khaki dragon turtle responded with a long groan. And there was a hint of helplessness in the long groan. Who knows? This little guy is too arrogant and went to the two realms of the Emperor's great world and the Xianwang realm to overcome the tribulation. These two great worlds have strong origins and are the starting point of all realms. It is enough to contaminate one of the origins. Should I say that his newborn turtle cub is not afraid of tigers? Or should I admire his confidence? There was silence in Xuanjia for a moment. There is a dragon turtle singing softly. Should we be more conservative and go pull him out? The earthy yellow dragon turtle shook his head and hummed in response. It's useless. He came out of Xiao Bai Ling's world, and the calamity clouds condensed directly. He has been marked by the two big worlds. Pulling him out will only increase the variables. Besides, who is going to pull him? If we get close, we will affect the shadow of his heart orifice, or even directly disperse the shadow. How can anyone else get people from the two realms of war? One peck and one drink are destined by heaven. The dragon turtle is powerful, but its number is pitifully small. There are 3,000 in the whole world, but there are only 7 dragon turtles. Reproduction is even more difficult, and even dragon turtles dare not show up to guide their offspring. Their Dao Yun is too condensed, and if they get close to their descendants, their inner aperture Dao shadows may be dispersed. Originally, as long as the descendants, like Su-He who had entered the dragon turtle inheritance illusion, reached 60 to 70% bloodline, they had arrangements to send their subordinates to provide guidance. This is really too late. Who can advance to the dragon turtle for a period of 1,000 years? This little dragon turtle is only 3 or 4 years old. It's just that he has some special talents and advances quickly. They are estimated to be more than 100 years old. He had tried his best to overestimate the little dragon turtle and send out the sharks early. But the sharks had been on the journey for half a year and had not yet reached the edge of the mysterious world. So they were no longer needed. Who would have known that this guy had entered the dragon turtle tomb and would be facing a catastrophe when he came out? They can't enter Bai Ling's cemetery. With their strength, if they enter such a small world, the world will collapse directly, and Bai Ling's body will not be preserved. There is a dragon turtle singing softly. Brother Luo Clan, don't you think this little guy will survive the tribulation? It pondered for a moment, then continued to whisper and heard a voice. If you have the means to protect him, you might as well lend a hand. The little guy's talent for replicating in pairs is too amazing. It would be a pity if he died young here. Even if you can't become a dragon turtle, you can still achieve a lot as an ordinary turtle demon. The dragon turtle couldn't see Su-He's dice landing, but he wasn't blind and kept watching him. How could he not see the prey he had snatched and duplicated? In the Qingyuan sect, there are some who step on the sky and some who transform into demons. From time to time, curious people will look at the dragon turtle. If they hadn't covered it up for him, Su-He dice would have been exposed long ago. The dragon turtle doesn't understand the law behind the sudden increase in prey. But which dragon turtle doesn't have its own innate magical powers? Just like Bai Ling, he can lend out his magical powers. Isn't this a kind of copying? And it is a copy of magical powers that is even more unreasonable than Su-He. Ong. A dragon turtle whispered the meaning. I will go to the Emperor's great world to suppress the passage from that realm to prevent the power of the world from entering the two realms from the Emperor's great world to be too strong, and try to reduce the power of the heavenly tribulation. Ong, was the response from the dragon turtle who had been observing Su-He. I'll go to the Xianwang realm. I haven't been back to my hometown for a long time. He also came from the Xianwang realm. Even the dragon turtle cannot suppress the two big worlds. But if it only suppresses 2 passages, it will not be difficult for them. Brother Luo Clan, do you know what is in Xiao Bai Ling's tomb? How could his bloodline be raised to this level in 2 months? The dragon turtle guarding Su-He shook his head and whispered in response. That little girl has always been mysterious. How can I figure out what she is doing? He still remembers that it was a beautiful little dragon turtle. He is also a genius like Su He, who entered the inheritance illusion before he could become a dragon turtle. It only took her more than 80 years to achieve the true form of dragon turtle without any external force. She relied entirely on her own cultivation achievements bit by bit. Just such a little guy became the dragon turtle queen. Neither building his own dragon turtle world, nor busy advancing. It was mysterious and mysterious all day long. And I didn't know what was going on. Until one day 6,000 years ago, she suddenly appeared in the mysterious world of mountains and seas, pulling in the consciousness of all the dragon turtles like a madman. He happily announced to the 7 seniors, "I am no longer alive." Then it really fell into silence. Just die. A dragon turtle. The immortal dragon turtle is dead. The 7 seniors almost turned the 3,000 worlds upside down. To this day, Longgui still has not stopped investigating. They can't enter Bai Ling's dragon turtle tomb. There is no way to send someone in. That little guy seemed to have been on guard against the 7 delinquent seniors. The people they sent in were going in front of him. The back foot emerges from other big worlds. He was so confused that he couldn't observe anything. In the past 6,000 years, the only ones who have entered are a toad soul beast, a mixed blood dragon turtle whose path has been cut off, and a small dragon turtle that is about to undergo a catastrophe. Here I go to guard the little dragon turtle through the tribulation. I also want to meet him and Toad after the tribulation, at least to know what is going on in the world of the tomb. Little Bai Ling is indeed dead, and her spirit is extinguished. But a dragon turtle died inexplicably. No one can be reconciled. In their view, the destruction of a big world is not as important as a dragon turtle, especially Xiao Bai Ling, who is only over 20,000 years old. Still a little one. The dragon and turtle live forever, and 10,000 years are their years. Xiao Bai Ling and the dragon turtle, who is about to undergo a catastrophe, are both turtles of the same generation. Logically speaking, this little turtle should call Bai Ling's sister. At this moment, Su He was walking up the mountain to absorb the turtle SHL, listening to CZ explain the situation in the 2 realms, and looking at the clouds above his head. I always feel like God wants to sneak a surprise attack and give him a hard blow. Chapter 161 Robbery. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Toad shouted, waving his hands. This turtle boy actually wants him to recognize his master, just because it's sitting here. He told the dragon turtle many things to pay attention to in overcoming the tribulation. Isn't it normal for a toad of unknown age to have something in its belly? But you shouldn't covet me, even if you don't let go of an old toad. Are you still a human being? Su He lowered his head and sighed softly. Okay, sorry. The toad knew too much, but it didn't have systematic knowledge. It just talked about whatever came to mind. Su He hoped that he could temporarily recognize his master. The soul beast and its master can be said to be one body. As long as the master recognizes the master, there will be no bonus. When the time comes, Toad will be able to give him advice on any situation he encounters. It means temporarily recognizing the master, and no one will hinder the other after that. Everyone will do their own thing. And Su He owes Toad a favor. The favor of a mythical beast is very valuable. But the toad refused. CZ is gone. This girl is gangster and acts vigorously and resolutely. Knowing that Su He was going to survive the catastrophe, he turned around and left without saying anything. Tell Su He not to move around here. She went to lobby Gufeng and Yulin to launch a counterattack and siege on the Emperor's world in advance. It will take at least a month to contain the Tauren of the Imperial world to the far west of the battlefield. She is full of confidence. After all, senior brother Gufeng is the grandson of Master Ji's uncle, and his relationship with Longgui is different from other people. It even spread to Li Nanyuan that Yulin and Longgui were familiar with each other. And Professor Yulin was afraid of Longgui, the kind that everyone walks around when they see one. But before CZ could use his sharp tongue, a red light shot straight into the sky in the direction of Yanfeng City, and the entire transformation battlefield could clearly see it. This is the Xianxia version of Ming Jin retreating his troops. Immediately afterwards, Yanfeng Cheng hung up the no-war card. 2 months after the start of the war, the Fengwang world was intimidated for the first time, leaving the Qingyuan sect at a loss for a while, until CZ brought back the news about Su He. Gufeng paced back and forth, clenching and unclenching his fists, unclenching and clenching them again, his breathing becoming more and more rapid. Uncle Dragon Turtle is about to survive the tribulation. The great world of Emperor Feng does not dare to provoke him lightly. That must be it. You can't go wrong. The Qingyuan sect's background is too shallow, and they know too little about divine beasts. Even in their beast control valley, It was only after Qing Yuan had the dragon turtle that they collected information about the divine beasts, especially those related to the dragon turtle. Junior brother Yulin, inform Qing Yuan disciples that they are not allowed to go near the Nanman Corner area. This area is designated as a forbidden area. Let everyone prepare for war at any time. If the Emperor World has the slightest intention of interfering with Master Lungui's attempt to overcome the tribulation, take action immediately. Yulin was dressed in white and held the folding fan tightly. The expression on his face changed, and finally he sighed and said, "Okay, Master Longui. My nephew will fight to the death to help you this time. Can you please expose the incident where I pulled up my pants to pee and danced with my butt naked in front of him? Disperse. Disperse. Why is it that the more I don't want to think about it, the more embarrassing thoughts creep into my mind? I really want to commit suicide and make Master Longui suffer a catastrophe." Senior brother. A Qing Yuan disciple ran back in a panic. Senior brother Gu. Senior brother Yulin. Just now. Junior brother Wu was going back to the sect to report to the leader that senior uncle Longui appeared in the two realms of battle, and he had to overcome the tribulation. Matter? Gu Feng's expression changed. Before entering the two realms battlefield, the old man quietly told him that if the dragon turtle appeared in the two realms battlefield, try to hide it as much as possible. Although I don't know what happened, it must be related to the disciples in the sect. Nowadays, the Qingyuan sect has many people. The Wuxiang sword sect has merged, and several Dongyuan sects have been annexed. If it were not for the two worlds of war pressing above their heads, no one would be able to care about anything else. It is impossible to say that the sect has become chaotic. He and Yulin had ordered not to leave Qingyuan city, but there were still people who wanted to go back secretly to deliver the message. Gu Feng's face was cold. The disciple looked horrified and gasped twice before continuing. But junior brother Wu failed to pass through the Sanxin gate. As soon as his head came out, he was beaten to a pulp without even bleeding. Gu Feng and Yulin looked at each other, and Yulin said, "There must be another battle outside the Sanxin gate. Tell the disciples not to go out at will under any circumstances. If there is no news from the door, or until Uncle Dragon Turtle survives the catastrophe. If the real Dragon Turtle comes out, nothing will happen. Even if he doesn't go out, there is a divine beast suppressing him, and he can eat the opponent to death no matter what." Inside Yanfeng City. It is said to be a city, but actually it looks more like a military camp. The tents were neatly arranged, and the Tauren stood guard one by one. There was strict discipline in the military camp. The number of Tauren is not greater than that of the Qingyuan sect, and their Taoism is not much higher. One is an ordinary tribe in the Emperor's world, and the other is an ordinary sect in the Xianwang world. Half a pound to 8 taels. Being able to suppress the Qingyuan sect depends entirely on military-like discipline. A woman in green clothes in the coach's camp looked at the sand table floating in the camp, and her eyes fell on the Nanman corner where Su He was. A Tauren rushed in from outside the army. "Commander, why withdraw the army?" The Tauren spent 2 months, seemingly fighting randomly with the short men in the Xianwang realm. But in fact, they were steadily conquering key areas and forming an army formation. It won't take long for them to be able to block the Qingyuan gate in their city in one go. But at this moment, the coach withdrew all his men. The woman in green didn't raise her head. A young Tauren man next to him turned around and glared at the bull. "Didn't you see the calamity cloud rising from the southern barbarian horn earlier?" Mang Niu blinked. "Did you see it? What does it have to do with us? What does he care about? That is not a place for our army to attack." The woman in green shook her head. "A dragon turtle appeared there, and it wants to survive the tribulation here. We dare not influence it." "Huh?" Man Niu's eyes widened, and he looked at the woman in disbelief. "This is Feng Wan, from the royal family. The royal family of the great world is the supreme being of all heavens and realms. She doesn't dare to influence?" Feng Wan chuckled. The mythical beasts were unreasonable. They didn't care whether their cubs would not be able to survive the catastrophe. As long as you participate in it, they will blame you for the failure of overcoming the tribulation. So what if the Nyoto tribe is destroyed? The mythical beast is not easy to mess with, let alone one of the 4 spirits, dragon, Phoenix, Turtle and Lin, facing the Dragon Turtle clan. Even Feng Huanggong would have a headache. 6,000 years ago, members of the Dragon Turtle clan were wiped out. The first thing the Dragon Turtle clan investigated was the Fenghuang Palace and the top 10 immortal sects in the Xianwang realm. They made it clear that they would not be unreasonable or suspicious. But if they wanted to investigate, would they cooperate or go to war? The result of it? Feng Wong Palace and the top 10 immortal sects not only cooperated but also helped investigate together. Pass the order. No one is allowed to leave Yanfeng City before the Dragon Turtle tribulation is over. But? Man Niu looked confused. But that Dragon Turtle is probably from the Qingyuan sect opposite. A month ago. Weren't the disciples of the Qingyuan sect looking for the Dragon Turtle everywhere? Feng Luan glanced at him. I know. Go and give the order. The Dragon Turtle is first the head Dragon Turtle. And then other identities. The Dragon Turtle clan doesn't care about your problems. They are just unreasonable protectors. It's very unfair. But you have to bear it. If you want to argue with Dragon Turtle, at least the coach here must be a powerful prince. Ordinary princes are not qualified. Time passes day by day. Suhi slowly opened his eyes. Another turtle sh. I was completely refined by Fushan. And Foreign Minister Guishan became more condensed. This tortoise sh. L is from the demon transformation realm. Suhi is refined just right at this moment. And its strength is also very symmetrical when used to fight against the heavenly tribulation. Suhi opened his eyes and looked at the toad. Toad was sitting on a hill nearby, smoking a pipe. His eyes blank, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Suhi said softly, Don't think too much. I just came up with it and said it casually. You don't want to have a master. But actually I don't want to have a soul beast either. The soul beast and its master would have connected memories, which was too scary for Suhi. Not only will the dice be exposed, but also the time travel cannot be hidden. But this is not a big deal. The master's spirit beast shares weal and woe, and will not betray the master after recognizing him. But can't we hide those little secrets that we hid in the small room in our previous life? This is absolutely not allowed. Not even death. He will never be the next Yulin. Suhi's consciousness sank into his mind, and Mingjian checked his body over and over again. In the past few days, Suhi would conduct comprehensive inspections every day. Status: healthy and in disaster. True blood, 99%. Bone sacrifice, 96%. Internal organs, 97%. In the midst of a catastrophe. In a catastrophe? Suhi opened his eyes instantly and shouted to the toad. The disaster is coming! Let's go! The toad was stunned for a moment, then jumped up and flashed away into the distance. It didn't see the calamity cloud, but of course it had to listen to the person who was overcoming the calamity. A few flashes hurried away. Suhi adjusted his breathing and raised his head to look at the sky. There were no clouds in the sky, and there was no sign of the tribulation. What about the catastrophe? Mingjian flash me? Suhi waited for a long time, but saw no calamity clouds condensing. Just as he was wondering, he saw two calamity clouds, one black and one yellow, slowly condensing in the east and west. The calamity clouds are rolling extremely slowly, but they are getting bigger and thicker. The thunder inside rolled and roared. Suhi's heart was beating for no reason, and her breathing was quickening. A sense of crisis arises spontaneously. The scales stand on end. Will die. Really gonna die. If he is hit by this calamity, he will die. Danger? Suhi arched his body and huddled his limbs inside the turtle sh. L. The turtle mounted on his back flashed with brilliance, and his scales trembled, making the sound of iron armor grinding together. Toad, who was flickering away in the distance, looked at the two thunderclouds above his head, and his expression suddenly changed. How could this happen? The intersection of the two realms to overcome the tribulation will only activate the origin of the two realms and expand the power of the tribulation. But how can two tribulation clouds be formed? This is the two big worlds of Xinhuang realm and Emperor's great world descending on heavenly calamity at the same time. The dragon turtle wants to survive two catastrophes by himself. Seeking death? Is there any way to survive? It sped up and ran away, getting faster and faster. As it ran, it gradually stopped, stamped its feet, and slapped itself, turned around and rushed towards Suhi, shouting from a distance. I'm telling you! I'm just trying to help you out of this misfortune. If you dare to have the slightest idea, Lord Frog will blow your turtle's sh. L? Suhi's eyes lit up. Tell you, turtle boy. You are not allowed to bring me into your mind space. You are not allowed to connect to your memories. And you are not allowed to pry into your privacy. Not now. Not in the future. And never. It shouted, opened its mouth, and spit out a rune to hit Suhi. The rune spontaneously penetrated directly into the center of Suhi's eyebrows, and melted into the orifices of his mind. For a moment, Suhi felt as if there was something extra, but he couldn't explain the reason. He could borrow the toad's vision. just like using his own eyes. He could hear the sounds the toad heard, and he could sense the things the toad touched. This feeling is like having an extra self, not knowing how far away. The toad appeared directly above Suhi's head, squatting down between the two corners of the dragon turtle. I have wanted to do this for a long time, but the dragon turtle is a sacred beast and cannot be humiliated. Except for that little girl Feng Yaya. No one can get on the dragon turtle's SHL. Now, it's a toad, sitting on the head of a dragon turtle. Of course, more confident than Feng Yaya. The toad patted Suhi's head with his paw. Don't be in a daze. Don't wait for the thunderclouds to collide. Pick one and go straight across, shouted Toad. Suhi looked around and saw big waves rolling under him, heading straight towards the sandstorm like thunderclouds in the direction of Xianwang realm. Chapter 162, Emperor Xianwang Suhi. Outside the Sanshin Gate, Su Huanyan stood proudly in the wind and rain with his fairy sword, drifting in the heavy rain, but not getting wet. There was a blush on his chest, and he looked a little haggard in the coldness. Feng Yiju is on a level higher than her. Feng Yiju stood on the opposite side, looking at the disciple's head that was shattered by his blow in front of the Sanshin Gate. In silence, countless Qingyuan disciples died during this period, but this was the first and only one killed by him in 300 years. He remembered that this disciple's surname was Wu. There are many disciples of Qingyuan, and together with the merged Wuxiang sword sect, there are more than 40,000 people. Feng Yiju rarely interacted with him, but he knew every disciple's name. The battlefield in the sky is not accessible to mortals. He sighed softly and looked at Su Huanyan again. Even if the door is broken, you can still rely on the fragments of the entrance to the small world inside the Sanshin Gate to lock that small world. There is still a chance to enter. But Su Huanyan stayed in front of the door for 10 days. Feng Yiju sighed softly. Su Huanyan cannot be killed. Not to mention that it is difficult to kill Su Huanyan in the second step of the Star Fate realm. If he kills Su Huanyan, the Qingyuan sect will be completely divided. He didn't want to come to this point and trap Su Huanyan in the Yelguang world. But he didn't expect that she would have a clone appear. Even the best plans are bound to have surprises. Feng Yiju stirred up the Qingyuan formation flag and completely sealed Su Huanyan this time. As long as he didn't kill him, he would always be able to explain to the sect. After Qingyuan survives this disaster and is safe and sound, it won't be too late to release her. By then, the Qingyuan sect should have been completely integrated. The Qingyuan array flag was stirred, and the sound of wind blew away the pouring rain. Su Huanyan's eyes were slightly focused, and a crisis hit. Then he saw the small golden pagodas above his head quickly gathered together and merged into a 7-story tower, with the hood down. Junior sister Su. Feng Yiju was dressed in Confucian fur and fluttering in the wind, and the fairy sword could not move even an inch around the rain. It's been a long time since I've called me junior sister, so I actually said it in a roundabout way. I'll seal you for 100 years. And I hope you and I will be fine in 100 years. He rolled up the flag and separated from the heavy rain. The golden tower fell downwards. 10 days ago, elders noticed something unusual outside the formation flag and came to investigate, but were isolated by the formation flag. Letting go at this moment, the expressions of the two people who saw the fight suddenly changed. Master! No! Feng Yiju seems to have never heard of it. Su Huanyan looked at the golden pagoda and smiled happily. So that's it. Feng Yiju is still the same Feng Yiju. Take one step and see 10 steps. The golden pagodas all over the mountain are not only trying to block the blue bird, but also analyzing her territory. During the 10-day struggle, they were still worshipping the alchemy tower. The golden pagoda is specially designed for her at this moment, just like the seal of the Hechuan tribe. I may not be able to leave today, but I am Su Huanyan. How can I be willing to be sealed by you for 100 years and let Yaya die in the outside world? She glanced at Feng Yiju. The sword cultivators in Jinju had been criticized by the sword washing pool because they wanted to do everything possible and refine a fairy sword to deal with countless scenarios. But I just forgot that I am the sharpest sword. Without the jade and the stone, how can the sword and the heart of death be able to cut a smooth path? She moaned softly with the fairy sword in her hand. But she ignored the golden pagoda above her and jumped up to strike at Feng Yiju with her sword. Feng Yiju's complexion changed slightly. This is a strategy of mutual death. But it's too late. Once the golden tower sacrifice is completed, you won't be given another chance. The formation flag rolled up, shattering the space in front of him, and he retreated sharply. But at this moment, 2 huge claws poked out from the crack in the space that Feng Yiju had shattered. They clawed at both sides as if tearing a hole open. tearing the space apart. A mountain-like dragon head came out. Squeezing out. An earth-yellow dragon turtle about 100 feet in size emerged from the crack in space. He was squeezed between Su Huanyan and Feng Yiju. He shook his head and snorted. And the golden pagoda and formation flag above his head flew away in an instant. Su Huanyan's sword thrust hit the dragon turtle's scales. And the sword that killed him couldn't even leave a trace on the scales. Instead, he was hit by the dragon turtle's spiritual energy and flew backwards. However, he was gently teased by the dragon turtle's claws. And he stabilized his body and stood on the dragon turtle's claws. The dragon turtle looked at her. This woman was seriously injured. But she stood proudly like a cold plum in the snow. Her brows were 3 parts cold and 7 parts charming. No wonder the little turtle fell in love with her. He has a good eye. He put down Su Huanyan and glanced at Feng Yiju. Do you have any objections to the expropriation of this place? Feng Yiju's heart was in turmoil. This is a dragon turtle. A real dragon turtle. This is the first time he has seen a mythical beast. He had deliberately inquired before, and had heard many rumors about the mythical beasts. Everyone said how powerful the mythical beasts were. Although he agreed, he had no intuitive feeling. Especially the white jade dragon turtle in the Sansheng sect. After he reached out and snatched away the blue bird, he felt an uncontrollable contempt for the divine beast. It wasn't until this moment, when I faced the dragon turtle, that I realized what it means to be as powerful as the sea. This power. This aura. He actually couldn't bear the slightest sense of resistance. He took a long breath. His face slowly calmed down. And he bowed his hands to Dragon Turtle. Senior can live here temporarily. It is Qing Yuan's blessing. Senior, if you need something, please don't be polite. Please speak up. Qing Yuan will not dare to refuse. The Dragon Turtle ignored him and turned toward the Xiantian gate, pouting and scolding. Green Loach, what are you looking at? My junior is going through a tribulation, and I am here to protect the law. Do you have any objections? There was a fluctuation in the direction of Zuanshinman, and Dragon Turtle sneered. Bah! It's just jealousy. How long has it been since your dragon family had a new member? He turned back and glanced at Feng Yiju, then looked at Su Huanyan. Do you want me to kill this man for you? It doesn't matter if you kill Turtle Boy's enemies casually. Feng Yiju's pupils suddenly condensed and then quickly dispersed. He cupped his hands towards Long Gui and shook his head with a wry smile. Su Huanyan frowned slightly and breathed heavily. Feng Yiju shook his head slightly. Feng Yiju was related to Yaya's origin. He was Yaya's father, and he was needed to complement Yaya's origin. Su Huanyan is not just rushing these days. There are some clues about how to restore his daughter's origin. She looked at the mountain-like dragon turtle and knew in her heart why the senior dragon turtle was here. She never thought that the little dragon turtle was about to pass the tribulation. This is about reaching the sky in one step. Dragon Turtle didn't care. He raised his eyes and looked inside the Sansheng gate. The Sanshengman, which blocks everything, cannot block his sight. A huge wave surged beneath Suhi, carrying him and the toad straight towards the calamity cloud in the mysterious realm. The clouds of calamity rolling above their heads have firmly locked onto the two of them. A sea of thunder surged within the calamity cloud, and thunder snakes swam around, twisting together like twists and turns. The first wave of catastrophe has taken shape. It's coming! Toad shouted, entering a half-empty and half-real state. Suhi drew a drop of turtle essence condensation from his heart orifice, which instantly raised the foreign minister Guishan to the extreme. Then he remembered. Had the turtle essence condensation in his heart orifice also increased the power of the heavenly tribulation? And that was why there were two tribulation clouds? But it's too late to regret now. Turtle Mountain gleams, ready in a hurry. Just listen to a thunderous sound. Crack! The sea of thunder within the calamity cloud exploded, condensing into a beam of light, like a cannonball, and struck the calamity cloud of the Emperor's great world. Suhi looked confused. Heavenly tribulation did not hit him, but instead attacked Jieyun in the Emperor's world. The Jieyun of Emperor Feng world was not far behind. The sea of thunder had already gathered and fired almost at the same time. Both sides coincidentally attacked each other at the same time. Thunder and lightning flashed in the two light beams, and the parallel fire directly penetrated the opponent's Jieyun, and exploded behind Jieyun. Suddenly the sky was filled with flashes of thunder and lightning. The power of these two cannons is astonishing, and they are completely aimed at fighting to the death. This is so much hatred and resentment. Not only was Suhi confused, but the dragon turtles at both ends of the two realms' battlefields were also stunned. Is this a direct confrontation between the two worlds? The world has no spiritual intelligence. even if the origin is in conflict. It is also a war between the monks of the two worlds. His little turtle boy has opened up a battlefield for the two worlds. Do they still want to suppress the world and reduce the transmission of world power? If you hold back now, you will be disgusted by the two supreme worlds. Right? Suhi looked up at the sky. The two calamity clouds were already fighting each other like crazy. Lightning beams were bombarding each other. The calamity clouds were riddled with holes. Suhi murmured, "If they use more force, will I not have to survive the tribulation?" The clouds of calamity are about to be dispersed. The toad patted his head. "You are thinking nonsense. Get ready. The catastrophe is coming." As soon as the toad's voice fell, the calamity clouds in the two worlds flashed with brilliance at the same time. Suhi's alarm bell sounded loudly, and he was on full alert. If his heavenly calamity is also the power of the calamity clouds fighting each other, he felt that he might die here today. A turtle and a frog carefully guarded against the lightning strike above their heads. But there was a crisp sound of click. A crack opened in the ground beneath him, and magma suddenly spurted out like water. Suhi was right above the crack, but had no chance to fall down. The huge impact of the magma hit the breastplate and pushed him to float in the crater. The foreign minister's turtle mountain flashed with green light and made a squeaking sound. Despicable. Sneak attack. What a thief. It's not a thunder disaster. It's a fire disaster. Toad's angry curses sounded in Suhi's heart. It didn't dare to read it out loud, and it scolded God in the midst of the catastrophe. It was just trying to catch ghosts on the grave of the Lord of Hell. But this calamity went too far. He was trying to kill someone with all his strength. And suddenly a stream of magma came up and struck in the east and west. Suhi didn't care. He just closed his eyes slightly and tried his best to protect Foreign Minister Guishan. Anyway, he only knew this one defensive move. And whether it was a thunder tribulation or a fire tribulation, it had no effect on him. The magma beneath his body alternates between fiery red and dark red. This is the tribulation fires alternately exerted by the Fenghuang Great World and the mysterious Wilderness World. Suhi tried his best to endure it and found it funny. When the two worlds were fighting fiercely, they didn't forget to join forces to beat him. Like a competition. You are chasing each other. The magma is endless, and the impact force is increasing. The toad grabbed Suhi's dragon horn and grinned. "What are you doing? The first wave of catastrophe is just a warning. So you have to play it too big?" 9 waves of catastrophe. Under normal circumstances, the first and second waves should be able to pass by lying down. "Turtle boy, destroy it," the toad shouted from the bottom of Suhi's heart. Suhi opened his eyes, roared, and the big waves rolled under him and rushed toward the magma. In an instant, the water vapor evaporated, and the whole vision was completely white. Fortunately, it's not very powerful. It's just ordinary magma that erupts too fast. The water waves hit the magma, making a gurgling sound, and the entire canyon was covered by water vapor. After a long time, the gushing magma gradually stopped. A dark red boulder formed within the crack. Suhijiang shook his head and pulled himself out of the stone. The water waves below him hit the magma and formed the first stone, and he was embedded in it. Chapter 163. If you have merit, you wouldn't have shown it earlier. There are dark red boulders under me, and white mist surrounds me. I take a gentle breath and feel refreshed, as if I have swallowed warm jade and soul jade. Don't be distracted. Before the second wave of calamity comes, absorb it quickly. The natural calamity is the condensation of the origin of the world. If you break it and survive it, you will naturally gain a lot. The first 2 rounds of catastrophes are not so much about overcoming tribulations as they are benefits for the divine beasts. Suhi opened his mouth and used the turtle life and long breathing technique. Like a long whale sucking water, absorbing all the fog in all directions in one breath. The mist enters the body and quickly moisturizes the body. Just as Suhi quickly absorbed the mist, the magma stone beneath him suddenly shattered. 2 unicorns, one black and one yellow, broke through the boulder and rushed towards him at the same time when Suhi was unprepared. "Careful," cried the toad. No need to remind him. There was water vapor all around, and Suhi couldn't sense any movement. He felt it the moment Chilin broke through the ground. The 2 unicorns opened their mouths at the same time and bit at Suhi one after the other. The water wave beneath Suhi moved sideways, taking him out suddenly to avoid the bite. The 2 unicorns at the front and back made exactly the same movements, and slapped a paw on the waves of Suhi's water. The waves broke instantly and turned into a pool of water that flowed away. Don't use water. This is the second wave of heavenly calamity. Water comes from earth to cover it up. Qilin is the divine beast of earth. This is not a real Qilin, but a condensed earth calamity. I don't just play with water either, Suhi roared, and a thundercloud gathered. Crack! The crackling thunderbird fell. But the two unicorns were not afraid, roared with their mouths open, and bit into the thundercloud, one lin at a time, tearing the thundercloud into pieces in an instant. Misstep. His mind was a water mine. Suhi didn't wait for the Qilin that shredded the thundercloud to fall. The 5 fingers of his front claws were like swords. With one claw, he shot out 5 sword energy and slashed at the yellow Qilin at the same time. Qilin roared and turned around to bite it. But Suhi bit it at the base of its neck, tore it back and tossed it, and took off the entire head. Qilin fell to the ground and turned into a ball of earthy yellow air, which was swallowed by Suhi. The black unicorn followed behind, roared and stepped on the turtle SHL, just as he was about to bite it. A sword energy slashed out from the turtle SHL, cutting it in half. It also turned into a ball of essence and was swallowed by Suhi. Both unicorns only have the fighting power of 7-star beasts. The first and second waves of catastrophe were indeed warnings, and not very powerful. The 2 masses of essence were swallowed. But before they were completely digested, 2 calamity clouds above the head burst into thunder at the same time. Boom! 2 barrel-thick thunderbolts, one black and one yellow, struck at Suhi at the same time. They twisted and intertwined together in midair, like twists and turns. The 2 tribulations actually cooperated. Don't you want to fight? Suhi roared and seemed to hear his roar. The 2 calamity clouds once again lit up beams of light to bombard each other. But they also formed thunder and lightning and struck Suhi. There are 9 rays in front and behind each, and 18 rays of thunder and lightning are intertwined and twisted to form 9 huge braids. Crazy chop. Crack. Rumble. 9 golden and black thunderbolts struck Turtle Mountain in various postures. Suhi only felt that mountains were crashing down, one after another, like waterfalls and waves formed by mountains and rivers. The direct impact made his blood surge and his internal organs shake. The end of all 9 consecutive paths is the burning and numbness of thunder and lightning. Suhi crawled on the ground as a whole turtle, twitching constantly. The toad lay helplessly on top of his head, and thunder snakes shuttled around his body. The third wave of catastrophe is the first wave that is truly harmful. After a while, Suhi shook his body and got up. When I looked up, I saw that the 4th wave of tribulation was already gathering. The 2 tribulation clouds no longer attacked each other. They found that they could not help each other. Or maybe he suddenly remembered that he had a mission, and at the same time focused on Suhi. 2 thunderclouds rolled around, trying their best to gather thunder. Each one is more than twice the size of the previous one. And the more important ones are so densely packed that there are so many of them. There were only 18 chapters in total just now, which is really conscientious. Without giving Suhi and Toad a chance to tremble in fear, the thunderbolts couldn't wait to strike out as soon as they gathered together. This time, the 2 thunderbolts did not merge and entangle, and both rushed towards Suhi. He seemed to be trying to kill Suhi before the opponent could do it. The toad only had time to shout, "Be careful." A bolt of thunder struck on its head. The toad looked confused, raised his head while smoking, glared at Jie-Yun, and cursed in his mind. "Are you blind? If you can't chop such a big turtle, why are you hacking me?" It jumped off the faucet and got under Suhi with thick smoke. In an instant thunder fell like rain. The world was nothing but crackles and booms. Everyone in Yanfeng City and Qingyuan City had put away their magic weapons, and they didn't even dare to open the city defense formation for fear of being sensed by Jie-Yun and implicated. Only a ghost would have thought that the dragon turtle's tribulation cloud was not above his head, but closer to them on the left and right. "Wouldn't it be better for you to merge and go together?" Gufeng smiled bitterly. Previously, he was afraid that someone would interfere with Master Lungui's Lei Jie. Now it seems like, who the HL wants to go? Just go quickly. The whole sky is filled with thunder. Who dares to go out? There are already disciples who have been forced to lie down on the ground by Huang Wang Tianwei. But no one is laughing at them. They find that as long as they lie down, Jie-Yun will not pay attention to them. It may be that they will not interfere with Lei Jie. Belongs to the surrender faction. So the entire Qingyuan city, both men and women, all lay on the ground. Yu Lin lay on the ground biting his lower lip and secretly transmitted a message. "Whoever spreads this matter today will be the enemy of everyone. Let's attack as a group. Everyone. Senior brother. It's all about face. Who would tell anyone? I'm just afraid of random passes from the tower on the other side. In Yifeng City. Feng Yuan's face was pale. The higher his level, the more terrifying he could feel the catastrophe. Tianjie released his aura unscrupulously, almost forcing her to the ground. I can't hold it any longer. She gave the order in a low voice. Generals, obey the order and lie down! As if they were granted amnesty. All the tower instantly softened and collapsed on the ground. Suhi raised his head and roared on. Thunder and lightning struck Turtle Mountain one after another like rain. The third wave of two kinds of thunder and lightning twisted into twists and fell again. And I didn't feel it yet. Maybe they had attacked each other in the air and suffered losses? This time there was no entanglement. Everyone split. On the contrary, the power is greater, especially when two different thunder tribulations strike at the same place. It can cause a chain effect. It was as if thunder and fire collided and exploded. The rocks on Gushan Mountain were flying, and fragments were smashing into the distance. Suhi roared, condensing water balls and exploding in the sky, forming a rain curtain. Thousands of water droplets flew randomly in the air, attracting thunder and exploding in the air. I don't know how long it took, but the foreign minister's Turtle Mountain was half short, and the remaining Turtle Mountain was also cracked. The fourth wave of catastrophe gradually passed, with only one or two thunderbolts hitting unknown places. Suhi gasped. A toad emerged from under his tortoise SHL. He looked very unhappy. The power of the heavenly tribulation formed by the two tribulation clouds is not 1 plus 1, but multiplied. The fourth wave just now is as powerful as the seventh wave of ordinary divine beasts. In this way, the dragon turtle can survive the fifth wave at most. You have to kneel on the sixth wave. Toad slapped himself. His grandpa frogs will make you soft-hearted, knowing that with two thunderclouds, the turtle boy might not be able to pass the test. He still ran back to claim his master. I'm afraid he also has a brain disease. It took advantage of Suhi's rest to absorb the essence of the world left after the catastrophe. Jumped on the turtle SHL and looked at the tribulation cloud. I saw the calamity cloud rolling, and the fifth wave of calamity had gathered. The toad suddenly changed color. He couldn't control it anymore and opened his mouth to curse. Your uncle! Are you in a hurry to kill him and go back to marry a wife and have children? How can there be such a short interval between two waves of catastrophe? This is cheating. Each one gathers faster than the other. You two are competing. Are you afraid that the dragon turtle will be hacked to death by the opponent and lose face? Before he could jump down and get under Suhi's turtle SHL, the catastrophe had already arrived. There were no longer lightning bolts, but thunderballs that exploded when they landed on the ground, flattening a mountain. This power is enough for one Xian Yu beast to strike with all its strength. One Xian Yu is not terrible, but the dragon turtle will die. The problem is that the entire sky is filled with thunderballs. This is going to ruin the rhythm of this two-realm war zone. The waves rose under Suhi, causing him to dodge left and right, and the heavy rain hit the thunderball and exploded in midair. Suhi felt that the whole world was trembling, and there was only the sound of thunder exploding in his ears. Boom! Boom boom! 3 thunderballs landed on Turtle Mountain one after another, causing rocks to fly. The toad took out a tobacco bag, jumped up and landed on Suhi's turtle SHL, and swung the tobacco stick to hit the thunderball. But he was hit by a thunderball and hit Turtle Mountain. I saw a stone tablet exposed on the broken Turtle Mountain. The word Mingjian shines brightly on it. The toad was startled, then jumped. The cigarette rod hit Suhi's turtle SHL. If you have merit, you wouldn't have told me earlier. And if you have merit, you wouldn't have used it earlier. Suhi opened his mouth and shot a water ball and knocked away a thunderball. The merit steel has long been embedded in Turtle Mountain, and the refined turtle SHL added a layer of film to Turtle Mountain, hiding it inside. Toad never mentioned before that merit can be used to resist heavenly calamity. The toad ignored him. It ran over, grabbed the Mingjian steel, pulled it out of the Turtle Mountain, and inserted it into the turtle SHL. No operation is required, and the merit steel exudes a faint brilliance, forming a curtain of light. Block out all the tribulation thunderballs. Outside the light curtain, thunder and lightning reflected each other. The merit light curtain was constantly shaking as it was blown up. But in the end, the 5th wave of catastrophe slowly passed. The toad clicked on his pipe and spoke deep in Suhi's heart. If you have any other hidden methods, please tell me immediately. Use those who can deal with the catastrophe. White Jade Tortoise SHL? Suhi also said in his heart. Toad, get out of here. That's gone! It's hopeless. Just wait for death. Toad stamped out the pipe and put it away. He reached out and grabbed the much thinner merit stone tablet. The calamity clouds above our heads are really rushing to the scene. And the sixth wave is gathering again. Why so fast? In the Two-Realm War Zone, the two dragon turtles from the Xianhuang realm and the Emperor's great world communicate with each other in their spiritual thoughts. The decree of heaven determines one peck and one drink, restricting the flow of world power from the two big worlds into this world. The power of the tribulation is reduced, but the speed of condensation is increased several times. I don't know if it helped the little dragon turtle or harmed him. It's a pity that Ming Jian was born only a short time ago. If it had been 200 to 300 years, and he had spread throughout the world, the little guy would have accumulated more merit, and there would be no problem in overcoming the tribulation. The remaining half of the stone tablets cannot survive the sixth wave. The dragon turtle of the Emperor's great world sighed softly, and the tower knelt beside him. Chapter 164 Hexagram hung. The toad walked up the broken turtle mountain and grabbed the merit steel. Merits are illusory. And so are soul beasts. Merits and soul beasts are a perfect match. If this merit belongs to Su-He, then it belongs to him. The soul beast and its master are of the same mind and body, and they are indistinguishable from each other. It manipulates the merit steel without any discomfort. The two frog claws clattered on the stone tablet, and the merit tablet turned out to be as round as dough. In an instant, it formed a cannon barrel. Then Toad took out a head-sized tobacco ball from his pocket, stuffed it into the barrel, aimed at the calamity cloud in the Emperor's world, and fired a blast. Boom! Tobacco smoke exploded in the calamity cloud, and fireworks were scattered everywhere in the calamity cloud. Then, there was a burst of crackling like firecrackers. The calamity cloud had just condensed into the sixth heavenly calamity that was about to fall, and everyone was scattered by it with one shot. Su-He was stunned. Then Toad stuffed another ball of tobacco into the half-transparent barrel, aiming at Jia Yun in the mysterious world, and repeating his old trick. Boom! Boom! There were two explosions, one from Jia Yun, and one from the merit cannon barrel in Toad's arms. The barrel was completely transparent, shattered and exploded. Don't be dazed. This little merit is only enough for 2 shots. Immediately absorb the essence of the world. Restore your physical strength, and try to restore Turtle Mountain. The 7th wave is coming soon. Find a way. My heart bleeds. These 2 pieces of tobacco are priceless treasures. If you take it out and exchange it, you can exchange it for 2 dragon turtle small worlds and come back without any problem. Here, set off a firework. Gone. Is this the root of the mysterious world tree? A dragon turtle thought asked. That's right. This soul beast is not simple. Can you get all these things? The other dragon turtle responded. This had to be collected at the moment when the 9th grade soul beast opened up the mysterious world, and when the world tree appeared. This group is the birth of a mysterious world. Just these 2 shots, the entire output of the 2 mysterious realms. Gone! The calamity cloud was dispersed and regrouped, which took a little longer. It was rare for Su-He to survive. What to do next? After absorbing the essence of the world scattered around him, Su-He asked in his heart as he looked at the slowly gathering clouds of calamity and the brewing 7th wave of calamity. It's convenient to communicate with your own soul beast. You don't even need to speak. It's all in your heart. The 7th wave of heavenly tribulation is a bit special. It is not a thunder tribulation, judging from the intensity of the calamity cloud. Is it probably water calamity? If you suffer this calamity, I won't be afraid. Su-He cheered up. Toad looked solemn. Don't think about it. You're not afraid of conflicting attributes, just afraid of the same attributes. How can water calamity allow you to control water? I'm afraid that when this water falls, you will not be able to control it at all. By then, every drop of water will be a calamity that will surround you. Where can I find a way to survive in a catastrophe? Su-He swallowed and his expression became serious. I suffered the loss of being uneducated. Toad looked at the 2 calamity clouds. It seemed that because they had been dispersed just once, the calamity clouds were getting even crazier this time and wanted revenge. Before it was completely condensed, a roaring tsunami sounded. Try it first. If it doesn't work, use white jade tortoise SHL. There is no other way but this. It will definitely increase the power of the natural disaster. But this is the only way to survive. Su-He frowned. There is still a lot of turtle essence liquid, but I'm afraid my consciousness won't be able to hold it down. You have to hold on even if you can't hold it down. Here we come! Toad's voice sounded in his heart. Wow! Boom! The two calamity clouds in the sky suddenly shattered. When the two waterfalls fell, it wasn't rain. It was water. This water is very strange. It is not falling vertically, coming diagonally towards Suhi. Suhi roared, and the water beneath him rolled up, covering him completely. As soon as it was completed, two waterfalls came crashing down from the sky. The waterways surrounding Suhi only lasted for a moment before being washed away. The two streams of water swirled and trapped Suhi between them. If it is true as the toad said, the water is not controlled by it at all. The calamity water in the Xianhuang realm is as light as a feather, and it is impossible to float if you fall into it. The calamity water in Fenghuang's world was heavier than ever, and he was immediately pressed to the bottom of the water when he got into it. Must not move. No matter how hard Suhi struggled, he couldn't lift a single bit of his body. Unfortunately, the water only pressed down on him. According to Suhi's current strength, he couldn't even get up. The rocks on the side should have been crushed to pieces. There is nothing wrong with the rocks. Not only that, you can't breathe underwater. Moreover, the two streams of water mixed together and instantly became highly poisonous. When they fell on the turtle SHL, they made bursts of corrosion sounds, and even tiny explosions were produced on the body. Blood spurted out along the cracks. It fell into the water and burned instantly, like a source of fire. The flames followed the blood straight to Suhi. Brother Luo Clan, pull him out and completely disperse the calamity cloud. It's okay if Dragon Turtle doesn't do it. Came the Dragon Turtle's spiritual consciousness from the great world of Emperor Feng. Both kinds of calamity water are not serious things. One is similar to the innate ring water, and the other is similar to the innate gui water. But they are not real things, but formed by natural disasters. Even if it is collected, it is just a ball of the essence of the world. It just happened that when they were mixed together, they had such an effect. Even looking at the flames made his heart palpitate. It's not a purebred dragon turtle. It doesn't have the physique of a mythical beast. It's impossible for it to be able to withstand it. Okay. The dragon turtle in the Xianhuang realm sighed softly, and grabbed the turtle's claws directly towards the two battle areas. But at this moment, the little dragon turtle shouted, "Get out!" A piece of white jade tortoise SHL floated out from his outer space and clicked into place on the tortoise SHL. The entire jet black dragon turtle instantly turned into a white jade color. The flame burned in front of Suhi, but never fell on the turtle SHL. The white jade tortoise SHL did not disappoint him as always. In the two realms of battle, the spiritual thoughts of the two dragon turtles suddenly became chaotic and agitated. This is the remains of that little girl. This tortoise SHL is clearly left by Bai Ling. What did the little dragon turtle below do in Bai Ling's tomb? Dismantle the clan sister's body? Our dragon turtle clan finally has a traitor? No, it's not. Xiao Bai Ling's tortoise SHL took the initiative to buckle on this little guy and lend him his power. Not only proactive, this is simply impatient. Is this a coincidence or arranged by Xiao Bai Ling? Dragon turtle from the Emperor's great world asked softly. I don't know. Xiao Bai Ling is mysterious, the best at divination, and can even break through the secret lock. Who knows about her? The two turtles wondered, but with Bai Ling's tortoise SHL protecting him, there was no rush to break up the catastrophe. Let's see what happens next. Suhi sank to the bottom of the water, holding his two front paws together to protect the toad. The toad's virtual and solid body cannot stop this catastrophe. Tianjia sensed the white jade tortoise SHL, which expanded several times in an instant. The Jia water rolled down as if it was free, and it made a thunderous sound when it hit the ground. Every time the water splashed, there was a flash of thunder in it. The calamity has advanced. The toad huddled in its claws, looked at the outside world through Suhi, and cursed. Are you given a way to survive? Heavenly calamity is a test, not an erasure. Just let two calamity clouds appear first. Why don't you allow people to arm themselves? Is there any justice? Suhi lay on the bottom of the water. The turtle essence in his heart was rapidly consumed, and at the same time, the sea of consciousness shrank rapidly. The white jade tortoise SH. I can block this water disaster, but the consumption is several times that of normal times. In just a moment, Suhi was already on the verge of collapse. Body limp. The two grasps could no longer hold tightly, and a stream of water flowed in along the gap between the claws. The toad immediately jumped. It looked at the rushing Jieshui outside, looked at Suhi, pointed at his nose and cursed. Your uncle! You Uncle Turtle! I hate you! I will hate you forever! Good girl! In Suhi's haze, a thought flashed across his mind. But he saw the toad leaping up with a curse. And a flicker of light landed on the dragon's head. It was instantly wrapped in calamity water, and blood burst out from its body. But it didn't care, and just gave Suhi a slap in the face. Then he dived into Suhi's brow and mind. If the soul beast does not enter the mind orifice, its memory will be blocked. Once it enters the mind orifice, the two will become one. They are truly one and the same. And there is no chance of separation. Throughout life, there will be both prosperity and loss. Memories and emotions are all connected. The toad smiled miserably. This time the loss was huge. How many secrets does it have in its thousands of years of memory that cannot be revealed? It actually has the same memory as a 3 or 4-year-old dragon turtle. What do I want from your memory? I want to see how you fight for food with other turtles, and how you roll in the mud. The toad entered the mind's aperture, and the body immediately dispersed. A stream of pure spiritual power poured into the real soul beast and master of Suhi's consciousness. Sharing power was just a basic ability. After receiving the supplement, Suhi shook his head, and his cloudy head gradually became clear, again struggling to leave. But still can't do it. The calamity water from the mysterious realm came in. Just as he was able to move and crawl under the water, the calamity water from the Emperor's world came again. Even if he condenses the waves, he is instantly assimilated by them. There is no solution at all. It would be worse than a thunderstorm coming. Even though it was dangerous, he could still struggle. Suhi didn't know what to do. Time passes hour by hour. His spiritual consciousness and turtle essence liquid were consumed quickly. With Toad here, and after thousands of years of practice, his fighting ability was somewhat weaker. But his spiritual consciousness was enough to squander. But the turtle essence condensation is about to bottom out. The white jade tortoise SHL on his body was about to peel off in a flash. A sad laugh resounded in Su Husher's heart. Toad tried his best to fully integrate into the dragon turtle's mind. But he still couldn't survive this disaster. I don't blame the turtle. It's just fate. As long as he changes his place to survive the tribulation, Dragon Turtle will be able to survive with full confidence based on his appearance and merits. And he will not be killed in the tribulation. So unwilling. He didn't even see anything about the 8th heavenly tribulation. Crack! With a soft sound, the white jade tortoise SHL fell off. This time it not only consumed the tortoise essence liquid and spiritual consciousness, but also consumed a huge amount of itself. It no longer has the ability to be absorbed on Suhi's turtle SHL. Blood spurted out instantly. Scales and tortoise SHLs fell off inch by inch. I'm sorry, Suhi said to Toad in his heart. Toad's furious voice came through his mind. Is there no point in apologizing? Mr. Frog even got himself in. Why don't you think of a way before he's dead? Suhi smiled miserably. This is really not something that needs to be figured out. He tried his best to crawl out of the sky, but he still couldn't do it. Brother Luo Clan, take action! The sky dragon turtle sighed. If it were him as the little dragon turtle, he wouldn't know what to do. Unless the little dragon turtle could fly into the sky and directly disperse the calamity cloud, like the 6th wave. But Suhi can't fly yet. The dragon turtle known as Luo also sighed and stretched out his claws towards the 2 realms of battle again. If we don't take action, this little turtle will become a turtle. What a pity for a good young man, and a pity for a clan member. Its claws passed through the Sanshin gate and landed on the 2 realms of battle. Just as it was about to tear open, a ray of light suddenly pierced out of the little dragon turtle. A rune opened instantly. It completely enveloped the little dragon turtle. Not only is it isolated from the calamity water, it even sucks the calamity water like a thirsty glutton. For a moment, a whirlpool formed around Suhi. Hexagram! Hungwa! The 2 dragon turtles exclaimed. And almost at the same time, the realms of the 2 dragon turtles opened instantly, completely sealing the entrances to the 2 realms of the Emperor's Great World and the Xianwang realm, preventing any breath from leaking. Curious, he came over to see the new members of the Dragon Turtle clan's spiritual thoughts. But he was directly annihilated by them. The expressions of the 2 dragon turtles remained unchanged. They burst out laughing almost at the same time. Ha ha! Ha ha! Dragon, Phoenix, and Unicorn Old Ghost. A genius is born in our clan, and he becomes a dragon and turtle in 1 year. Do you believe that within 10,000 years, the 4 spirits will be respected by our clan? They went too far and directly cut off everyone's spiritual thoughts to explore. Compared with the exposure of a genius who became a dragon turtle in 1 year, Hung Gua has to be hidden. Is this done by that little girl? Dragon Turtle from the great world of Emperor Feng asked quietly, with his spiritual thoughts in the two realms of war. The Dragon Turtle in the mysterious world smiled bitterly. Who else could it be besides her? There are so many coincidences. This little guy happened to fall into the White Spirit Dragon Turtle tomb, where his bloodline reached its limit. And when he came out, he happened to enter the two-world war zone. And as soon as he entered, he triggered a thunder tribulation, and was marked by both worlds without even a chance to choose. He also happened to have Hung Hua on him. It just so happened that Xiaonizi's tomb space overlapped with a two-realm battle zone. This is clearly by design. What does the little guy here have to do with Bai Ling? Is it worth her investing so much money? They don't believe in coincidences. Especially when it comes to Bai Ling, coincidences that seem like coincidences are definitely not coincidences. Ha ha! Two old guys. What big thing did you little guys do that deserves you to be so cautious? This is not the treatment that top talents can get. A voice came over. No one is a fool. Especially an old monster who has lived for countless years. Other voices immediately echoed. All coming from other big worlds. In the direction of Xiantian Gate, another dragon head slowly appeared. The two turtles smiled and said nothing. Other existences. Don't ask anymore. Everyone has their own guesses. For the two turtles to be so solemn, it must have something to do with the Dragon Turtle. The Dragon Turtle clan is already the top existence in the world. And it has nothing to do with cultivation. So what if they produce another Dragon Turtle like the ancestor? We couldn't beat him anyway. Even if you appear to be a Dragon Turtle that surpasses the ancestor, I will still be pressed to the ground and rubbed. Is there any difference? You can't rule the world with just one turtle. Could it be possible to increase the Dragon Turtle population? Someone gasped. The two Dragon Turtles in the two worlds ignored the crowd and looked into the two battle areas at the same time. Su He had slowly opened his eyes and looked at the Hung character text that enveloped him. Feeling a little confused for a moment. The injuries on his body were repaired. The constant character text not only pushed away the calamity water, but even kept swallowing it. The clouds of calamity above our heads are getting smaller and smaller, until it disappears. Never appeared again. The toad has left his sea of consciousness and is sitting on the dragon's head, feeling a little at a loss. I thought, where is the calamity? Su He looked at the sky. The calamity cloud did not appear again. It was completely gone. 9 waves of catastrophe. 7 waves passed. And then the catastrophe was gone. What's going on? Have I passed this tribulation or not? He looked at Hung Hua, who had retracted into his body, completely at a loss. At this moment, the purest essence in the world suddenly poured into the body from nowhere. The remaining Dragon Turtle shadow in the heart orifice gradually dissipated and merged into the limbs, bones, and internal organs. A bead slowly took shape inside Su He's body. Chapter 165 Dragon Turtle. Brother Luo Clan. Has this little turtle survived the catastrophe? Came the divine consciousness of the Dragon Turtle from the great world of Emperor Feng. The Dragon Turtle from the mysterious realm chuckled lightly. Of course we got through it. The Hung Hua absorbed all the aftertaste of the heavenly tribulation and fed it back to itself. The heavenly tribulation can't even condense the last 2. How can it be unreasonable? If we had known that there was Hung Hua, why bother to intervene? Let go completely. And this little turtle will survive the catastrophe. Su He lay motionless on the ground, and the essence left by the tribulations around him turned into a trickle and continued to pour into his body. The power of the Dragon Turtle spread out uncontrollably, then gradually condensed and finally gathered within a 10-mile radius of Su He, turning into a field. At this moment, the realm appears as a sea surface, with lightning, thunder, wind and rain above the head, and turbulent waves below. This is the embodiment of the realm. Entering the realm. This is the real ocean. Wind and rain. Looking outside the field, there is nothing here. The realm is opened. This guy has really become a Dragon Turtle. The toad squatted on top of him. Feeling lost? The strange rune has been taken back into the Dragon Turtle's body. Toad didn't know what he was thinking. What was he trying so hard for? In the end, it's not as good as a rune. You have runes. Why do you want to trick me into recognizing your master and merge into your mind orifice? The pipe of its pipe banged against Su He's head. Of course he knew that Su He didn't lie to him. Su He didn't even know what the rune was. Frog is wronged. He has obviously been stubborn and refused to recognize his master for thousands of years. And he has only known this turtle boy for 2 months. Without cultivating character, temper, or habits, it actually recognized its master. They also shared memories. The pipe was smashed harder and harder. No. You have to discuss it with Dragon Turtle when he wakes up. Not to check the memory. Absolutely not. If you interrupt his advancement, you will be the one who loses money. A raging voice came over. Toad looked up and saw a mountain-like dragon turtle lying outside Suhi's territory at some point. Looking towards this side with a smile, the toad suddenly opened its mouth and stared blankly at the dragon turtle that was holding back its breath. This is an adult dragon turtle. At least they are in the heaven-stepping realm. This is the mortal transformation battlefield. How did it get in? Forget it. I don't think I have any doubts. What a stupid idea. What can stop true power? The dragon tortoise is like a topaz carving. Although it is as big as a mountain, every part is carefully carved. The SHLs are like rows of shields. A chick stood proudly above the head. It is also a soul beast. Chick was afraid that it would disturb Suhi's promotion. So he made a silent gesture and waved his wings to signal him to come over. The toad flashed and appeared at the feet of the dragon turtle. To be a frog, you need to be self-aware. The soul beast is one with its master. This dragon turtle is the senior of the same clan. It cannot be presumptuous. It has no courage to get on top of people. The chick jumped down. It was less than 1/3 of the height of the toad. But it stood on the stone and patted the toad's head happily. As if you did a good job and I think highly of you. Then he grabbed the toad and disappeared in a flash of light. Went to the mysterious world of mountains and seas. Suhi lay motionless on the ground. His consciousness sinking into the sea of consciousness. The numbers on the Mingjian were beating. Status, advanced. True blood, 99.6%. 99.7%. Bone sacrifice, 99.3%. Internal organs, 99.5%. The speed of the advancement of the three major attributes is not fast. And it is as smooth as moisturizing things. Especially at the last moment. It is even more frighteningly slow. Then, after being stuck at 99.9% for an unknown amount of time, the Mingjian suddenly flashed. The handwriting changed. And the three attributes disappeared. Status, advanced. Race, dragon turtle. Stage, infancy. Blood, flesh, and bones have reached the limit of 100% transformation. But the advancement is not over yet. The dragon turtle is more than just a physical change. Suhi's consciousness left Mingjian and looked towards the sea of consciousness. At this moment, there is no wind in the sea of consciousness. And the waves are turbulent. And there are loud thunderous sounds constantly ringing in the consciousness. The space of the mind orifice continued to expand. And the expansion speed made Suhi speechless. He only saw that Mingjian's mind and body space had expanded to more than 10 times its original size. The purest power is constantly flowing from the limbs and bones, supporting the expansion of the consciousness and sea of consciousness. Different from the continuous expansion of the consciousness. Every time the sea of consciousness expands for a period of time, it calms down and begins to shrink and condense. The consciousness in the center has become a solid existence like jade. That is the purest crystallization of divine consciousness. The ability to crystallize spiritual consciousness is not the ability of the demon transformation realm. Even a genius monster will not be able to condense his spiritual consciousness into thought crystals until he has reached the 6th step of becoming a monster. It is said that when a purebred divine beast breaks its SHL, it is the realm of demon transformation. This is definitely not the exact meaning. Or the realm of demon transformation and demon transformation are different. The 1st and 7th steps are all in the realm of demon transformation. But their natures are completely different. The sea of consciousness rolls, condenses, and expands. The 2 dragon horns have not grown up. They are still as if they have just sprouted. But the roots that penetrate into the sea of consciousness are growing crazily. And some of them are intertwined with the crystals of divine consciousness. More are directly embedded into the barrier of the mind orifice. Or in other words, the barrier of the mind orifice at this moment is composed of the roots of 2 dragon horns. The expansion never stops. Suhi's consciousness exited from his orifice. Look at your body. The internal organs have completely changed. It is clear that they are still flesh. But they have the color of jade and agate. The kidneys are like black jade. The liver is like emerald. The heart is like red stone. And the spleen is like golden threads. The breath inside them flows like smoke. The blood vessels are really like a big river. And sailboats and warriors no longer hide their figures. They are always there. The meridians are like flowing light. And the orifices are like stars. The whole body is made of black as the base and decorated with various colors. It looks like you are in the starry sky. So beautiful. 3 inches downward from the center of the abdomen. A bead slowly condensed. They are not turtle beads. Turtle beads are formed by condensing the blood vessels of the turtle's body before death and are used to pass on the family line. This bead does not contain any trace of dragon turtle blood. If you focus your thoughts carefully, you will see shadows on the bead, like mountains, flowing water, and land and plains. A shrinking star in a trance. There is also the character, hung, next to the star. And a dice is spinning on the rune. 4 o'clock. The calamity clouds and calamity water that the runes forcibly absorbed had already turned into the purest world source. And now they suddenly surged. A full fourfold increase. If these origins were transformed into a catastrophe, at least 3 or 4 divine beasts would be able to completely condense the catastrophe. The pure spiritual power, after the external calamity has been absorbed without knowing when. At this moment, the runes kept spitting out streams of pure original breath, nourishing Su-hee's whole body. Constant characters are the real treasure. After the advancement was completed, the elder dragon turtle would show up in an unknown amount of time. Su-hee hesitated whether to ask about the eternal character text. He didn't know what the situation was like in the dragon turtle clan. Could he trust him wholeheartedly? Or is it like Qing Yuan, which will make him feel a sharp thorn in his heart? Once bitten, twice shy. The inheritance has not come yet. We should wait until the advancement is completely completed. Outside world. The elder dragon turtle tilted his head and looked at the little guy in front of him. He was the dragon turtle who had just suppressed the Sanxing sect in the Xianwang realm. He was also the dragon turtle who had been following Su-hee since he entered the illusion of inheritance. It's called Luo, and it was born on the banks of the ancient Luoshui River in the Xianwang realm. Therefore, it was named after Luo. At this time, Luoshui had long disappeared, and even the river channel could not be seen. People in the world did not dare to call him by his first name, so they addressed him as Gu Luo. Most dragon turtle names are like this, which is just a code name, mostly named after their place of birth, time, or their own attributes. The dragon turtle in the Emperor's Great World is called Lei, and the monks respect it as Qing Lei. It is a rare thunder attribute. Strong fighting power. Gu Luo tilted his head and looked at Su-hee. All the spiritual power after the thunder tribulation in the 2 realms of war has been absorbed by him. But the little guy shows no sign of waking up. It is in the process of advancing, and it is not easy for spiritual detection. But judging from the little guy's increasing momentum, Hung Guo is probably feeding back at this moment. This little guy's talent will be doubled after robbery. The cloud tribulation and water tribulation belong to both worlds. Forcibly absorbing it is considered robbery anyway. Right? Will it be doubled? This thing is doubled. This little guy is going to be incredible. The first time you advance, the more you absorb, the higher your talent potential will be. The Dragon Turtle clan took care of their younger generation and originally prepared a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The moment he entered the 2 realms of battle, he had already set up a large formation. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures were distributed all around, and they had to be absorbed by Su-hee's spiritual power in the blink of an eye. Make it up immediately. It seems that it is no longer useful for the time being. No matter how good the treasures are, they cannot compare to the origin of the world. From the outside, Su-hee didn't change much, except that the scales became denser and neater, and the turtle SHL became more pleasing to the eye. The only big change is the color. It was originally as pure black as ink, with a hint of transparency. It's like black glass is a bit sharp. Now it is moisturized and looks more comfortable. The foreign minister Guishan disappeared. The exploded Guishan turned into the purest spiritual power and was absorbed. It was just missing in form. Not that the foreign minister was gone. If Su-hee likes it, he can condense it at any time. The function is still there. It will not fade away at all. It will only become stronger. As time passed day by day, Su-hee's territory expanded outwards. Gu Luo retreated again and again, and the formation he set up also expanded. When the domain covered 30 miles, the little dragon turtle at the center of the domain opened its eyes leisurely, looked up to the sky, and let out a long chant. Ong! This long chant rose from the heart, broke out of the throat, and rushed out of the 2 realms of battle, towards the Xianwang realm, and towards the Emperor's world. In an instant, the entire 2 realms of battle in the transformation realm, together with the Xianwang realm and the Emperor's great world, were experiencing heavy wind and rain, as well as thunder and lightning. Heaven and earth welcomed the birth of Dragon Turtle with a heavy rain. The waves rolled under Su-hee's feet. He rose up on the waves, stepped on the raindrops, went straight up to the sky, and crashed into the clouds. The entire rain cloud turned into waves hanging in the sky. and Suhi floated in the clouds. Opening your eyes and looking around, you have a panoramic view of the entire transformation battlefield. The full moon hangs high when you raise your head. The mountains and rivers look like dragons when you lower your head. The Civil War flags of Yanfeng City are flying, and the statues are majestic. The crowds in Qingyuan City are all looking at this side. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers came into view, and a wonderful feeling emerged. The night seems dark but not dark, and the full moon seems bright but not bright. The strange beast embroidered on the battle flag seems to have not moved. The ordinary statues outside the city seem to be alive, and their eyes seem to be lively and lively. It was as if everything came alive in an instant. The night was surprisingly beautiful. Feel the joyful spiritual energy and jumping raindrops all around. Suhi actually sensed a kind of joy in the world, and the whole world was exuding joy to him. The heaven and the earth are bells with the divine beast. Dragon turtle. Dragon turtle. Suhi raised his head and chanted. Ong! Crack! Wow! The rain is getting heavier, and every raindrop is jumping and happy. Ing! A longer and more mellow dragon turtle cry came from underneath him. Immediately afterwards, one after another came from the Sanchengmen, from the two-realm battle domain barrier, and from all directions. There are only 7 cries, but they seem to spread throughout the entire universe. The other dragon turtles were responding to him. Tribesman, elder. He lowered his head and followed the initial cry, and saw a dragon turtle carved like topaz lying on the ground, looking at him with a smile. A feeling of intimacy arose spontaneously. Luo! Looking at the dragon turtle, Suhi naturally knew his name. There is only one divine beast, and any divine beast is irreplaceable and cannot be counterfeited. You will know its name by looking at it. Suhi split the water and landed next to Gu Luo. Looking up at him. Call me uncle. Gu Luo's strong voice spoke the first word to the new students of the same race. Chapter 166 Dao Palace. Suhi. Dot! This turtle is somewhat unseemly. He looked up at the huge mountain-like dragon turtle. His 2-foot-long turtle sh. I was actually no bigger than a human fingernail at the feet of the dragon turtle. Suhi was just thinking about what to say when another voice came from outside the gate of Fengwang World. Call me second uncle. There was uncontrollable joy in his voice. And after he finished speaking, he even stopped suppressing it completely and laughed loudly. Suhi. Dot! Are you afraid that there is something wrong with the entire dragon turtle clan? I thought it was just the white jade dragon turtle who liked to take advantage of others and would be called sister even when he died. But it turned out that the entire clan was like this? Suhi lowered his head slightly. Senior. Bah! Gu Lu yelled at him. You're calling me senior? There are only 8 of us in the entire dragon turtle clan, including you. Who do you call senior? Uncle! Suhi was startled. He heard a hint of sadness and resentment in Gu Luo's tone. The title of senior really seemed to make him sad. Suhi opened his mouth. Uncle Luo! The boy can be taught. Gu Luo laughed, and the tortoise sh. shone brightly. It indicated the direction of the Emperor's great world. There is thunder outside. Uncle Lei! Suhi followed suit. Call second uncle. The voice of Fengwang Great World came again. Gu Luo laughed. In the past tens of thousands of years, especially since Bai Lingjia's death, today is the happiest day. As a dragon turtle, you can call upon the wind and rain, scatter beans to form soldiers, and be omnipotent. In the 3,000 worlds, wherever you go, you are the top existence. Anyone who sees it is respectful and respectful. But no one can understand the loneliness of the dragon turtle. After hundreds of thousands of years of opening and closing eyes, there are only 7 turtles in the entire group. It was so easy to have little Bai Ling. After only 20,000 years and a few sleeps, that guy actually entered nirvana. This kind of depression, this kind of aggrievedness, is really beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. This is also the direct reason why the entire dragon turtle clan has been domineering and unreasonable in the past 6,000 years, and has been questioning all major forces. But no one dares to provoke them. No big world can bear the responsibility of losing a cub. Even the Fengwang Palace and the top 10 immortal sects didn't dare to touch Long Gui's bad luck at this time. Little guy, look at how cute you are. Haven't you entered the Taoist palace to accept the inheritance? Gu Luo looked down at Suhi. This little turtle looked like he was seeking knowledge and had countless questions to ask. He didn't accept the inheritance at first sight. Cute is a good word. This is a word that his little chicken just learned from the dragon turtle toad. It is just right to describe Suhi's appearance at the moment. Suhi nodded repeatedly. He felt that his body was temporarily full, and could no longer absorb the power of the source. The hung character text would also suppress the remaining source and no longer spit it out. He has completely transformed into a dragon turtle, and there is clear evidence that his state has changed to healthy. However, he just didn't receive the inheritance. He didn't know how to enter the inheritance illusion he visited last time. Gu Luo laughed loudly and raised a paw to knock on Suhi's turtle SHL. Have you seen the boundary beads formed in the body? Didn't you study it carefully? It turns out that the bead is called a boundary bead. Suhi studied it and found that the mountains, rivers and plains on Jeju were very beautiful. And the more they looked at them, the more charming they became. When the world bead grows to the size of a fist, it connects with the meridians, wildly devouring the spiritual power in the meridians, and then spits out the pure turtle essence. It seems to have nothing to do with inheritance. There was something strange in the corner of Gu Luo's eyes. Sink your consciousness into the boundary pearl. There is a Tao Palace inside it. Within the Tao Palace is the illusion of inheritance. Gu Luo looked at Suhi. His scales stretched out. Another normal turtle. That's right. How can any turtle be born knowing how to obtain inheritance? Back then, it transformed into a dragon turtle and, like Suhi, did not enter the heritage site, and was teased by the dragon turtle who guided it. 20,000 years ago, it guided Bai Ling and assumed the posture of a senior, never ridiculing him. In a gentle tone, he told Bai Ling how to enter the inheritance place. As a result, Bai Ling looked at him for a long time with caring eyes for the mentally ill senior. Not only did Xiao Nizi find the Tao Palace, but she also moved the Tao Palace to the Sea of Consciousness without a teacher. Gu Luo deeply doubted himself and did not even dare to ask other people of his race. It wasn't until Suhi came here that the problem in his heart was slightly relieved. This is a normal turtle. At this time, boom, a muffled sound came from Suhi's mind, like a heavy object falling. Gu Luo's stretched scales suddenly tightened. The voice was too familiar. This is the sound of the Tao Palace moving to the mind orifice. It took 2 years for it to master the method of moving the Tao Palace. It looked at Suhi in shock. As if you had betrayed me, what happened to these little turtles? 1 or 2? Suhi responded to Toad in his heart. That's it? Just now. The Toad suddenly sent a message in his heart, telling him to take the dragon's horn roots and tie the Tao Palace back to his mind. Suhi did as he was told. Because there are too many world origins flowing out of the constant characters, it is not a problem at all for the dragon horn roots to be strong and powerful to do this. In the mysterious world of mountains and seas, Toad was looked down upon by a fiery red dragon turtle, and he cautiously replied, Senior, Suhi has been notified, and the Tao Palace has also moved. The red dragon turtle nodded and lay down contentedly. Now, that guy Luo will be more doubtful about life. Right? If you live too long and don't take the initiative to have some fun, your life will be too boring. Suhi set up the Taoist Palace and was not in a hurry to enter. He didn't know how long it would take to accept the inheritance. He was just afraid that the inheritance would end and the elders who guided him would leave. He opened his eyes and looked at the mountain-like dragon turtle in front of him, and asked, Uncle Luo, my nephew has something to ask. Is it convenient? Gu Luo came to his senses leisurely and signaled Suhi to do whatever he wanted. Suhi said softly, I have a junior who had 30% of his life source stolen. Now he only has 5 years left to live. Uncle Luo is well informed. Does he know how to remedy the situation? Gu Luo smiled. He was very satisfied with Suhi's question. There are too few people in the Dragon Turtle clan, so character is particularly important. If someone is rebellious like the Feng clan, they won't know where to cry. Dragon Turtle is overbearing and unreasonable. And that's for the outside world. Internally, they are still very friendly. It would be better if the 2 or 3 old guys could not seek happiness from the younger generation. The little dragon turtle asked the little girl immediately after the tribulation was over. Gu Luo was very pleased. It looked like it knew everything. You mean the little girl next to you? Suhi was stunned and looked up at the giant turtle in front of him in astonishment. Dragon turtle. Do you know Feng Yaya? It's this look. No wonder those 2 unscrupulous old guys love to make fun of the younger generation. It is really funny to be looked at by the younger generation with this kind of look. It was happy in its heart, but its face was calm and calm. There is no need to look at me like this. Since you first entered the inheritance illusion, I have been looking at you. Even when you live underwater, I know how much fish urine enters your mouth. I know clearly that your ability to make copies has not escaped my eyes. Suhi's heart twitched, and his face changed drastically from jet black to completely dark. Luo laughed loudly. And when Suhi's breathing became heavier and heavier, he put his head down. Little guy, I won't tease you anymore. It's just a gifted magical power. It's not a big deal. It's far worse than Xiao Bai Ling if I have the chance. I will take you to rob Emperor Hian's money in the Fenghuang Palace. Last time I searched and found some real treasures. I will take care of them, and you will copy them. And we will share them equally. Which dragon turtle doesn't have an unreasonable gift of magical power? It can absorb other people's luck. Should this kind of thing be publicized everywhere? How can a turtle without any special abilities become a dragon turtle? 9 times out of 10. They will die on the way to enlightenment. A little chicken fell out of the void, looked at Suhi in surprise, patted his head, and flapped its wings, and climbed to Luo's head. The toad then came out and landed on Sui's head, looking at him strangely. Luo chuckled. There are many ways to save that little girl. There is a way that is hardest for others, but the easiest for you. It's a pity that I just missed taking her through the heavenly tribulation together. It's not a thunder tribulation for monks. It's a divine beast. The heavenly tribulation. After passing through the heavenly tribulation and absorbing the origin of the world, she can replenish her origin. The little dragon turtle has Hung Guo to protect him. No matter how powerful the disaster is, he is not afraid of failure. It will not be a problem to take the little girl through the disaster. It's a pity that Hung Guo is special. It protects the master's calamity. Only his own calamity can work. Even if the dragon turtle wants to bring Feng Yaya to the calamity of other beasts, he can't do it. The road is blocked. Suhi's eyes lit up. I still have a lot of the origin of the world left. Dragon turtle shook his head. Only you can use the world source refined by Hung Guo. To others, it is no different than poison. Don't think about it. It's useless. Suhi was stunned, blinking his eyes, unable to explain what he was feeling. He looked up at the dragon turtle in front of him. Luo shook his head. If I had known earlier that you had Hung Guo, I would have devised a way to remind you to take that girl with you to overcome the disaster. But what happened in Xiao Bai Ling's tomb was unknown to me. I didn't know until Hung Guo showed up. Each of the 64 hexagrams in the heavens and the world has its own magical function. But there is one common feature: it does not appear. And outsiders have no way of knowing. No matter how high you are, you can't proactively detect it. Suhi took a long breath and suppressed his trembling mind. Luo said, there are many ways. So there is no need to worry about missing one. Hung is not a rune but a hexagram? He looked up at Luo, and there was water flowing out of his head, forming a symbol. Isn't Hung Guo supposed to look like this? What was inside his body was a completely unfamiliar rune. Luo looked at him in surprise. The 3-year-old child knew a lot. In the previous era, the Bagua runes were just the basis for spiritual practice. Not to mention monks. Even ordinary mortals could speak clearly and logically. But I don't know since when. The hexagrams have been hidden in the long river of time. Instead of disappearing, someone deliberately concealed them to make people ignore and forget them. It's not a force with a deep foundation. And it's not accessible at all. The divination group has been completely desolate. And even the formation has become deformed. Hexagrams are the basis of this Tao. It is the foundation of all heavens and worlds. The monks cultivate the spiritual objects of the mind and the heavenly world. But they neglect the most important hexagrams. Long Luo stretched out a finger, gently tapped Suhi's head to change the hexagram to, and corrected. This is Hung. What you drew is a big mistake. The hexagram has no permanent shape and no permanent meaning. Why did it become the way it is in your body? Ask it. Don't ask me. If one day you can restore it to its original appearance, you will be able to roam the 3,000 worlds and all the heavens and realms. Of the 64 hexagrams, the Dragon Turtle clan only received one, Tai, hexagram. For countless thousands of years, the hexagram has not appeared. The hexagram Suhi is the second hexagram obtained by Dragon Turtle. Luo chuckled and shook his head, shattering the heavy rain. Let's not talk about this first. It is recorded in the inheritance of the host hexagrams. If you want to know, just check it yourself afterwards. Let's talk about your little girl. I missed the tribulation together, but I still can't. There are other ways, but they're a lot more troublesome. Suhi listened attentively. Luo didn't say anything in a hurry. While he was thinking about it, he took out a prawn from somewhere, stuffed it into his mouth, and started chewing it. Halfway through the chew, the chick pecked his head hard, and then he remembered that there was a junior next to him. He dragged one out and placed it next to Suhi, indicating that Suhi was not welcome. This shrimp is 4 or 5 times bigger than Suhi. It's a little difficult to make up for it. The easiest thing now is to let her practice the beast transformation chapter and cultivate a second body. Then the life and death of the first body doesn't matter. Suhi gnawed on the prawns and shook his head. Yaya is special. Her soul and body are integrated into one. She is similar to a divine beast. It seems that she can't go through the chapter on cultivating beasts. Before he finished speaking, he saw Gu Luo lowering his head and looking at him with a smile. And he suddenly felt blessed. Uncle, you have been practicing for thousands of years. Why don't you revise the chapter on transforming into animals? Gu Luo laughed. The whole turtle feels comfortable. As a parent, you should be pestered by naughty children to ask for this or that. Being a dragon turtle is too boring. I didn't even have a baby under Cheng Huan's SHL before. It's not easy to find Bai Ling. But he is still a monster. Instead, he asks Bai Ling for help from time to time. It looked at Suhi with satisfaction. This turtle is good. Very good. Homemade. Chapter 167 New Realm. Gu Luo's entire dragon face was filled with the light of happiness. The dragon's horns were shining brightly. He tilted his head and looked at the entrance of the Emperor's world. 2 dragon whiskers stood out one after another. Very provocatively. There was a cold snort from outside. Full of jealousy. This little turtle was taken care of by Luo all the way. Luo took the majority of the guidance and care. Not one of the dozen or so little turtles under its care has reached the point of needing to survive the catastrophe. In fact, for hundreds of thousands of years. Except for the 3 ancestral dragon turtles that have stopped doing things. The remaining 4 dragon turtles have been doing this work. Silently watching the little turtles on the path of dragon turtles. Advancing and dying. Looking away with hope again and again and again with disappointment. Just this guy Luo. His life is very tight. Bai Ling, who was taken care of 20,000 years ago, survived the catastrophe. And 20,000 years later, Suhi survived the catastrophe and became a dragon turtle. Is this guy so lucky? Or is it better at raising babies and taking care of little turtles? Taking care of a turtle egg. Bai Ling took care of himself. After Jackie Chan and Turtle, only Luo asked Bai Ling for help. It only took this little turtle 1 year to become a dragon turtle, including 4 months of hibernation and 2 months in Bai Ling's tomb. Apart from covering up the little turtle's talent of copying in pairs, what else does it do? I'll go find Uncle Han later and catch this guy for an autopsy. This guy's luck is a bit too much. It's not normal. Gu Luo opened his mouth and groaned. And his moans were full of joy. Lei snorted. And a dull voice came in. The beast transformation chapter is a strange chapter. In ancient times, it was at least a divine skill. I accidentally shot a rock in the foot. If I can't change it, I will lose face. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Gu Luo was confident. He lowered his head and looked at the little one at his feet and said, if it doesn't work, just use other methods. The little girl's paternal origin was damaged. So she simply replaced her paternal origin and changed her father. It's just a little complicated to operate. If that doesn't work, the worst possible thing is to find a race of mythical beasts that you can't deal with and cause a wave of catastrophe. It's not like the mythical beasts are all friends. They just have a fight afterwards. Quan should congratulate the little dragon turtle. It looked at Suhi with shining eyes. Little guy. The origin matter is easy to solve. Let's put it aside for now. Are you ready to be a dragon turtle? It's just that the origin is damaged. It's not a big problem. It's a big deal that there is another junior in the clan. Everyone is celebrating. The whole world is truly celebrating. As evidenced by the heavy rain in the 2 worlds and the 2 war zones. Suhi raised his head. Gu Luo lowered his head and looked at the little one. The heavy rain condensed and stayed on its SHL. The slight movement of the mountain-like body is like a torrent. Gu Luo looked serious. Dragon turtle is alive. But I don't know how old it is. Not to mention the ancestors. I can't even remember my own age. In these years, the dragon turtle has family members like mermaids, friends like unicorns, and many others. There are few enemies who wish they could eat my flesh and break our bones and suck out our marrow. He looked at Suhi, his mane flowing back. Majestic. I inherit the identity of the dragon turtle. Receive the blessings of the dragon turtle. And also bear the cause and effect of the dragon turtle. Little guy. Do you know what to do when you meet these guys? Suhi straightened his expression. He was very satisfied with the dragon turtle clan. He was not blind and could not see the formations arranged by countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures around him. Although he didn't understand the formation, but the instinct of the divine beast told him that this formation was very good for him. Great supplement. If these treasures of heaven and earth are piled up, Tehai Lake will be filled up. He didn't know how rich the dragon turtle family was, but no one's money came from strong winds. Although it is vulgar, sometimes money can explain a lot of problems. He nodded. Uncle Luo, don't worry. Since we are enemies, we will fight to the death. I won't rest until he dies. He was awe-inspiring. Boom! Gu Luo condensed a mountain rock hammer and hit He on the head with such a hammer that stars shot out of his eyes. He hated iron and said, "Are you stupid? The enemies provoked by our elders are the beginning of hostility. If you encounter someone, just run away if you can, and give up immediately if you can't. Beg for mercy. Pay compensation. Call your ancestors, whatever you can to survive. Remember who you are, and come back to find your parents." This turtle is probably not stupid. Why are you so loyal to a little turtle? How many days have you been a dragon turtle? Have you forgotten the days when you hid in the mud in a small pond and had rats fighting for food? The turtle needs to be cowardly. Sure enough, the ancestors' decision was extremely wise. Every 10,000 years, the dragon turtle's consciousness is sealed into the mortal turtle, so that the younger generations can experience the powerlessness, struggle, and survival of ordinary turtles. Toad rubbed the swollen spot on Suhi's forehead. Suhi was dumbfounded. He didn't say he wanted to rush in on his own. Crazy? It's not like they can't see tomorrow. When the dragon turtle reaches adulthood, it will step into the sky, begging for mercy and finding a place to sleep with it for 8,000 years, and then come back to take revenge. Gu Luo looked at him and spoke earnestly. When our clan reaches adulthood, we will be the pinnacle of monks. Don't act on impulse. You will have everything if you are alive. Suhi nodded. There was a smile in Gu Luo's eyes again. Now that I'm ready, I'll find a place to take a deep sleep to let my body adapt to the advancement of bloodline. And my consciousness will just enter the Tao Palace to accept the inheritance. Inheritance is the key. It said seriously to Suhi. There are so many dragon turtle inheritances. Don't make a hasty decision on how to lay the foundation. There are all dragon turtle selection routes in the inheritance. You might as well refer to it. It's best to choose a small world and observe the growth and advancement of the world. Make your choice again. The heavy rain above Suhi's head condensed into a question mark. He didn't understand. What does inheritance have to do with the world? Gu Luo burst into laughter. The little turtle cub looked so cute and silly. Everyone in the world says that when a mythical beast reaches adulthood, it reaches the realm of stepping into the sky. Although it is not accurate, it makes some sense. It poked Suhi's turtle L. Do you know why the world pearl is called the world pearl? Suhi shook his head. Gu Luo chuckled and said, This is a world seed. The monks who step into the heaven realm to open the cave world imitate the world bead. If you find a horn and sleep for 80,000 years, when you become an adult, the world bead will grow. A complete world. However, the inner world that has grown up in this way is too fragile, and you are only equivalent to the sixth step in the ordinary world. Just like a mortal, a healthy adult will have 100 pounds of strength. This is the bottom line, not the highest point. Some people can only rely on 100 kilograms of strength to survive. But some people can learn from thousands of people to conquer thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. This is the role of inheritance. There is only chaos in your world bead at the moment. You have to condense the path to form and open the seven heavens. And the inner world is completely opened. Only then can you be considered successful in your practice. There are too few dragon turtles, and the methods of opening the sky are different. There are those who condense the Tao into mountains and hold up the sky and the earth, holding up a world. There is someone who has condensed the Tao into a weapon and split open this chaos. There are also those who directly refine the world beads and do not cultivate the world, but only cultivate themselves. If you choose a different path, you will be different. He didn't let Suhi make a hasty decision, because once he set foot on the road, there would be no turning back. Suhi was silent for a moment and asked, Dragon turtle cultivation only opens the seventh heaven. What about the realms of transforming into demons and stepping on the sky? As if he heard a joke, Gu Luo laughed loudly. Little guy, what are you practicing for? Don't talk about the great Tao. Who can cultivate the great Tao? The only thing a monk can ask for is an immortal life, and the shrinking of the sun and moon by thousands of mountains. The magic power of turning clouds over and raining on hands is just boundless. It looked at Suhi with a bit of playfulness in its eyes. We, Dragon Turtle, have already done it. The moment Suhi survived the catastrophe and became a Dragon Turtle, he became immortal. What is lacking is unrivaled combat power. You've already achieved it. So how come your realm is limited to you? Those realms that ordinary monks pursue have no meaning on the divine beasts. At least on the forest spirits. Goose smiled and added. But when it comes to combat power, we can roughly compare it. The baby dragon turtle that has survived the catastrophe will have the combat power of the third step of the monk's transformation into the demon fetus. As long as he didn't sleep all the way. When you open the 5th level of the sky, you will have the combat power of a monk who takes the 6th step in the sky. It is estimated that each time you open the sky, you can reach the 2nd level of the monk. Of course, this can only be a rough comparison, and practice never makes sense. Just like the little turtle in front of me. The source of the world is sufficient. At this moment, let alone the 3rd level of demon transformation. Even a group of 4th level demon transformation can still defeat it. This is just a little hatchling that has just broken out of its SHL. Isn't overcoming the tribulation just about breaking out of one's SHL? Suhi's brows knitted together. The 1st level of Dragon Turtle. The 2nd level of monks of the same level. It sounds powerful. But for some reason, Suhi feels weak. This is an inexplicable feeling. A mythical beast that was blown up to the sky. That's it? Gu Luo hit him on the head with another hammer and grunted. Don't look down on humans. If there is any race in the world that is the strongest, it must be humans. If humans can be as harmonious as dragon turtles, all the mythical beasts can only be mounts. Share! The power within the same clan of divine beasts is roughly the same. There is no one as high as the sky, and no one as low as the dust. As long as you practice well, even the strongest person cannot face 4 or 5 divine beasts of the same clan at the same level at the same time. But humans are different. The gap between humans is greater than that between humans and mythical beasts. The top-level monsters, even dragons, phoenixes, turtles, and turtles have to be taken seriously. People are the ones who can make the impossible possible. Just like Feng Yaya. When that little one grows up, will it be worse than ordinary mythical beasts? Gu Luo shook his head and chuckled. Besides, what I'm talking about is not an ordinary monk, but a monster genius of the human race. Just like the woman outside who makes your heart beat. Besides, the 5th level of Kaitian is still a hatchling. Isn't it natural that hatchlings are weak in combat? All Kaitian are just grown-up dragon turtles. Put it this way. I can beat a group of them with one claw. I will fight as many of those 6-step monks as they come. As for the 7th level of stepping to the sky, the 6th step to the sky is called the ladder to the sky. And the 7th step is called the immortal gate. He was an extraordinary person and cannot be compared to others. A monk who can reach this step is a heaven-defying existence. If you can't fight a group, let's fight half a group and half a group. Gu Luo said, laughed, and turned Suhi over with a hook of his nails. These are still very early. You haven't even thought about how to open the sky. The first 3 levels of opening the sky are easy to say. But in the next 10,000 years, you can open the 1st level. That's a genius. It's impossible for any random dragon turtle to be like little Bai Ling. 1,000 years old. It will take less than 5,000 years to suppress it. The water beneath Suhi rolled over, and he was thrown back. He raised his head and roared at Gu Luo. This turtle is too old to repair. Do clans give birth to hatchlings just for fun? Gu Luo laughed even more unbridled. The voice roared. Don't think too much and go to sleep. It's the first time you accept inheritance. With the blessing of the turtle ancestor, you can directly condense it into magical powers. Choose carefully. After becoming the dragon turtle, Suhi gained a new ability, magical power. It's called supernatural power. The flow of spells learned can be condensed into magical seeds and become one's own magical powers. Of course, this is not something that can be accomplished overnight, but it is also incredible. Magical powers and magic are completely different abilities. One is learned, the other is instinctive like eating and drinking. There is no need to slowly master the inheritance for the first time. It is just a magical power. Suhi's eyes lit up, and he laid down on the spot to survive the catastrophe. Although he did not wake up when he advanced, he never fell asleep either, and his consciousness was always active. I can't hold on any longer and need to take a nap. After confessing to Gu Luo, Suhi slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 168 Inheritance. Sui fell into a deep sleep. Gu Luo raised his dragon head and looked left and right at the two realms of transformation. After thinking for a while, he let out a malicious laugh, raising their heads and roaring. Everyone in Yanfeng City and Qingyuan City at both ends of the battlefield felt as if their bodies were flying uncontrollably, and they were caught and thrown directly out of the two battlefields. Gu Luo's voice sounded at the entrance of the two great world battle areas at the same time. I want the mortal transformation battle area. Some of the treasures on the ground flew out along with the thrown disciples, which were used as funds to buy the mortal battlefield. Dragon Turtle bought and sold by force. But no one dared to comment. Brother Luo, what are you going to do? Lei's voice came in. Gu Luo laughed and said, the little guy is here to survive the tribulation and sleep here. Too much Taoyuan is scattered here. It would be a pity to lose this space like this. Breaking it and refining it into the prototype of a small world can be regarded as a welcome gift for the little one. Originally, the treasure array was the meeting gift. But He didn't use it. It just so happens that it is most beneficial for Dragon Turtle to advance and observe the growth of a world. Brother, be careful. Xiao Beiling's tomb world overlaps with it. Goluo Dragon's beard flutters. It is precisely because of this that it is necessary to refine. It didn't matter before, but now it has become a two-realm war zone. Who knows when that blind guy will have bad luck and break into Xiao Beiling's tomb. Gu Luo shook his body and stood up, slapping his paws down, and the whole world suddenly shattered. He opened his mouth and let out a breath, and the entire space was melted in an instant. There was a crack on the Sanxing gate, and the doorway leading to the transformation battlefield was shattered. 3 gates became 2. The same is true for the entrance to the battlefield of the Taoran tribe in the Emperor's Great World. The toad was sitting on Suhi's turtle SH.L, staring at everything with its mouth open. The apocalyptic scene made it feel inexplicably panicked, and it jumped into the center of Suhi's eyebrows and dived into the sea of consciousness. Suhi's mind orifice has completely changed its appearance, and its mind orifice has expanded by an unknown number of times. In the center of the sea of consciousness is an entire jade-like mountain of crystallized consciousness, and spreading to all sides is the milky sea of consciousness. A clear mirror hangs high in the center of the crystal mountain, and under the clear mirror is a palace. Del Palace is really a palace. At this moment, a black jade dragon turtle was lying outside the Taoist palace and was about to crawl in. It felt strange and turned around. Seeing the toad, the dragon turtle smiled. Suiwa! Dragon turtle shouted happily. Toad was stunned for a moment, looked at Suhi in disbelief, and then yelled, You bastard! Look at my memory! Dragon turtle laughed. Suiwa! Suiwa! He screamed extremely wildly, with a sense of revenge. Who made this old toad hold his belly and roll on the floor laughing when he saw some memories that he shouldn't see? The toad jumped up, and a flash fell on Suhi's consciousness. He took out his pipe and hit it hard on the head. I told you to look! I told you to break your promise! You can be so unscrupulous as a time traveler? If you dare to scream again, I will immediately go out and tell the dragon turtle outside that you don't have the talent to copy in pairs at all. You cheated. You are a golden finger. Encourage them to slice you up. Suihua. You bastard. You went to the movie theater when you were 14. And you peeked at restricted movies. Suihua. Not only did you look. You also. He couldn't continue. Shui. Sui couldn't scream anymore. It always feels like we are stabbing each other with knives. The master soul and beast are one, and the stabbing will cause double damage. The frog and the turtle looked at each other for a moment, and said at the same time, Everyone has revealed it, and no one will mention it again. Agree. Then he looked at Dao Palace at the same time. After a while, they spoke again at the same time. Toad. TSK. There really is a time traveler. Suhi. TSK. Why do you lose so much memory? They are all curious about each other. The toad has existed for thousands of years, and it clearly knows that Suhi's original world is not in the 3,000 big world at all, let alone the 100,000 small world. It's a completely different world there than here. The rules of heaven and earth are completely different. Mortals can actually go to heaven. Suhi was also curious. Toad's memory was incomplete, and he didn't even know how old he was or where he came from. Many memories were also deleted during the process. The whole memory of Candied Haws is generally divided into sections. After the frog and the turtle finished speaking, they fell silent again. Memories are connected. Who doesn't know whose affairs? It's just a matter of emotion when I say it. Suhi stepped into the gate of Taoist Palace. A gust of cold wind came through the gate. It was still the sea. And it was still the dragon turtle that blocked the sky and the sun. The only difference is that Suhi, the last time he came in, was a tortoise that had just swallowed the demon fruit. This time it's a real dragon turtle hatchling. The attitude of the dragon turtle was also completely different. Last time it was indifferent, and just glanced at him lightly. This time as soon as Suhi came in, it raised its head, and let out a long groan. And the whole starry sky was pulled into its eyes. It lowered its head, and looked at Suhi. In a pair of eyes, the starry sky disappeared. Suhi understands. The inheritance is in the eyes of this dragon turtle. Every star is an inheritance. With Tao, Kung Fu, and magic. All-encompassing. All-encompassing. It is not like the green snake's inheritance. Every time you enter the green snake's inheritance, you don't know what inheritance you are going to get. What the white snake passes on is what it is. But here at Dragon Turtle, his eyes are full of inheritance. So he can choose whatever he wants. There is no time limit, no quantity limit, and no time limit. As long as you can learn it all at once. Divination, divine escape, defensive body protection, formations, talismans, elixirs. There are so many that I don't know how to choose. Toad sat on top of Suhi's head, looking at the starry sky, stroking his chin and said, "There are too many to choose from. Let's give up those miscellaneous alchemy spells, and the like for the time being. I will have plenty of time to study in the future." The one selected this time can be directly condensed into magical powers. And Suhi does not need to practice hard. Of course you can't mess around. Toad looked at the starry sky. Each galaxy is of different types. Some are offensive and some are defensive. Where is the relationship with the dragon turtle's body? What the dragon turtle should master most is related to the physical body itself. Like the foreign minister carrying a mountain in defense. And the great power and power of attack. Suhi looked at the pair of tortoise eyes, and naturally knew a lot of things. He said softly, "The bright sun in the left eye attacks, and the bright moon in the right eye defends." The inheritance dragon turtle has an unknown structure. Not only can it be inherited, but its own magical powers can also be imprinted into it, becoming the inheritance of the dragon turtle clan and being learned by other dragon turtles. Whether the inheritance is strong or not can generally be distinguished by the size and brightness of the stars. But not entirely. There is no good or bad inheritance. Only whether it is useful or not. It can form a legacy. And any door placed outside will cause people to break the competition for scalps. The two-eyed sun and moon are magical powers that the dragon turtle itself needs to master. And they are directly inherited from the magical powers. Toad shook his head. "I won't accept magical powers this time. I'll learn Dharma first." In the first inheritance, you can directly condense the magic power with your magic. You only have one chance and cannot waste it. After receiving the inheritance, just come in and receive your own magical powers. A turtle and a frog searched the starry sky. The heritage dragon turtle lowered his head and remained motionless, showing great patience. After a while, a turtle and a frog shouted at the same time. "I see it!" The mind communicated, flashing through the other person's choice, and at the same time made a disdainful cut. What Suhi saw was the Tao-Tai eating technique, which was the magical power that Feng Yaya obtained in the God-given land of the White Jade Turtle Tomb, which allowed her to eat anything. Suhi had been envious of this magical power for a long time. As the dragon turtle advances, food is too important. But what the toad saw was the divine machine. Not a magical mechanism, but a space spell. The dragon turtle is not lacking in offense and defense. Especially after the two of them took a quick look at the magical power of the bright sun and the bright moon. They were even more convinced of this. The dragon turtle lacks sensitivity. Moving, etc. are all at a disadvantage in front of the same realm. This magical machine involves space magic. Whether you want to teleport a short distance or turn around at will is just a matter of thought. One turtle and one frog looked at each other and cut again. I have been trying to convince the other party for a long time. But no one can convince me. Chapter 169 Ethnic Group. A turtle and a frog looked at each other, each seeing a look of disdain in the other's eyes. Then, they jumped up at the same time, and the toad flickered and grabbed out Aishafa. But Suhi ran headlong into the divine machine. They all took away each other's choices. A turtle and a frog touched the inheritance at the same time. The next moment, the world was spinning, and he was thrown out of the inheritance palace. A dice fell and started spinning on top of the toad's head. 3 o'clock. It's a pity that they are still thinking of grabbing the inheritance chosen by the other party. Maybe they can land 2 dice at the same time. It seems that the inheritance dragon turtle's judgment is, no matter which one Sui crashes into, it is his choice. Toad's is an accident. It's something stolen. However, this is also very profitable. The 2 spells directly achieve magical powers. And the Taotai eating spell has been enhanced. It is not yet known whether the power is tripled or the advancement speed is tripled. It doesn't matter. Sui doesn't matter. In the mysterious world of mountains and seas, a red dragon turtle chanted toward the depths of the mountains and seas. Ha ha! Ancestor, how about that kid grabbing the inheritance and putting a limit on it? Every time you enter the inheritance place in the future, you can only get 1 inheritance. Normal turtles don't have such restrictions. The younger ones are studious, and it's too late to be happy. How can they be restricted? A low groan came in response. Can! Ong, the other dragon turtle gloated and chanted. Do we need to take more precautions? Will I be punished if I steal again? How about I do it? I have never spanked a child, so I would like to experience it. The red dragon turtle pouted. How can I be more defensive? What if I can't catch the little turtle? What should I do if I don't dare to rob someone after being punished? In Sui's mind orifice, 2 light spots floated in the sky above the mind orifice, like 2 lonely stars. These are the 2 newly obtained magical seeds. The new magical power has not yet been completely formed. The magical power can only be considered accomplished when the seeds of the magical power are condensed in the mind orifice, slowly integrated into the body, and form instinct. The time required for this is uncertain. Maybe 3 to 5 days. Maybe 3 to 5 years. In the future, as the dragon turtle advances, the magical power will also advance, without the need for special training. Sui Yu opened her eyes. He stayed at the inheritance site for a while, briefly browsed the dragon turtle inheritance, and grabbed 2 techniques to pass on. 6 or 7 days had passed in the outside world. The appearance of the 2 realms of war has completely changed. At this moment, it only looks more than 30 miles in size. There are several ups and downs of mountains and plains and depressions. That's all that looks. The huge body of dragon turtle Gulyu is more and more obvious lying here. The whole world is like a turtle tank, and it is somewhat aggrieved here. What is this turtle doing? Where are the monks from the 2 great worlds? Sui was confused. Guluo was looking at a weak space on a hilltop. Next door were many floating space doors in the white turtle world. They were condensed and fixed by him. If you break through this space and walk in, you can enter the white turtle world. But it can't go in. That world is too fragile. And it's different from the 2 worlds war zone. Although the 2 realms of battle are smaller, but it is directly connected to the 2 big worlds. With the support of the Xianhuang world and the Emperor's world, it can barely accommodate it. But it can only accommodate one of them. And even Lei can't get in. Now the 2 realms of war have been refined by him and turned into a miniature world. Once you leave this time, you will never be able to come in again. Until one day Sui advanced this small world to a strong enough level. Sensing that Sui had woken up, Gu Luo's huge dragon head turned around and looked at Sui with a smile in his eyes. Little guy, what kind of inheritance did you get? Sui sighed. It was a bit unsatisfactory. So I took the Taotai food technique and the divine machine. Well, I got 2 magical powers. And 1 has dice. Uncle Luo, don't be jealous. Gu Luo seemed not to have seen his eyes, and sighed and comforted. It's okay. Although it's a little bit worse. But hard work can make up for weakness. I will get the inheritance in the future and practice hard. I am slow. But the magical power I have cultivated seeds are also quite meaningful. Aren't they? Sui, what's wrong with you? Old turtle? I'm just showing off. A hint of cunning flashed in Gu Luo's eyes, and his tone was quite lonely, as if he was sighing at Sui's failure. After all, not all turtles are little white spirits. It looked at Sui. Do you know how much inheritance Xiao Bailing received when he first entered the inheritance place? Before Sui could make any guesses, it exclaimed with regret on its face. A total of 78 kinds. Sui didn't believe it at all. Bragging had to be logical. He was inheriting 78 kinds for the first time, and just stopped talking about the basic rules? Gu Luo glanced at him with his head lowered and chuckled. A tortoise and a tortoise are different. Xiao Bailing has never thought about getting inheritance honestly. What about the stars? What about the sun and the moon? He just went for it. Pick out the eyes of the heritage dragon turtle. If we hadn't just passed through the heavenly tribulation, and our spiritual consciousness and body were still weak, and we could only pick off a small piece, then it wouldn't be a mere 78 inheritances. and we would have to add 10,000 at the end. At that time, all the dragon turtles were shocked by Bai Ling's operation. Okay? Who would have thought that Bai Ling would guess where the inheritance was the first time he entered the fantasy world of inheritance? After coming out, it took him 100 years until he passed through the tribulation and was promoted to figure out a set of magical powers. She had never used it in front of others until she entered the inheritance place after crossing the tribulation. She turned into a set of swords with a sound of divine power and directly went to dig out the eyes of the inheritance dragon turtle. Can you imagine the seven-headed dragon turtle being sluggish at the same time? Suhi was stunned. He knew that the sister escaped from the toad and entered the mysterious world of mountains and seas. When a dragon turtle asked about the situation in Bai Ling's cemetery, Suhi knew a little about the turtle sister. But having jumped to this level, he wished he could let the young lady play with him at the same time. Suhi looked at dragon turtle Gu Luo resentfully. There is such a method. Why don't you teach me first? Gu Luo laughed loudly and looked down at Suhi seriously. Little guy, more than 70 kinds of magical powers have entered the sea of consciousness and integrated into the body. How many of them can control it? If the magical powers are inconsistent but cannot be dealt with, this is the way to death. There are so many people in this world who can eat as much as they want. Bai Ling dares to get nearly 100 inheritances at once. Her talent and wisdom can withstand the consequences. Who in the ordinary dragon turtle dares? Gu Luo shook his head. No matter which ethnic group, there are one or two evil and unreasonable descendants. But it's a pity that they are not us. He smiled at Suhi. Let's go first to the mountains and seas. Let's get to know the elders. Although there are only 8 members of the dragon turtle clan including Suhi, they are all far apart and may not be able to gather together even once in tens of thousands of years. There's a new member born. So it's time to get together. But Suhi's tribulation was too sudden. After entering Bai Ling's tomb, he was suddenly about to pass the tribulation. The turtles were caught off guard. So they could only meet in the mysterious world of mountains and seas first. And look for opportunities to meet again in the real world. Suhi nodded. You need to get to know the elders. Otherwise you won't know who to turn to when looking for parents in the future. Moreover, Toad has sent a message. And they are very concerned about Bai Ling's death. I want to know the details of the tomb. Toad didn't go up to Yunzhong Island. Although he knew what was going on from Suhi's memory, the verbal description was not as good as seeing it with his own eyes. Dragon turtles have a way to map memories. And they want to see it with their own eyes. This is also the reason why Suhi woke up after only receiving 2 magical seeds. New arrivals. New people joining the group. The elders already love the young. So he should respect the elders. The toad jumped outwards from Suhi's sea of consciousness. And felt a sense of weightlessness. The air in front of him seemed to be burned by flames. And the distortion returned to normal in an instant. The consciousness has been separated from the small world formed by the 2 realms of war. And is in the mysterious world of mountains and seas. There were only mountains, rivers and trees around. Not even a bug could be seen. Is this the mysterious world? Suhi opened his mouth to ask. But the sound turned into a low moan. If it is true as the toad said, you cannot speak here. You can only roar. It is said that other creatures will turn into turtles when their consciousness enters. Unfortunately, even the sharks cannot enter the dragon turtle's mysterious world. There are only 8 dragon turtles, and their sole beasts in Xuanjia. Suhi was on an island in the sea. He climbed high and could not see his elders. He let out a long groan. And his body flew inland uncontrollably. The scenery on both sides seemed to be flowing light. And his body was already fixed in an empty valley. There are several strange buildings in the valley. Altars surrounded by ornate pillars. And screen walls made of moist jade. With writings constantly emerging on them. Like screens. There are also warehouse-like caves everywhere. The 7 dragon turtles around the altar looked at him with smiles. They were not surprisingly big. Only 2 or 3 times bigger than Suhi. Toad's voice rang in Suhi's heart. What enters the mysterious realm is consciousness. The elders of the dragon turtle are too advanced to put all their consciousness into the mysterious realm. That would be too heavy for the mysterious realm. But this is the first time for you to face your parents. So I pulled all your consciousness into the Xian realm to show respect. Suhi nodded to express understanding. He lowered his head slightly and chanted towards the 7-headed dragon turtle. Junior Suhi has met my ancestor. 2 great-uncles. And 4 uncles. This is the benefit of soul beasts. Toad came in once before and clarified many things. Suhi is the 4th generation of existing dragon turtles. The extinct Bai Ling is the first dragon turtle of the 4th generation. And Suhi is the 2nd. The pure golden dragon turtle at the top of the dragon turtle is the ancestor with the highest seniority and has lived for who knows how many thousands of years. The one starting with fiery red and taupe belonged to the ancestors. When Suhi glanced at these three ancestor-level dragon turtles, no corresponding names appeared in his heart. Dragon turtles are special, and you can tell their names just by looking at them. But the three ancestors are not among them. The other four turtles are Luo, Lei, Zhu, and Huai. The seven-headed dragon turtle looked at Suhi with smiles in his eyes. That's Taizu. Gu Luo introduced the oldest ancestor in a low voice to Suhi. When Taizu was born, the Xianwang world was still at its peak. Now it has become the Xianwang world. Ong! Suhi groaned and saluted the ancestor. A hint of shrewdness flashed through the ancestor's eyes that were as hazy as chaos. A thought turned into a voice in Suhi's mind. Yes, little black turtle. I haven't seen the black dragon turtle for many years. I remember when I was a child. There was a black dragon turtle who deceived me of 2 top-quality spiritual stones from the small world. It hasn't been returned yet. Maybe you are its descendant. Suhi was immediately stunned. The dragon and turtle only have these colors in total. The 5 elements and 5 colors plus some special mutated colors. It's not impossible to have the same color. It's basically definitely from the same family. Passed down from the same bloodline. Before he could cry out, Gu Luo's low voice came. Don't pay attention to the ancestor. He is old and confused. He always feels that turtles of all colors owe him. He also said that there once was a dragon with a head like mine. Turtle, you robbed its female turtle. Let me give her back. Is this what an ancestor should say to his grandchildren? It attracted Suhi's eyes to look at the 2 uncles, and said softly, You can just call this Mr. Hong. At the same time, a thought passed into Suhi's mind. Be careful. This old turtle is old and will play tricks on you. Turtle. Once I offended my ancestor. He took its name off. So now we call it Uncle Hong. And you can just call it Uncle Hong. Suhi hummed. Hello Hong ancestor. On. The red dragon turtle responded with a smile in its eyes. Call Grandpa. What is called Zhu? What is called Xingfen? The dragon turtle clan never ranks seniority according to age. It takes 80,000 years for a dragon turtle to reach adulthood. But a descendant may not be born for 180,000 years. If the hierarchy is really based on grade, how many ancestors must be added to be called an elder? Dragons and turtles are in line. From your birth. If there are new turtles within 80,000 years, then you will be a generation. Not even 80,000 years ago. The 3 of you were of the same generation. In fact, the grade difference between the first one and the third one was already more than 1 generation. Gu Luo's generation experienced a population explosion. Within 300,000 years, 4 dragon turtles were born, making them 1 generation. After that, it took a full 300,000 years to have Bai Ling, and another 20,000 to less than 30,000 years to have Suhi. Therefore, Bai Ling is seriously Suhi's clan sister. Ong. This one is the ancestral ancestor. The ancestral ancestor's true body suppresses the Wuchen Si, and his consciousness cannot leave. Today, it was you who forced a trace of his consciousness to enter the mysterious world. This is a very special dragon turtle. I don't know whether it's just a trace of thought or some other reason. But it looks transparent. Crystal-like existence. Suhi lowered his head and saluted. Huangzu groaned. That's right. Come to Wuchen Si when you are older, and I will give you a chance. The 4 uncles, dragon turtle, howled immediately. The opportunity that Huangzu said was only available to young dragon turtles. When they were young, Huangzu was still wrestling with Wuchenhai, so there was no way to give them a chance. It wasn't until Xiao Bailing played in Wuchen Si more than 20,000 years ago that a dragon turtle got the opportunity of Wuchen Si for the first time. I envy everyone. Suhi has better luck. Suhi's water type is dragon turtle, so he is more suitable for the opportunities of Wuchen Si. Suhi immediately thanked him. Several dragon turtles circled around Suhi. Some wrapped their paws around the turtle's SHL. Some poured water all over him. And some just threw him on the turtle SHL and ran away, carrying their babies on their backs. After a long while, it gradually calmed down. Suhi understood and nodded to Gu Luo. Gu Luo groaned. No need to be nervous. Just recall everything about Yunzhong Island in your mind. They just want to see the remains of Bai Ling and see what happened. Suhi closed his eyes and recalled the time he stepped onto Yunzhong Island on bamboo rafts, all the way to the Dragon Turtle Palace, and pushed the door open. A small white jade dragon turtle appeared. The seven-headed dragon turtles looked at the screen at the same time. There was loneliness and disappointment in their eyes. Looking at this familiar figure, any illusions that shouldn't have been shattered. It was indeed Bai Ling. Especially that voice. Call me sister? Only this girl can make such a voice. Let's check again. Hong Ancestor's voice rang in the hearts of the turtles. It is indeed the remains of Bai Ling. But a ball of light burst out in its eyes. Bai Ling, you don't have the characteristic of knowing people when you see a turtle. Seeing the dragon turtle knows its name. This is the ability of the dragon turtle itself. It's the root cause. The three of them are different. Taizu can hide and release his name at will because of the Taiguo. It was punished by Taizu, whose name was temporarily hidden. Desolation suppresses the Wuchen Sea. And the Wuchen Sea is also extremely special. But there is something wrong with Bai Ling, whose name is not obvious. And from Xiao Suhi's recollection, 90% of Bai Ling's power is not in the body. If it weren't for the fact that the dragon turtle couldn't be reincarnated, couldn't borrow corpses to revive, and couldn't leave the body, they would have suspected that Bai Ling was tired of being a dragon turtle and changed his identity to go wild. The characteristics are not there. The power is not there. And many coincidences have been arranged. Thousands of years ago. Even today. The sealed spirit clan left Hunghua to Xiao Suhi, leaving behind turtle beads and turtle essence to help his clan brother advance. What on earth is this little guy doing again? If you don't want to live anymore, why don't you give a dragon turtle to the tribe? Suhi and the others wanted it. But Bai Ling didn't want to lose it either. Turtle. Very greedy. Long Gui, who had lived for who knows how many years, was deceived by her. Suhi slowly opened his eyes. Then I saw the seven elders with different expressions. The turtles shook their heads. Confused. Wangzi gave a few words of encouragement and said low to the other dragon turtles. His consciousness gradually dissipated and he left. Today, two major things have been completed. Welcoming the new ones and observing the dead. The other turtles also said low to their fellow turtles and gradually left. Turtles have their own things to do. The conscious bodies left in the mysterious world generally fall into a deep sleep and face the same faces for hundreds of thousands of years. No matter how much they talk. They are done. Taizu's eyes fell into chaos and confusion again. Gu Luo groaned in a low voice and led Suhi towards the crystal jade aside. There was a long chant. And the meaning was slightly complicated. Little guy. Here are the various treasures in the Dragon Turtle clan recorded here, as well as the private treasure troves that can be made public by the elders. If you need it during practice, you can directly access the treasures in the clan. After taking them, they must return them within 10,000 years. Other treasures of the same type or level. Of course, it is easier to complete tasks for the clan or complete tasks for other elders in exchange for treasures. If it is taken directly and is not returned until adulthood, the treasure of the same level will be returned 10 times. This is Dragon Turtle's care for the younger generation. It's almost like exchanging pocket money for my parents' bowls. Of course, it looked at Suhi and groaned. Within 20,000 years, you can receive a treasure for free without returning it. But you must give a reason every time you take it. Even if it is to show prestige and spread wealth on the street. A world treasure is a treasure that can transform a prototype small world into a complete world. Dragon Turtle is not short of money. It doesn't matter if you lose money, but it doesn't matter if you are afraid of being cheated and paying for someone else's money. No elders will care about it. And you will gain wisdom every time you suffer. It's worth spending a few resources to learn a lesson. Turtle life is too long. Only after being deceived, loved, and hurt can it be born again. There is love, hate, disgust, and joy. This is complete. The most fearful thing is having no desires or desires. A dragon turtle that has no desires and needs, after 10,000 or 100,000 years, is really no different from a stone, hiding in a corner and sleeping forever. What is the difference between living and dying? Don't be afraid of any experience. But the elders must know the whole story to avoid disaster. It is very simple for a dragon turtle to raise a baby. Just throw it out and let it grow wildly. As long as it's not a life or death disaster. I don't care. If you worry too much and have a smooth journey, this turtle life will lose a lot of meaning. Of course, some treasures. Can this be called a thing? No dragon turtle has grown up without playing in several worlds. The treasures that the dragon turtle helped the little turtle were actually not much. Just enough for the growth of a world. Just like a mortal parent giving a child a house. What does it mean? According to the status of Dragon Turtle, the prince, General and Prime Minister only gave his only son a small courtyard. How stingy. Huh? The toad's voice sounded in Suhi's heart. When I came here before, there was no record of other people's treasures on the Crystal Jade. The Crystal Jade is divided into 3 sections. One section records the treasures of the Dragon Turtle clan. One section records the treasures of the 7 elders of the Dragon Turtles. And the other section uses a larger space to record the treasures of other people's families. For example, Xin-Wen Realm, Zuanshanmen, Tianji Crystal, Soul Falling Grass, Jiogong Lantern, Tianqing Palace, Star Falling, Eternal Night, 3 Lives of Water. It's all like this. And you can even click on it to see a secondary page, which records the specific description of the treasure. Who is in it? What is the owner's realm? What special means are there? And whether it can be snatched away. Suhi blinked and looked at Gu Luo, who looked left and right. Suhi finally felt guilty when he saw it, and murmured, "These are all trivial matters. Don't take it too seriously. It's just to remind you where to grab these treasures when you need them. Buy them," he whispered to Suhi. "You take your time shopping around for these things. Later, I will let you take away the residences and contact tokens of the elders. If you are unable to enter the mysterious world, you will find a way to show up and call your parents. The mysterious world is not reliable. Although you can find the seniors at any time, there are many ways to directly target the soul beast. Go back. I have anchored the small world refined by the 2 realms of war in Dong'an Mountain. You can close the door after you go out. You can place it wherever you want in the future. You can carry it with you. But you have to refine it yourself. It's a boundary gate." "Is that a gift for me? A small world?" Seeing that Gu Luo's figure was illusory and about to leave, Suhi hurriedly chanted, "Uncle Luo, I will accept the Dragon Turtle's inheritance when I get back. Do you have any guidance?" "Don't just run into the inheritance like last time." Gu Luo chuckled. "Follow your heart. The turtle inheritance has many advancement directions. Some focusing on defense and some focusing on offense. It doesn't matter if you choose a heritage that is not suitable for you. Dragon Turtle has a lot of time. And after tens of thousands of years of grinding, he will always be able to get it right. But if you choose an unsatisfactory magical power, the longer it goes on, the more uncomfortable it will be, like eating a fly. Especially when this inheritance prevents him from obtaining other inheritances. It makes Turtle even more unhappy." As Gu Luo spoke, his figure gradually spread out. Meeting in the mysterious world is not as good as in reality. Even playing with a turtle is like scratching an itch. It's time to gather together, discuss a place, and take the little turtle for a wild ride. Broadening the little turtle's knowledge can also help him consolidate his path, cultivate the Tao for thousands of years, and travel in thousands of great realms. Knowledge is still very important. It's a pity that the mysterious world of mountains and seas is too mature and has been completely stabilized. Little Turtle can't appreciate the beauty of the mysterious world here. The more active and immature the mysterious world is, the more it can understand the truth and reality, and the more it can touch the laws of the world. More suitable for baby turtles. I remember that Princess Yunming's had a good mysterious world. He is very young and lively. When he goes out, he goes to say H, low, and see if the eldest princess can take the little guy in. For a moment, only Taizu was left lying quietly in front of the altar in the mysterious world of mountains and seas. That altar is special. It can directly awaken the sleeping consciousness of other elders, and they can meet in the mysterious world at any time. The adult dragon turtle does not lack this little consciousness. The consciousness has not left the mysterious world, but just returned to its own territory and fell into a deep sleep. Suhi saluted Taizu. "Ancestor, I have to leave too. I have to accept the inheritance." Taizu's chaotic eyes flashed, and he said nothing. Like a pure gold sculpture, Toad jumped up and took Suhi out of the mysterious realm. When he opened his eyes, he saw a brand new small world in front of him. It was only about 30 miles in diameter, which was comparable to his realm. Gu Lu is no longer in this small world. A realm gate appeared in front of him with gleaming brilliance. Suhi can go out at any time. Don't worry. It's been several days since I've been through the heavenly tribulation, and my most fundamental magical powers haven't been passed down yet. The Toad was already screaming. You must choose the new magical powers of Negative Mountain and Shenwei. The inheritance has the new magical power of Negative Mountain. It turns out that when Negative Mountains absorb heavenly materials and earthly treasures and all kinds of energy, they will become the external form and enhance defense. The new magical power is not only the foreign minister, but also the Mountain God. The Mountain God is a large seal. like a magic weapon, which is usually kept in the body and can be used to suppress or attack. A single seal brings sealing, imprisonment, and other effects. It is even more useful for attacking. Suhi felt that Shui's advanced magical power was a bit useless. It's called soul sacrifice. Normally, killing the enemy can imprison the enemy's soul. When necessary, he can directly fight it out. The soul becomes a disposable consumable and can be used to deal the most powerful blow in his life. After one blow, it was reduced to ashes. However, the soul that the dragon turtle can carry cannot exceed its own limit. Suhi could have launched such an attack. So why bother? What Suhi is more optimistic about is the auxiliary magical power of the water dragon turtle, water element. Chapter 170 Meeting. Water is invisible. But water has a form. Ice, snow, frost, clouds are all water elements. The attributes mentioned in practice are often metaphysical, such as ice attributes and water attributes. In many exercises and magical powers, these are two completely different attributes. Suhi can play with water, but it will be much more difficult to play with ice. The water element is an auxiliary magical power, but it is very useful and allows the successor to play with the water element at will. Suhi liked it very much. The expansion of the domain and the complete integration of the small world. The small world suddenly turned into an endless sea, with thunder and lightning overhead and heavy rain pouring down, and the waves rolling below. Suhi didn't know why he formed such a field. A storm in the sea. This should be an area formed by people who are psychologically depressed and want to vent. Could it be that this year I have been too depressed? This small world is only an embryonic form. Not to mention the sun, moon and stars. Not even an active volcano has been formed, let alone life. The domain expands and merges with the small world, infiltrating the small world with its own Taoist charm. It won't be long before the surname is Su. Don't worry about this. This is a testing ground. Suhi must make up for all the shortcomings step by step. While supplementing the small world, he can also understand the nature of the world. After playing enough and completing it, you can start to open up the world inside the boundary bead. The domain infiltrated the small world, and Suhi's consciousness fell into the mind orifice and crawled into the Tao Palace. A toad sat on the turtle's SHL and accompanied him. Behind the Tao Palace, there are dragons and turtles holding the sky and the sea. As soon as they came in, a turtle and a frog were stunned at the same time. A huge stone tablet stands in the sea, and a new law is rippling in the land of inheritance. Only one inheritance can be acquired at a time. This rule is immediately clear when seeing the boulder. This is a law that does not need to be described in words. The turtles and frogs looked at each other. Are the ancestors targeting me? Suhi asked. This is obviously a new law. Bai Ling grabbed more than 70 inheritances, and there was no such rule. He just grabbed one. I'm biased. Shit! I'm obviously doting on you. Toad rolled his eyes at him, not knowing how to be blessed even though he was in the midst of all his blessings. This rule is just a warning without any punishment. It is obviously a backdoor opened by Senior Dragon Turtle against Su, he Golden Finger. This time, the Heritage Dragon Turtle did not bow its head again. The first time was to take care of the little Dragon Turtle. After that, if you want to get the inheritance, you have to climb up yourself. Suhi stood up on the waves, and the waves carried him straight into the sky. Lying in the clouds, his eyes were level with the Heritage Dragon Turtle. When the starry sky came up again, he saw several small turtles lying on the Dragon Turtle's back. Of course, this was compared to the Heritage Dragon Turtle. In fact, the largest one was as big as a mountain. There were 17 turtles in total. The 7 elders Suhi knew were all there. The dead Bai Ling was also there. Even Suhi was there. The smallest one among a group of giant turtles was actually a bit cute. This group of dragon turtles varied in size. Suhi did not recognize 2 of the 3 largest ones, and the remaining one was Patriarch Tai. The next second echelon turned out to be 3 dragon turtles including Bai Ling and Huang Zhu. But there was no Hong Yi. Hong Yi was in the 3rd echelon, and all the remaining dragon turtles were in the 3rd echelon except Suhi, who was little the last one was left behind. Pitifully, this is the inherited Tao shadow of all dragon turtles left here from the beginning of the Dragon Turtle clan to the present. When he first came in, he knew that Dragon Turtle could leave the inheritance of magical powers here, but he didn't know how to use it specifically. When he saw these dragon turtles, he understood instantly. With a stroke of 4 claws, the waves carried him onto the back of the Heritage Dragon Turtle, overlapping with his own heritage shadow, and all the skills flashed through his mind. The only ones who can stay here are Mingjian and Thunderbird. A feeling of being copied and pasted arose. Mingjian turned into a shining star and fell into the eyes of the Inheritance Dragon Turtle. And the Inheritance Dragon Turtle let out a long groan. The blood surged, and a thought appeared in Sui's mind. It was a mechanized notification. There was a new magical power integrated into the blood of the tribe. In the mysterious world of mountains and seas, several consciousnesses that had just fallen asleep woke up one after another, opening their mouths and chanting to the sky. The roar of the dragon turtle rippled throughout the mysterious world. Ha ha ha! The little guy has indeed integrated his knowledge into his inheritance. This is the meaning behind Gu Luo's roar. It watched Su He for a whole year and witnessed the birth of the certificate. How could it not understand? Su He's current convenience in using Mingjian is inseparable from Longui's research. This magical power is no secret within the Dragon Turtle clan. All turtles have more or less studied it. Otherwise, even if the magic spells constructed by the elders of Qingyuan sect are formed through heaven and earth, the consumption will be terrible. Su He prayed to heaven and earth to achieve the magical power of Mingjian. The deeper others studied it, the higher the level of Su's Mingjian, the richer the functions, the less consumption. Hong's long groan came. Yes, we will integrate our understanding later. Mingjian has the potential to turn into a natural magical power. Innate supernatural powers are not inherited. Just like negative mountains, divine power, and Qianjun, they will naturally awaken after their bloodline has been raised to a certain level. This is instinctive. Taoist Palace's suppression cannot shake the instinct. Only the extension of instinct is the inheritance of magical power. For example, mountain gods and soul sacrifices. To use an analogy, walking and grabbing are instincts that normal people have after they grow to a certain level. They are innate supernatural powers. And dance is an extension and inheritance. Mingjian is neither offensive nor defensive, but it has great potential. It helps the dragon turtle evolve more than any other innate magical power. It is clear that the birth rate of dragon turtles must be increased by at least 20%. Dragon turtles have long learned Mingjian Dang's magic and condensed it into magical seeds. But they have not been integrated into the inheritance. If you add magical powers to the clan, you will be favored by the luck of the dragon turtle clan. With luck blessing, the road becomes smoother. As an elder, you cannot take away this credit. At this moment, many great powers in the world looked at the nearest dragon turtle at the same time. At that moment, they discovered that the dragon turtle's luck had increased by 20%. This is the second time in the past few days that the dragon turtle's luck has improved. The first time was the birth of a new member of the dragon turtle clan. There are too few members in the dragon turtle clan. It is natural that the birth of a new dragon turtle will greatly increase the luck. But it has only increased again in a few days, and a new dragon turtle is born? But there were also people who looked towards the Xian Wang realm and the Sanxing Gate in Dongdin Mountain. On that day when Su He was going through a tribulation, two dragon turtles suddenly blocked the scene, which aroused suspicion. Some people are happy and some are sad. And the dragon and turtle have many enemies. Not many survive. But those who do survive must be powerful. Thoughts are rising everywhere. The dragon turtle clan is too strong. Once it is strong, there will be countless beings paying attention to it. If there is any slight change, they will want to find out clearly. I don't know how many people were mobilized at this moment. On the back of the inheritance dragon turtle, Su He's inheritance shadow grew rapidly, becoming 7 or 8 times larger than before. The size of the inherited figure is not determined by Taoism, but by the inheritance left behind. The more inheritance, the higher the quality, and the more majestic the figure becomes. Su He's 2 inheritances were all left behind. And Mingjian turned into a star. The Thunderbird turned into a stream of light, and merged into a star in the eyes of the dragon turtle. This is a similar technique that dragon turtle has inherited for a long time. And Thunderbird can only be regarded as a supplement. The star gradually dimmed, and was temporarily unacceptable. You have to wait for the Thunderbird to merge with the existing spell to form a new spell before it can be passed on again. Fusion with the inherited Tao shadow. When Su He looked at the Tao shadows of other dragon turtles, he could see talismans floating on each dragon turtle. Each talisman is a summary of experience. Looking at it is like reading a book. And you can gain experience from it. The natal weapon is Forged Astray. Complete solution of water phase. 1,200 methods of conception. Fire magic power combined with 360 methods. All kinds of things are very rich. There are some about the combination of magical powers, some about fighting skills, and some about spiritual taboos. Most of them belong to practice experience. and occasionally some strange things are mixed in. The largest talisman floating on each dragon turtle's body is the Kaition experience of that dragon turtle. Except for Bai Ling. There are 3 huge talismans on Bai Ling's shadow. But none of them are related to Kaition. This sister didn't leave any information about Kaition at all. 3 are the precautions for practicing the 3 magical powers. You can reach the 2nd level without leaving Kaition experience. If you stay, wouldn't your body shape be comparable to that of Taizu? Suhi sighed with emotion. These experiences are to a large extent more valuable than the inheritance of magical powers. Even Suhi, there are only 17 dragon turtles who have inherited the Dao Shadow. This means that the Dragon Turtle clan has only given birth to 17 dragon turtles since its birth, or 18 dragon turtles. I wonder if the largest heritage dragon turtle under me counts as one. But there are only 8 people alive today. Dragon turtle is immortal. This loss rate is terrifyingly high. Is it better to accept the inheritance first, or to look at the experience and memory of our predecessors first? Toad asked Suhi in his heart. At the same time, Suhi replied. The inheritance records a lot of dragon turtle advanced experience. And you can learn to avoid detours. But there is a difference between inheriting magical power and forming magical power seeds through magic. The dragon turtle's magical power will be directly integrated into the body. So Suhi doesn't need to worry about it. This is a good time to observe and learn. A turtle and a frog stepped off the turtle's back and returned to the heritage dragon turtle again. Suhi stared at the 2 magical powers. I choose Yuzhen. And you take the water aspect. Suhi said to the toad in his heart. Yuzhen is also a magical power, belonging to the passive auxiliary category. The dragon turtle's lifespan is so long that it will never end as long as it doesn't seek death. Such a temperament that has escaped for a long time will gradually become stagnant. Even like a stone. Unable to move, and not want to be moved by everything. What's the difference between living like this and dying? The dragon turtle clan never pursues the great road, but only wants to live a free and easy life. And Yuzhen was born from this. From the moment you learn the essence of Jade, your temperament and state of mind will be preserved. In the future, if the state of mind changes, if something is wrong and the magical power is used, the temper will return. Of course, this is not a panacea. The more times you use it, the worse the effect. It is still fundamental to strengthen the Taoist heart. Suhi felt that Bai Ling must have accepted this magical power. Otherwise 20,000 years would be enough for him to become quiet. A turtle and a frog, one with flashing probing claws, and the other with arched horns, grasped 2 magical powers at the same time. There was a flash of light in the inheritance space, and they were both thrown out at the same time. A dice landed on the head of the toad, and 2 points were thrown out. An inexplicable meaning rose from the bottom of my heart. At this moment, my whole body was numb, and my bones were itching. It was as if something in the body was awakening. This is the feeling of awakening supernatural powers. Suhi endured the discomfort and said to the toad, You said, what I took is considered the orthodox inheritance, and what I picked is considered robbery. If I don't take it, and you just take it, is it considered robbery? Every time someone fails to roll the dice, I always feel like I'm losing money. Toad chuckled. I can't enter the Dao Palace by myself. This is the inheritance of the Dragon Turtle clan. Although the master of the Soul Beast is one, it is different after all. If it is not synchronized with Suhi's consciousness, it cannot enter the Tao Palace alone. Do it again. This time you reach for the stars alone. Suhi led the toad in, and was thrown out after a moment. A star in the toad's hand merged into Suhi's body, and no dice landed. Sure enough, the bug is not that easy to fix, unless the ancestor adds settings to the inheritance. Suhi will not be able to obtain a single inheritance, but that should touch the red line and violate the laws of inheritance itself. Technique. Fire Cloud Technique. This is a fire spell. It originally conflicted with Suhi's attributes. I didn't even think about practicing it when I got it. It was supposed to be a piece of knowledge that could be used as a reference. It was a mistake. He should have done this just now. He took the useless magic, and the toad took the magical power. The two looked at each other, then dived into the Taoist palace, and came out again after a while. On the toad's head was a spinning dice. 4 o'clock. Supernatural power. Negative mountain. Mountain god. Spell. Divine fire source. The numbness and itching became more severe, and there was already a stinging pain. It only took a moment for the pain to get worse. Suhi gritted his teeth and roared. No wonder that in ancient times, all the divine beasts would fall into a long sleep after surviving the catastrophe. At that time, there was no Dao Palace. The inheritance of surviving the catastrophe was poured into his mind, and his magical powers were awakened in the cub at the same time. It's impossible to adapt without falling into a deep sleep. The Tao Palace is not something that comes naturally to the dragon turtle, but is artificially condensed by ancestors who have the power to suppress the bloodline. There are more and more dragon turtle inheritances, which are directly activated by blood without any control. And it is even possible to awaken magical powers with conflicting attributes. It is true that he did not die under the heavenly calamity, but died in his own inheritance. It was really an unjust death. The turtle has a Taoist palace, the dragon has a dragon gate, and the phoenix has a phoenix nest to suppress its own inheritance. Add insurance to give your children a chance to choose. In the short term, you can no longer inherit the inheritance. Otherwise you will really fall into a deep sleep, Toad said leisurely. Such a deep sleep is not 3 days or 5 days. It needs to be measured in years at least. In ancient times, it was common for people to survive catastrophes and sleep for hundreds of years. Suhi laughed, and his consciousness entered the Tao Palace again. He did not intend to pass on the inheritance, but landed on the turtle's back to check the experience of his predecessors. The toad got out of his mind and landed on Suhi's turtle SH.L. He looked at the heavy rain and knocked on his turtle SH.L. Feeling bored. Runes condensed on the claws. Sometimes hitting Suhi's sea of consciousness. Sometimes hitting himself. After a while, the runes were taken back and slightly changed. Each rune is unique to the soul beast and contains meanings such as sealing, cutting off, blocking, and so on. This is a rune that cuts off the memory, vision, and hearing of two people. It never wants to recognize its master. When a soul beast recognizes its master, it is in a secondary position. The longer it takes, the more it will live like its master. It would be much better to turn these features off. Besides, frogs still want privacy. Of course it can only be closed, not completely cut off. If you want to reopen it, you can do it instantly if both parties agree. After doing all this, before Suhi woke up, Toad jumped into the mysterious world of mountains and seas. Still on that island in the sea, there were only trees around, not even the sound of birds. There was only one roar of the dragon turtle, and those guys who had fallen into a deep sleep woke up again and were discussing how to change Mingjian. The toad was not interested in this, so he took out an axe from his belly pocket, clinked down the big tree, and began to arrange an altar on the island. This island is Suhi's territory in Xuanjia. This place is not far away from the location of other dragon turtles. It is impossible for the ancestor to pull him to the valley gathering place every time he checks the information. Planning and building the mysterious world is the soul beast's instinct and responsibility. The toad croaked from time to time during the discussions among the dragon turtles, and after croaking a few words, various materials flew in from the interior. Crystal jade, summoning altar. Toad was rebuilt one by one. It was not a magnificent building like Taizu Valley, but just a white jade pillar and a jade. Enough for Suhi. With this pillar, Suhi can separate a ray of consciousness and enter the mysterious world of mountains and seas without having to be pulled by a toad every time. Until 3 days later, Suhi woke up leisurely. He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, his voice full of excitement. Although magical powers cannot be obtained for the time being, you will not become fat after eating one bite. You will have to adapt to it after your body adapts. But this slumber paid off greatly. Sure enough, the experience of your seniors is more precious than magical powers. Suhi has a little idea about the way to advance to the next level and open the sky with Jiezhu. But it's not enough. It would be better to have a few prototype small worlds for experimentation. It would be even better to go to the major Jedi and see the extreme environments with pure attributes. Desert, core magma, polar ice. There is no rush. There is plenty of time. The toad sensed his awakening and jumped out of the mysterious world and landed on the turtle SH.L. He took out a small jade from his pocket with writings on it. Senior Luo wants you to take a drop of Yaya's blood, which can be used to transform the beast chapter. I also want you to collect the fragments of the Sanshin sect in Dongnan Mountain. The Sanshin gate is broken? Did Feng Yiju offend Uncle Luo? Suhi's eyes lit up. Is Feng Yiju so brave? Maybe you didn't understand it before. But after reading the experiences and memories of the seniors, Suhi felt that what Gu Luo said was the first level of dragon turtle and the second level of monks. I'm afraid this old turtle is not fooling him. At least from the memories of senior teachings. The dragon turtles seen beating monks of the same level were really just playing. Easier than beating my son. Just after Bai Ling has passed the catastrophe, He can single-handedly fight a group of demons in the 5th step. The kind of leisurely strolling in the garden. He thought he couldn't compare to Bai Ling. But it wasn't just equivalent to the 3rd step of transforming into a demon. Right? I feel that with the 5th step in Bai Ling's memory, he won't have any problem playing 3 or 5 at the same time. Let's go! He said to the toad, turned over and swam towards the space door. The beast transformation chapter is a strange chapter. And it is not easy to change it. Feng Yaya is still trapped in Bai Ling's dragon turtle world. If he wants her blood, he must return to the world of Bai Ling. Su Huanyan should be able to locate it. If that doesn't work, go find Uncle Luo. Now that I have parents, I feel confident. The field has left its mark on this small world. You can leave completely. After you leave, you can also go to the polar regions to see it. When you have experience, you can come back and try to build this small world. He looked out from the space door. It was still Dongdun Mountain outside, but it had completely changed its appearance and became completely unrecognizable to Suhi. Mountains and rivers are deformed and rivers are displaced. The mountain peak where Xianqing Temple was located was cut off by a sword. There was no grass growing all around, just unbreakable snow. After all, autumn has just begun. He smelled the scent of the realm from the snow. Su Huanyan was dressed in white and stood quietly outside the door holding a fairy sword, letting the snowflakes fall on him. Just like in a fantasy, He woke up from hibernation and saw the ice sculpture slightly covered with snow through the crack in the door. But she was not an ice sculpture. When she saw He peeking his head out, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She looked at He. She hadn't seen him for a long time and had changed a lot. One is no longer the head lady. The other is already a dragon turtle that all the worlds look up to. Congratulations! The fairy's red lips parted slightly, and she spoke softly.